Chapter 1. Fujiwara, the ninja with extraordinary skills. Fujiwara gazed at his arms, which resembled those of a child, and furrowed his brow slightly. A month ago, upon arriving in this world, his body had shrunk to that of a mere 6-year-old, and he could feel the chakra within him dissipating, with only a small portion remaining, transformed into an energy unlike anything he had encountered before. This peculiar force was neither sage chakra nor pure natural energy. It was an energy of the most bizarre nature. In comparison to chakra, they each had their own marriage chakra, needed to be extracted from one's own cells, and even in the face of death, one could squeeze out the life energy within, which meant one's lifespan. However, this strange energy could not be summoned from the life force in times of peril. Of course, he could still utilize his ninjutsu with this peculiar energy, and remarkably, the consumption of chakra seemed to diminish considerably when using this strange force. This situation had begun the moment he entered this world. He had heard the villagers speak of a profession known as soul masters, and this strange energy should be the power wielded by them. Moreover, he had dispatched several shadow clones, utilizing transformation techniques to gather intelligence about this world from other villages and towns. This was his instinct as a ninja. Fujiwara. A voice echoed from the mountainside, capturing Fujiwara's attention. With a cold expression, Fujiwara stood up and turned towards the source of the voice, revealing a somewhat adorable child. He noticed that in this world, anyone who seemed to possess a certain uniqueness had a pleasing appearance. Even the father of this charming child, though disheveled in attire and hair, bore a face of remarkable fortitude with a little grooming. He could be a man who would make many women swoon. The cute boy approached Fujiwara with a smile. "It's time for dinner." The boy, named Tang-san, exclaimed, his eyes sparkling with curiosity about the precocious child his father had brought home. He had wondered if this remarkably good-looking precocious child was from another world like himself. Yet he had never inquired about this intriguing child named Fujiwara. Fujiwara nodded, then followed behind Tang-san as they made their way back to the village. He spoke little, for he understood the wisdom that too many words could lead to misfortune. Of course, this was also partly due to his recent acquisition of the language of this world. In this unfamiliar realm, it was prudent to remain silent, even if he was merely a child. Thus, he utilized shadow clones and transformation techniques to gather information, while he merely needed to play the part of an oblivious child. In no time, Fujiwara and Tang-san arrived back at the village, specifically at the Soul Blacksmith shop. Upon their return, they found only a small portion of rice porridge remaining in the pot. However, they paid it no mind, serving themselves 2 bowls of porridge and beginning to eat contentedly. Fujiwara remained silent, while Tang-san also refrained from conversation. Both were not ordinary children. Thus, they had little difficulty with silence. Bang! The door of the blacksmith shop swung open, and an elderly man with grizzled hair hunched his way in. "Ah, little San and Fujiwara are here." The old man greeted them with a warm smile, his gaze towards Tang-san filled with gentleness and fondness, tinged with a hint of envy, before shifting to Fujiwara, where only softness remained. Old Jack, the village chief, had watched Tang-san grow up. He knew that this child had been exceptionally sensible since his early years, and he had always envied that drunkard Tang-hao for having such a fine son. As for Fujiwara, he was the child that the drunken Tang-hao had brought home a month prior despite his perpetually cold demeanor. The boy's cuteness endeared him to old Jack. "Why are you eating porridge again? And so little of it?" Upon seeing what Fujiwara and Tang-san were consuming, the once gentle smile of old Jack instantly transformed. As he spoke, he made his way towards the inner room, fully aware that the drunken Tang-hao was likely there, as he typically frequented the tavern and the blacksmith shop. "Tang-hao! Tang-hao!" Old Jack called out loudly, his voice echoing and successfully summoning Tang-hao. Out from the inner room emerged a disheveled man with an unkempt beard and hair, suspicious yellow substances lingering at the corners of his eyes, likely remnants of tears that he had wiped away with his filthy hands upon waking. Fujiwara understood that this formidable man had just been silently weeping like a child in the inner room. He could not fathom why this powerful man had wept like a child, but he surmised it must be related to Tang-san's mother. A month had granted him ample opportunity to observe this strong man. As a ninja, intelligence gathering was an essential skill. Although he had engaged in little of it since becoming a shadow, he had not neglected this fundamental ability. "What's the matter?" Tang-hao mumbled, still half asleep, his steps appearing slow and disordered, yet each stride retained a powerful consistential, unmistakable mark of strength, easily discernible to those who were perceptive enough. "In 3 days, the Soul Master from the Spirit Hall will come to awaken the martial souls. I believe both Little San and Fujiwara are of suitable age to attend the awakening ceremony." Old Jack had grown accustomed to Tang Hao's lazy demeanor as a drunken man and spoke with a hint of resignation. Then let them attend. Tang Hao glanced at Tang San and Fujiwara, his gaze pausing noticeably on Fujiwara. This child he had taken in was peculiar, possessing soul power within him, and not a negligible amount at that. Despite not having awakened a martial soul, he already harbored soul power. Such a phenomenon had never been documented on the continent. He hailed from the Haotian sect, and even the archives of the sect contained no record of such a situation. He could not comprehend why he had taken in this beautiful child by the roadside. He hadn't even consumed much alcohol that day. At that moment, Fujiwara distinctly sensed a deep, chilling aura of killing intent and fury emanating from Tang Hao when old Jack mentioned the Spirit Hall. Fujiwara recognized the Spirit Hall. It was a soul master organization rivaling the two great empires, the Heaven Do Empire and the Star Luo Empire, and it was said that the inherited martial soul, the six-winged angel, belonged to the offspring of deities. Grandpa Jack, what is the awakening ceremony? Tang San inquired with curiosity, having practiced the Xiantian skill and never having ventured beyond the village, where there were no soul masters. Thus, he was entirely ignorant of martial souls and soul masters. Old Jack then began earnestly explaining to Tang San what martial souls and soul masters were, followed by an explanation of the ranks of soul masters. Fujiwara had already acquired this basic information over the past month. He had been highly efficient, as the chakra required for shadow and transformation techniques was minimal, and his origins allowed him. Thus, although his chakra had transformed into soul power, his soul power was sufficient for his clones to exist for an extended duration, and he was not limited to merely the ordinary shadow clone technique. Chapter 2. Ninjutsu released with soul power. As time passed, the sun gradually descended. After boasting about the origins of the village of Saint Soul, old Jack finally noticed the dimming light and, after clearing his throat twice and exchanging pleasantries, departed with satisfaction. After all, the only one in the entire village who could quietly listen to old Jack's ramblings was Tang San. Even Fujiwara had begun to drift off midway through. As for Tang Hao, he had already turned back to the inner room to continue lying down. Once old Jack had left, Fujiwara exchanged a glance with Tang San and began to wash the pots and pans. He was not the type of ninja who shunned manual labor during his childhood. He had to procure his own ingredients. As the illegitimate child of the Uchiha and Senju clans, his reputation in the ninja world was far from favorable. Fujiwara, what do you think your martial soul will be? Tang San asked, his eyes gleaming with excitement. Although he had lived a second life, he still felt a thrill upon hearing about martial souls and soul masters. He had thought that he could only rely on the slowly advancing Xiantian skill to carry forward the Tang sect, yet he had not anticipated the existence of martial souls. I do not know, Fujiwara replied earnestly, his expression betraying no emotion, casting a sidelong glance at Tang San, the tear mole at the corner of his eye imparting an air of captivating allure. The reincarnated Tang San was momentarily taken aback. He could not fathom why a child would evoke such feelings. He soon began to speculate about his father's intentions in bringing Fujiwara home. Tang San began to indulge in his errant thoughts. Fujiang had already finished washing the pots and pans, and then turned away to leave. He made his way towards the back mountain, which had now become the territory of Fujiang and Tang San. Every morning, Tang San would train his purple extreme magic eye there, while Fujiang had engaged in numerous activities over the past month. For instance, prior to understanding soul power, he sought to fully restore his waning chakra. Furthermore, he dispatched shadow clones to gather intelligence about this continent and to learn its languages. Upon arriving at the familiar massive stone in the back mountain, he sat cross-legged upon it and began to refine his chakra, allowing it to be transformed into soul power by an unseen force. This method, albeit somewhat foolish, proved far more efficient than the rudimentary and often futile meditative practices prevalent among the masses. As he refined his chakra, he pondered over Tang Hao's behavior from that day. The murderous intent and fury that flickered in Tang Hao's eyes upon hearing about the Spirit Hall, although well concealed, did not escape Fujiang's keen perception. It seemed that Tang Hao, a formidable figure, could not be relied upon indefinitely. He needed to ensure that he had an escape route. Spirit transformation technique. Yuzi Cho Si Hai Weiyin. With hands moving like butterflies flitting through flowers, he formed seals, and soon, an invisible spiritual entity emerged from Fujiang's youthful form. Glancing at his own body, Fujiang furrowed his brow slightly. It took him over 2 seconds to form just 7 seals, a stark contrast to his previous speed of 6 seals in 1 second. This was likely due to the limitations of his childlike physique. His fingers were not long enough. Shifting his focus away from his own body, he began to survey the back mountain. a daily ritual to ensure that the area was devoid of any intruders. In merely 5 minutes, Fujiang's soul power was nearly depleted, prompting the spiritual entity to return to his body. Yet, 5 minutes proved sufficient for him to conduct his reconnaissance of the back mountain. Once assured that no one was present, he began to receive the memories and information transmitted by his shadow clones, along with the residual soul power they had collected. The Spirit Hall branch in Notting City stood as one of the most resplendent structures, even more opulent than the City Lord's mansion. It was unfathomable how the Tiendo Empire could tolerate such a presence. If an organization were to take root in his village, regardless of its nature, he would never allow it to remain. This was not a matter of magnanimity, but rather a necessity dictated by the shadows. Next came the news of a certain Su Yuntao, a 26th level soul master with the beast spirit of a lone wolf, who was to conduct the awakening ceremony in Shenghun village. Information relayed by Shadow Clone working as a menial laborer in the Spirit Hall branch indicated that he had not directly interacted with the powerful soul masters, instead opting for menial tasks while discreetly gathering intelligence under the guise of his duties. Along with this, he received basic information about Su Yuntao, as a mere laborer could only uncover such rudimentary details and various bits of gossip. Further information encompassed the fundamentals of soul masters, as well as details regarding soul rings and soul beasts. Fujiang sifted through the miscellaneous information, discarding the irrelevant and retaining only what was useful. White 10-year soul rings, yellow 100-year soul rings, purple 1,000-year soul rings, black 10,000-year soul rings, and the legendary red 100,000-year soul rings. Having organized all the pertinent information, Fujiang felt his soul power fully restored, seemingly aided by the formidable physique of the Senju clan, which allowed for a remarkably swift recovery. Chosu Chinzi Su Hai Siin, Shadow Clone Technique. With the emergence of 3 wisps of smoke, 3 Fujiangs stood before him. Transformation Technique. The 3 Fujiangs formed an incomplete seal and transformed into a composed middle-aged man, a handsome young man, and a bald man with a scar. Without uttering another word, the 3 transformed Fujiangs deftly scaled the rooftops, leaping between the trees as they raced towards Notting City. Once all was completed, Fujiang stood up and gazed at the now completely darkened sky before returning to the blacksmith shop. Upon seeing Fujiang's return, Tang Hao paid him no mind, having grown accustomed to his peculiar antics over the past month. He continued to sip on the low-quality ale, relishing the numbing effects of the alcohol on his mind. Only through this could he temporarily escape his pain. Meanwhile, Tang San persisted in his task at hand, diligently learning the craft of blacksmithing. In truth, he had long embarked on this journey of learning, having previously observed Tang Hao at work. He had truly harnessed his strength to its fullest potential, demonstrating no waste of power and accomplishment far beyond that of an ordinary blacksmith. Though Tang San's initial attempts were clumsy, he proved to be a prodigy, learning with remarkable speed. Within just a few days, he had already begun to show proficiency. Some techniques Tang Hao deliberately withheld from him as he taught Tang San. However, Fujiang had no desire to learn these methods. Although kunai and shuriken were essential tools for early combat, he could simply hire a blacksmith for their creation. As for finances, his deputy minister of finance had once risen from humble beginnings to control the economic lifeblood of a nation, imparting to him a wealth of knowledge. Chapter 3. I say, I refuse. Time passed swiftly, and 3 days slipped by in the blink of an eye. On the morning of the 3rd day, when Fujiang opened his eyes, the first sight to greet him was Tang San's adorable face. Tang San had already completed his routine tasks in the back mountain, returned home, and prepared breakfast. He had not resumed forging the cast iron that Tang Hao had given him, as both Fujiang and Tang Hao had yet to awaken. Getting out of bed, dressing, and washing up. Xiao-san, Fujiang, your grandfather has come to fetch you. Old Jack, the village chief, had arrived at the blacksmith shop early, pushing open the door to find Fujiang and Tang San ready, along with Tang Hao, who was voraciously consuming porridge. Upon seeing Tang Hao, old Jack's expression instantly soured. He could scarcely fathom how this drunken man could possess a child as obedient and well-behaved as Tang San. Go on, don't delay lunch preparations, Tang Hao said coolly, setting down his bowl of porridge and turning to attend to today's work, helping a neighboring farmer forge a new sickle. Hearing Tang Hao's words, old Jack's beard bristled in anger in his eyes. Tang Hao was utterly unworthy of being called father. The irate village chief Jack led Fujiang and Tang San away from the blacksmith shop and towards the central soul hall of the village. This soul hall could merely be described as a slightly larger wooden shack. Given that every individual possesses a martial spirit and that each year, children undergo martial spirit awakening. Soul halls can be found in every corner of the continent, even within the smallest of villages. However, such modest soul halls are typically unstaffed and remain unrecorded. This year, in the Holy Soul Village, there were 9 children of age eligible for martial spirit awakening, and under the guidance of Chief Jack, Fujiang, and Tang San arrived last. The village children formed small groups, yet these groups conspicuously excluded Tang San and Fujiang. Initially, only Tang San was left out. But Fujiang's icy demeanor soon led the other children to feel slighted, as if they had been humiliated. Having lived 2 lives, Tang San naturally refrained from engaging in childish games, and Fujiang deemed conversing with these children a futile endeavor. Within the Soul Hall, there was a young man, appearing to be in his 20s, with an attractive visage, clad in white attire adorned with patterns, and a black cloak draped over his shoulders. At the center of his chest was a badge inscribed with the character for soul, indicative of a standard uniform for personnel within the Soul Hall. Su Yuntao, age 26, was a rank 26 Great Soul Master, possessing a beast martial spirit known as the Lone Wolf, and remained unmarried. Rumored to be courting another steward of the Soul Hall named CC. In Fujiang's mind, the basic information about this person flashed by. Greetings. Esteemed Master of Battle Souls, I must trouble you this time. Villager Old Jack respectfully bowed to Su Yuntao. In the continent, Soul Masters are regarded as the most noble profession. I have little time. Let us commence at once. Su Yuntao declared proudly, slightly bowing as a gesture of basic respect towards the elderly villager Old Jack. Upon hearing this, Old Jack immediately turned to the 9 children, instructing them on various matters. Eventually, it was Su Yuntao's impatience that prompted him to wave his hand, urging Old Jack to hasten, for he had to proceed to the next village to conduct the soul awakening ceremony. After introducing himself, Su Yuntao produced 6 dark, spherical stones and a blue crystal ball. The 6 black stones were arranged in a hexagon, indicating the first child to step within. Su Yuntao's demeanor was remarkably pleasant, even amiable, perhaps among these children. A soul master with exceptional talent would emerge. After all, a smile costs nothing, and he would not withhold his warmth. The first 7 children possessed no soul power, merely wielding meager weapons such as sickles and blue silver grass. Finally, it was Tang San's turn, who, without waiting for Su Yuntao's instruction, stepped directly into the center of the 6 black stones. As Su Yuntao infused his soul power, a golden light began to radiate. In the gaze of Su Yuntao, filled with anticipation, a hint of blue light appeared in Tang San's right hand. The moment he beheld that blue light, Su Yuntao was filled with disappointment. Another useless martial soul, it's your turn, beautiful little one, he remarked with resignation, then turned his attention to Fujiang. Uncle, you haven't tested my soul power yet. Tang San quickly reminded, noticing Su Yuntao's focus had shifted to Fujiang. Su Yuntao had initially been reluctant to proceed with the test. For a martial soul like blue silver grass could hardly manifest any soul power. Ultimately, under Tang San's insistence and Fujiang's encouragement, Su Yuntao conducted the soul power test for Tang San. Heavens! It is actually innate full soul power. Su Yuntao exclaimed, the incredulous words visibly etched on his face. He then began to explain what innate full soul power entailed. Now it's your turn, beautiful little one. Su Yuntao exhaled, glancing at Tang San with a tinge of jealousy, which quickly dissipated as he remembered Tang San's martial soul was merely the useless blue silver grass. Turning his gaze towards Fujiang, his eyes shimmered with eagerness. This striking child was anything but an ordinary commoner. A typical commoner would not possess such remarkable looks, leading Su Yuntao to speculate that Fujiang might be a noble child fallen from grace. Fujiang stepped up, and a wave of warmth enveloped her. This gentle current flowed steadily, ultimately reaching Fujiang's eyes. The once pitch-black eyes of Tomi transformed into a vivid crimson, 3 swirling tomo glimmering within, emanating a terrifying aura that rendered Su Yuntao momentarily paralyzed. Regardless of how inadequate Su Yuntao's theoretical knowledge may be, he could unmistakably sense the dreadfulness of those eyes. His legs had begun to weaken beneath him. Tomo hastily closed her Sharingan. While she was adept at controlling her murderous intent, the mere activation of the Sharingan inevitably emitted a trace of her lethal aura. The aura of death surrounding Fuji is formidable. She has once claimed the lives of many in the world of ninjas' countless souls. Come, let us measure your spiritual power. As Su Yuntao regained his composure, he hurriedly presented a crystal ball to Fuji, gazing at her as if offering a precious treasure. Placing his hand upon the crystal ball, an extraordinary phenomenon unfolded, mirroring the one triggered moments ago by Tang San. Innate full spiritual power. Su Yuntao's eyes widened in disbelief, nearly bursting from their sockets. Once again, innate full spiritual power. My goodness! This village! Su Yutao exclaimed in astonishment, his words tumbling forth in a disordered manner. Child, what is your name? He inquired, crouching before Fengji. Locking eyes with her, his enthusiasm palpable. Tang Sen observed Su Yuntao's fervent demeanor with a hint of skepticism. After all, he too possessed innate full spiritual power. Yet Su Yuntao had not displayed such fervor towards him. However, he did not succumb to childish jealousy. Choosing instead to silently watch and suppress the stirring of his left hand, sensing that he possessed another martial soul. Fengji. Fu Jian spoke coldly, her eyes betraying no emotion. Would you be inclined to join the Spirit Hall? The Spirit Hall offers the finest education, abundant resources, and the most formidable instructors. Given your innate talent, you might even find a titled Douluo willing to take you under their wing in Spirit City. Su Yutao began to extol the myriad advantages of joining the Spirit Hall, while secretly envisioning a bright future where he would elevate himself by ushering this extraordinarily gifted child into their ranks. As Su Yutao elaborated, Fu Jin began to sift through the information, discerning its value. To be candid, she felt a flicker of temptation and considered the prospect of joining the Spirit Hall. However, the thought of Tang Hao, who bore a grudge against the organization, loomed large in her mind. She firmly concluded, I must decline. Fu Jiang spoke. Very well. I shall take you to the Spirit Hall. But, wait, what did you say? Su Yuntao paused mid-sentence, suddenly taken aback, and then looked at Fu Jiang in astonishment. I said, I refuse. His expression remained emotionless, his tone icy. Chapter 4. The Wooden Clone. Uchiha Itachi in the Holy Spirit Village. Su Yuntao departed, his mind racing with thoughts about Fu Jiang's origins. He speculated that Fu Jiang might be a scion of an illustrious family, perhaps merely out for a leisurely excursion or lost. Ultimately, Su Yutao resolved to report the matter truthfully, convinced that it would bring him only benefits and no detriment. Old Village Chief Jack was equally exhilarated, particularly upon learning that both Tang San and Fu Jiang possessed innate full spirit power. His excitement nearly caused him to faint. However, he soon fell into despair, realizing that the village could not afford the tuition for a child to attend the Spirit Master Academy, although there was a work-study position available in the village. Fu Jiang and Tang San made two candidates. Despite Tang San's seemingly worthless spirit, the blue silvergrass, village chief Jack was reluctant to abandon the well-behaved and sensible child. As for Fu Jiang, although he had only been in the village for a month, the kind-hearted old man could not bear to watch a gifted child squander his potential. When old village chief Jack learned that Fu Jiang had declined the invitation from the Spirit Hall, he fainted on the spot. It was Tang San who carried old village chief Jack to seek the village doctor. Upon regaining consciousness, the old man sighed in resignation and set out of the village, seemingly intent on discussing the matter of the work-study position with the leaders of several neighboring villages. At the blacksmith shop, Tang Hao gazed at his son. Upon hearing that Tang San possessed two spirits, he was taken aback and subsequently made a pact with Tang San, urging him to refrain from using that hammer spirit. Dad, who exactly is Fu Jiang? His spirit is incredibly powerful. When those eyes appeared, I felt a chilling presence surrounding us, Tang San remarked, looking at his father as if he were seeing him for the first time. At that moment, Tang San also sensed an oddity in his father's demeanor, particularly regarding his earlier comments. I don't know. I found him by the roadside. As for those eyes you mentioned, they must be his original spirit. If he possesses innate, full spirit power. Tang Hao's words trailed off, as he, too, felt he had perhaps said too much. Meanwhile, in the mountains behind the Holy Spirit Village, Fu Jiang has already conceived a comprehensive plan, for the Spirit Hall is the most formidable force on the continent. How could he remain indifferent to such a colossal entity? It is imperative to plant a pawn within its ranks. Moreover, it is rumored that the current pope does not possess the six-winged angel spirit, but is merely a disciple of the previous pope. Perhaps he could join the Spirit Hall, leveraging his innate talent and certain strategies. Who knows? He might even ascend to the position of pope within the Spirit Hall. This is not uncharted territory for him, as he has accomplished it before. Would clone technique. Fu Jiang clasped her hands, and from behind her emerged a wooden figure that ultimately transformed into her likeness. Gazing upon this wooden doppelganger, Fu Jiang furrowed her brow, uncertain whether this replica could deceive the world's most formidable beings. Her wooden counterpart, from years past, had even eluded the keen perception of the renegade. The distinction between wooden clones and shadow clones lies in the latter's ephemeral nature. Upon their disappearance, nothing remains. In contrast, the The wooden clone takes on a humanoid form. Thus, when gathering intelligence, she opted for shadow clones. The essence of the wooden clone is its remarkable realism, rendering it nearly undetectable, while also possessing the ability to endure for an extended duration, provided it continually absorbs external spiritual energy and returns every 3 months. The commander Fujikawa, in his wooden avatar, made his way toward the blacksmith shop, already aware that Tang Hao belonged to the elite ranks of the most formidable individuals in this world. He sought to test whether his wooden doppelganger could remain undetected. As for how he disowned Tang Hao's strength, the first time he laid eyes upon him, he noticed the aura surrounding him. No, it should be referred to as the soul ring. A total of 9, one of which was the legendary 100,000-year soul ring. Upon entering the blacksmith's shop, Fujikawa observed Tang Hao instructing Tang San in the art of forging. Upon seeing Fujikawa, Tang Hao showed little concern and failed to perceive anything amiss, continuing his tutelage of Tang San. This prompted Fujikawa to nod inwardly. He understood that his wooden avatar remained as effective as ever. However, he felt the need to adjust the facial features of his wooden doppelganger. The transformation technique still applied, but he could manipulate the facial structure of the wooden form, a tactic he had previously employed against the sand-hidden village. Fujikawa, you have returned. Tang San greeted, his hands remaining busy with his work. Fujikawa nodded slightly in acknowledgement, maintaining his aloof demeanor. This was the persona he had crafted and could not afford to compromise. Perhaps in the future, he would need to befriend the uniquely intriguing Tang San. But he would do so under this guise. Tang Hao paid no mind to the exchange, recognizing that the boy had likely endured much. Tragedies abound in this world, too numerous to comprehend. Furthermore, it was evident that Fujikawa was not a complete name. There must be a surname preceding it. As for why Fujikawa chose not to disclose his surname, that was his own affair. After all, he was merely a child, albeit one whose eyes and martial spirit he had never heard of. Fujikawa lingered in the room for a while before stepping outside again. He had circled around Tang Hao without the latter noticing any anomalies in his behavior. In fact, he had even discreetly activated his Sharingan. Was it not common knowledge that a wooden doppelganger could utilize the Sharingan? Seeing Fujikawa depart, Tang San was momentarily taken aback. He could not fathom the significance of Fujikawa's swift exit after just returning. The rear mountains of Holy Soul Village. Fujiang reclaimed the wooden doppelganger, and the soul energy returned as well. It appears that the wooden doppelganger remains remarkably discreet. Perhaps it is time to bestow a name upon this brother of mine. Fujiang murmured to herself as the chakra within her transformed into soul power. What should I call it? Uchiha? Or Senju? Since my martial soul is the Sharingan, perhaps Uchiha would be more fitting. Perhaps I could replicate the actions of Itachi from years past. To be precise, I should draw upon Itachi's tale. Uchiha. Itachi? Uchiha. Sasuke? Fujiang is rather inept at naming. Initially, he devised a ninjutsu, but ended up bestowing upon it the title of an advanced transformation technique. Ultimately, she transformed the name of her ninjutsu to divinization. Thus, it was decided. Uchiha Itachi. Indeed, this name shall suffice. Uchiha Itachi joins the Spirit Hall, while Uchiha Fujiang remains by Tang Hao's side. Chapter 5, Master, Nodding City. Fujiang gazed upon the town that resided within the recesses of his memory. He refrained from uttering much, simply trailing behind the venerable village chief Old Jack, walking alongside Tang San. Upon encountering a fruit vendor, they inquired for directions. And Old Jack led Fujiang and Tang San to the Nodding Junior Soul Master Academy. The sentinel at the entrance, upon noticing the tattered garments adorning Old Jack and the patched attire worn by Tang San, initially bore no attention to Fujiang's shabby clothing. Could a humble village still produce a golden phoenix? Could such a modest place possess soul power, let alone 2? The academy had not seen a working student in many years. This gatekeeper, emboldened by his lowly status and frequent mistreatment, seized the moment to vent his pent-up grievances and resentments. While Old Jack could humble himself and endure insults, he could not tolerate affronts directed at Saint Spirit Village. When the gatekeeper derisively referred to Saint Spirit Village as a beggar's settlement, he crossed the line, provoking Old Jack's ire. What did you say? Old Jack spun around, casting a fierce glare at the gatekeeper, resolute in his refusal to allow anyone to demean Saint Spirit Village. What? Are you dissatisfied? I dare say you hail from a beggar's village. Before the gatekeeper could finish his taunt, Tang San unleashed his soul power, sending the gatekeeper sprawling. Fujiang gazed silently, harboring no intentions of taking action. This was partly due to his awareness of Tang San's fluctuating soul power, and partly because he wished to remain inconspicuous. The pressing concern at hand was to locate a soul ring. He had attempted to venture into the Soul Beast Forest, only to be thwarted by the guards. As for infiltrating, that particular forest was artificially cultivated and enclosed, with patrols circling constantly. Attempting to penetrate its defenses would significantly deplete his soul power. Although the art of the Mayfly was formidable, it demanded a substantial amount of soul energy. Relying solely on physical strength to gain entry was utterly impractical. Thus, he sought a document that would grant him access. A task far beyond the capabilities of his shadow clone. He contemplated approaching Su Yuntao, while Su would undoubtedly assist him. Such an action would implicate him with the Spirit Hall. Consequently, he decided to visit Nodding Academy in hopes of serendipity. If fortune smiled upon him, it would be ideal. If not, he would devise an alternative plan. Enough. Cease at once. A somewhat hoarse voice interrupted Fu Jiang's contemplation, halting Tang San's imminent release of the hidden dart, thus preserving the life of the doorman. The doorman, initially taken aback, swiftly transformed his expression, his fury morphing into obsequiousness as he bowed and scraped before the owner of the gravelly voice, resembling a sycophantic hound. Master, you have returned. The doorman's tone was laced with unabashed flattery, akin to a dog begging for scraps. Fu Jiang and Tang San turned their gazes towards the owner of the hoarse voice. He was a tall man with a resolute visage, sporting a crew cut and appearing to be in his 30s, with his hands clasped behind his back. An air of wisdom emanated from him, while his eyes sparkled with the light of knowledge. This man evoked a distinctly special feeling in Fu Jiang, one that was even more profound than the sentiments he felt towards Tang San and his father, Tang Hao. The man, referred to as the Master, cast a fleeting glance at the doorman but chose to disregard him. After all, everyone has their own way of living, and he would not judge others for their choices. Sir, may I see the proof from the Spirit Hall? The Master inquired solemnly, addressing Old Jack, the village chief, with a respectful tone, trembling with trepidation. Old Jack presented the Spirit Hall certificate that had been carelessly tossed to the ground by the doorman, now precious and carefully cradled in his hands. After verifying the authenticity of the certificate, the Master's gaze shifted to Tang San and then to the perpetually stoic Fu Jiang. Follow me, the Master said, first offering an apology to Old Jack before leading Fu Jiang and Tang San into the academy. As they walked, Tang San took the initiative to speak. Thank you, teacher. He expressed his gratitude, feeling a tinge of impulsiveness in his actions. Taking a life was no trivial matter, while he may not bear a heavy conscience. The age-old truth of life for a life held firm in that world. He realized he had acted too rashly had he truly harmed the doorman. He doubted his ability to escape from Nodding City. Teacher? I am not a teacher of the academy, the Master replied, glancing down at Tang San with a cool demeanor. Not a teacher? Did you not just say you represent the academy? Tang San asked, his charmingly youthful face displaying a hint of confusion, more endearing than the icy expression of Fu Jiang. The Master shook his head, typically lacking in patience for such matters, yet today he felt unusually tolerant, having seen the Spirit Hall certificate pertaining to this child. Are you Tang San or Fu Jiang? The Master queried, managing a strained smile. I am Tang San. And he is Fu Jiang, Tang San replied, feeling somewhat peculiar as he noted the Master's gaze intensifying upon hearing his name. Although he possessed innate full spirit power, his martial spirit was merely blue-silver grass, a rather unimpressive one. Shouldn't this Master be more interested in Fu Jiang, who boasted a powerful body martial spirit and also possessed innate full spirit power? To think, in the span of a single day, I would encounter two innate full spirit power prodigies. The Master's voice trembled with evident excitement. Will you teach us to cultivate our martial spirits? Tang San inquired. Are you willing? The Master regarded Tang San and Fu Jiang, sensing that the cold yet strikingly beautiful youth, Fu Jiang, harbored a deeply intricate story. Tang San halted in his tracks, lifting his gaze to the towering Master, contemplating the pros and cons of this proposition. Meanwhile, Fu Jiang slightly narrowed his eyes. If I were to become your disciple, could you grant me a certificate to enter the Soul Beast Forest? Fujiko spoke, her voice icy and distant, evoking an impression of profound aloofness. The Master turned his gaze towards the beautiful young boy, who had remained taciturn since their encounter. With his innate martial spirit manifesting as eyes and an innate full soul power, the Master had indeed studied the nature of such a martial spirit, though resources and materials were exceedingly scarce. At that moment, Tang San looked at Fujiko with a hint of astonishment. This was the longest sentence Fujiko had uttered in a month. Typically, her responses were limited to simple affirmations such as or oh. Yet now, she asserted, very well. As your teacher, it is my duty to oversee your soul rings. The master nodded, having discerned Fujiko's unwavering dedication to power. Upon hearing this, Fujiko bowed gracefully, executing a standard noble apprenticeship gesture. This formality had been observed by her shadow clone during its time in the martial spirit hall. When she witnessed a noble paying homage to a mentor, etiquette, too, was essential, especially when one lacked absolute strength. Impeccable manners could spare one from numerous troubles. Observing Fujiko's actions, the master's pupils constricted. He had already perceived that she was no ordinary child from a small village, not merely in appearance, but also in the chilling demeanor she exuded, which was far beyond that of an average peasant. Well, my dear child, and what of you? The master's exceedingly rare smile reappeared as he helped Fujiko to her feet, then turned his gaze towards Tang-san. Tang-san remained hesitant. Chapter 6. In equal to Tang-san, Shiau initially, Tang-san wavered, but upon the master's revelation, gleaned through the martial spirit hall that Tang-san possessed innate full soul power, he was struck with awe. Kneeling, he performed the 3 kneelings and 9 kowtows, proclaiming, "Once a teacher, forever a father." At this, the master's eyes glistened with emotion. Fujikawa quietly observed, indifferent to whether the master would show favoritism towards Tang-san due to his words. However, upon hearing the phrase "once a master, forever a father," she felt a peculiar sensation within. In the realm of ninjas, being a mentor is a perilous vocation, particularly for those in Konoha. After all, the tradition of killing one's master is deeply entrenched there. The instances of Orochimaru against Sarutobi Hiruzen, Nagato opposing Jiraiya, and Uchiha Obito confronting Namake's Minato come to mind. Subsequently, the master guided Fujikawa and Tang-san to complete their formalities, assisting them in procuring new bedding before allowing them to venture to their dormitory independently. The lower 3 floors of the dormitory housed 7 spacious rooms for students, each overseen by a designated teacher. The 7th dormitory stood out as the most peculiar among them, characterized by the poorest conditions, specifically allocated for work-study students. The academy was not a charitable institution, while tuition fees were waived. The treatment could not be equated with that of regular students. The 7th dormitory was a melting pot of ages and, indeed, a chaotic environment, where students of all ages and genders cohabited. As Fujin and Tang-san approached the entrance to the 7th dormitory, they could hear a cacophony of noise emanating from within. The door stood ajar, allowing the sounds to carry far and wide. The room itself was expansive, spanning over 300 square meters, furnished with 50 beds. However, these beds were merely makeshift constructions of worn wooden boards and sticks, with scant bedding available. Most of the dormitory's inhabitants lacked proper covers entirely. Inside, there were 7 or 8 children, evidently older than Fujin and Tang-san, engaged in a raucous commotion. Tang-san knocked on the door, which drew the attention of all the children. Upon noticing the clean and tidy bedding in the arms of Fujin and Tang-san, expressions of envy surfaced in their eyes, although only a few revealed overt jealousy. At the core of human nature lies goodness. Despite their impoverished circumstances, these children retained a degree of honesty, with only a small fraction having been hardened by their experiences. A robust child, towering for his age, approached Tang-san and Fujin, looking down upon them with an air of authority. New students? This imposing figure was evidently the leader among the children, and he seemed intent on establishing dominance. What followed was a familiar tale of bravado met with unexpected defeat. In his time at the orphanage within the ninja realm, he often employed similar tactics to assert his power, yet never had he faced such a merciless counterattack as he did from this boy named Wang Sheng. While Tang-san possessed commendable physical skills, most of his techniques relied on brute strength rather than finesse. As he matured and encountered truly formidable opponents, such skills would prove inadequate. "What is your martial spirit? How are you so formidable?" Wang Sheng, utterly captivated, inquired, his gaze towards Tang-san filled with admiration. Children, after all, possess a simplicity of thought. Blue silvergrass. Tang-san summoned his martial spirit. Blue silvergrass. One can cultivate that. Isn't that a useless martial spirit? Wang Sheng's admiration noticeably waned, and he muttered in disbelief. There are no useless martial spirits, only those who choose to be worthless. Tang-san replied earnestly. Oh, and what about you? What is your name? What is your martial spirit? Wang Sheng exclaimed, turning to Fujin with enthusiasm. However, upon encountering Fujin's icy demeanor and imposing aura, he hesitated, feeling a twinge of fear. In his eyes, only the aristocracy appeared so intimidating. Yet, he could not fathom why the child of nobility would find themselves in the 7th dormitory, a residence for working students. Fujin did not respond to him. nor did she even cast a glance in his direction. In her perception, a person as mediocre as Wang Xing was unworthy of her words. Moreover, she sensed nothing exceptional about Wang Sheng. Even the elderly village chief Jack exuded a hint of uniqueness, whereas Wang Sheng could only be described as insipid to the point of being negligible. At that moment, a melodious voice echoed from outside. "Is this the 7th dormitory?" The voice was sweet, and everyone turned their gaze towards the entrance. Upon seeing the source of the voice, their eyes widened in astonishment. A charming young girl stood at the door, appearing to be of similar age and height to Tang San. Her delicate face was a delightful blend of white and rosy hues, reminiscent of a ripe peach, evoking an irresistible urge to take a bite. Although she wore very simple attire, it was impeccably neat. Her long black hair was styled into a braid that cascaded down her back. Her large, sparkling eyes brimmed with curiosity. In her hands, she held a brand new school uniform. Beautiful, lovely, adorable. Yet, Fujin maintained her usual icy demeanor, showing no interest in the girl. Even though girls in the ninja world often mature early, at such a tender age, any discovered thoughts would lead to social ruin, and actions could result in dire consequences. "Hello, my name is Xiao. With Wu meaning to dance." The girl blinked her big, sparkling eyes, noticing the crowd's stunned silence. Ignoring their lack of response, she glanced at the sign on the door of the 7th dormitory, a charming smile gracing her face as she began her self-introduction. Meanwhile, Wang Xing, lying behind, nudged his companion persistently, signaling him to uphold the rules of the 7th dormitory, establish a firm impression for the newcomer. However, Tang San clearly had no intention of engaging in a confrontation with this beautiful girl, so he chose to concede, despite Tang San's reluctance to fight. Xiao had no such reservations and eagerly engaged him in a scuffle. Tang San's overconfidence led him to underestimate her, falling prey to her agile techniques. Afterward, Xiao turned her attention to Fujin, sensing a whiff of danger emanating from her. "What is your name?" Xiao inquired, her fondness for beautiful things evident in her admiration of Fujin's striking features, as she sweetly smiled and directed her question toward her. Fujin sensed a remarkable feeling emanating from this petite dancer, rivaling that of Tang San. Fujin spoke coldly, sensing an indescribable essence emanating from this little dance. A scent that seemed inhuman. Having attained the mode of an immortal, his perception was extraordinarily acute, rivaling even the divine insight of the Uzumaki clan's Kagura. Thus, he could discern that this little dancer possessed an otherworldly aura. "Fujin? What a peculiar name," the little dancer murmured, her petite fingers brushing against her lips in a delightful manner. In truth, compared to Fujin, the name Little Dance seemed even more unusual. "Let us engage in a duel," she exclaimed, casting aside her thoughts about the odd name and eagerly addressing Fujin. Upon hearing this, Fujin's brow furrowed slightly. Sharingan. Activate. 3 sinister black Tomo whirled within his crimson eyes, exuding an almost demonic aura. Genjutsu. Nariku's vision. This technique forced the opponent to confront their deepest fears, and Fujin could unleash it flawlessly without hand seals. Although it demanded a considerable amount of soul power and ocular strength, at least 1/10 of his soul power at that moment. In an instant, the little dancer collapsed to her knees, her large, tear-filled eyes clouded with mist, her tiny body trembling uncontrollably. Mom, she stammered, tears cascading down her cheeks as if they were flowing freely without restraint. Observing this, Fujin frowned slightly. How could this little dancer, comparable to Tang San, be so weak? Her willpower appeared alarmingly fragile. Chapter 7. Establishing bonds with the fated one. When the little dancer regained consciousness, her gaze towards Fujin was filled with profound fear. Yet, Fujin offered no explanation, turning instead to arrange his bedding, undisturbed by anyone's approach. Tang San, too, furrowed his brow, pondering the true nature of Fujin's martial soul. How did it compare to his own purple extreme demon eye? Simultaneously, he felt that Fujin's actions were somewhat excessive. A tense silence enveloped the 7th dormitory, and once Fujin had finished making his bed, he looked towards Tang San. "Seek out the teacher." Fujin's words were concise yet poignant, seemingly inviting Tang San to seek out the master. Upon hearing this, Tang San cast a glance at Xiao, whose tear-stained cheeks revealed her ongoing sobs. Nevertheless, he chose to follow Fujin. His acquaintance with Xiao was merely in its infancy, and he was not the type to be rendered immobile by the presence of a beautiful girl. Yet, he couldn't shake the feeling that Fujin's actions were somewhat excessive. Considering she was just a child, he had already forgotten that just a few hours prior, he had contemplated ending the life of the housekeeper. Perhaps this is a manifestation of double standards. As they walked along the path, silence enveloped them. Does it hurt? Fujiko suddenly spoke. Her pace unhurried and her voice barely above a whisper, yet Tang San discerned her words clearly. He was taken aback. Turning to face Fujiko as if encountering her for the very first time. No, it doesn't hurt, Tang San stammered in response. Feeling astonished by Fujiko's unexpected inquiry about his pain, a wave of guilt washed over him for having previously deemed her behavior excessive. It dawned on him that she had been venting her frustrations on his behalf. Throughout his life, Tang San had always perceived the world from the perspective of an adult. Believing that Fujiko, with her aloof demeanor, should similarly regard matters with the same maturity as he did, not holding grudges against the young Xiao. Yet, it finally struck him Fujiko was merely a 6-year-old child. Fujin nodded slightly, then fell silent once more. He had just employed the Naraku technique against Xiao, primarily to enhance Tang San's favorability. As for dealing with Xiao, he naturally had his own methods. Initially, he sensed a unique feeling in Naruto and Sasuke that was strikingly similar to that between Tang San and Xiao, prompting him to adopt a strategy of division and conquest. He befriended Naruto while taking Sasuke as his apprentice. Now, in this world, Tang San exuded a sensation akin to that of Naruto. One could say he was a person of destiny. Sasuke and Xiao were somewhat alike. Differing only in gender, Sasuke was the brother of the destined one in the ninja realm, while Xiao might be the connection to the person of destiny. Tang San. Establishing bonds with such individuals of fate brings only advantages, devoid of drawbacks, even if the destined one were to face annihilation. There may still be benefits to be gained. Upon arriving at the master's office, the two beheld him diligently scribbling at his desk, seemingly engaged in planning something. Upon noticing Fujin and Tang San's arrival, a faint smile graced his previously stoic visage. You have arrived, the master stated, rising and approaching them. Clutching the notebook in which he had been writing, I have devised a preliminary plan regarding Tang San's martial soul. Given that the blue-silver grass is exceedingly weak, it possesses a high degree of malleability. Thus, I recommend you pursue the path of a control-type soul master. He then turned his gaze towards Fujin. As for you, the information on your primary martial soul is exceedingly scarce, particularly concerning ocular martial souls. Therefore, I must inquire about the capabilities of your martial soul. The master directed his attention first to Tang San and then to Fujin, noting that he had yet to encounter any documentation regarding ocular martial souls. Soul power, mental strength. With a focus on mental prowess, Fujiang spoke, aware of the true nature of soul techniques in this world. For instance, Siyu Tao possessed a rather mundane soul technique. The ordinary wolf claw, which was only slightly more potent than a mere swipe of the paw, yet its superiority was limited. While it might be attributed to the fact that it was merely a century-old soul ring, such a soul technique seemed rather inadequate. Even the most elementary C-grade 5 elements ninjutsu surpassed these so-called soul techniques by a significant margin, not to mention that he possessed more than just 5 elements ninjutsu. As for a soul ring that enhances soul power or mental strength, it likely belonged to an illusion-type martial soul. This would necessitate following the path of a control system soul master. Indeed, control-type soul masters, among all soul masters, possess the strongest one-on-one combat capability, provided they are not countered by a notably restraining martial soul. The master interjected, refraining from inquiring how Fujiang discerned what kind of soul ring he required. He was an astute individual. Although he had never heard of a family possessing a primary martial soul, he recognized that the vastness of the world could yield the most extraordinary phenomena. It was not entirely astonishing for peculiar martial souls to emerge, nor was it unheard of for a prominent family to come into existence. I merely need a soul ring that increases my soul power or mental strength, as I possess a family heirloom soul technique. Fujiang is unperturbed by the prospect of exposure. Although the creation of unique soul techniques is rare, it is nevertheless a testament to his endeavor to fulfill his own persona. A family heirloom soul technique. The master was taken aback. For such techniques are not a privilege that every clan can boast. Upon hearing this, Fujiang nodded, recognizing that it was time for him to showcase his brilliance. The Uchiha clan merely needs to enhance their own soul and mental strength, without the necessity for soul techniques. Fujiang spoke up, simultaneously beginning to persuade the master and Tang San. Uchiha, if you merely seek to enhance your soul power and mental strength, I would recommend selecting the Heart Moon Fox and the Illusion Fox from the Fox Spirit Beasts as your first soul ring. Through my research, I have determined that the maximum age limit for the first soul ring is 423 years. Thus, the master began to elaborate extensively, presenting his arguments with reason and evidence, demonstrating great dedication and effort. Fujin was unaware of the intricacies surrounding martial souls, thus he listened intently. At that moment, Tang San was in a similar state. However, unlike Fujin, who selectively pondered over the aspects beneficial to him, Tang San meticulously recorded everything. Simultaneously, he discovered Fujin's surname, Uchiha. Uchiha Fujin. Is your illusion technique also a hereditary soul skill? Tang San abruptly inquired after the master had concluded his exposition. The master had just revealed the matter of Tang San's twin martial souls to Fujin, who appeared rather unfazed by the revelation. Nai Luo Zai technique. This art allows one to witness the most terrifying visions concealed within the depths of one's heart. Tomioka replied, her words remaining sparse, her expression betraying no hint of change. So it is, truly, a formidable soul technique. Tang San nodded thoughtfully, reflecting on the incredible might of the Uchiha clan. I can teach you. Fujiwara suddenly remarked that these ninjutsu held no value for him. However, they could indeed enhance the favorability of the destined child, which was quite advantageous. Upon hearing this, Tang San appeared momentarily stunned, as if he had not fully comprehended the statement. What? Tang San stood there in astonishment. Not only him but also Master was taken aback. Are you implying that this ancestral soul skill is being disseminated? Master inquired with a furrowed brow. The creation of one's own soul technique, even for the blue electric Tyrannosaurus clan, would never be shared. Doing so would lead to significant complications. Setting aside the consequences for Fujimaru, who would teach others the soul skill, it was certain that Tang San, upon mastering the technique, would meet a dire fate. The Uchiha clan had already faced annihilation. Fujiang remained utterly unconcerned about the potential implications of his words, whether they might provoke avarice in the master. Upon hearing this, Tang San was momentarily taken aback, and his gaze towards Fujiang was imbued with profound sympathy. No wonder Fujiang perpetually wore a stoic expression since their first encounter. Tang San had yet to witness even a hint of a smile upon Fujiang's face, instead sensing an unmistakable aura of hostility that clung to him. It turns out that Chapter 8, Ninjutsu, the Soul Hunting Forest. The master led Fujiang and Tang San to this location to procure their soul rings. This master appeared to hold a significant position within the spirit hall, as evidenced by the token bestowed by the pontiff's palace. Hunting soul beasts necessitates a measure of patience and utmost caution. One must never compromise, for soul rings are irreplaceable. The maximum lifespan for a first soul ring is 423 years, and I hope that your inaugural soul rings come exceedingly close to this age. The master elaborated on the intricacies of soul rings, simultaneously imparting the importance of careful selection. Subsequently, the master shared further detailed information regarding soul rings. Is there a method to exceed this limit? Fujiang inquired, his voice remained icy and his expression unchanging. However, this time, as he spoke with a frigid demeanor, Tang San and the master felt not a flicker of resentment in their hearts. Instead, a profound sense of compassion for Fujiang enveloped them. They could scarcely fathom the turmoil that would engulf a 6-year-old child suddenly bereft of family. There existed two possibilities, albeit challenging. The first possibility hinged upon the strength of one's body. If it were sufficiently robust, it could withstand the formidable soul power bestowed by a powerful soul ring. The most effective means of enhancing one's physique was through the absorption of soul bones, yet these were exceedingly rare. The second possibility entailed compelling a soul beast to sacrifice itself. Once this occurred, even the most novice soul master could wield a soul ring formed from a 100,000-year-old soul beast. The master began to elucidate, suggesting that while the first possibility held a glimmer of hope, the second seemed rather implausible. Setting aside the irreconcilable discord between soul beasts and humans, one must consider the innate pride of the soul beasts, which sometimes drove them to self-detonation to avert becoming a human soul bone. Sacrifice, indeed. Fujiang murmured softly, contemplating the possibility of utilizing illusions to compel the spirit beast to offer sacrifices to him. What if I were to wield illusions to command the spirit beast to present offerings to me? Fujiang inquired once more. The standards for initiating a sacrifice are exceedingly stringent. It must be the genuine volition of the soul beast, and under the influence of illusions, the sacrifice cannot be executed. The master felt a sense of joy at Fujiang's naivety, for the lineage of this disciple was steeped in tragedy. To help Fujiang emerge from the shadows, it must be a gradual process, as one cannot achieve great feats in a single endeavor. The initial step is to foster more communication. At the very least, to rectify Fujiang's habit of speaking only a few words each time. Upon hearing this, Fujiang nodded. He possessed a technique derived from the Sharingan of that little fellow Shui. although it bore considerable limitations and had become a rather mediocre version in his hands. It could indeed alter a person's will within a short time frame. I wish to give it a try. Fujikawa resolutely fixed her dark, unblinking gaze upon the master. Taken aback by her intensity, the master nodded in acknowledgement. Fujikawa, the hand seals you have taught me, I have nearly mastered, he remarked. In just a single day, Tang Sen had achieved the remarkable feat of performing 2 seals per second, and on particularly good days, he could even manage 3. This accomplishment was largely attributed to his continuous practice with concealed weaponry techniques, which rendered his fingers remarkably agile, complemented by his exceptionally developed intellect. Fujikawa had provided him with numerous sequences for forming the seals, and he seldom made errors. The master, too, had endeavored to learn those hand seals. Yet he found himself struggling to execute even 2 seals per second, occasionally faltering in his formations. Siwei Shenhai Wuyin, he intoned, channeling his soul power through, ultimately condensing the energy at his throat before forcefully expelling it. Fujiang began to elucidate the intricate application of the Great Fireball technique while simultaneously demonstrating its formidable power. Fire release. Great Fireball technique. He silently proclaimed within his mind, and then unleashed a torrent of flames from his mouth. This inferno coalesced into a fireball approximately 2 meters in diameter, which thunderously struck a tree that could be embraced by 3 individuals. The tree splintered instantly, stirring a flurry of avian spirit beasts from their slumber and capturing the attention of several centennial spirit beasts. The remarkable impact and exceedingly high temperature are pivotal factors contributing to the lethal potency of the Great Fireball. Although categorized as a C-rank ninjutsu, it stands as one of the signature techniques of the Uchiha clan, with numerous advanced derivative techniques above it. In this realm, soul power is devoid of elemental attributes and does not necessitate property transformation, rendering it vastly superior to chakra. Initially, he had presumed that chakra and soul power were comparable, only to discover that soul power surpasses chakra by an extraordinary margin. Witnessing the immense destructive force of the Great Fireball and feeling the surrounding temperature surge dramatically, the master's eyes widened in astonishment, nearly popping from their sockets. The power exhibited here eclipsed even that of a second soul skill from a century-old strong attack-type battle soul master. In awe, the master's previously stoic visage fell into a comical expression, but he soon regained his composure and began to calculate the specific parameters of this self-created soul skill. Tang San, too, was filled with fervor. Although the Tang sect's advanced concealed weapons are formidable, ordinary concealed weapons, particularly those crafted through personal technique, pale in comparison to Fujiang's ancestral soul skill. No, it is simply incomparable. Fujiang, what is the consumption like? The master promptly inquired, prioritizing his concerns. Currently, Fujiang was merely a level 10 soul master, and even if this Uchiha clan's ancestral soul skill were to exhaust all of Fujiang's soul power, it would still be deemed a powerful self-created soul skill. However, observing that Fujiang did not appear to be drained, he speculated, to achieve the potency just demonstrated, I would need to expend 1/5 of my soul power in a single use. Fujiang replied, her words somewhat verbose, a testament to the influence of Tang San and the master. Tang San believed that he had indeed made an impact on Fujiang. Upon hearing this, the master was taken aback, instinctively retreating a couple of steps. As for Tang San, he had already begun practicing the fireball technique. The 6 seals had to be completed within 5 seconds, a feat that novice practitioners typically struggled to manage effectively. As Fujiang had yet to finish speaking, Tang San's cheeks puffed up, seemingly preparing to unleash a formidable fireball akin to Fujiang's. Even a prodigy like Tang San, encountering the fireball for the first time, could not succeed. After all, not everyone possesses the prowess of Uchiha Itachi. Suddenly, a plume of black smoke erupted from his mouth, and Tang San's eyes rolled back, leading him into a fit of incessant coughing. Fortunately, there were no century-old soul beasts nearby, let alone millennium-old ones. Otherwise, the commotion caused by Fujiang and Tang San would have undoubtedly attracted their attention. To be precise, it was fortunate that this was the soul-hunting forest, devoid of even a 10,000-year soul beast, as it had been a designated area by the Spirit Hall in the Tiendo Empire to raise a soul beast specifically for novice soul masters. Witnessing Tang San's plight, the master subdued his own desire to experiment. Alas, I fear I may not be able to teach you, he sighed, his gaze fixed upon Fujiang, revealing an indescribable emotion, predominantly one of inferiority. I seek knowledge. The strength of a master cannot be bestowed upon a disciple, but the wisdom of a master can. Fujiang noticed that the master appeared somewhat despondent, and immediately expressed a rather peculiar demeanor. With unwavering determination, she spoke, her voice cold yet imbued with greater resolve than chill. Upon hearing this, the master paused in surprise and then affectionately ruffled Fu Zhang's hair. This beautiful young disciple of his had a remarkable talent for providing comfort. Chapter 9. Uchiha Fujiang. Such a precious ancestral soul technique must not be publicized any further. Both Shaoxin and I shall keep it a secret for you. Furthermore, you must refrain from claiming that your family has vanished, as this could invite unwarranted calamity upon you. I hope you comprehend the principle that a guilty party may not always be at fault. Rather, it is the innocent who often suffer for possessing something valuable. Additionally, should the enemies responsible for your family's demise discover your ancestral soul technique, they will undoubtedly seek you out. The master's earnest counsel emanated from a place of genuine concern. Upon hearing his words, the once indifferent depths of Fu Zhang's black eyes momentarily lost their luster, as if a troubling thought had crossed her mind. Her small frame trembled with rage as she vehemently insisted to herself, "No, that individual will not come after me, at least not until I have grown stronger." "Never." Fu Jiang spoke coldly, his voice trembling slightly, as rage threatened to drive him to madness. It felt as though his family had truly been annihilated, as if it had indeed been obliterated, and he had even played a part in it. "Could you share it with me?" The master pondered for a moment before responding. He had initially wished to remain oblivious to his disciple's past, but observing his disciple's current state, he realized that if this matter remained unresolved, the immense pressure would inevitably drive him to insanity. At that moment, Tang San, fully aware of the situation, began to scatter powder around to repel snakes, ants, insects, and mosquitoes, even erecting a tent. Fu Jiang lifted her gaze to regard the towering figure of the man with a zombie-like visage, seemingly contemplating whether to share her thoughts with him. The Uchiha clan has resided on a secluded island, where, due to our formidable powers, we have safeguarded that land. The father of this man and I were both leaders within the Uchiha clan. This man is a prodigy. Whether it pertains to the ancestral soul techniques or his own martial spirit, he has recently awakened his martial spirit as the three-tomo Sharingan. The soul technique I just employed is known as the Great Fireball Technique, regarded as the most rudimentary of all fire-based soul arts. When he first learned this technique, he merely observed it once before adeptly executing the Great Fireball Technique. My martial spirit, the Sharingan, it is the cornerstone of the Uchiha clan. The majority of Uchiha members can only awaken a common ocular martial spirit, while only a select few possess the capability to awaken the one-tomo Sharingan. Naturally, the Sharingan has the potential to evolve. Fu Jiang paused momentarily, as if a recollection had struck him, his teeth clenched tightly, the joints of his fists turning pale. This display prompted both the master and Tang San to place their hands upon his tightly clenched fists, as if to alleviate the fury simmering within him. For a long time, the clan believed that the pinnacle of the Sharingan was the three-tomo Sharingan. Until one fateful day when that man uncovered the ancient steel left by the ancestors of the Uchiha clan, revealing the existence of the eye beyond the three-tomo Sharingan. The Kaleidoscope Sharingan. At this moment, both the master and Tang San began to indulge in their imaginations, intrigued by how martial souls might evolve, particularly the master. Yet neither dared to interrupt Fu Jiang's cathartic recounting of the past due to their curiosity. The evolution of the Sharingan necessitates an immensely powerful emotional upheaval. Some clan members experienced this transformation upon witnessing the sudden death of a beloved pet cat after years of companionship, while others were compelled to evolve their Sharingan due to the demise of cherished family members. That man first took the life of the cat he had nurtured for 4 years, then he killed the one who had always adored him, Izumi, and finally, he murdered his father and mother, along with the entirety of the clan. Fujumi's breath began to grow erratic, tears streaming uncontrollably from her eyes, her expression gradually contorting into a fierce grimace. The once beautiful visage now bore a hint of distortion. Yet for some inexplicable reason, paired with the tear mole at the corner of her eye, this twisted appearance possessed an oddly captivating charm. She had successfully awakened the kaleidoscopic Sharingan, acquiring what was deemed the power of the divine. In her eagerness to test her own capabilities, Fujimi unwittingly activated the Sharingan. 3 tomos spun incessantly around her pupils, unleashing a sinister and otherworldly aura that even affected the ambient temperature of the reality surrounding her. Both the master and Tang San distinctly sensed a drop in the temperature around them. It was undeniable that martial spirits could influence their environment. But such occurrences were typically associated with weapon spirits or high-grade beast spirits. The fact that a physical martial spirit, particularly one embodied in the eyes, could alter the surrounding temperature was indeed extraordinary. The master silently noted this phenomenon, contemplating the publication of a future book on physical martial spirits. After turning 20, I shall engage in a life-and-death battle with him, for only one shall emerge alive. Fujiang wiped away her tears and spoke with fierce determination. Despite the severity of her tone, Master and Tang Xin discerned the underlying fear within her. Fujiang's ferocious demeanor was merely a facade to mask her inner trepidation. Fujiang, I shall assist you, Tang Xin declared solemnly. In his eyes, Fujiang had become akin to a younger brother. And given his previous life as a member of the Tang sect, he held a deep reverence for his sect. Even though the Tang sect had driven him to his demise in his past life, he still aspired to elevate the Tang sect in this world. This is a fateful battle between him and me. You are not permitted to interfere. Fujiang shook his head, and then, as if releasing a deep sigh, gradually calmed himself. Upon hearing this, Tang San could only shake his head, yet, if he were truly asked to stand idly by, he could not comply. Very well. Let us continue the search for soul beasts. I can no longer tolerate my own weakness. With that, Fujiang rose to his feet, closing his Sharingan, wiping away his tears, and restoring his aloof demeanor. Observing Fujiang's retreating figure, both the master and Tang San shared a tacit understanding and remained silent. To some, it might seem exceedingly irrational, even foolish, for Fujiang to so readily impart his family's soul technique to Tang San, and to candidly reveal the secret of his family's demise to the master. Yet, Fujiang is still, not yet 6 years old, a child of such tender age, burdened with so much. Yearns for an outlet to express his pent-up anger and grievances. Moreover, how rational can a child of less than 6 truly be? How mature can he possibly seem? This is also Fujiang's shield in the present moment. He is but a child. The significance of this statement should not be underestimated, regardless of what a child may do. They are generally perceived as. Chapter 10, The Sacrifice. A 4-meter-long, battered mandala snake stood frozen in place. Its serpent eyes transformed into the form of a 3-tomo Sharingan. Fujian's eyes were somewhat swollen, yet devoid of pain. To her surprise, as her body diminished, her ocular prowess also appeared to regress. The exertion of controlling a beast that seemed utterly devoid of intellect required an unexpected amount of ocular energy or mental fortitude. The 400-year-old mandala serpent, Shiau-san, this is the most suitable soul ring for you. The master stroked the stubble on his chin, meticulously observing the motionless mandala serpent. Upon witnessing the serpent's eyes transform into the 3-tomo Sharingan, his astonishment deepened. Master, can a plant-type martial soul absorb an animal-type soul ring? Tang Xin inquired, embodying the spirit of curiosity. The master then began to elucidate a martial soul theory he had previously proposed. And one could not help but admire the depth of his understanding regarding martial souls. Ahem, very well, Shiau-san. Eliminate this mandala serpent. And then follow the method I have taught you to absorb the soul ring, the master instructed, feeling a surge of excitement within him. An ultimate first soul ring is undoubtedly a flawless commencement. Though he could not stand atop the continent himself, he firmly believed that his 2 disciples would undoubtedly achieve greatness. The eldest disciple, Tang San, possessed innate full soul power and was endowed with dual martial souls. By first cultivating the blue-silver grass to the Soul King level, he could bestow a 10,000-year soul ring upon the Haotian hammer. Furthermore, should he elevate the blue-silver grass to the tidal Douluo level, in conjunction with his father, the Haotian Douluo, he might acquire a 100,000-year soul ring. The second disciple, Uchiha Fujin, also possessed innate full soul power, with his primary martial soul being the Sharingan, backed by formidable ancestral soul techniques. Remarkably, even in the absence of a soul ring, Fujin was capable of controlling a 400-year-old mandala serpent solely through his martial soul, appearing to bear no burden whatsoever. Sacrifice it to him. Fujin spoke softly, her 3-tomo spinning once more in her eyes. The mandala serpent remained entirely unresponsive. The master bore an expression of unsurprising realization. If it were indeed possible to manipulate soul beasts through illusionary arts for sacrificial purposes, this world would be inundated with soul masters boasting 10,000-year soul rings from the very first circle. Fujin furrowed his brow slightly, and then his left eye transformed into the shape of a 4-sided dart. Offer your sacrifices to him. He silently roared in his heart, O divine being. Blood tears streamed from Fujiang's left eye. Despite possessing the Rinnegan, the use of such ocular techniques still demanded a toll of blood. Moreover, his body was not yet 6 years old, even with the sage body. A period of recuperation was necessary before he could wield the technique of the left eye once more. Suddenly, the mandala serpent's eyes transformed back into serpentine orbs. Yet this time they lacked the previous chill and menace. instead radiating a warmth and affection. This gentle and affectionate gaze settled upon Tang San. A shiver coursed through Tang San, akin to the sensation of a hand intruding into his collar on a frigid winter day. As he stared in astonishment at the serpent's eyes, even the master was taken aback. Serpents are cold-blooded creatures, and a century-old soul beast typically adheres strictly to its primal instincts. Rarely do 100-year soul beasts exhibit intelligence, as only those over a millennium possess intellect comparable to that of humans. Hiss. The mandala serpent opened its mouth wide, yet instead of releasing a cloud of venom, it exhaled a stream of warm, golden light directed at Tang San. Instantly, a radiant yellow light enveloped Tang San, and a yellow soul ring manifested around him. As his blue-silver grass grew from a modest two-leaf sprout into a half-man-tall plant adorned with mysterious patterns. As the century-old soul ring appeared on Tang San, the master's eyes widened in disbelief, nearly tearing at the corners, his pupils threatening to leap from their sockets. This is a sacrifice. The master stammered, his mind reeling, as the events of the past day had utterly dismantled his previous perceptions. Even the formidable title Douluo of illusion had never heard of a soul beast performing a sacrifice. He then noticed the blood tears cascading from Fu Jiang's left eye and hurriedly approached him, kneeling beside him with deep concern as he examined the eye. "I am fine. It is merely a side effect. I cannot employ this technique with my left eye for a month." Fu Jiang spoke, a slight frown crossing his brow as he felt a dull ache in his left eye. It had been far too long since he had experienced injury, and even longer since he had felt the sting of pain. Such a feeble throb was enough to draw a grimace from him. He had grown complacent. "Let us return for now, and we shall hunt for soul rings in a month's time. By the way, can your soul skill control 1,000-year soul beasts? Or perhaps 10,000-year soul beasts?" Although the master found this notion somewhat implausible, controlling even a 1,000-year soul beast seemed a daunting task. Let alone a 10,000-year one, there lingered a flicker of hope within him. After all, Fu Jiang had long since shattered his previous perceptions. With merely 1/5 of the soul power of a level 10 soul master devoid of a soul ring, he had been able to unleash the unique second ring soul skill of a 100-year strong attack system soul master. Moreover, from Fu Jiang's account, this appeared to be merely the foundational skill of a series of soul techniques. "I do not know. I have not yet attempted it. But that man, he surely possesses the capability. His first soul ring is, after all, black." Fu Jiang shook her head, and when she spoke of that man, her expression grew even more menacing. Upon hearing this, the master felt a heaviness in his heart, a flicker of concern for the future of his young disciple. He firmly believed that this disciple would undoubtedly rise to become a titled Douluo, perhaps even a paragon among them. However, no, he could not permit this prodigious disciple, who had already astonished him in just 3 days of acquaintance, to perish, especially not at the tender age of 20. When one is at the pinnacle of youth. Furthermore, the hunt for soul beasts must continue. My time is running short. Fu Jiang calmed her fierce countenance and gradually spoke with a serene demeanor. However, the master would not allow Fu Jiang to act impulsively. As the blueprint he had originally crafted for her had been completely disrupted, particularly upon learning that Fu Jiang could sacrifice soul beasts for humanity. Perhaps Fu Jiang need not possess twin martial souls to achieve a first soul ring of 10,000 years. The master did not believe that his disciple Fu Jiang was inferior to any so-called man. Nonetheless, he required a safeguard, a means to protect Fu Jiang should she fail to control the 10,000-year soul beast and needed to retreat unscathed. Do not act recklessly. You would not wish to be outdone by the man you speak of, would you? If his first soul ring is 10,000 years while yours is merely a century, you will undoubtedly struggle to compete. The master cleverly invoked that man to persuade Fu Jiang, clearly demonstrating his astuteness in pinpointing Fu Jiang's vulnerability. Fu Jin fell into a contemplative silence. The master then turned his gaze towards Tang San, feeling a tinge of regret. Had he known earlier of Fu Jin's remarkable abilities, he would have penned a letter to Flander, detailing everything, and sought assistance for his 2 disciples in acquiring their soul rings. His own strength felt woefully inadequate, unable to contend even with a moderately powerful century-old soul beast. Nevertheless, the master gazed at his 2 disciples, amidst the shadows of his decades-long existence. This might be the pinnacle of his pride. No, when his 2 disciples eventually ascend to the rank of titled Douluo, that will be the true zenith of his life's achievements. Chapter 11. A personage of great importance. Today, a notable figure graced the nodding city's Junior Academy. This illustrious individual, adorned with 7 radiant soul rings, descended with great fanfare into the nodding Junior Soul Master Academy. The presence of this distinguished figure was met with a warm welcome from the Academy's principal, yet he seemed more intent on seeking someone paying little heed to the respectful praises offered by the principal. The eminent individual made his way to the master's office, where Fu Jin and Tang San also caught sight of him. Thus far, this was the most formidable soul master Tang San had ever encountered. Xiao Gang, it is quite rare for you to reach out to me, the illustrious figure exclaimed with hearty laughter. His eagle-like sharp eyes, which previously bore an air of arrogance, now conveyed a warm and approachable demeanor, enhanced by his jovial laughter. Fu Jian gazed at the esteemed soul saint, whose soul power continued to circulate without pause. Allow me to introduce my friend, Flender, a level 76 battle soul saint. He runs a soul master academy. You may refer to him as Dean from now on. The master introduced this distinguished figure, his expression as stoic as a statue, seemingly unmoved by Flender's arrival. Yet, only those familiar with him could discern that he was in remarkably high spirits. Flender, on the other hand, wore an unwavering smile, particularly when he heard the master suggest that Fu Jiang and Tang San address him as Dean. He began to speculate that perhaps his old friend intended to enroll these two children in his academy. However, he was a man of principles. If their talents were insufficient, he would never accept them. This is you, Fu Jiang, and this is Tang San. They are both my disciples. The reason for summoning you is concerning Fu Jiang's soul ring. The master refrained from discussing the matter of Uchiha, not wishing to reopen old wounds in front of Fu Jiang. Even the surname Uchiha was akin to a bloody dagger, continuously wounding him. Flender was taken aback. He knew his old friend Yu Xiaojiang had only 2 soul rings, yet he could easily handle a 100-year soul beast. There was no need to trouble himself for such a matter. Could it be that they were dealing with a soul beast nearing a millennium in age? That seemed unlikely. These 2 children appeared to be merely 6 years old, possibly having just awakened their martial souls. It was improbable for them to even possess a second ring, let alone be considered geniuses. Was there perhaps a unique type of soul beast required? Yes, that must be it. There could be no better justification for this situation. Flender had rushed over upon receiving news from the master. Although he suspected he was being treated as a mere tool, he remained unconcerned. The bond within their golden triangle was far more significant. I need a 10,000-year soul ring. The master spoke with a serious tone, as if sensing Flender's confusion. Upon hearing this, Flender was utterly astounded. A 10,000-year soul ring? Did he not comprehend the implications of such a thing? After all, Fu Jiang could summon soul beasts for sacrifice. Once the master ensured that no one else was within earshot, he revealed this earth-shattering revelation. If the powerful factions across the continent were to learn of this, Fu Jiang would receive numerous invitations from various forces. However, Fu Jiang was one. No formidable faction would want to see their rivals, or even allies, grow stronger than themselves. The disparity between a 10,000-year soul ring and a 1,000-year soul ring was already staggering, not to mention the difference between a 100-year and a 10,000-year soul ring. Is this true? Has it been tested? Flender inquired hastily, his sharp eyes losing their usual intensity, now wide with incredulity. The sight of Flender in such a state was hardly surprising to the master. It would have been more astonishing if he had remained composed. Currently, it was known that Fu Jiang could command a 100-year soul beast for sacrifice, and according to Fu Jiang, controlling these soul beasts was remarkably simple, requiring little exertion. The master maintained a serious demeanor, his expression unwavering. Since returning from the soul-hunting forest, Fu Jiang had informed the master that his soul skill could only be activated through the Sharingan. After its use, the power of one Sharingan would diminish, requiring a month before it could be activated again. Fu Jiang even explained that the soul skill depended solely on his will and the level of the Sharingan. His uncertainty during their time in the soul-hunting forest was rooted in the fact that he had never tested it before. Flender turned his gaze to Fu Jiang, who appeared strikingly beautiful, albeit with a perpetually cold expression. One could not help but note that this child bore the potential to become a calamity in the future. Could it be his martial soul? Flender exclaimed, pausing to contemplate, then turned to Fu Jiang. Only a martial soul could account for why Fu Jiang could command soul beasts for sacrifice. It might be a previously unseen top-tier martial soul, or perhaps a mutated one. I will gradually share more about Fu Jiang in the future. For now, our immediate concern is to help him obtain his first soul ring. There are no 10,000-year soul beasts in the soul-hunting forest. However, there are plenty in the Stardow forest, and 10,000-year soul beasts typically do not travel in packs. They mostly inhabit their own territories. This time, Fu Jiang requires a soul ring that enhances mental and soul power, not one with offensive capabilities. A support-type soul skill would suffice. Therefore, we should seek out fox-type soul beasts, those capable of illusion, such as the Heart Moon Fox, Nine-Tailed Fox, Demon Fox, Charm Fox, or the Bewildering Tree and Bewitching Willow. We should start our search with 10,000-year soul beasts, and if that proves unfeasible, we can consider 1,000-year soul beasts. The master began to elaborate, while Flinder listened intently. Tang San observed Fu Jiang, feeling as though he had become a subject in Fu Jiang's experiment. Yet, he remained indifferent, believing that whether he gained or lost was simply fate. Moreover, he possessed a second martial soul. According to his teacher's description, it could accommodate 9 10,000-year soul rings. That would be the moment when he could truly unleash his power. Do you understand? The master tapped the table with his fingers and spoke slowly. Flinder, who had been listening intently, nodded, his gaze towards Fu Jiang filled with an indelible fervor. Xiao Gang, with 2 such talented disciples, have you considered their future? Flinder remarked with a smile that seemed somewhat sycophantic. The Soul Master Academy, you say? I plan to send them to the Tiando Royal Academy. With their talents, they could easily garner a significant portion of the Academy's resources. The master appeared oblivious to Flinder's ulterior motives and spoke directly, causing Flinder's expression to stiffen. Ahem, Xiao Gang. The Tiando Royal Academy isn't all that great, and with so many students there, the quality of the teachers varies. How can you trust placing these 2 prodigies in such an environment? Flinder cleared his throat, launching into a critique of the Tiando Royal Academy's numerous shortcomings. As though placing Fu Jiang and Tang San there would squander their immense potential. Where do you think they should go? The master raised an eyebrow, fully aware of Flinder's intentions. However, Shrek Academy simply could not compete with the Tiando Royal Academy regarding the simulated training environment and eligibility for the Elite Continental Soul Master Academy competition, which Shrek Academy could not provide. Of course, they should attend our Shrek Academy. Flinder exclaimed enthusiastically, even gesticulating animatedly, already envisioning the scenario of these 2 prodigies flourishing at Shrek Academy. Chapter 12. Fortune Stardew Forest. Fu Jiang trailed behind Flinder, who incessantly extolled the virtues of his Shrek Academy, painting it as unparalleled and celestial. The master remained reluctant to permit Fu Jiang and Tang San to enroll in Shrek Academy. However, after persistent persuasion from Flinder, the master finally acquiesced, provided that both Tang San and Fu Jiang were willing to attend. He made it clear that they must also participate in the elite competition of advanced soul master academies across the continent. Unlike previous occasions, the master did not emphasize the importance of teamwork this time. This was due to the fact that Fu Jiang's ancestral soul skills surpassed those of the assault system in strength, outmatched the agility system in speed, and exhibited greater cunning than the control system. Fu Jiang alone could constitute an entire team. A few support-type soul masters would suffice to bolster his prowess. Tang San, too, was progressing rapidly as he learned Fu Jiang's ancestral soul skills. All that mattered was gaining strength. Everything else was of little consequence. Fu Jin spoke coldly, her gaze devoid of emotion. Upon hearing this, Flinder's lips curled into a smirk, albeit one that exuded a certain lewdness at that moment. He was already envisioning the radiant future of Shrek Academy. Suddenly, a warning erupted from Flinder's lips as he grasped Fu Jin's shoulder and retreated explosively. In that instant, a dark beam descended upon the very spot where Fu Jin and Flinder had just stood. The dark energy struck the earth, creating minimal sound. Yet it left the ground corroded into a pitch-black wasteland. It was poison. Fu Jiang looked up and beheld a grotesque purple spider traversing through the air. While it appeared to be walking in midair, it was, in fact, moving upon an entirely transparent web. The burrow demon spider, a creature of at least 10,000 years. Flinder exclaimed. The burrow demon spider is an exceedingly troublesome spirit beast, one of the most terrifying among the spider species, almost on par with the faceless demon spider. However, in comparison, the burrow demon spider is more insidious, favoring the establishment of various traps to ensnare its prey. The mere presence of this creature signifies that the wretched beast has undertaken extensive preparations. Illusions. This is not mere sorcery. Fu Jiang did not perform any seals. He merely needed to employ the Sharingan to flawlessly execute the illusion. In an instant, the burrowing demon spider momentarily hesitated before abruptly lunging to the left, striking with its deadly spider leg. Observing the spider's actions, Flinder was taken aback, but then a thought struck him as he glanced down at Fu Jiang, whose forehead glistened with sweat. Damn it, it's still too much. The soul power is simply too low, and having split into so many clones, the situation is dire. Although the technique here was successfully executed, the cost was 2/3 of his soul power. This is an illusionary soul skill. Flinder exclaimed in astonishment, immediately springing into action. 4th soul skill. Eagle Claw Blade. Instantly, a phantom of a cat eagle materialized behind Flandra, soaring into the air as the 4th purple soul ring illuminated. 8 razor-sharp wind blades manifested and viciously slashed toward the 8 spider legs of the burrowing demon spider. Clash, clash, clash. The wind blades collided with the spider legs, producing a sound akin to steel striking steel. The burrowing demon spider stumbled, 4 of its sturdy legs sustaining deep gashes, while the 4 relatively weaker legs were severed in an instant. The foul blood splattered onto the ground, creating a cloud of mist and emitting a hissing sound of corrosion. Roar. The burrowing demon spider let out an enraged screech, its 8 purple eyes reflecting a distinctly human-like fury as it fixed a vicious glare on Flandre, suspended in midair. Illusion. Kaleidoscope Sharingan. Fujiang suddenly appeared within the line of sight of the cavernous demon spider. As the human and beast locked eyes, in an instant, 8 purple spider eyes transformed into the shape of a 6-winged windmill. Observing this, Flandre silently acknowledged the opportunity, preparing to unleash a soul technique for the final blow against the demon spider, when he was abruptly halted by Fujiang's call. Wait, this spider is not suited for me. Fujiang spoke, expressing his need for a soul ring that could significantly enhance his soul power and mental strength, noting that the abyssal spider was clearly unsuitable for him. Upon hearing this, Flandre was momentarily taken aback, before promptly unleashing his 4th soul skill, Eagle Claw Blade, severing the remaining 4 spider legs with precision. The excruciating pain caused the abyssal spider to break free from the illusion cast by the kaleidoscope Sharingan, letting out a piercing roar before burrowing into the earth, vanishing completely from sight. It was unexpected that this little creature could indeed manipulate a 10,000-year soul beast, though he had mentally prepared himself. Witnessing it firsthand still left him in awe. What had just occurred was not manipulation, but merely an illusion. Fujian spoke succinctly and then began to restore his soul power. He believed it prudent to refine his wooden clone technique, ensuring that the clone did not siphon too much strength from his main body. Otherwise, he could easily find himself in peril. Upon hearing this, Flandre paid little mind, for in his perspective, it was already remarkable that a soul master without a soul ring could affect a 10,000-year soul beast, regardless of the means employed. An hour passed, and Fujian had fully replenished his soul power, starting to search the surroundings. The area they had just traversed should belong to the subterranean magic spider. My soul power has not diminished significantly. I can afford to search a bit longer. However, capturing a 10,000-year soul beast relies heavily on fortune. One might encounter it upon merely entering the soul beast forest or, conversely, search for a month without a trace. It is hardly plausible for a desired soul beast to simply appear before one. Flandre was about to offer words of comfort to Fujian, acknowledging that despite this being their first sighting of a 10,000-year soul beast since entering the forest, they had already spent 2 days therein. He was indifferent himself, yet he sensed that the young boy lacked patience, thus felt compelled to assert his authority. However, before he could finish his sentence, a creature suddenly crashed heavily before Fujian and Flandre. A fox, limping with an injured leg and bearing numerous wounds, fell before them. This fox measured approximately 3 meters in length, with 9 tails, each shimmering with a resplendent golden hue, now drooping limply to the ground. Its once lustrous fur had lost its sheen. A 9-tailed fox. Moreover, it was a 9-tailed fox of the 10,000-year caliber. Fujian turned to glance at Flandre, who was left utterly astonished. Yet, Fujian refrained from uttering another word, sparing Flandre further embarrassment. However, Fujian felt little surprise. He had grown accustomed to it. As long as he interacted with those destined for greatness, all his endeavors unfolded seamlessly. In the past, within the shinobi world, he had mastered the Flying Thunder God technique in a single night, yet upon reflection, he could not discern how he had accomplished such a feat. Boom. Another resounding blast echoed as a lightning-infused leopard landed before them, equally on the brink of collapse. These 2 soul beasts, had they both suffered grievous injuries? Had Fujian emerged as the unexpected beneficiary? Flandre's expression contorted, his features almost knitting together in distress. He could clearly see that the wounds adorning the 9-tailed fox were inflicted by the lightning leopard, from the charred gashes to the bite marks on its forelegs. All bore the unmistakable signature of this electric beast. The lightning leopard bore fewer injuries, yet its eyes were dim and lifeless, revealing that its spirit had been profoundly wounded. Chapter 13. The First Soul Skill. Innate Illusionary Charm. The eternal soul ring enveloping Fujiang emanated an enchanting black light, akin to an abyss that captivated Flandre's gaze. This. Flandre stammered, struggling to articulate even the second word, his mustache quivering, his tongue tingling, and his mind feeling somewhat vacant. He found himself at a loss for words. his pupils having constricted to the size of pinholes. Nodding Academy. The master, holding his teacup, trembled as he beheld his disciple's unprecedented first soul ring, frozen in astonishment, oblivious to the tea spilling onto his garments. He abruptly rose, causing the teacup to clatter on the table, warm tea splattering everywhere. What is a soul skill? What level are you now? Is there any issue with your body? Has your eyesight diminished? What are the differences in energy consumption between controlling a 10,000-year soul beast sacrifice and a 100-year soul beast sacrifice? The master unleashed a barrage of questions like a machine gun, simultaneously retrieving a notebook to diligently record Fujiang's data. First soul skill, innate illusion. Fujian let out a low growl. He could not fathom why he felt compelled to proclaim the name of his soul skill, for it would have been far more unexpected to strike in silence. In that moment, the dark soul rings encircling Fujian began to shimmer with radiant light, enveloping him in an ethereal glow. As the brilliance faded, a terrifying aura surged forth, one so potent that it altered the very heavens. The entire city of Ning was suddenly engulfed by a tempest, rousing every soul master within its confines. That was the unmistakable presence of a tidal Douluo. The soul rings on Fujiang's body transformed once more, morphing into 9 crimson soul rings of 100,000 years, a gentle red light illuminating Fujiang's figure. Coupled with his 3-tomo Sharingan, he appeared as magnificent as a deity. Lord of the 1,000-year nine-tailed fox. This soul ring possessed the innate ability to alter one's form and aura at will, remaining undetectable to those whose mental prowess did not exceed his by threefold. Furthermore, it restored his soul power while simultaneously doubling his maximum soul power. The consumption was minimal, due to the doubling of his soul power limit. It could be classified as a restorative soul technique, usable only 3 times within a single day. It was akin to a wood clone technique enhanced by a yin seal. Yet this soul skill allowed for the alteration of both the quantity and color of his soul rings, thus facilitating the execution of his plans with greater efficacy. Upon revealing the capabilities of her soul skill, Fujiang gradually retracted her innate illusionary charm, causing the 9 surrounding 10,000-year soul rings to vanish in an instant, transforming into a singular black 10,000-year soul ring. Innate illusionary charm? Truly, it is worthy of a 10,000-year soul ring. However, according to Flandre's account, the 9-tailed fox's age should be approximately 20,000 years, and it seems to possess not merely the essence of a 9-tailed fox, but also a lineage of the phantom fox, as evidenced by the golden fur at the tips of its tails. The ability to utilize this skill 3 times a day is remarkable, setting aside the capability to alter one's aura and form at will. The power to restore soul energy while simultaneously augmenting its upper limit is undoubtedly exceptional among 10,000-year soul skills. Coupled with your ancestral soul skill, it is indeed formidable. Moreover, the most crucial aspect is that this soul skill allows you to disguise your first soul ring. For the mere existence of a 10,000-year soul ring as the first is utterly astonishing. This skill can aid you in evading numerous predicaments. The master, increasingly apprehensive, found it difficult to fathom who could possibly rival Fujiang at the same level, let alone surpass her by 2 levels. Even the most powerful beast martial soul, the blue lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex, would stand no chance against Fujiang in her current state. What level are you now? He inquired. The soul energy conferred upon you by the 10,000-year soul ring is at least level 6, he stated conservatively, although he anticipated it to be closer to level 7. Given that it is a 20,000-year soul ring, and even that seemed somewhat inadequate. 18. I am currently at level 18. Fujikawa spoke, stating that while the difference between an 18th level soul power and a 10th level might not be as vast as heaven and earth, it could certainly be likened to the contrast between tempered steel and freshly mined iron ore. At the 10th level, if Fujikawa were to withdraw all his soul power, he could unleash the ordinary might of the fireball technique 50 times. Now, at the 18th level, even without utilizing his innate illusion, he could still cast the same technique 50 times without fully retracting his soul power. As anticipated, this was indeed the result of a 20,000-year-old soul ring. The master, stroking his stubbled chin with his fingers, appeared composed, yet his palms were slick with perspiration. Prior to Fujikawa's return, he had been plagued by anxiety. The ramifications on the soul master community, should Fujikawa succeed, loomed large in his mind. Is your body experiencing any issues? The master inquired further, for this was his foremost concern. No, the The sacrifice of the 10,000-year spirit beast has directly replenished my mental energy. I can still allow 2 more spirit beasts to make sacrifices, Fujikawa replied. Fujikawa spoke softly, expressing his astonishment at the soul beast's remarkable abilities. If the genuine Itachi Uchiha were to arrive in this realm, perhaps he would not have met his demise. The sacrifice of a 10,000-year soul beast could elevate the life force of the sacrifice to its zenith. It might even replenish one's ocular prowess, or perhaps one could say, in release. Could it be that? Flandre suddenly felt invigorated, his keen eyes gleaming with fervor, while his heart raced and blood surged to his brain, reddening his face. Upon witnessing Flandre's demeanor, the master could hardly fail to grasp the implications of his thoughts. Such an ability of Fujikawa must remain concealed, at least until he can stand on his own. His first soul skill adeptly camouflages himself, yet others cannot claim the same advantage. The master harbored his own ambitions. In his view, it would suffice for Fujikawa to utilize this sacrificial power twice, especially considering that Tang San was also his disciple, and moreover, the son of that individual. The enhancement provided by a 10,000-year spirit ring encompasses not merely soul power, but also physical prowess. He had yet to devise a solution for the perils of dual martial souls, and was reluctant to consult that person. Thus, in truth, even without the sacrifice, I could restore my mental faculties within a month, albeit with diminished strength during that period and one I rendered unusable. Fujin spoke, consistently showcasing his prodigious talent. At his tender age, it is entirely natural for him to seek to express himself. Even a child burdened with deep-seated grievances cannot perpetually dwell in a state of rage. What? The master was astonished. He did not consider the control of a century-old soul beast to be equivalent to that of a millennium-old one. To me, there is no distinction between a millennium soul beast and a century soul beast, yet it is imperative to first subdue the soul beast. Otherwise, I would be unable to exert direct control over it. As Fujian spoke, he activated his Sharingan. The 3 tomo spun incessantly, seemingly on the verge of coalescing into a singular form. Is this the Sharingan? Master muttered in a daze, before regaining his composure and resuming his scribbles in the notebook. Flandre gazed intently at Fujian, pondering the potential soul rings of the peculiar students at his academy. Chapter 14. Tang San's imagination. Flandre became utterly entrenched at Nodding Academy, persistently attempting to persuade Fujian to accompany him to Shrek Academy. He relentlessly pressed Master, even invoking Lu Erlong, yet this only solidified Master's resolute refusal. Master had changed his mind. It was imperative for Fujian and Tang San to keep this matter confidential, particularly from the prying eyes of the Spirit Hall. He understood their modus operandi. If they could not possess it, they would seek to obliterate it. The only way for Fujian to achieve safety would be to join the 3 upper sects under their protection. However, this would only offer a facade of security, as the Spirit Hall would inevitably attempt to eliminate Fujian. Ultimately, Flandre found himself at an impasse. It was only after securing Fujian's promise to assist in acquiring a soul ring that he departed. Though he had initially sought one, Flandre felt that, with his tenacity, he could procure several 10,000-year soul rings for the other peculiar students at the academy. Naturally, he did not intend to exploit Fujian's generosity. Upon returning, he was prepared to sell his possessions for the cause, fully aware that the first and even second 10,000-year rings were priceless treasures far beyond the means of a mere soul sage like himself. However, for the sake of the little oddities at the academy, he was willing to endure such humiliation. Meanwhile, Fujian and Tang San sat cross-legged atop a mountain near Nodding Academy. I will find you a worthy second soul ring, Fujian assured Tang San, his gaze averted, yet his conviction unmistakable. He recognized the weight of the promise. Acquiring a 10,000-year soul ring as a first was an unimaginable feat for any soul master, and Fujian had treated him as a mere subject of experimentation, utilizing only a century-old soul beast. Despite having endured the tragedy of his family's demise, Tang San perceived Fujian as still retaining a childlike innocence, his heart fundamentally kind, perhaps even somewhat timid. He believed Fujian owed him nothing. If there was a debt, it was to his father, who had rescued Fujian. In truth, had his father not taken Fujian in, someone else surely would have, for Fujian's striking appearance was undeniably captivating. Even the aristocrats would see him as a charming child fallen on hard times. Does one's appearance hold value? Indeed, a flawless exterior can leave a remarkable first impression. When 2 candidates of equal qualifications vie for a position, people instinctively gravitate towards the one who appears more pleasing to the eye. Tang Sen then reflected on Fujiang's enduring kindness despite his past hardships, and he wondered what kind of person Fujiang had been when his family was whole and his life idyllic. Lost in thought, he couldn't help but cast a sympathetic glance at Fujiang. It's all right. If my first soul ring were a 10,000-year one, it would surely bring me trouble. Besides, I don't believe there's anything wrong with my soul ring, Tang Sen reassured Fujiang. With the wisdom of 2 lifetimes, he had matured significantly, understanding that in this world, love and hatred do not arise without reason. He knew Fujiang regarded him as a friend, perhaps even family. Perhaps. From the moment he shared his porridge with Fujiang, their friendship had taken root, deeply embedded in fertile soil. In his previous life, Tang Sen had known no friends. To have one in this life filled him with joy, a resolution to a past regret. I understand. Fujimura nodded calmly, then formally began his training. The transformation of chakra into soul power and the meditation for soul power were not mutually exclusive, allowing Fujimura to multitask as he embarked on his practice while pondering various thoughts. Had he been privy to Tang San's inner musings, he would have felt a surge of joy. However, he could never have imagined that a mere moment of contemplation over half a bowl of porridge would inspire such elaborate thoughts in Tang San. The connection with those destined for greatness must progress gradually, devoid of impatience. In the past, within the ninja world, he too had forged friendships with Naruto step by step, becoming Sasuke's mentor, Jiraiya's closest friend, Orochimaru's confidant, and Tsunade's debtor. Methodical and steady, one must not be overly hasty with every step taken. One should anticipate 3 or even 10 steps ahead to ensure a journey that extends far into the future. As for the current Tang San, he aspired to cultivate a friendship with him, one that would allow complete trust in each other's backs. Regarding the one known as Shiau, she bore the essence of a soul beast from this world, likely one that had transformed after 100,000 years, as described in the tomes. The tale of a fox spirit transforming into human form to repay a benefactor had become quite common within the ninja realm. While he was uncertain if Tang San had saved this Shiau, he was convinced that she was the protagonist, intertwined with Tang San's fate inextricably. Much like the bond between Naruto and Sasuke. Perhaps he could learn from Naruto of Team 7, nurturing an affection for the 100,000-year soul beast protagonist, only to yearn in vain, ultimately arriving at acceptance, silently blessing Tang San and Shiau. This approach would not only strengthen his ties with these destined individuals, but also evoke a sense of guilt within them. If only Fujimura could sacrifice himself once more for Shiau, it would be perfect. After contemplating the matter of those destined for greatness, Fujimura began summoning his wooden clones, instructing them to resolve their affairs discreetly. Having acquired his first soul ring, he had made significant progress in strength, and it was time to upgrade his wooden clones. Tang San, Fujimura. Voices from the mountain base interrupted Fujimura's training, pulling Tang San from his meditative state. Quick, quick, quick. You must see. Shiau. Sister Shiau is about to battle Boss Shiau, exclaimed a fellow work-study student from the 7th dormitory, gasping for breath, words tumbling out in a fragmented rush. Upon hearing this, Fujimura frowned slightly. To him, such childish squabbles seemed merely games, utterly devoid of interest. Yet, when he learned that it was Shiau preparing to engage in conflict with those ordinary characters, his frown deepened. 100,000-year soul beast. How could she stoop to play such trivial games with mere children? Fujiang expressed skepticism regarding this matter, suspecting it might be a method of cultivation for soul beasts spanning 100,000 years, much like himself, who has befriended Tang San, the destined one, in hopes of facilitating a smoother path in his future cultivation. Let us proceed to explore. Tang San was the first to rise, grasping Fujiang's hand as they began their descent down the mountain. Fujiang remained silent, merely following Tang San down the mountain. Indeed, every child from each world exhibits such precociousness. Tang San was just over 6 years old, yet began to know. It can only be said that those destined by fate are drawn to one another, much like the repulsion of like poles and the attraction of unlike poles of a magnet. Chapter 15. Soul Master Certification. Wang Sheng had already been sent flying, his body and face marred by bruises and wounds inflicted by the staff. As expected, a labor student is indeed a labor student, Xiao Laodao remarked with great pride. Fujiko and Tang Sen have arrived, and their gazes are imbued with a hint of disdain. Fujiko's contempt is glaringly evident to all, while Tang San remains remarkably composed. Ah, 2 more have joined us. Xiao Laoda, now inflated with arrogance, seems to have lost track of his own identity. Upon spotting Fujiko and Tang San, he immediately begins to mock them, though he hesitates momentarily at the sight of Fujiko. A child of commoners would not possess such an aura or appearance. The same could be said for the top student among the working students, Xiao Wu, who he has already concluded lacks any noble lineage. Upon witnessing the arrival of Fujiko and Tang San, Xiao Wu is momentarily taken aback. She harbors a sense of fear towards Fujiko, not solely due to their first encounter when Fujiko employed an illusion to force her to relive the traumatic scene of her mother's murder, but also because of the innate dread and aversion she feels towards Fujiko's malevolent eyes. However, through their interactions over the past few days, she has come to understand that Fujiko initially acted out of loyalty to Tang San, which has somewhat alleviated her disdain. After all, such loyalty indicates a noble character. Yet, the fear lingers, as if there exists an ancestral suppression in her bloodline against those wicked eyes. Ah, just in time. Xiao San, Fujiko, you have arrived. Xiao Wu suppresses her trepidation and greets Fujiko and Tang San with a smile. Fu Jiang nodded slightly, while Tang San greeted with a smile. Hey, are you still going to fight? Xiao Laodao inquired, then turned his gaze towards Fu Jiang, his heart filled with both caution and trepidation. The striking beauty of Fu Jiang was simply astonishing. Even in an ordinary school uniform, standing there with an air of calm, she emanated a sense of superiority. Shall you go, or shall I? Fu Jiang cast a serene glance at Tang San and inquired calmly. After a moment's contemplation, Tang San realized that if Fu Jiang were to engage, the members of Xiao Laoda's group could be overwhelmed by merely a glance, an occurrence that would be exceedingly extraordinary and detrimental to Fu Jiang's concealment. He could hardly believe that Fu Jiang would resort solely to physical prowess against these individuals. In Fu Jiang's own words, his presence here was a tremendous boon granted to them. I shall take the lead, Tang San declared, stepping forward with purpose. Xiao Laoda had endured a severe reprimand and was subsequently taken under the wing of Xiao Wu, whose followers resembled dogs, submissive and fearful of strength, yet harboring malevolent intentions, ever eager to incapacitate others, burdened by intense jealousy. Enrolling such individuals into one's ranks served no practical purpose and could even prove to be a liability in times of need. Tang San then escorted Fu Jiang to the Spirit Hall, more precisely, to the Spirit Branch Hall located in Notting City. Upon their arrival, they encountered Su Yuntao, who appeared unchanged. However, upon recognizing Fu Jiang, his face lit up with joy. You have finally arrived. Have you come to a realization? I have long told you that only the Spirit Hall can fully unleash your talents. Su Yuntao was elated, having reported an innate full spirit power entity martial soul, which had earned him a promotion. Although he remained in this modest Spirit Branch Hall, he now held the position of Deputy Hall Master and had the option to succeed the retiring Hall Master Mazayuno in leading the Notting City Spirit Branch Hall or to pursue greater opportunities in a larger Spirit Hall. Upon hearing this, Fu Jiang raised his head to regard Su Yuntao. We are here to register as Soul Masters. Fu Jiang spoke, her expression remaining unchanged. The peculiar aura emanating from Su Yuntao was neither overly pronounced nor insignificant, akin to that of Old Jack, the village chief. It was perplexing to discern the role this individual played and his connection to the protagonist. A Soul Master? Have you acquired a soul ring? Su Yuntao expressed his astonishment. Indeed. Fu Jiang nodded, and then an elderly man with snow-white hair emerged from the Hall of Spirits. Yuntao, this is... Matthew glanced at Fu Jiang and Tang San, then looked up at Su Yuntao. Master Matthew, these two children are the ones who awakened with innate full soul power during my last assessment. One possesses blue silver grass, and the other has the eye as their innate martial spirit. Su Yuntao bowed to Matthew and continued, this child, Fu Jiang, must be his lucky star. With his assistance, he successfully became the Deputy Hall Master of the Soul Hall in Notting City. Now, he wishes to repay Fu Jiang. Subsequently, Matthew began to invite Fu Jiang and Tang San to join the Hall of Spirits, but both declined, as they had already enrolled in the Notting Primary Academy and taken the Master as their mentor. Matthew had no choice but to relent, for the Master remained an honorary elder of the Hall and was reputed to hold significant stature. Oh, in that case, please take them to register, Matthew nodded and instructed. The lower echelon of the Hall of Spirits had little exposure to darkness, so they would not resort to eliminating talented soul masters simply because they chose not to join. Su Yuntao nodded and led Fujiang and Tang San into the Hall of Spirits to begin testing their soul power. 18 levels. A tremendous sound reverberated throughout the hall, shaking the very rafters and causing a stir. Su Yuntao was left dumbfounded, staring at Fujiang, his jaw nearly dislocating. "You, how on earth did you train?" Su Yuntao stammered, the astonishment in his heart beyond the grasp of words. Fujin remained silent, quietly observing Su Yuntao. At this moment, Tang San had also completed his soul power test, which had far surpassed Su Yuntao's expectations. However, upon noticing the yellow century-old soul rings adorning Fujin and Tang San, an unmistakable envy shone in his eyes, particularly when he beheld the hint of purple within the century-old soul ring on Fujin. His mind began to wander. "My teacher is the master." Fujin remarked that the master serves as an admirable shield. To be precise, his actions have further elevated the master's reputation. The master? Su Yuntao silently noted the master's name. He understood that Fujin's fluctuation in soul power must be reported. Aware that the master is an esteemed elder of the Spirit Hall, he believed that leveraging this connection would facilitate Fujin's admission into the Spirit Hall. "If there is nothing else, we shall take our leave." Fujiang voiced her impatience, her countenance betraying her feelings. Subsequently, Su Yuntao bestowed upon both Fujiang and Tang San the monthly allocation of gold soul coins, affirming that the doors of the Spirit Hall would always be open to them. Afterward, they were permitted to depart. With the gold soul coins in hand, Tang San sought out a blacksmith shop, aspiring to apprentice there. Fujiang did not comment much on Tang San's decision. In truth, becoming a blacksmith apprentice was not the most advantageous path for earning money. However, if it was to hone his forging skills, Fujiang could comprehend the rationale. While Tang San was engaged in blacksmithing, Fujiang suddenly sensed a pair of eyes observing him. Chapter 16. The Spirit Hall. Uchiha Itachi, the Spirit City, located at the confluence of two great empires, is not claimed by either. Within it, the Douluo Hall is the coveted sanctuary for all soul masters. Today, the Hall of the Pope is bustling with activity, as the current Pope stands alongside two titled Duelos, observing the many students engaged in soul battles. Most of these students are orphans or talented commoners, gathered and trained collectively by the Spirit Hall. Although the top talents remain in the hands of the upper three sects and lower four sects, there are still many gifted commoner soul masters. The presence of various high-ranking soul masters in the Spirit Hall is a testament to its rise as the continent's foremost power. The Spirit Hall commands the people's loyalty. Initially, the nobility and sects of the continent looked down upon commoner soul masters. However, as the Spirit Hall consolidated these commoners into a formidable force, the nobility began to recognize their strength. By the time these elites sought to recruit commoner soul masters, the majority had already pledged their allegiance to the Spirit Hall. "Your Holiness, this cohort of students boasts an exceptionally remarkable individual," remarked the titled Douluo, Ju Douluo Yuiguan, with deference. This extraordinary talent was discovered and personally recruited by him. "Oh, how does he compare to Elena?" Bibi Dong inquired, arching an eyebrow, intrigued. There are few things that pique her interest these days, and the sheer number of prodigies in the Spirit Hall has rendered most of them unimpressive in her eyes. The first, second, and even third soul rings are all of 10,000 years. Ju Douluo Yuiguan smiled, his androgynous features rendering the moment somewhat awkward. Upon hearing this, Bibi Dong turned to glance at him, while Gue Yingame began to suspect whether his old friend had fallen under some environmental soul skills influence. "Where is he now?" Bibi Dong inquired, narrowing her eyes slightly. The notion of possessing a first and second soul ring of 10,000 years might seem far-fetched to others, but to her, a chosen one who inherited the legacy of the Rakshasa god, it was not impossible. His name is Uchiha Itachi, hailing from a distant isle. After his family was annihilated by enemies, he fled to the mainland, arriving destitute and compelled to register as a soul master at the Spirit Hall in Tiendo City. It was there that I discovered his concealed soul ring colors due to an illusion soul skill, prompting my invitation for him to join the Spirit Hall. Initially reluctant, he was persuaded by my reasoning and empathy, Ju Douluo elaborated. However, before he could continue, he noticed Bibi Dong's expression growing impatient. He is currently engaged in the soul battle below, and he has already reached the top 8, yet his opponents have not even forced his martial soul out. "Your Holiness, please observe, that is him." Ju Douluo pointed earnestly at a young boy participating in the match. That child appeared to be no taller than 1.35 meters. Clad in a tattered robe, his long hair simply tied back. His handsome visage bore 2 lines of maturity, which, rather than detracting from his beauty, added an air of authority to his stern expression. Before him stood a youth of around 16 or 17, adorned with 2 gleaming yellow soul rings. Li Zhan, Martial Soul, Gale Wolf, Level 27 Battle Soul Master. The youth named Li Zhan nervously declared, before instantaneously summoning his martial soul, the phantom of a Gale Wolf appearing behind him. He was acutely aware that this imposing child, brought by Duel, had achieved consecutive victories, effortlessly dispatching opponents with a single glance, without even revealing his martial soul. Sharingan. Itachi silently intoned, a flash of crimson crossing his eyes. Thud. Li Zhan collapsed before Itachi, soon snoring thunderously. Itachi turned and descended from the stage with fluid grace, devoid of any semblance of challenge. Meanwhile, Bibi Dong observed the scene with narrowed eyes, forming a preliminary assessment of the boy who appeared not yet 12 years of age, having already surpassed the rank of soul respect. Even Elena, nearing 13, had only reached level 29. Let Elena challenge him. Provide more details about his profile, Bibi Dong commanded. Her interest in the child piqued. Indeed, when I first encountered him at the Spirit Hall in Tiendo City, he was in a dire state, even scorned by the guards. Had he not revealed his concealed soul ring, he might not have gained entry. His martial soul is the eye, which he refers to as Sharingan, a treasured heritage of the Uchiha clan. It is a top-tier martial soul capable of instantaneously unleashing illusions. Duel bowed respectfully before elaborating on Uchiha Itachi. Bibi Dong listened intently, as did Genga Gome, who believed his old companion would not be foolish enough to deceive the Pope or be deceived by a mere child. Overseas, our Spirit Hall has yet to extend its influence beyond the seas. Bibi Dong mused, the implications of her words unmistakable. The Spirit Hall does not indiscriminately accept or trust all individuals. Upon hearing this, Douluo and Douluo immediately understood Bibi Dong's meaning. Is it possible he could be a spy sent by another sect? Douluo inquired, his brow furrowed. Impossible. No faction would willingly send a genius soul master with 3 10,000-year soul rings to serve as a spy. Douluo shook his head, casting a look of pity towards Douluo, whose intellect seemed concerning. Regardless of his intentions, the Spirit Hall shall accept him, Bibi Dong declared resolutely. She was not one to waver or hesitate. Her previous statement was merely an expression of skepticism regarding Uchiha Itachi's origins. If what Douluo claimed were true, even if he were a spy, she would still welcome him. After all, a 10,000-year first ring. Even the existence of a 10,000-year fourth ring has not been heard of, unless this child is also a chosen one like her. Yet, she pondered, which deity chose this child? Even a 100,000-year soul beast could not possess a 10,000-year first ring, unless those ancient soul beasts voluntarily offer sacrifices to that child. Compared to this, Bibi Dong would rather believe that the child named Uchiha Itachi, like herself, is a chosen one. Chapter 17. Hulaina. Martial Soul, Demon Fox. 20. Hulaina gazed at the child before her, who was even smaller than herself, and couldn't help but furrow her brow. She truly could not comprehend why His Holiness the Pope would have her compete with this child, especially in this promotion match. This competition was merely a means for the Spirit Hall to select talented soul masters to serve as the foundational strength of the Spirit Hall, aside from the outstanding few. Most soul masters would be dispatched to various Spirit Hall branches. Only a select few could remain in the Spirit City, and even they, if they did not achieve remarkable accomplishments, would not truly engage with the core of the Spirit Hall, as they were newcomers. Little brother, I advise you to step down obediently, otherwise, it would not be a pretty sight if you ended up crying on your way down. Hulaina noted how adorable Itachi looked, and his stern expression only accentuated the contrast. You are unlike the others. A glimmer of red flashed in Itachi's eyes. He sensed the extraordinary nature of this girl, not merely due to her peculiar aura, but also because of the scent she possessed, reminiscent of foxes. Foxes. Itachi, or rather Fujian, recalled the frequently irritable Ninetails, with whom he had orchestrated numerous escapades. The Ninetails was indeed an exceptional scapegoat. Your words are rather sweet, but my dear sister will not show any mercy. Hulaina said cheerfully. Itachi's charming visage indeed added to his appeal, though not particularly superficial. Hulaina appreciated beautiful things or people, as they always evoked a sense of delight. Hulaina. Martial Soul, Demon Fox. 20. Hulaina had barely completed her self-introduction when Fujian's illusion caused her to collapse instantly. Though she made no sound, her sleeping posture was rather unbecoming. Uchiha Itachi. Victorious. The judge, impartial and unyielding, regarded the outcome with indifference, for they were all members of the Spirit Hall. What did victory or defeat matter? Upon witnessing Hulaina's swift defeat, Bibi Dong's previously narrowed eyes now slitted as she pondered something. Awaken Laina, and bring that Uchiha Itachi to see me, Bibi Dong instructed before turning to leave. If Duel was not utterly befuddled, a 3-ring soul master with 3 10,000-year soul rings, she needed to ascertain whether this child was, like herself, chosen by the divine. Upon hearing this, Duel and Ghost Douluo respectfully bowed, watching Bibi Dong depart. Hulaina gradually regained consciousness, her gaze falling upon the child who had just bested her, her expression somewhat displeased. She and her brother, Shiau, along with Yin, were regarded as the golden generation of the Spirit Hall. To be defeated by a mere child's glance left her feeling indignant. She hadn't even seen this child's martial soul. Such a chatterbox, Uchiha Itachi murmured softly, his slightly immature voice oddly carrying an air of authority. Hulaina took a deep breath, reminding herself to remain composed. This child was also a member of the Spirit Hall and could potentially become her colleague or even a friend in the future. It was indeed a tragic affair to lack friends in this world. Despite this child's rather infuriating remarks, she remained determined to maintain her composure. What is your name? Although Hulaina endeavored to quell her dissatisfaction, a hint of unwillingness lingered in her voice, as she was still quite young. Uchiha Itachi, he replied. His gaze sweeping over Hulaina, he sensed numerous extraordinary qualities within her, albeit slightly less than those of Tang-san, yet still remarkable. Uchiha Itachi, or Fujiang, was always welcoming towards those burdened with destiny. Establishing bonds was ideal, but even without them, he aimed to leave a profound impression on such fated individuals. What is your martial soul? What soul skill did you just use? Hulaina inquired, seeking this information for future sparring. Sharingan, illusion techniques. Uchiha Itachi's voice was as tranquil as a still pond, addressing Hulaina's questions without elaboration. Ghost Douluo raised an eyebrow. His gaze toward the young Uchiha Itachi growing increasingly peculiar. He had just assessed Itachi's bone age. Child, unleash your martial soul and soul rings. Ghost Douluo spoke. Though his old friend claimed this child possessed 3 10,000-year soul rings, he still found it hard to believe. He had already determined through bone assessment that this Uchiha Itachi was likely not yet 12 years old. Whether it be 10,000-year soul rings or an 11-year-old soul master. Such phenomena were unprecedented in the annals of the continent's history. Even the so-called youngest title Douluo, Tang Hao, would not have attained the rank of soul master at this age. The mere thought of Tang Hao sent a shiver down Ghost Douluo's spine. The many years had passed. That frenzied strike remained etched in his memory. Itachi did not refuse. He directly activated his 3-tomo Sharingan, the crimson light within his eyes evoking a sense of unease, making it difficult for anyone to gaze directly into those sinister orbs. Simultaneously, 3 soul rings surrounded Itachi, their inky radiance shimmering like a black abyss, continuously drawing attention. The 3 black soul rings appeared before Ghost Douluo, halting him in his tracks, leaving Hulaina momentarily stunned. This was utterly impossible. Even the current pope merely possessed a standard optimal soul ring configuration, with at most the 9th soul ring being a 100,000-year red ring. Ghost Douluo felt as though his entire worldview had been upended, trampled upon and rubbed into the ground. Ghost Douluo found himself speechless. The current Itachi was leagues apart from the so-called golden generation of the Spirit Hall. The disparity was immense, as the golden generation was akin to mere earth. How did you achieve this? Hulaina exclaimed, her eyes fixed on the 3 10,000-year soul rings adorning Fujiang. She soon realized the inappropriateness of her question, as she had just met Uchiha Itachi and had even participated in a soul battle against him. She considered it a legitimate contest. And though she had been swiftly defeated, she still regarded it as a serious competition. Such a method that allowed one's first soul ring to be of the 10,000-year caliber, this was something that even friends or beloved kin would need to ponder deeply before revealing. Chapter 18. Would you like to join the Spirit Hall? The Pope's Hall. Bibi Dong gazed at the child before her, who bore the demeanor of a miniature adult, her expression unchanged. However, upon noticing the 3 black soul rings adorning Uchiha Itachi, her pupils constricted slightly. She sensed no divine power within him, as it is known that there exists a mutual perception among inheritors of divine status. Soul power and divine power are fundamentally distinct. And having already passed through the 7 trials set by the Rakshasa god, with only 2 remaining for her to inherit his divinity, she had transformed half of her soul power into divine power. Hence, she was particularly attuned to the essence of divine energy. Clearly, this child possessed no divine power, only a force that evoked a sense of malevolence even in her. the inheritor of the Rakshasa god. The Rakshasa god is the embodiment of evil. And to elicit such feelings of wickedness, he must be extraordinary. Bibi Dong scrutinized Uchiha Itachi, who reciprocated her gaze. She was tall and elegant, draped in a luxurious black robe adorned with golden patterns, crowned with a 9-curved golden tiara, and wielding a 2-meter-long staff embedded with countless exquisite gemstones. Her skin was fair, her features near perfection, as if she were the darling of the world, bestowed with all its beauty, embodying every delightful term without a hint of incongruity. The aura she exuded was imbued with an intangible nobility and sanctity, compelling one to bow in reverence. Likewise, Itachi felt a similar distinct sensation emanating from her. Recognizing that this pontiff also bore a fateful burden, rivaling Tang San in strength, if not surpassing him, she was indeed an epitome of perfection. Though when compared to Kagaya Otsutsuki, this so-called perfect woman fell somewhat short. Are you willing to join the spirit hall? Bibi Dong posed the question directly, devoid of unnecessary preamble, for she perceived that this child, who appeared wise beyond his years, was not one for frivolous discourse. Engaging with others, conversing, and even the smallest of gestures were an art form. There is a saying that one should speak appropriately according to their company. Although someone of Bibi Dong's stature need not cater to others, she was particularly accommodating toward prodigies. I have already joined, Uchiha Itachi replied, his countenance impassive and his tone subdued. It is not a coercive joining. You are free to leave at any time, Bibi Dong stated, her eyes wide with disingenuous candor. Should Itachi utter a refusal, he could expect a fate of unending darkness and cruel torment. The absence of divine status could allow his first soul ring to reach a millennium, a secret potent enough to upend the entirety of the soul master realm. Should only one soul ring achieve this age, it could be attributed to mere coincidence. Perhaps a wise 1,000-year soul beast, cornered by a hunting team, chose to sacrifice itself to a child in a fit of spite. Though the likelihood was slim, and the narrative rather implausible, it was not entirely without precedent in soul master history. Upon hearing this, Itachi's lips curled into a faint smirk, dismissing the pontiff's platitudes as inconsequential. One who heeds such empty words is destined to lose. I am willing to join the spirit hall, but I have one condition, Uchiha Itachi stated, assuming a calculated demeanor and preparing for multiple contingencies. Speak, Bibi Dong replied, unperturbed. Conditions signified desires, and desires were much easier to manipulate. What truly vexed someone in her position were those devoid of ambition. Madam Pontiff, I wish that once I become a titled Douluo, I may leverage the power of the spirit hall to aid in my quest for vengeance, Itachi articulated, a flicker of deep-seated hatred glimmering in his eyes. Bibi Dong furrowed her brow slightly at his words. While she held no doubt regarding Itachi's potential to attain titled Douluo status, the vengeance he spoke of, given the clues he had provided, it was clear that the family capable of nurturing such a genius as Uchiha Itachi was no ordinary lineage. They must possess a titled Douluo, and the ability to grant Itachi a 1,000-year soul ring indicated that their titled Douluo would not be weak. According to what Ju Douluo mentioned, Itachi had been cast onto the continent due to the annihilation of his family. To eradicate a family with a titled Douluo was no small feat, likely requiring an adversary of the upper echelons. To slay a titled Douluo whose soul rings all surpassed a millennium. Very well. As long as you join the spirit hall, with your talents and strength, you may yet claim my position in the future. Once you ascend to the role of pontiff, you shall have the means to mobilize the full might of the spirit hall for your revenge, Bibi Dong affirmed, her hesitation fleeting. As she began to issue grand promises to Itachi, she, the pontiff, currently lacked the authority to command the entirety of the spirit hall's resources. For the main forces were within the worship hall, where an ancient being persistently obstructed her attempts to extend her influence. I am willing to join the spirit hall, Uchiha Itachi responded, seemingly oblivious to Bibi Dong's earlier uncertainty, bowing respectfully. Excellent. In that case, I shall designate you as the Holy Son of the Spirit Hall. You may freely select from all the resources within, Bibi Dong acknowledged, a smile gracing her lips, radiant and pleasing to the eye. Her spirits lifted. This young lad was clearly no arrogant fool, but rather one who understood prudence in the ebb and flow of circumstances. Seeing this, Itachi realized that he had achieved his objective but felt it insufficient. Additionally, the pontiff appeared to have more to convey. Otherwise, she would have simply dismissed him and delegated him to Ghost Douluo or Ju Douluo to acclimate to the life of a holy son. Thank you, Madam Pontiff. Uchiha Itachi bowed once more, then decided to feign ignorance, remaining silent unless prompted by Bibi Dong. While he could present more substantial offerings, what remains unattainable always stirs desire. And those favored often act with impunity. The more precious the treasure, the harder it is to acquire. The title of Holy Son implies that you are the disciple of the pontiff. Henceforth, you shall refer to me as your teacher, Bibi Dong said with a smile. Unperturbed by the slight discomfort her words caused Hulayina. In any realm, prodigies are afforded privileges, especially those of unprecedented caliber. In Bibi Dong's estimation, a genius like Uchiha Itachi was destined to attain divine status once he discovered a divine position. Yes, teacher. Uchiha Itachi replied respectfully, his expression unchanging. He caught sight of Hulayina, who regarded him with a gaze tinged with envy and jealousy. In her eyes, Pontiff Bibi Dong was the most remarkable woman in the world and her most revered idol. Now, her idol had taken a disciple, yet it was not her. Naturally, her mood was less than favorable. Chapter 19. The arrogant Uchiha Itachi teacher. I only require soul skills that can enhance my attributes. As for offensive soul skills, the Uchiha clan has never been lacking in that regard. Uchiha Itachi spoke with the most composed tone, uttering the most audacious words. Upon hearing this, Bibi Dong slightly furrowed her brows. Although illusions are quite practical, they become utterly ineffective when faced with an opponent possessing superior mental fortitude. Bibi Dong shook her head, aware that her disciple was afflicted with the common flaw of geniuses, pride. While pride is not inherently a flaw, it becomes problematic when it blinds one's vision, leading to significant issues. Master, I possess more than just illusions. I have also acquired a general understanding of the Uchiha clan's ancestral soul technique. If Uchiha Itachi aspired to ascend as the master of the spirit hall, he must demonstrate his worth. Moreover, ninjutsu was trivial, at least in his case. The more one reveals, the greater the potential for suspicion. However, concealing oneself would render his path to advancement exceedingly arduous. Despite being a holy son, he held no real power, and even though the Pope promised freedom in choosing cultivation resources, those resources were rather mundane, easily obtainable with gold soul coins at mid-range prices. The thought of ancestral soul techniques weighed heavily on Bibi Dong's mind. Families possessing such skills. Ancestral soul techniques. Besides the current Haotian sect, she had never heard of any other power possessing such techniques. Could it be that the soul masters overseas are that formidable? The Uchiha clan is renowned for its mastery of fire techniques and Sharingan. Uchiha Itachi was about to boast about the Uchiha, but he hesitated. Realizing the Uchiha's reputation in this world was rather obscure, causing his words to falter. Observing his stammer, Bibi Dong turned her gaze toward him, awaiting his next statement. Master, I can bestow upon you the Uchiha's ancestral soul technique. Uchiha Itachi proclaimed earnestly, seemingly forgetting his earlier awkwardness. At this declaration, Bibi Dong's eyes narrowed. No need. This is your ancestral soul technique, and the spirit hall will not covet it. She waved her hand dismissively, unsure of her disciple's true intentions. Yet certain he had a significant motive, likely rooted in his desire for vengeance against his clan's destruction. However, Bibi Dong was not a naive woman who would believe everything she heard. Regarding Bibi Dong's words, Uchiha Itachi merely listened, knowing full well they could not be taken at face value. Even without activating his Sharingan, he could perceive the glint in Bibi Dong's eyes. And within that glimmer lay a subtle greed. The only known ancestral soul technique was the Haotian insect's windstorm hammer technique. Alongside another that could instantly amplify one's power severfold, Bibi Dong had witnessed that technique but did not know its name. Those were immensely powerful self-created techniques, capable of being passed down as a legacy through generations. To ensure a power's legacy, several factors are paramount. First, a formidable martial soul, such as the Haotian hammer, Seven Treasures Glazed Tower, or the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon. Second, soul techniques capable of being inherited by countless descendants, like the Windstorm Hammer technique, Split Mind Control, or Dragon Transformation. Third, the collective aspiration and belief of the founding members of the power, such as the Spirit Hall uniting civilian soul masters, while the Empire consolidates noble soul masters. The third element is the most crucial, as many ants can bring down an elephant. The reason the Empire cannot compete with the Spirit Hall is that nobles are scarce compared to civilian soul masters, and in this world, civilian soul masters vastly outnumber their noble counterparts. Though the Spirit Hall currently stands as the mightiest entity on the continent, who would not desire to bolster their foundation? Master, would you like to experience the Uchiha's soul technique? Uchiha Itachi inquired, his tone exuding pride, which vexed Bibi Dong, for if this arrogance persisted, it would hinder his future path. Originally, Fuyuki aimed to mold Uchiha Itachi into a mature young man, emanating a demeanor of composure and maturity. However, excessive maturity would lead to a lack of trust from the Spirit Hall. They required a genius whose intellect had yet to solidify. not one who was too mature and difficult to control. Although the Spirit Hall outwardly lacks nefarious methods, their control over the orphan geniuses mirrors the will of fire in Konoha, albeit they have never openly acknowledged it, instead focusing on establishing bonds. What an arrogant little fellow. Douluo, why not test the Holy Sun's ancestral soul technique? Bibi Dong sighed, seemingly exasperated by her disciple's haughtiness, yet she felt a sense of relief. A precocious child can be quite sensible, though certainly not endearing. Upon hearing this, Douluo hesitated but stepped forward, guiding Uchiha Itachi to a spacious area. Simultaneously, not far from this open space, Hulaina arrived with her brother Shiau and their friend Yin. She had intended to spar with her brother and Yin to enhance her strength. However, upon arrival, she witnessed Douluo and the aloof young boy staring at each other, as if preparing for a battle. A child against a titled Douluo? The thought seemed implausible to Hulaina, yet recalling Fuyuki's 3 black 10,000-year soul rings, she remained skeptical. No matter how powerful the soul rings, he was merely a 3-ring soul master. How could he contend with the title Douluo? Laina, is this the child with 3 10,000-year soul rings you mentioned? Yin asked, furrowing his brow, harboring a deep dislike for Uchiha Itachi. Fueled not only by his rapid ascent as the Holy Son and the Pope's disciple but also by jealousy of Uchiha Itachi's strength. Even he could not defeat Hulaina with just a glance. Despite feeling despair at the thought of 3 10,000-year soul rings, he was unwilling to concede. For he too was a genius among geniuses. Yin, he is now the Holy Son. Do not behave disrespectfully. Shiau, a quintessential loyal servant of the Spirit Hall, devoted his life to its cause, executing the Pope's orders without reservation. His only selfish inclination lay in his sister, Hulaina. Humph. Yin scoffed, glaring intently at Uchiha Itachi. And as he observed Itachi's unwavering focus, he found the boy less insufferable. This was an illusion, or rather, a natural illusion possessed by Fuyuki, capable of casting a positive first impression on others. In simpler terms, it was an innate charm. Hulaina gazed at Uchiha Itachi, eager to discern the true extent of this unprecedented genius's power. Chapter 20. Bibi Dong's astonishment with a flick of his fingers. Uchiha Itachi executed a series of seals as swiftly as a butterfly flits through flowers, completing 5 seals in the span of a second. As his soul power surged, a brilliant sphere of lightning manifested in his hand. Chidori. As if thousands of birds were screeching in unison, the sheer force of this technique was utterly terrifying. Uchiha Itachi's figure vanished from his original position in an instant, and the floor where he had stood shattered with a thunderous crash. Not far away, Bibi Dong's slender eyes widened in shock. She had never witnessed such a self-created soul skill before, and its power seemed extraordinary. Even the chrysanthemum Douluo barely had time to blink before the small figure of Uchiha Itachi appeared before him, a crackling sphere of lightning mere inches from his abdomen. Golden chrysanthemum. The chrysanthemum Douluo immediately summoned his martial soul, unwilling to test the might of that ominous lightning. Countless razor-sharp golden petals materialized, forming a barrier before him. Yet, he refrained from attacking. After all, Uchiha Itachi was the Holy Son of the Spirit Hall. His duty was to observe, not retaliate, and to ensure the boy didn't harm himself with his own ancestral techniques. The Chidori collided with the golden chrysanthemum, lightning clashing against blades. A surge of electricity and piercing force sent a few scattered petals flying uncontrollably, slicing through the air in a deadly arc, right before the chrysanthemum Douluo's eyes. Uchiha Itachi remained vigilant. He knew this was merely the result of the Douluo's carelessness. Otherwise, not a single petal would have been dislodged. Roughly equivalent to the power of a 10,000-year 5th-ring soul skill from a strong assault-type soul king, the chrysanthemum Douluo remarked, only now truly grasping the Chidori's might. Hearing this, Hulaina's delicate hand flew to her lips in disbelief, her heart trembling as she gazed at Uchiha Itachi bathed in the glow of lightning. She hadn't seen a single soul ring light up, meaning this wasn't a 10,000-year soul skill, but a self-created technique. Shiau and Yin, meanwhile, stood frozen, staring blankly at the swirling dust on the battlefield. Uchiha Itachi took a step back, swiftly creating distance. The chrysanthemum Douluo made no move to pursue, still reeling from shock. His golden chrysanthemum was a divine-grade martial soul. Its offensive and defensive capabilities should be untouchable by a mere soul elder, even if he had let his guard down. Fire release, great fireball technique. Snake, ram, monkey, boar, horse, tiger. His hands moved in rapid seals before he expelled a massive fireball, roughly 3 meters in diameter, from his mouth. Bibi Dong's narrowed eyes gleamed with realization. First lightning, now fire. There must be other elemental techniques as well. And each time Uchiha Itachi used these self-created skills, his hands formed intricate gestures. This could be an entirely new soul master system, a system independent of soul rings. Even with her status, she could scarcely imagine the upheaval such a revelation would cause across the continent. Boom. The fireball struck the golden chrysanthemum's blade petals, yet left not a single mark. Not even a ripple. Uchiha Itachi pressed his palms together. Droplets of water gathered around him, swelling into streams, then surging waves. Water release, water shockwave. A torrent crashed toward the chrysanthemum Douluo, who swiftly channeled his soul power, spinning the golden chrysanthemum to deflect the onslaught. The water splashed harmlessly to the ground, but then began pooling, creeping toward the Douluo's feet. A smirk curled Uchiha Itachi's lips, his three-tomo Sharingan gleaming with audacity. BB Dong's eyes sharpened. Just as I thought. Lightning release, earth-style ripple. His hand slammed onto the wet ground. Crackling lightning surged through the puddles, racing toward the chrysanthemum Douluo's feet. Humph. The current wasn't strong enough to fell a powerhouse of his caliber. At most, it would numb his limbs and disrupt his soul power for a split second. Wind release, vacuum bullet. Hand sealing once more, Uchiha Itachi spat a compressed orb of air, slipping it through the momentary gap in the golden chrysanthemum's defenses. Thud. The projectile struck the Douluo's armor, the impact sending him stumbling back several steps. Had Uchiha Itachi infused the bullet with wind release's cutting edge, it might have pierced straight through, though not deeply. Witnessing a tidal Douluo being forced back, Hulaina, Shiau, and Yin gaped in utter disbelief. Even BB Dong froze for a fraction of a second. Shadow clone technique. Fujia intertwined her fingers to form a cross. This seal could replace all the seals for the shadow clone technique. If one's chakra control or spiritual power was feeble, it would be utterly impossible to execute. The seal merely serves to guide the inner spiritual energy, facilitating a smoother application of the shadow clone technique. It is akin to solving a complex mathematical problem, where the seal is like jotting down formulas on scrap paper, calculating each number step by step. Conversely, strong control over spiritual energy is akin to wielding a calculator. Boom, 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 boom. For plumes of smoke erupted, revealing 4 Uchiha Itachis. Observing this, BB Dong leaned slightly forward, her mental energy sweeping over the 5 Uchiha Itachis. She soon regained her usual noble elegance, exuding grace and poise. She sensed that 4 of the Uchiha Itachis were mere clones composed of spiritual energy. Notably, she did not witness Itachi's spirit ring illuminate, indicating that this was a self-created spirit technique, an ancestral skill spoken of by Uchiha Itachi. 5 elements. Continuous burst technique. The 5 Uchiha Itachis simultaneously formed seals, then unleashed torrents of various elemental energies from their mouths. The 5 elemental torrents converged into a singular flow, with water and fire not canceling each other out, but rather intertwining through the fusion of wind and earth. Douluo, witnessing the terrifying torrents, felt his pupils constrict. 3rd spirit technique. Breath barrier. The wondrous Chirong Tong Tian Ju in Douluo's hand burst forth, and his purple spirit rings began to shimmer. Waves of energy emanated from the Chirong Tong Tian Ju, enveloping Douluo. Boom. The deafening explosion resonated, shaking the entire arena. In response, BB Dong soared into the air, her scepter adorned with exquisite gems pointing into the void. Spiritual energy surged forth from within her, forming a semicircular energy shield that contained the vast explosive force within. Meanwhile, Uchiha Itachi had already fled to a distance, his spiritual energy nearly depleted, allowing him only to maintain a wooden clone. If the battle persisted, he risked revealing his true form. Fortunately, the wooden clone could autonomously absorb spiritual energy for replenishment. As long as he began absorbing energy now, he would not expose himself. Chapter 21. A true member of the Spirit Hall. As the smoke cleared, Douluo's figure emerged before the crowd, still pristine, yet the surrounding arena lay in ruins. The once solid stone tiles had vanished, leaving behind a pit approximately 5 meters deep, with a diameter of around 20 meters. This was a consequence of BB Dong's suppression of the explosion. Otherwise, the pit would have been much larger. Helena and the others stood in shock. Could such a level of combat truly be achieved by a spirit master? Out of spiritual energy, BB Dong turned to Uchiha Itachi, slowly inquiring, as this young disciple had provided her with countless surprises. Hearing this, Uchiha Itachi nodded and adjusted his slightly rumpled clothing from the battle. You have truly amazed me, BB Dong said with a slightly enigmatic smile. Upon seeing her smile, Douluo shivered, recalling the last time he witnessed such a smile from her. In that moment, Uchiha Itachi felt an inexplicable surge of anxiety, not due to BB Dong's smile, but rather the gaze she now bore. It was as if a ravenous wolf, starved for 3 days and nights, had spotted a lamb. and despite Bibi Dong's belief in her disguise, Uchiha Itachi could still perceive it. "Teacher, I am willing to offer you these spirit techniques," Uchiha Itachi declared, showing indifference to these techniques of moderate power. Even techniques of ultimate level seemed trivial in his eyes. In response, Bibi Dong's smile broadened. "Are you giving them to me, or to the spirit hall?" she asked, as she sought not merely those self-created spirit techniques, despite their considerable power. The essence behind them was of far greater value. "Both to you and the spirit hall," Uchiha Itachi replied earnestly, appearing nonchalant about the ancestral spirit techniques. Bibi Dong nodded in satisfaction. According to her original plan, she should have feigned reluctance, allowing Uchiha Itachi to insist, leading to her ultimately accepting the techniques with a promise of vengeance on his behalf, and declaring that the spirit hall would be his home henceforth. This would have been the perfect sequence, but Bibi Dong found herself somewhat unhinged. After all, she had discovered an entirely new system of spirit masters. Even a peerless Douluo of level 99 could hardly remain unfazed. "What a splendid child! From this day forth, the spirit hall shall be your home." Bibi Dong extended her delicate hand, gently stroking Uchiha Itachi's sleek black hair, the sensation surprisingly pleasant, akin to caressing the soft fur of a noble cat. Indeed, Uchiha Itachi slightly narrowed his eyes, a smile gracing his lips. Yet, for some reason, Bibi Dong sensed that this smile was exceedingly insincere, as if he wore a mask, concealing the true visage beneath. Although Bibi Dong felt that Uchiha Itachi was somewhat disingenuous, she knew that now he was a member of the spirit hall, and time would reveal any hidden truths. Thus, Uchiha Itachi had indeed become a true member of the spirit hall, while the title of saint was still an empty honor. Douluo regarded this monstrous child, pondering what kind of force could annihilate a clan as profound as the Uchiha. At the very least, it needed to be a power on par with the spirit hall, perhaps even superior. If the spirit hall sheltered Uchiha Itachi, would it incite the wrath of the colossal entity that had obliterated the Uchiha clan? Danger often coexists with opportunity, and the spirit hall also housed a worship hall, which contained a formidable title Douluo. The optimal course of action would be to subject Uchiha Itachi to severe interrogation, extracting all his secrets, thus acquiring the Uchiha clan's legacy while evading the formidable power that had decimated them. Yet, the Pope seemed to have other plans. "Lena," Bibi Dong called softly, her voice low, but due to the amplification of her spiritual energy, even Helena, 100 meters away, could hear her. Helena paused for a moment, then bid farewell to her companions, Shiau and Yin, and ran straight towards Bibi Dong. Shiau watched his sister receive such attention from the Pope, pride and joy swelling within him. Since their parents had passed, he had always protected Helena, and now, with her being favored by the Pope, he felt no jealousy, only boundless happiness. As for Yin, he was still immersed in the astonishment of Uchiha Itachi's devastating power, questioning how many levels he would need to reach that caliber. "Lena, take Itachi to familiarize himself with the various bishops and departments within the spirit hall." Bibi Dong spoke, instructing Hulaina to familiarize Uchiha Itachi with the spirit hall, subtly intending to foster a connection between them as a means of establishing bonds. Naturally, should Hulaina be reluctant, Bibi Dong would not impose. Upon hearing this, Hulaina nodded in agreement and turned to lead Uchiha Itachi towards the location of Shiau and Yin. The four of them convened, with Hulaina at the forefront, making their way to a palace where a bishop of the spirit hall resided. "Hello, Itachi. I am Shiau, a level 30 master of the assault-type battle spirit, with the spirit of Moonblade. This is Yin, also a level 30 master of the assault-type battle spirit, whose spirit is Flame Lord." Shiau introduced himself, including Yin in the introduction, as they shared a good relationship, their talents being quite comparable, albeit Xiaoyu's spirit being slightly inferior to Yan's. Dragons do not coexist with snakes, nor do tigers walk with dogs. This holds true in any realm. Uchiha Itachi, a 35-level soul master with the Sharingan spirit, acknowledged, though he was unfamiliar with the term assault type. However, based on its literal meaning, he believed he could also be categorized as such. Understanding that the individuals before him were destined to become the backbone of the spirit hall, he felt no need to feign aloofness and smiled genuinely. This smile was unusual for Hulaina, who had first encountered Uchiha Itachi with a cold demeanor. Perhaps that coldness was merely a fade. Revealing his true character now. "What does the name Itachi mean?" Yin suddenly inquired, appearing quite straightforward and innocent. "In my homeland, Itachi refers to a spirit beast that brings misfortune, accompanied by an eerie death, Uchiha Itachi explained, revealing that his true name was Itachi no Itachi. Yin nodded, albeit not fully comprehending, yet sensing an air of significance. Now thoroughly impressed by Uchiha Itachi's formidable power, Yin, raised in the spirit hall, revered strength above all. Given that Shiau and Huaina matched his prowess and possessed a powerful spirit fusion skill, they became his friends. What is the meaning behind your 3 black spirit rings? Are they truly all 10,000 years old? Shiau, noticing Uchiha Itachi's willingness to engage, eagerly posed his most pressing question. Huaina and Yin slowed their pace, their attention riveted on Uchiha Itachi. This is a technique activated by my Sharingan. I can assist with the 3rd spirit ring of both of you, but if I were to release it twice in succession, I would temporarily lose my combat capability. Therefore, we must be accompanied by a powerful spirit master to hunt spirit beasts. Uchiha Itachi's words left Shiau and Yin momentarily stunned, their eyes igniting with a fierce intensity. Chapter 22, Spirit Rings and Spirit Bones, Star Do Great Forest. Bition Shun. Blood trickled slowly from Uchiha Itachi's left eye as a 10,000-year level magma lizard's eyes transformed into the kaleidoscope Sharingan, bringing an eerie stillness. Offer it as a sacrifice. Uchiha Itachi commanded, wiping the blood from his eyes, his aura considerably diminished. The blood was a natural manifestation of the illusionary charm bestowed upon his wooden clone. As long as his spirit power was not exhausted, the clone could bleed, cry, and even engage in bodily functions like a regular human. The magma lizard turned to Yin, its kaleidoscope Sharingan brimming with an overwhelming affection. Sensing this, Yan's expression soured, yet he stood his ground resolutely. The magma lizard suddenly transformed into a streak of black light, entering Yan's body. In an instant, Yan's spirit power surged, breaking through to level 33. This, truly, is a 10,000-year 3rd ring. The ghost Douluo, observing Yan's newly acquired spirit ring, was astounded, having previously thought Uchiha Itachi generated the 10,000-year spirit ring by some secret method, only to realize it was indeed the result of controlling a spirit beast sacrifice. The ghost Douluo approached Yin, placing a hand on him to channel spirit power and examine his condition. Aside from a slight fluctuation in spirit power, everything else seemed fine. Moreover, that minor issue could be rectified with a half-month trial in the Soul Arena. Subsequently, the ghost Douluo led Uchiha Itachi, Yin, and Shiau to confront a 30,000-year Howling Moon Wolf King. Initially, the ghost Douluo mercilessly tormented the Howling Moon Wolf King until it lay battered before them. Using the same technique, the same eyes, the same sacrifice, Uchiha Itachi could only control the Howling Moon Wolf King for half a minute, but it sufficed for the sacrifice. Spirit beasts inherently possess lower mental power than humans, and unless they are of a certain rare type, few can withstand a weakened version of Bition Shin. At this moment, Shiau experienced the same feeling Yin had moments prior, being gazed upon affectionately by a spirit beast. While the Howling Moon Wolf King's appearance was superior to that of the magma lizard, it was still a spirit beast. As a black spirit ring appeared around Shiau and his spirit power reached level 34, he declared, "Let us proceed. My eyes are all ready." Uchiha Itachi spoke, his eyes tightly shut, blood flowing profusely, unable to be cleaned despite his attempts, resorting to sealing the blood with his spirit power. "Saint Son, are you all right?" The ghost Douluo quickly approached Uchiha Itachi, assessing his condition and finding only a substantial decline in mental power, which relieved him. The ghost Douluo then guided Uchiha Itachi, Shiau, and Yin towards the spirit city. Huaina gazed at her brother's black 10,000-year spirit ring, covering her cherry lips with her hand, unable to conceal her astonishment. Knowing Uchiha Itachi possessed the ability to allow others to absorb spirit rings without restrictions was one thing, but witnessing it firsthand was entirely different. She was currently at level 29, nearing 30. Thus, the glimmer in her eyes mirrored the fierce intensity once seen in Yin and Shiau upon realizing Uchiha Itachi's willingness to help them acquire 10,000-year spirit rings. "My spirit ring is from the 30,000-year Howling Moon Wolf King. Yin, yours is merely from a 10,000-year magma lizard," Shiau proclaimed proudly, eager to duel Yin. However, before Shiau could revel in his triumph, a sly smile crept across Yan's lips. Suddenly, his left arm radiated a fiery red glow. "This is a spirit bone," Shiau exclaimed in shock, his pupils dilating as he pointed, trembling slightly at Yan's left arm. "Dissolving corrosive lava left arm. Although it originates from a mere 10,000-year magma lizard, it grants me a formidable ability. All my spirit skills are imbued with a dissolving corrosive effect. Combined with my third spirit skill, Meteor Volcano, my area attack capability is among the best among soul masters. Originally, Yin intended to assert that his third soul skill was unparalleled, but upon reflecting on the unique creations of Uchiha Itachi, he changed his statement. Upon hearing this, Xiaoyu's face involuntarily displayed an expression of envy and resentment, a reaction that was unavoidable. Soul bones are indeed treasures that one can encounter but cannot seek. A 10,000-year-old magma lizard produced a soul bone, while a 30,000-year-old howling moon wolf king did not. Xiaoyu felt a pang of bitterness, as if he had bitten into two lemons, twisting his face in distaste. Indeed, this soul bone is exceptionally suited for you. The sudden voice of Bibi Dong startled everyone present, prompting them to bow respectfully. Your Holiness the Pope. Teacher. Yin, despite his respectful demeanor, exuded an air of smugness. His posture noticeably more relaxed. Bibi Dong did not seem inclined to chastise Yin. Had she possessed a 10,000-year third ring and a soul bone back in her day, she would have been even prouder than him. Indeed, a 10,000-year third ring. It appears that Itachi, the surprises you grant me are far from over, Bibi Dong remarked appreciatively. Having resolved to cultivate Uchiha Itachi diligently, aspiring for him to become a pillar of the spirit hall, potentially surpassing the old man in the Hall of Offerings. After her ascension to divinity, she envisioned him continuing to assist Lena in managing the spirit hall. It is worth noting that she had never contemplated making Uchiha Itachi the Pope of the spirit hall, perhaps due to the profound hurt inflicted upon her by Qian Xuanji, leading her to harbor a deep-seated disdain for male beings. Ultimately, Uchiha Itachi bore the brunt of this gender bias. Are your eyes all right? The spirit hall possesses a variety of medicines to restore mental strength. You may take whichever you require, Bibi Dong inquired with concern, observing Uchiha Itachi's rather tragic appearance. His eyes bandaged, with faint traces of red blood visible. I'm fine, teacher. My eyes merely require a month of rest to recover, Uchiha Itachi responded. Contemplating that Bibi Dong had finally begun to regard him as one of her own, genuinely opening up the long-cherished treasures of the spirit hall to him. However, he would not overstep, as even when granted freedom to take, one must not truly take liberties. This involves an unspoken rule. The words of a leader must be deeply analyzed. Very well, you shall rest for a time. Lena will attend to your daily needs. Bibi Dong sought to facilitate a budding connection between Hulaina and Uchiha Itachi. When she approached Hulaina to inquire about her impressions of Uchiha Itachi, the latter appeared quite bashful, exclaiming, Your Holiness the Pope, please do not meddle in affairs of the heart. It was not love at first sight. But her initial impression was undeniably positive. Uchiha Itachi's countenance was indeed attractive, complemented by his formidable strength, which could certainly captivate young women. Feelings are nurtured over time. In this world, there is no such thing as love at first sight, only attraction sparked by appearance. If Hulaina were to genuinely take an instant liking to Uchiha Itachi, it would indeed be peculiar. Perhaps Bibi Dong would even suspect that Hulaina had fallen victim to Uchiha Itachi's genjutsu. Chapter 23, The Golden Generation in the Duhun Arena of Tiando City. Platinum Bishop Salas gazed at the golden generation of the spirit hall before him, filled with myriad emotions. These four youngsters, provided they do not meet an untimely demise, are destined to become the backbone of the spirit hall, potentially even entering the Douluo Hall and the Hall of Offerings. While Salas could not vouch for the other three, he was certain that Uchiha Itachi would undoubtedly ascend to the Douluo Hall, perhaps even claim the position of Pope. A 10,000-year first ring, second ring, and third ring, these achievements transcend mere genius. Freak or monster would be more fitting descriptors for Uchiha Itachi. Nearly 3 months had passed since Salas first encountered Uchiha Itachi, and now he beheld him as the Holy Son of the Spirit Hall. The Holy Son, indeed, this current Pope was once a holy maiden. In this upcoming team battle, they would face a gold battle team that had maintained a record of 27 consecutive victories. Their captain was a 39-level control system soul master whose martial spirit was. A young man clad in the exclusive attire of the Spirit Hall held a document, beginning to relay information about their opponents to the Golden Generation. Uchiha Itachi listened intently. He would not underestimate any adversary. In contrast, Yin appeared utterly unconcerned, exuding an air of arrogance, which was certainly warranted given his capabilities. Your goal is to defeat them within 3 minutes, after which the Holy Son will make his move. Salas, having assessed the strength of Holy Son Uchiha Itachi, established a rather stringent standard. Upon hearing this, Yin and the others nodded solemnly. Though they were all proud children of destiny, they harbored no objections to Salus's arrangement. Having witnessed Uchiha Itachi's prowess firsthand, the six of them, along with a powerful assault-type Soul Zune, had previously battled Uchiha Itachi. In that encounter, Shiau and Hulaina employed a martial spirit fusion technique, while Yin exerted full force through his soul bone. The brilliance of the golden bird and the radiant scepter had not dimmed. Ultimately, Uchiha Itachi was the one to eliminate those two support-type Soul Zunes. In a mere 15 seconds, he shattered Hulaina and Shiau's martial spirit fusion technique, Enchantress, in 5 seconds with a lightning strike. In another 5 seconds, he extinguished the flames engulfing Yin and sent him tumbling off the stage. In the remaining 5 seconds, he dispatched 2 agility-type and 2 support-type Soul Masters. Throughout the entire confrontation, Fujikawa had not even utilized his martial spirit, the Sharingan, demonstrating a power that instilled despair in all. Hulaina realized that if Uchiha Itachi had employed his Sharingan, they would not have been able to withstand even 5 seconds. After that battle, the younger generation of the Spirit Hall found themselves overshadowed by Uchiha Itachi's presence, unable to muster even a thought of resistance, for he had overwhelmed them directly. Confronting them in their prime, bolstered by 2 top-tier support martial spirits, and then decisively defeating them. This was what Uchiha Itachi sought. He needed to emerge as a leader among the younger generation, a true leader, one who could not only subdue them through sheer might but also employ subtle tactics. The role of a control system Soul Master in a team battle far surpasses that of an assault-type Soul Master. The most effective and straightforward strategy is to first eliminate the opposing support-type Soul Masters, followed by the control system Soul Masters. With me here, you need not worry about Yongjin and Lin Yu's safety, which alleviates much of your burden, Uchiha Itachi declared, outlining the so-called tactics. This bout served primarily to hone Yin and the other superficial soul power. For Uchiha Itachi, this occasion held little significance as a trial, given that he was currently engaged in sparring with some Soul Saints and Soul Emperors within the Spirit Hall. Today, the Golden Generation team faces off against the Flying Star team. Both teams are composed of Soul Master-level gold battle teams, with the Flying Star team maintaining a record of 27 consecutive victories. Meanwhile, the Golden Generation team has also challenged opponents beyond their rank multiple times, achieving 7 consecutive victories to become a gold battle team. What kind of sparks will fly when these two teams collide? Let us await the spectacle. The voice of the host echoed, serving as a reminder for both teams to enter the arena promptly. Upon hearing this, Uchiha Itachi led Yin and others into the entrance passage. Itachi, do you think we can defeat them in 3 minutes? Hulaina inquired, now at level 33. With her third spirit ring being 10,000 years old, she understood that Uchiha Itachi was currently in a weakened state. Yet, even in this diminished condition, Uchiha Itachi effortlessly vanquished them within a mere 15 seconds. The Fengji team possessed flight-type spirit abilities, and based solely on this, if they wished to conclude the battle swiftly, it would require Yin to unleash all his soul power from the outset, employing the meteor volcano, along with skills from his soul bone. However, the teacher had expressly forbidden both him and Shiau from utilizing their martial soul fusion technique, as well as restricting Yin from using his soul bone. In summary, if they executed a flawless collaboration and launched a preemptive strike, they could theoretically resolve the battle in a minute. Nevertheless, that remained merely a theory. Uchiha Itachi explained that the rationale behind these restrictions was to prevent Shiau and Hulaina from developing a dependency on the martial soul fusion technique, while the ban on Yan's soul bone stemmed from the fact that his third soul skill, Meteor Volcano, when combined with the active skill of his soul bone, could decisively determine the outcome in an instant. Upon hearing this, Yan's expression grew increasingly grave. Flight-type soul skills were indeed his Achilles heel. Shiau and Hulaina also frowned, contemplating that perhaps they should diligently train in the intricate soul skills imparted by Uchiha Itachi once they returned. Teams, please enter the arena. The host's voice resounded once more, accompanied by the appearance of their adversaries, the Fengji team. To qualify as a Golden Douluo team and maintain a 27-match winning streak, this team was inherently formidable. The Golden Generation could triumph over them, relying solely on the strength of their 6 members, though it would still necessitate a period of entangled combat. As Uchiha Itachi ushered the Golden Generation into the arena, they beheld the Fengji team before them, comprised of individuals mostly in their 30s, with some even in their 40s. The Golden Generation regarded these seasoned soul masters with palpable disdain, a sentiment they were indeed justified in feeling. Except for Hulaina, Shiau, and Yin, the other members of the Golden Generation had surrendered to their fate, having previously been overshadowed by Hulaina, and now, even more so by Uchiha Itachi. Let us see what you can do, Uchiha Itachi murmured softly, then in a flash, he appeared beside the two support-type soul masters, Yangjin and Linyu. His objective for this battle was to safeguard these two support-type soul masters before the 3-minute mark. Chapter 24, the so-called affection third soul skill. Meteor Volcano. Third soul skill. Howling Moonblade. As 3 minutes elapsed, due to a minor mistake by the Golden Bird Soul Master Linyu, the initial offensive did not promptly eliminate the Fengji team's support and control soul masters, resulting in the remaining 5 members of the Fengji team taking to the air. Alright. You have failed. Upon your return, the elders will assign you new training regimens. Uchiha Itachi gestured dismissively, his tone tinged with a hint of exasperation. As if dealing with the Airborne 5 was an exceedingly tedious task. Yin, in a fit of anger, gestured vehemently but refrained from defying Uchiha Itachi's will. Shiau and Hulaina also halted their assault, their expressions grim as they descended from the arena. The remaining 3 members of the Golden Generation ceased their actions, all eyes turning toward Uchiha Itachi. Zichosu Wushinhain. Fire release. Great fire annihilation. With the hand seals completed, Uchiha Itachi unleashed a torrent of flames, which rapidly expanded into an ocean of fire. The 5 remaining members of the Fengji team, caught unprepared in the air, were instantly engulfed by the inferno. While their lives were not in jeopardy, they sustained severe burns, a consequence of Uchiha Itachi deliberately holding back. Yin gazed at the might of the great fire annihilation, his eyes gleaming with admiration. However, the realization that he could scarcely execute the hand seals for the great fireball technique dampened his spirits, causing him to bow his head in defeat. My goodness! The leader of the Golden Generation dispatched the remaining 5 members of the Fengji team with just one technique. This battle, the Golden Generation emerges victorious. Let us applaud the Golden Generation. The host, though not overly astonished, had already witnessed the prowess of the Golden Generation as leader. In a previous encounter, another team had managed to last until the 3-minute mark, only to be eliminated by a single technique from the leader of the Golden Generation. As the Golden Generation stepped down, basking in the applause and cheers of the surrounding crowd, Uchiha Itachi felt discomfort in such a spectacle. As if he were a monkey on display, which also reminded him of a certain tool he often persecuted. High Priest Salus also approached the Golden Generation, first bowing slightly to Uchiha Itachi. The authority of the Holy Sun is second only to the Pope. Anyone from the Spirit Hall, regardless of rank, must pay their respects to the Holy Sun. Uchiha Itachi gestured for him to forego formalities, as he was not one to relish in such distinctions. Your performance was lacking this time, particularly you, Linyu. Had you not made that mistake, the Holy Sun would not have needed to intervene. Salus lamented the Holy Sun's accessibility before sternly reprimanding the other members. Since the Pope had entrusted the Golden Generation's members to him, he would exhaust all means to assist them in becoming stronger. The Holy Sun is already exceedingly powerful and does not require my guidance. Only the Pope has the authority to instruct the Holy Sun. I am but a high priest. Linyu, upon hearing this, instantly lowered her head, too intimidated to meet Salus's stern gaze. Salus then proceeded to point out the deficiencies of the others, most of which were minor errors. Deeper flaws remained undetected, as not everyone devotes time to studying tactics. Ultimately, he encouraged the Golden Generation to unwind and enjoy some leisure time in Tendo City, a rare opportunity indeed, as they had been sequestered within the Spirit Hall without a chance to truly revel in life. Itachi, would you accompany me to explore Tendo City? I have never been here before. Linyu deliberately feigned youthfulness, being 2 years older than Uchiha Itachi and sharing the same age as Yin. At that moment, her coy demeanor was undeniably alluring. Observing this, Hulaina furrowed her brow slightly. Although she had not developed romantic feelings for Uchiha Itachi, she held a favorable view of him, especially since His Holiness the Pope had inquired about her sentiments. Growing up in the Spirit Hall, she would never defy Bibi Dong's words, treating them as sacred decrees. She was well aware of the intent behind Bibi Dong's conversation with her, prompting her to attempt to cultivate feelings for Uchiha Itachi. With his handsome appearance and formidable strength, who had also aided her in attaining the third spirit ring of 10,000 years, she had no reason to overlook him. Thus, witnessing Linyu's overtures towards Uchiha Itachi stirred discontent within her. Uchiha Itachi did not decline, recognizing Linyu's cunning nature. However, he understood that such cunning could be advantageous, and he would not distance himself from her, as she was also a significant member of the Golden Generation. Upon seeing Uchiha Itachi's acceptance, Hulaina felt even more perturbed but dared not voice her concerns, for Uchiha Itachi was the Holy Son. Though she had been informally designated as a disciple by His Holiness, implying she would someday become the Holy Maiden of the Spirit Hall, she was not yet that title. Hey, Itachi, take us along. We've never been to Heaven Do City, Shiau interjected, noticing Hulaina's unusual expression. He spoke with a playful demeanor, brimming with youthful exuberance. Yin joined in, aware of Hulaina's feelings as well. He too harbored affections for her, yet Uchiha Itachi's overwhelming prowess left him feeling despondent. He buried these sentiments deep within, reminding himself that loving someone did not necessitate possession. After all, he was merely a 13-year-old child, grappling with notions of love. Uchiha Itachi welcomed them without reservation. To lead them, mere strength was insufficient. He needed to forge profound friendships with them. Commanding a faction could not be accomplished solely through power. Even with godlike abilities, those who resisted would sprout like weeds. Though such weeds posed no direct threat, they were undeniably bothersome. Noticing Shiau and Yan's actions, Lin Yu frowned slightly but refrained from commenting. Despite being part of the Golden Generation, she felt inferior to Shiau and others, as her third ring was merely of the 1,000-year caliber, revealing much about her standing. Her desire to draw closer to Uchiha Itachi was driven by her own ambitions. After all, what is affection if not a reflection of one's worth? Without notable qualities, why would anyone be inclined to like her? Lin Yu sought both her fourth spirit ring and her future status. The Holy Son might very well become the next pope or the pope's consort. What do you like to eat, Itachi? It's my treat. Hulaina decided to take the initiative, though her lack of experience made her clumsy. Despite her spirit being a fox, her theoretical knowledge far exceeded her practical skills. I can cook. Once we return to the spirit hall, I'll treat you all to a meal. Uchiha Itachi's statement left Shiau and Yin momentarily stunned. They had witnessed Uchiha Itachi's culinary skills firsthand, which surpassed even those of the royal chefs of the Heaven Do Empire. Culinary arts, too, could win hearts, as he had demonstrated during his infiltration of the Mist-Hidden Village. Chapter 25, Lin Yu and Hulaina Heaven Do City. Royal Inn. In the independent kitchen of the Royal Inn, Uchiha Itachi was busy with culinary preparations, employing various cooking techniques. Meanwhile, the other members of the Golden Generation sat in the main hall of the Royal Inn, engaging in lively discussions, boys conversing about the day's soul-fighting matches, while the girls delved into their own topics. Nana, I truly envy you. Your third spirit ring is of the 10,000-year caliber, unlike mine, which may struggle to even surpass the age limit for the fourth ring. Lin Yu's tone carried an inexplicable undertone, although it seemed to convey envy towards Hulaina. It was quite discomforting. Hulaina frowned slightly at Lin Yu's remark. Her spirit was that of a fox, predominantly focused on charm-based abilities. Uchiha Itachi had even taught her several illusions, and she had diligently studied related texts to enhance her enchanting skills. Consequently, she understood the implications behind Lin Yu's words. As for why she refrained from using such tactics on Uchiha Itachi, she deemed it too forward, believing that, as a young lady, she ought to exhibit some modesty. You were told by Nana not to absorb a spirit ring until you reached level 30, yet you were unwilling to wait. Who can you blame for that? Shiau interjected, recalling that Uchiha Itachi's ability to summon spirit beasts for sacrifice had been a closely guarded secret known only to the three of them. Hulaina had previously advised Lin Yu against hastily acquiring spirit rings, but Lin Yu had ignored her. The reasons were clear enough to the trio. Even Yan, who was rather simple-minded, understood that Lin Yu was eager to advance to Spirit Elder, fearing that Hulaina would surpass her, despite the latter being considerably younger. This was not necessarily malicious competition. The Spirit Hall did not discourage such competitive dynamics that could benefit both parties. I know. It's my fault for not heeding Nana's advice, but could you please be clearer next time? Lin Yu raised her voice, seemingly intentionally for certain ears to hear. The individual she had in mind was busy in the independent kitchen, having overheard her but choosing to remain silent. That was a secret, Nana's warning, given at the risk of reprimand, was already a considerable favor. Shiau, who had been inseparable from his sister since childhood, would not concern himself with camaraderie, especially since Lin Yu's talents paled in comparison to those of himself and Hulaina. Her inclusion in the Golden Generation was merely due to her status as a support-type spirit master. Upon hearing this, Lin Yu lowered her head. While she could employ petty tactics against Hulaina, she had no temper to direct at Shiau. And from now on, you should learn from Yongjin and refer to Itachi as Holy Son. Shiau had grown accustomed to being the bad guy for his sister, shielding her from malice and harm since their days in the orphanage. Being able to directly call Itachi by name was a privilege. Currently, only Hulaina, Shiau, and Yin held that right. Lin Yu merely approached Uchiha Itachi with the guise of innocence. Uchiha Itachi neither rejected nor accepted her advances, nor would he assume any responsibility. Dinner is ready, Uchiha Itachi announced, alleviating Lin Yu's awkwardness. Subsequently, he emerged from the kitchen, each of his 6 clones carrying 2 dishes, with 7 individuals in total. Uchiha Itachi, despite being composed of wooden clones, still needed sustenance. 12 dishes adorned the dining table, ample in quantity. As the 6 present were all at an age where they required substantial nourishment, Uchiha Itachi had even steamed 3 pots of rice using fire release. What shall we have for dinner? After returning from the starry great forest, I have yet to witness you cooking. A smile graced Shiau's face. Although Uchiha Itachi is now the holy son of the Spirit Hall, he has always treated the 3 of them kindly. Moreover, His Holiness the Pope has mentioned that in the future, they would serve as Itachi's greatest support. Much like the bond she shares with the spirit Douluo and the ghost Douluo. This sentiment may seem a bit grandiose, but Uchiha Itachi paid it no mind. He never intended to earn the Pope's complete trust right from the start. It has been a long time since I prepared a few dishes from my hometown. I hope you will be forgiving, Uchiha Itachi remarked, narrowing his eyes in a smile. He always greeted friends with warmth, his eyes habitually squinting. Only towards outsiders did he display a cold demeanor. Upon hearing this, Shiau and Yin showed no signs of courtesy and immediately served themselves rice, picking up their chopsticks to dig in. Although they had only known each other for 3 months, and Uchiha Itachi was a holy son, they felt a sense of ease around him, drawn in by a charm that made one want to draw closer. Itachi, honestly, if you weren't a soul master, you could become the Pope's personal chef at the Spirit Hall, and surely, your future would be bright, Yin said, his mouth full of food, his words somewhat unclear. In truth, the imperial chefs of the 2 great empires far surpassed the palace chefs of the Spirit Hall, for the Spirit Hall was not an aristocratic organization. Yet, having grown up in the Spirit Hall, Yin naturally regarded it as the finest place in the world and viewed the Pope as the most esteemed figure. I also wish to be a chef. Uchiha Itachi slowly opened his eyes, revealing a hint of melancholy. Since he had just dispelled his clone, Hulina had been fixated on him, her curiosity piqued by the enigmatic holy son. She was not only intrigued by Uchiha Itachi's extraordinary strength, but also by his past. Lina, what is wrong? Uchiha Itachi inquired, noticing her unusual gaze. Lin Yu, although also stealing glances at him, did so discreetly, unlike Hulina's unabashed stare, which seemed to suggest she was lost in thought. I'm fine, Hulina stammered, her cheeks flushing, exuding a charming innocence that belied her fox spirit's allure. Lin Yu secretly scoffed, her eyes glinting with disdain as she regarded Hulina's Navi demeanor. Feeling a twinge of disgust, a vixen pretending to be innocent, Lin Yu mused. Convinced that her affection for Uchiha Itachi stemmed not only from his status as the holy son, but also from his striking appearance, formidable strength, and his ability to command the respect of even the most ancient soul beasts. Witnessing Hulina's state stirred a sense of rivalry within her. Itachi, from now on, just call her Nana, perhaps she would enjoy that. Shiau chimed in, playing the role of the supportive brother. Though he was uncertain about the nature of his sister's feelings for Uchiha Itachi, he recognized that there was likely no man more exceptional in this world than him, powerful, noble, gentle, and capable of cooking. Shiau recalled his mother's words from his childhood that a man who could cook was surely devoted to his family. Brother, Hulina exclaimed, her face aflame, casting a shy glare at Shiau, before discreetly glancing at Uchiha Itachi to gauge his reaction. Chapter 26, 7 Treasure, Glazed Tile School. Jun Maru 7 Treasure, Glazed Tile School. Have you heard? Yesterday, Elder Gu brought back a child with innate full soul power. The news had spread, and the child named Jun Maru, with a bone spirit, had the potential to evolve into Elder Gu's bone dragon spirit if he absorbed suitable soul rings. Tragically, Jun Maru was the sole survivor of a village attacked by evil soul masters, yet this misfortune led to his early awakening of his spirit. It was said that upon awakening, he single-handedly eliminated all the assailants, including a soul master wanted by the Spirit Hall. In the grand hall of the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School stood a cute child with white hair and a hint of danger emanating from him, making even the titled Duel Gurong feel a tremor of unease. However, being human, there were countless methods to deal with such threats. Master, this is Jun Maru. My disciple, Gurong said with a smile. It was a stroke of luck to find a disciple who met his expectations. Elder Chen Xian, on the other hand, had yet to find even a promising junior. This thought only fueled Gurong's pride, and he looked forward to boasting in front of Chen Xian when he arrived. Ning Fengji watched the adorable child in slightly oversized outer sect robes with great delight. Gu Rong had brought Jun Maru to the seven-treasured glazed tile school the previous day and had shared his information casually. After a night of spreading news, not only had the sect master Ning Fengji learned of this, but so had the outer sect disciples. Jun Maru, 5 years old, innate full soul power, awakened his spirit early with a bone spirit. At just 5 years of age, he had killed a 36th level evil soul master with his powerful and peculiar spirit. This was remarkable, considering the treachery of evil soul masters, who often employed inhumane methods to enhance their soul power. Good, good, excellent, Ning Fengji exclaimed, congratulating Gu Rong on acquiring such an outstanding disciple. He approached Jun Maru with keen eyes, admiring his lineage, talent, achievements, and even his appearance, all seemingly perfect. The orphan background was favored by major sects, as orphans could develop a sense of belonging to the sect from a young age. Some unscrupulous sects might even make talented children into orphans to cultivate their loyalty. Luer, this is the master of our seven-treasure glazed tile school. Quickly pay your respects, Gu Rong said with a beaming smile. He had already envisioned how to flaunt his new disciple before Chen Xin, imagining the latter's feigned indifference, shadowed by envy. Pay respects to the master. Kamaru knelt on one knee, his head bowed, his voice devoid of any fluctuation or wave, resembling a block of ancient ice. Ning Fengji was unfazed by Kamaru's indifference. After all, how much warmth could one expect from a child who had lost all his family in a single night? Moreover, such coldness was easier to control, or perhaps more advantageous for Ning Fengji to utilize. During their first meeting, Ning Fengji had nothing of great value to offer. Yet he presented a fish-shaped jade pendant crafted from a millennium of warm jade. While it was not a precious item, it possessed notable benefits for nurturing the body. Please accept this. Should you encounter something that piques your interest later, feel free to mention it to me, he said as he handed the pendant to Kamaru. This pendant, of considerable worth, could only be afforded by the head of the seven-treasure glazed tile school, rendering Ning Fengji's claim of it being a mere trinket rather ironic. Upon seeing the pendant, Gu Yong furrowed his brow slightly. He recalled that it was intended as a gift for Rongrong. Glancing at Ning Fengji, he realized that the latter, possessing an astute mind, understood his unvoiced thoughts. A gift for Rongrong could be selected again, but time was too pressing now. And this was the only item he had on hand. Kamaru turned to Gu Yong, his eyes questioning. Take what the master gives you, Gu Yong replied, feeling a twinge of worry about how Fengji would handle Rongrong later. Thank you, master. Kamaru accepted the jade pendant with both hands, expressing his gratitude, but was interrupted by the sudden creaking of the door. A middle-aged man with white hair, wielding a gigantic sword and cradling an exceedingly adorable little girl, floated in. Daddy, you promised that pendant was for me. How could you go back on your word? The little girl's tone was somewhat spoiled, exuding an air of entitlement. Rongrong, stop your nonsense. Tomorrow, I will find you a better one, Ning Fengji asserted, his authoritative demeanor commanding respect, even from the fearless little witch, Ning Rongrong, who was momentarily taken aback. But then, with a swift glance at her grandfather, she realized that with both grandfathers present, her father would not dare to impose his will upon her. I don't want anything else. I want that one. Rongrong began to throw a tantrum, wriggling in the embrace of sword Douluo Chenshin, her defiance evident. Ning Fengji remained stoic, maintaining his stern expression. If Rongrong desires it, then give it to her. Tomorrow, you can find another to give to that child, Chenshin suggested, attempting to placate his cherished granddaughter. Nevertheless, Ning Fengji remained unmoved, silently observing his daughter. Under normal circumstances, or with another individual, he might have yielded to her wishes, granting her the pendant. However, this child was exceptionally gifted, possessing innate full soul power, and had awakened her martial soul at the tender age of 5, having already slain several evil soul masters, including a soul master of considerable rank. Such brilliance was daunting, prompting Ning Fengji to exercise caution, for he had never encountered a talent like hers before. Kamaru regarded Ning Rongrong with an impassive expression but stepped forward, extending the fish-shaped jade pendant toward her. Here, he said bluntly. Rongrong halted her antics, turning to face Kamaru. Her first impression of him was one of admiration. He was quite handsome. A charming boy like him was too delightful to pass up an opportunity to tease. Gu Yong and Ning Fengji exchanged glances, their lips curling into faint smiles. Establishing a good bond must begin from a young age. Meanwhile, Chenshin was left with a furrowed brow, displeased with this young lad who dared to court his little princess at such a tender age. Chapter 27. Kamara's first soul skill. Kamara successfully settled in the 7-treasure glazed tile school, residing with Bone Douluo Guyong. Initially, Guyong intended to take Kamaru to the Soul Beast Forest to hunt for soul beasts and acquire his first soul ring. However, Ning Fengji suggested they first examine Kamaru's physique, given his prematurely awakened martial soul, which might come with unforeseen side effects. In truth, Ning Fengji merely wished for his daughter to accompany Kamaru in obtaining his first soul ring, fostering a bond that would endure. Additionally, he yearned for his little witch to have a true friend, and Kamaru was evidently an excellent choice. Kamaru's health was remarkably good, even surpassing the norm. And his weight was peculiar, seemingly a consequence of his martial soul. Ning Fengji listened to the report from an elder within the sect, smiling slightly upon hearing there were no adverse effects. As for Kamaru's martial soul, it was said to be his own bones, possibly a true martial soul. Yet, given his innate full soul power, he could not possibly possess a worthless martial soul, as innate soul power is dictated by the quality of the martial soul. Just as the 7-treasure glazed tile martial soul could never have an innate soul power lower than level 5. A high-quality martial soul does not necessarily guarantee innate full soul power, but those with innate full soul power must possess a high-quality martial soul. Master. That child's martial soul is exceedingly powerful, innately possessing 2 skills. One is a self-healing ability. When utilizing his martial soul, his bones can pierce through flesh, granting him an almost invincible healing capability. I even suspect he might not die in the same manner as ordinary soul masters. The second skill allows him to condense his entire soul power into a segment of gray bone. This bone is incredibly dangerous. When I saw it, my martial soul warned me to stay away from it. I experimented with a 1,000-year-old rock armor turtle. That bone did not penetrate its body, nor did it even crack its hard shell. At this juncture, the elder paused, possibly needing to catch his breath after speaking for so long. Upon hearing this, Ning Fengji felt a pang of confusion. He did not understand why the elder felt the need to report this matter, if there was no breach of defense. It lacked significance. However, the 1,000-year-old rock armor turtle perished, reduced to ashes without a sound, not even a roar escaping its lips. Had it not been for the appearance of the soul ring, I might have believed I was experiencing a mirage-type soul skill, the elder stated gravely, seemingly recalling something. Swallowing hard. What? This exclamation was not limited to Ning Fengji. Even the 2 titled Douluo were astonished. Even they could not fathom slaying a 1,000-year soul beast at level 10, especially one known for its defensive prowess like the rock armor turtle. Moreover, according to the elder's description, that gray bone seemed to possess a force akin to a rule, death upon contact. Even a titled Douluo, when solely comparing defensive capabilities, could not contend with a soul beast. This implied that if Kamara were to engage closely, theoretically, he could slay a titled Douluo. What of Elir? Where is she now? The ancient banyan tree immediately spoke, his heart swelling with astonishment as he finally grasped why Jun Malu could slay a soul master. No soul master would ever regard a mere child, particularly one without even a soul ring, as a threat. This provided Jun Malu with the perfect opportunity to launch a surprise attack. Armed with this innate skill, even Gu Rong himself might have fallen prey. That child had absorbed the soul ring of the millennium-old rock-armored tortoise and was now a one-ring soul master. The elder spoke dryly, his eyes wide with shock. Though he had once perused a book authored by the renowned master, a figure of immense theoretical prowess, the age at which a soul master absorbs a soul ring correlates with their physical constitution. The stronger the constitution, the older the soul ring they can absorb. Upon hearing this, Ning Fengji stood in disbelief, questioning his own hearing. Gu Rong suddenly rose, staring in astonishment at the elder before him, while Chun Exine also stood, his gaze piercing like a drawn sword, causing the elder discomfort. Is there something wrong with Malu's body? Ning Fengji inquired anxiously, aware that surpassing limits to absorb a soul ring could exact an irreparable toll. I shall fetch Elir directly. Gu Rong vanished in a swirl of black mist, his mental energy instantly enveloping the entire 7-treasure glazed tile school, and within moments, he located Jun Malu. At that moment, Jun Malu was in meditation, seemingly cultivating his soul power. He felt a shadow pass before his eyes, and when he blinked, he found Ning Fengji, 2 titled Douluos, and an elder he had recently encountered before him. Master, teacher, grandfather Jian, Jun Malu greeted expressionlessly, then stood in silence, observing Jun Malu's demeanor. Ning Fengji felt a pang of pity for the exceptionally gifted child. Had that malevolent soul master not intervened, he would have been able to see this child next year, undoubtedly far more lively and cheerful than now. After absorbing that soul ring, do you feel any discomfort in your body? Gu Rong asked anxiously. As he channeled his soul power into Jun Malu's body, he found no abnormalities, only that Jun Malu's physical constitution had significantly improved, and he seemed to weigh more. My bones have become much sturdier, and I have gained a peculiar skill, Jun Malu replied, a slight frown creasing his brow. His entire demeanor having undergone a transformation, the two crimson dots between his brows shifting slowly, lending him an ethereal grace. Those who had witnessed Jun Malu in the act of killing would find it hard to associate the term grace with him. What skill? Gu Rong inquired, a glimmer of anticipation in his eyes. First soul skill, exoskeletal armor. The purple soul ring on Jun Malu flared to life, and a surge of soul power erupted from his spine, manifesting a fearsome set of skeletal armor that enveloped him. It was not so much that it appeared suddenly, rather. It was Jun Malu's speed that made it seem as though the armor had sprouted from his back in an instant, evoking the sensation of a summoning. What is the defense of this soul skill? To be honest, Gu Rong felt a twinge of regret. Had he known Jun Malu possessed such potential, he would have scoured the continent to procure a millennium-old bone dragon as Jun Malu's first soul ring. The rock-armored tortoise was far too mundane. Its defense merely passable. The seven-treasure glazed tile school raised rock-armored tortoises solely for a soul skill that enhanced defense. I'm not sure. But whenever I use this skill, I only feel a momentary pain when my back bursts open, Jun Malu responded. Upon hearing this, those present felt a pang of sympathy for the child. They remembered his remarkable self-healing ability, but selectively forgot that each time he wielded his martial soul, he endured pain. Chapter 28. Uncle Ning. Truly, it is a skill bestowed by a Millennium Soul Ring. Such defense places you in an invulnerable position at your level. Gu Rong, having just tested the defense of Jun Malu's first soul skill, could not help but exclaim in admiration. The disparity between a Millennium and a Century Soul Ring was immense, particularly in the early stages. A Millennium Soul Ring could render a Soul Master invincible within a given realm. Moreover, it was a first Soul Ring. Nearby, Ning Rongrong gazed with discontent at her grandfather Bone, grandfather Jian, and her father. Previously, her grandfather Bone, grandfather Jian, and father had solely surrounded her. But now this newcomer had not only snatched away the jade pendant her father intended to gift her, but also seemed intent on claiming her grandfather Bone, grandfather Jian, and father for himself. At this moment, the little demoness's nature was capricious and self-centered, quite full of herself. Except when in the presence of her two grandfathers and father, she always maintained the demeanor of a little demoness. Although Jun Malu had returned the jade pendant to her, she felt no joy, perceiving it as an act of charity. She abhorred such a feeling, yet mindful of her three formidable protectors, she refrained from voicing her discontent. However, today, Ning Rongrong felt a wave of panic. She feared that her grandfather Jian, grandfather Bone, and father might no longer dote on her. This unsettling feeling loomed like fog within her small room, easily dispelled with a wave of a hand, yet it would quickly congeal once more. Ning Rongrong was gripped by fear. Although she was quite young, she understood the concepts of soul masters and soul rings. In her worldview, a perfect first soul ring would at most be a century old, yet here stood someone with a millennium first soul ring. She was aware that her ability to garner affection stemmed from her own talents, and perhaps she could break the curse of the seven-treasure glazed tile school, evolving her martial soul into the 8 treasures glazed pagoda and becoming a soul Douluo. Yet now, a genius with even greater talent had emerged. Rongrong, when we grow old, it might be him who protects you in the future, Gu Rong said, seemingly in jest. His words prompted Ning Fengji to glance askance. Scrutinizing Jun Malu closely, he was perfect in lineage, appearance, talent, and his character could be shaped over time. Humph, I wouldn't you wanted to protect me. Ning Rongrong huffed, raising her head imperiously, looking down her nose at Jun Malu. Upon hearing this, the light in Jun Malu's gaze dimmed considerably. Rongrong, do not be willful. Jun Malu is a good child. You must learn to coexist harmoniously with him, just as your grandfather Jian, grandfather Bone, and I do. In the future, you will also rely on Jun Malu for protection, Ning Fengji admonished, his brow furrowing. Possessing a heart keenly attuned to emotions, he could easily discern that his daughter was behaving unusually. Though he held great affection for the exceptionally gifted child, his love for his daughter was paramount. Humph. Ning Rongrong huffed again, choosing not to argue with her father, but rather turning her head away in a haughty manner, presenting him with a delicately cute view of the back of her head. With the addition of someone vying for her affection, how could Ning Rongrong feel happy? Grandfather Bone, Will he listen to me? Suddenly, Ning Rongrong spoke up, casting an exceedingly adorable gaze at her grandfather, Gu Yong. In the past, this tactic had never failed her. Not only Gu Yong, but even Grandpa Jian and her father were unable to resist such a charming look. Well, it depends on Rongrong. If she wants him to listen to her, she must. Gu Rong teased with a mischievous smile. Upon hearing this, Ning Fengji also chuckled, wishing for such a scenario. However, he would not force his daughter if she were reluctant. Both of them were still young, and there would be ample opportunities for Ning Fengji to navigate their futures. Some emotions could indeed be steered. Humph, I find this kid's talent. This kid's. Douluo Qinshin snorted coldly, intending to mock Jun Malu, yet he couldn't discern any flaws. Even his background posed no issue, after all. Which prestigious sect would disdain a prodigy lacking in support? Admitting to a tinge of envy, he recognized that Gu Rong had found such an exceptional and even monstrous disciple. Meanwhile, he had been searching for a worthy student within the seven-treasure glazed tile school for a long time, yet had found none. With a hint of jealousy, Douluo Qinshin noted that the first soul ring was of the millennium level and bore no side effects, a rarity in the entire Douluo continent. Alas, the martial soul was not a sword. If Jun Malu's martial soul were sword-related, he would contend fiercely with that old fellow Gu Rong. In my opinion, Rongrong is the more talented one, Douluo Qinshin remarked, though he felt apprehensive. The limitation of the seven-treasure glazed tile is the soul sage rank. Even if Ning Rongrong had the opportunity to elevate it to the 8-treasure glazed tile, she would still only be a soul de law. While the 7-treasure glazed tile is renowned as the premier support martial soul, the innate talent of Jun Malu was truly astonishing. At that moment, Ning Rongrong, upon hearing this, immediately flashed a playful grin and playfully pouted at her Grandpa Jian, then shot a defiant glance at Jun Malu. Unfazed, Jun Malu maintained his expressionless demeanor, which only irked Ning Rongrong further. Uncle Jian, just indulge her. From today onward, we are family. Ning Fengji began to win over Jun Malu with his eloquent words, creating a most agreeable atmosphere. Even when addressing a simple-minded child, Ning Fengji exuded perfection, perhaps explaining how he managed to keep the 7-treasure glazed tile school flourishing. Indeed, Master, Jun Malu responded, his tone softened, yet still rather stiff. From now on, call me Uncle Ning. Since we are family, let's dispense with the formalities. Ning Fengji smiled, his eyes glimmering with wisdom. Yes, Uncle Ning, Jun Malu replied, glancing at Gu Yong, as if seeking his approval, having been instructed by Gu Yong just the day before to support Ning Fengji as the sect leader. Gu Yong nodded, recognizing this as a strategy to win hearts. Unlike other mundane leaders, Ning Fengji's approach was dignified and sincere. Good boy. By the way, Rongrong will be obtaining a soul ring shortly. You can accompany her and learn how to identify soul beasts, Ning Fengji said, affectionately patting Jun Malu's well-coiffed head. If bonds and relationships were to be nurtured, they must begin from a young age. Chapter 29, The Remarkably Cool Jun Malu, the 7-treasure glazed tile school. Every major sect captures suitable soul beasts for their martial souls, nurturing them with rare treasures to enhance their longevity. Renowned as the premier support martial soul across the continent, the 7-treasure glazed tile school was no exception. In fact, it was the wealthiest sect on the continent, even surpassing the empires. The term wealthy enough to rival a nation was coined specifically for them. With Luer's strength, aiding Rongrong in acquiring a soul ring poses no challenge, Ning Fengji had stated. However, he did not intend for Jun Malu to be the sole assister for his daughter. He originally planned to dispatch 2 swift and stealthy soul emperors to safeguard the future pillars of the 7-treasure glazed tile school. Yet, the 2 top-tier combatants, Douluo Qinshin and Gu Yong, volunteered to remain hidden, protecting the 2 children. This left Ning Fengji somewhat exasperated, yet considering Jun Malu's exceptional talent, he felt reassured. If such a prodigy did not meet an untimely demise, attaining the rank of title de law was nearly guaranteed. He might even surpass the barriers described by Douluo Qinshin. I warn you, from now on, refrain from showing off in front of my father, Grandpa Gu, and Grandpa Jian, Ning Rongrong declared fiercely, dressed in a beautiful little dress. Her hair ornament simple yet exquisite, her cherubic face contorting into a mock menacing expression. Hearing this, Jun Malu paused, then turned to Ning Rongrong. It must be said, Jun Malu had an imposing presence. Standing there with a cold expression, he exuded an aura of intimidation that even the headstrong Ning Rongrong found daunting. Grandpa Gu is my master. I cannot comply with your request. However, I can promise to limit my interactions with Uncle Ning and Grandpa Jian, Jun Malu stated earnestly. This unexpected response caused Ning Rongrong, who had been startled, to momentarily pause, then nod in satisfaction. Her grandfather's disciple was quite thoughtful. Though this stoic boy would still interact with Grandpa Gu, she appreciated Jun Malu's willingness to yield. Hidden in the shadows, Gu Yong and Jin Douluo Chinchin exchanged glances. Having anticipated that Jun Malu would reprimand Ning Rongrong, as long as there was no bloodshed, they would refrain from intervening, should Jun Malu truly strike at Ning Rongrong. It would only be after she reported to the sect that they could step in to support her. By the way, how did you absorb a Millennium Soul Ring? Ning Rongrong resumed her usual spoiled demeanor, inquiring with a hint of skepticism. This question had been posed by Ning Fengji and others previously. Even questioned of the sect elders who had witnessed Jun Malu absorb the Millennium Soul Ring. However, he replied, I am unsure. The soul ring simply flew to me. Jun Malu shook his head, expressing his genuine ignorance. However, Ning Rongrong was clearly unconvinced. At that time, Jun Malu had responded similarly to Ning Fengji. But unlike Ning Rongrong, Ning Fengji believed him. He even dispatched some clandestine forces from the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School to investigate the evil spirit masters who had attacked Jun Malu's village. Anyone would categorize such a bizarre occurrence as the work of evil spirit masters. Yet, Ning Fengji was not a narrow-minded person. In fact, he could be described as ruthless, capable of sacrificing hundreds of ordinary lives to create a genius of such caliber. Of course, he would not use innocent lives. He would seek out those who were utterly depraved as sacrifices. Ultimately, however, he returned empty-handed, for this was merely a coincidence that even Fu Jiang had not anticipated. The wooden clone of Jun Malu arrived at the villages surrounding the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, initially planning to lurk for a year, becoming familiar with the villagers, and then awaken his martial soul a year later to showcase his talent, thereby joining the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School seamlessly. Yet, he did not expect the evil spirit masters to provoke the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School by slaughtering the villages under its protection. Naturally, Jun Malu seized this opportunity. In his despair and fury, he awakened his martial soul and annihilated all those involved. Humph. If you won't speak, then say you don't know, Ning Rongrong huffed, quickening her pace and surpassing Jun Malu. Observing this, Jun Malu immediately caught up with her, keeping a vigilant eye on their surroundings before turning his gaze back to her. Do not walk ahead of me. Grandfather Gu said it is my duty to protect you, he stated awkwardly, extending his hand to block her path. Ning Rongrong, taken aback that Jun Malu dared to obstruct her, felt a mixture of annoyance and incredulity. Today was supposed to be the day she obtained her first soul ring, yet none of the important figures, Grandpa Jin, Grandpa Gu, or even her father, had accompanied her, leaving only Jun Malu by her side. She was astute enough to realize her father intended for her to befriend Jun Malu, recognizing his exceptional talent, which could only be described as unparalleled. The early spontaneous awakening of his martial soul, his innate full soul power, the skills inherent to his martial soul, and his first soul ring being a millennium-old one. All these attributes made him a target of desire for numerous sects, and astonishingly, they all converged upon a single individual. The Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School needed Jun Malu. In fact, in some respects, he was even more crucial than she was, for his innate talent destined him to become a title Douluo, and one of the most powerful among them. The significance of a title Douluo for a sect is self-evident. Even if Ning Rongrong had the opportunity to evolve the Seven Treasure Glazed Tower into the Eight Treasure Glazed Tower, it would remain merely an opportunity. She trusted that her father, along with Grandpa Jian and Grandpa Gu, cared for her deeply. Yet she lacked the confidence to compare her importance to that of a future title Douluo. Protect me? How can you protect me? Ning Rongrong retorted defiantly, understanding the implications but showing no inclination to relent. Although her impression of Jun Malu had slightly improved, she still found him somewhat insufferable, as he had usurped her glory and attention. It would be strange if she did not harbor any disdain for him. With my martial soul, Jun Malu replied, his gaze resolute and his demeanor unflappable. A thunderous roar erupted, followed by the descent of a massive, muscular gorilla, approximately 2 meters tall, from the trees. Upon sighting the beast, Jun Malu narrowed his eyes slightly, the purple soul ring on his body illuminating instantly. A formidable and ornate set of bone armor manifested around him. He swiftly positioned himself in front of Ning Rongrong, extending his arms. The bone armor elongated into 2 sharp bone spikes, piercing effortlessly through the gorilla's chest. In a mere instant, the gorilla fell lifelessly, a white soul ring tinged with yellow emerging from its corpse. Uncle Ning said your first soul ring must come from a 100-year soul beast. And it should be a powerful one, Junmalu remarked, glancing at the white soul ring before turning to Ning Rongrong. At that moment, Ning Rongrong had collapsed onto the ground, utterly terrified by the display of power, trembling at the sight of the gorilla's corpse. She looked up at the unflinching Junmalu, whose expression remained unchanged, his stoicism emanating an aura that, in her youthful vernacular, could only be described as exceedingly cool. However, Ning Rongrong was not so easily swayed. Conquering her in any sense would not be a simple endeavor. In Chapter 30, Ning Rongrong acquired her first soul ring, which amplified her strength significantly, albeit solely in terms of raw power. Junmalu recognized the veracity of the title the world's foremost auxiliary martial soul, for Fu Jiang had scoured all available records of auxiliary martial souls, finding only a handful that could rival the 7 treasure glazed tower. Among those were Yang Jin's brilliant golden staff from the Spirit Hall and the legendary 9-heart begonia. However, both of these martial souls were exceedingly rare, and the brilliant golden staff could not be passed down through bloodlines, akin to a mutated martial soul. As for the 9-heart begonia, it was a singular lineage, boasting only healing capabilities and renowned for its immortality. You look rather charming when you smile. You should smile more often, Ning Rongrong remarked with a hint of malice, recalling Junmalu's smile, which she had forced him to display. When she beheld his smile, it had stirred an inexplicable reaction within her. It was not that he looked particularly attractive, rather, it was the dissonance that struck her. He was such a frigid figure. Yet he had produced a genuine smile. Ning Rongrong shivered at the memory. Junmalu replied, yet he did not dwell on the matter. He was well aware of Ning Rongrong's underlying intentions, even if he refrained from vocalizing them. Seems like Rongrong and Malu are getting along quite well. Ning Fengji's voice interjected, prompting Junmalu to turn and bow slightly, while Ning Rongrong darted forward, leaping into Ning Fengji's embrace like a fledgling swallow. Elair, have you been slacking off in your training lately? Came the authoritative voice of Gu Rong, tinged with concealed amusement and delight. He was exceedingly pleased with this disciple. Whenever he conversed with Sword Douluo and Xin, he would inevitably mention his prized disciple Junmalu. Sometimes, he would even express concern for Sword Douluo and Xin, reassuring him that even if his talent was slightly lacking, it was all right, as not everyone possessed the same gifts as his disciple. In summary, he would deliver a barrage of teasing remarks, occasionally revealing genuine feelings while lamenting Sword Douluo and Xion's misfortune, suggesting that on the day of his demise, he might not even have a direct disciple to see him off. What followed was a fierce battle, although Bone Douluo Gu Rong lost. He bore a smile as if he had triumphed, while Sword Douluo and Xion, the victor, wore a grim expression. No, I am now at level 15. Junmalu spoke with an unchanging expression. Upon hearing this, Ning Fengji's hand, which was about to retrieve a gift for Ning Rongrong, hesitated slightly. The corner of Bone Douluo Gu Yang's eye twitched imperceptibly, while Sword Douluo and Xion clenched his fists beneath his voluminous robes. Level 15. Ning Fengji exclaimed in astonishment, placing his hand upon Junmalu, allowing his gentle soul power to probe into Junmalu's body, and was astounded to discover that Junmalu had indeed reached level 15. The Millennium Soul Ring had bestowed Junmalu with 4 levels of soul power, and in just a few short days, he had successfully ascended another level. This was truly terrifying. Ning Fengji felt a mix of shock and delight. For Junmalu was a member of the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile School and also a disciple of Bone Douluo Gu Yang. Ning Rongrong gazed at Junmalu in surprise. She had only just reached level 11, yet she was a full year older than him. Even if Junmalu had awakened his martial soul at 6, had they trained together from that day, she might not have even reached level 10, while Junmalu had already attained level 15. For the first time, she grasped the meaning of talent and genius. Ahem, no wonder he is my disciple. Such talent surpasses even the so-called golden generation recently mentioned in the Spirit Hall. Gu Yang coughed lightly, continuously embellishing his own reputation. In truth, he had not imparted anything particularly significant to Junmalu. He had merely paved the way for him. As long as Junmalu did not cause any trouble, the position of the future husband of the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile School's leader would undoubtedly be his. The rapid enhancement of soul power necessitated that he find several younger disciples for practice soon. Sword Douluo and Xion offered his advice, genuinely concerned for Junmalu, recognizing him as a gifted disciple of the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile School. Although he envied Gu Yang, he would never regard Junmalu as an outsider. Upon hearing this, Bone Douluo Gu Yang nodded. He had no intention of heading to the arena, as it was far too chaotic, and the safety of the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile School was paramount. Until Junmolo possessed adequate self-protection abilities, he would never allow him to expose himself. Little Bone, how have you trained to progress so rapidly? Ning Rongrong asked in astonishment, her eyes sparkling like a constellation, fixated on Junmolo. In response, Bone Douluo Gu Yong was taken aback, then revealed a cryptic smile, while Sword Douluo Chen Xin furrowed his brow slightly but said nothing. He understood that Junmolo's character would not deceive Rongrong, nor did he believe that a 5-year-old boy would possess such intentions. Ning Fengji smiled, realizing that his decision was indeed wise. His little witch had successfully taken her first step. Why do you call him Little Bone? Ning Fengji inquired with a smile, contemplating whether to let this nickname become Ning Rongrong's exclusive term for Junmolo. Because his martial soul is the same as Grandpa Bone's, and he is younger than me. So I call him Little Bone, Ning Rongrong replied nonchalantly, looking exceedingly adorable, which only made Ning Fengji smile wider. Meanwhile, Junmolo regarded Ning Rongrong with an unchanging gaze, resembling a wooden figure. You must not bully Little Bone. In the future, you will rely on him to protect you, Ning Fengji remarked, his eyes sparkling with warmth, exuding an aura of approachability. He held no air of superiority, earning a favorable impression from both commoner soul masters and noble soul masters alike, largely due to his efforts. I don't need Little Bone to protect me. I have Grandpa Bone and Grandpa Jin, and my father is enough, Ning Rongrong declared with a touch of pride. She understood her father's intentions, but believed she simply found Junmolo cool, talented, and powerful without any deeper feelings. Based on snippets from Grandpa Bone, Grandpa Jin, and her father, she recognized that Junmolo would undoubtedly become a titled Douluo, and among them, a remarkable one at that. Titled Douluos were exceedingly rare across the continent, let alone those who ranked among the elite. Go, Little Bone, Ning Rongrong shouted enthusiastically, disregarding her ladylike image, cheering fervently for Junmolo. Ning Fengji did not intervene. He viewed it as a positive development. While he would not control his daughter's affections, he understood that everything in this world could be influenced. He had intentionally reduced the number of young girls around Junmolo and arranged topics of conversation for the maidens surrounding his little princess, hoping that she would overhear them inadvertently. Amidst the ongoing battle, Junmolo heard Ning Rongrong's encouraging shouts and paused momentarily, turning to face her. A prime opportunity. Junmolo's opponents, seeing this momentary lapse, seized the chance and sprang into action. First soul skill, Wolf Claw. First soul skill, Rampaging Bull Tread. Second soul skill, Spear Like a Dragon. The soul skills of 7 aggressive battle spirit masters struck against Junmolo's bone armor, leaving only minor cracks and causing no significant damage. The disparity between Millennium and 100-year soul skills at the same level was indeed vast. This was also a Millennium soul skill developed by Junmolo based on the materials provided by his master. Little Bone is so strong. Even though those 7 are all at a higher level, Ning Rongrong exclaimed, covering her mouth in surprise, her eyes gleaming as she gazed at Junmolo, who was dominating the arena. Indeed, there is no one on the entire continent who could defeat Junmolo at his current level, Ning Fengji stated proudly. His words filled with conviction, as the first soul ring was indeed of Millennium caliber. He had never heard of anything like it across the continent. Had he not known that Junmolo's physical attributes were unparalleled and irreplicable, he might have been tempted to dissect him out of curiosity. 10-finger piercing. Junmolo raised his gauntlet, extending his palm before calling out sharply. Whoosh, 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 accompanied by the launch of his finger bones. Those exhausted great soul masters were instantly sent flying by the 10 oval-shaped bones. This was a weakened version of 10-finger piercing, or rather, it could be called 10-finger bullets. By smoothing the finger bones, he reduced their lethality. The 7 individuals could be considered minor geniuses within the 7 treasures, glazed tile school, and it was said that they might become soul saints or even Douluos in the future. Bone Douluo Gu Yong had expressly told him to go easy on them. These opponents posed no threat to El Air at all. They were not even capable of exhausting El Air's soul power. Bone Douluo Gu Yong remarked proudly, casting a glance at Sword Douluo Chen Xin. He had grown accustomed to his old friend's boasting, yet it still irked him slightly. Then allow me to refine that superficial soul power. As the voice of the Sword Douluo Chen resonated, he had already appeared before Junmolo. Young man, allow me to assess your capabilities. Give it your all, including your innate soul skill. With those words, Chen stood quietly before Junmolo, seemingly awaiting his attack. He stood there with his hands clasped behind his back, exuding an aura of vulnerability. Yet Junmolo discerned that these apparent weaknesses were merely a reflection of Chen's nonchalance. At that moment, Bone Douluo Gu Rong was nearly beside himself, ready to confront Chen and chastise him for his audacity. However, he was restrained by Ning Fengji. Gu, this child, Ma Lu, should possess the strength of a high-ranking soul master. His journey has been too smooth and victorious. Experiencing defeat could be beneficial for him. Ning Fengji spoke, emphasizing that while maintaining unyielding confidence was essential, excessive arrogance could lead to downfall. He recognized Jun Ma Lu's potential for arrogance, but aspired to cultivate him into a perfect soul master, both in strength and character. Upon hearing this, Douluo Gu Rong, though still concerned, resumed his seat, his countenance dark as he observed Qinshin. Should his disciple be harmed, he would have a serious discussion with this audacious man. Although he may lack brute strength, he resolved to make Qinshin's life difficult through his cunning. Jun Ma Lu's expression remained unchanged, revealing little emotion apart from the dissonant smile he displayed before Ning Rongrong. As he spoke, he stepped back, placing his hand at the nape of his neck. A sharp crack echoed, followed by the sound of bone piercing flesh. Under Qinshin's astonished gaze, Jun Ma Lu extracted his own spine. As the spine emerged, a flicker of emotion crossed Jun Ma Lu's face, his skin twitching as if he were in excruciating pain. A massive bone sword, taller than Jun Ma Lu himself, materialized in his grasp, a manifestation of the abilities of the corpse bone lineage. Initially intending to forge a colossal spear, he decided against it, realizing it could serve as his future soul skill. Gathering energy into a sword, Qinshin murmured, conjuring a 3-foot azure blade in his hand. While it lacked the imposing presence of Jun Ma Lu's colossal bone sword, its fierce aura was palpable. Jun Ma Lu remained silent, knowing that as long as he refrained from speaking, each of his powerful moves was as straightforward as a basic attack. The immense bone sword swung down toward Qinshin, who raised his azure blade to block the strike. The sound of metal clashing erupted, and Qinshin's arm trembled slightly. This was impressive, considering it was merely a standard swing from Jun Ma Lu, devoid of any soul skill. Clang, clang, clang. The sound of continuous metal collisions filled the air as Jun Ma Lu wielded the gigantic bone sword with such speed that it almost left afterimages, reaching the limits of his current form. Yet, each strike was effortlessly parried by Qinshin. He understood that his current frail strength still fell short compared to the true powerhouses of this realm. To what extent can your innate soul skill be unleashed? Qinshin inquired, his eyes sharp as a blade, a fierce sword intent emanating from him. He transformed into an embodiment of terror, seemingly poised to pierce the heavens. He yearned to test the dreadful power that resembled a fundamental principle. Common killing gray bone. Jun Ma Lu bellowed, serving as a warning to Qinshin. Suddenly, a gray-white phalanx erupted from Jun Ma Lu's palm, exuding an aura of terrifying ancientness, reminiscent of a relic from a higher being. Qinshin's pupils constricted, a chilling dread enveloping him. An instinctual voice warned him to avoid contact with that object at all costs. It was as if a field mouse had encountered a venomous snake, or a lamb faced a hungry wolf. This was a suppression of life levels, unrelated to one's strength or resolve. Sword chi. Qinshin's sword intent ascended, transforming him into a deity of blades. The radiance emanating from his eyes morphed into tangible sword light. Jun Ma Lu noted this awe-inspiring display, astonished by the heights swordsmanship could achieve. He realized that Qinshin's outburst was a manifestation of an unparalleled will, which could tentatively be termed sword intent. This intent was capable of influencing the will of others, akin to an illusion. The gray-white phalanx shot forth with a gust of wind, prompting Qinshin to discard his azure blade, instead wielding his soul power to command the sword. Upon collision, there was no cataclysmic sound, only the gentle dispersal of the azure blade into ash. The azure blade, formed from Qinshin's sword energy, would typically return as soul power upon disintegration, but at that moment, Qinshin felt none of that energy returning. Chapter 32, a bit of M from Ning Rongrong indeed. Qinshin mused inwardly. Even if he were struck by the common killing gray bone, he would meet an instantaneous demise. This was no poison, yet it was infinitely more potent. As the phalanx dissipated, Jun Ma Lu's presence waned, to the point where he nearly collapsed backward. Douluo Gu Rong swiftly appeared behind him, catching him just before he fell, casting a furious glare at Qinshin. Qinshin, in turn, regarded Gu Rong with grave concern, understanding that his old comrade had something crucial to convey. This move indeed embodies a power akin to fundamental principles. Even you and I would face death upon contact. Qinshin stated gravely, having felt the imminent threat of death, even his martial soul, the 7 kills sword, warned him. He recognized that the gray bone would not strike him. Jun Ma Lu would never truly hurl it at him. Yet, an unrelenting fear gripped him, unrelated to willpower, but stemming from a soul-level suppression. Akin to the disparity between a common iron sword and the 7 kills sword, or an ordinary hammer and the Haotian hammer? This child, Ning Fengji approached the scene, having overheard Qinshin's remarks, his gaze fixated intently on Junma Lu. Ning Rongrong, nestled in her father's embrace, also caught wind of this, although her primary concern lay with Junma Lu's well-being. Wah! Little bone, what has happened to you? Ning Rongrong wailed as she clung to Junma Lu, her cries startling the three apex figures of the Soul Master realm. Rongrong, your little bone is fine. He merely expended too much soul power. He just needs to rest. Douluo Qinshin hurriedly attempted to pacify, momentarily setting aside the terrifying thoughts of slaying the gray bones, as he deemed his little princess to be of greater importance. However, his words failed to bring any solace to Ning Rongrong. Instead, they seemed to exacerbate her distress. Grandpa Jian, I despise you. Ning Rongrong shouted, continuing to weep profusely. Initially, she held little affection for Junma Lu, yet after spending the past few days together, she felt an unspoken connection with him. It was reminiscent of their outing a couple of days prior, where they both gravitated toward the same item she fancied, with Junma Lu intending to gift it to her. Furthermore, she sensed that Junma Lu was different from those who fawned over her. His interest in her did not stem from her status. At the very least, that was Ning Rongrong's belief, for none of her sycophants would dare defy her commands. In contrast, while Junma Lu might resist her orders, he never harbored any disdain for her. This was a sensation she had not encountered among her peers. Perhaps Ning Rongrong possessed a hint of masochistic tendencies. The sight of Junma Lu, who sometimes opposed her, felt refreshing. Moreover, he did not constantly challenge her in trivial matters. He was quite compliant. Yet, when it came to principled issues, he would stand his ground. Junma Lu recognized that this little enchantress indeed exhibited some masochistic traits, albeit modestly. One could assert dominance occasionally, but not incessantly. A balance must be maintained. Upon hearing his little princess's words, Douluo Qinshin felt as if struck by lightning, rendered motionless. His mouth agape, unable to utter a sound. It seemed as though he had fallen out of favor with her. Previously, she had been quite fond of him. But ever since this boy's arrival, his image in her eyes had plummeted. This pig had not even begun to root around. And already the cabbage was beginning to disdain its caretaker. What would happen when the pig grew larger? Douluo Qinshin endeavored to comfort his little princess. And to prove that Junma Lu was indeed unharmed, he directly infused his soul power into Junma Lu's body, causing him to abruptly awaken. Like a corpse rising, Junma Lu was propelled high into the air by the overwhelming soul power, before regaining his balance with remarkable coordination. Little bone, you're finally awake. Ning Rongrong's tear-streaked face bore no resemblance to the beauty of a weeping willow. Instead, a large bubble of snot hung from her nose, growing ever larger. I'm fine, Junma Lu said, a smile suddenly emerging on his typically stoic face. His countenance, characterized by a chilling demeanor, remained unchanged in expression, save for the peculiar smirk that crept upon his lips. Ning Rongrong found herself utterly disarmed by Junma Lu's antics, breaking into laughter as the bubble on her nose burst with a comical pop. Witnessing this, the three adults present shared knowing smiles, including the previously petrified Douluo Qinshin. However, Douluo Qinshin soon lost his mirth, as his little princess suddenly embraced Junma Lu. Observing this scene, the farmer, Douluo Qinshin's expression darkened instantaneously. Let go. What kind of behavior is this? Douluo Qinshin exclaimed, casting a glance at Ning Fengji, urging him to intervene and protect his little princess. Among the three adults present, only Douluo Qinshin seemed unwilling to allow any contact between Junma Lu and Ning Rongrong, but this reluctance was merely temporary. After all, he could find no child more exceptional than Junma Lu. Ning Fengji, on the other hand, had been contemplating the possibility of Junma Lu becoming a son-in-law, ensuring that the next generation of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School would still bear the Ning surname. As for Douluo Gu Rong, observing his disciple with his little princess, he felt no dismay akin to Douluo Qinshin's. Rather, he perceived it as his pig finally rooting around in his own cabbage. It's fine. They are merely children. What do they understand? Douluo Gu Rong remarked nonchalantly, seemingly intent on provoking his old comrade Douluo Qinshin. Upon hearing this, Douluo Qinshin's eyes widened in anger as he glared fiercely at Douluo Gu Rong. Little Bone, I thought you were dead. And stop smiling, Ning Rongrong said, her laughter genuine, as she truly wished to see no more of Junma Lu's amusing smiles. Indeed, Junma Lu promptly replied, his smile vanishing as he assumed a serious demeanor. Seeing Junma Lu's expression, Ning Fengji's smile widened even further. Humph. Little bone, let us go. Accompany me to shop. Despite her tear-streaked and snot-smeared face, Ning Rongrong gazed joyfully at her little bone. Taken aback, Duel shook his head. I have homework today, tomorrow, he stated rigidly. Determined to be a child of perseverance and diligence, especially now that Ning Fengji and Douluo Gu Rong held him in high regard. His current objective was to win over Douluo Chenshin. Humph. She cried for you. Can't you spare her just one day? Ning Rongrong's temper flared. Her face resembling that of a mischievous kitten, yet her defiant aura returned. Master said that cultivation requires consistency. Otherwise, it is like rowing upstream. If you do not advance, you will fall back. Duel continued, his tone resolute. This demeanor elicited a nod of approval from Douluo Gu Rong, who indeed had said as much. Ahem. It's all right. Homework can be done tonight. You should first accompany Rongrong to enjoy herself, Douluo Gu Rong said, feigning sternness as he coughed lightly. Yet his gaze was filled with expectation towards his little princess. Wonderful. I adore Grandpa Bone. Ning Rongrong exclaimed with glee, leaving Douluo Chenshin feeling as though pierced by a sword, once more turning to stone. Chapter 33. I will protect you, Nodding City. Nodding Primary Academy. Master-S Office. Flinder enthusiastically introduced the little monsters of Shrek along with several teachers, continually persuading the master to accompany him to Shrek Academy. The master, visibly tempted, recognized that Nodding Academy ultimately belonged to another, and while he shared a friendship with its principal, it paled in comparison to his bond with Flinder, whose strength far surpassed that of the principal. In the future, he would need to augment the soul rings of his two disciples, and his own power was evidently insufficient. Flinder, I can take Fujiang and Shiau into Shrek, but I need your assurance that your other students will not learn about Fujiang. Just as you did with that boy Ma Hongjun, only bestow him a 900-year soul ring. Though it cannot compare to a 10,000-year one, it is for Fujiang's safety. At last, the master relented, much to the delight of the loquacious Flander, who nearly leaped from his chair. Indeed, he had already jumped. With his soul sage-level prowess, Flander's physical constitution was remarkable, and his exuberant leap caused his head to make intimate contact with the ceiling. No problem, Xiao Gang. You know what kind of person I am, don't you? 900 years is certainly better than 400, Flander chuckled, rubbing his head with a silly grin. His prized disciple was Ma Hongjun. Although the first soul ring was not a 10,000-year one, the disparity between a 900-year soul ring and a 400-year one was still substantial. Moreover, Flander was confident that with his persuasive eloquence, he could easily convince the master to bestow a black 10,000-year soul ring upon his cherished disciple. And as for the teachers at your academy, do not blame me for being cautious. I pondered this matter for an entire day before deciding whether to inform you. The master spoke with a stern expression, revealing his profound distrust towards the other instructors at Shrek Academy. After all, should this information become public, it would undoubtedly stir up a tempest across the continent. Once leaked, Fujiang would face relentless pursuit from the Spirit Hall, the Heaven Do Empire, the Star Luo Empire, along with the upper and lower sects, as numerous smaller sects covetously eyed the positions of the 7 major sections. While it may not be said that whoever possesses Fujiang holds the world, acquiring him would certainly ensure that the next generation of one's own faction would surpass that of others. After all, the disparity between a 100-year soul ring and a 10,000-year one is incomparable. No problem, I shall keep my lips sealed. Even if 2 dragons were to inquire, I would remain utterly silent. After all these years, you know my discretion, Flander boasted, thumping his chest. In truth, the matter had already become common knowledge within Shrek. Yet he had no other recourse. A brief period of secrecy would suffice, and he had issued a gag order, which should, hopefully, perhaps, avert any issues. Upon hearing this, the master furrowed his brow, casting a dubious glance at his old friend, who was known for his unconditional trust in his companions. Once Fujiang and his companion return, I shall take them away, and you should discuss matters with the principal of the Nodding Academy, the master stated. Aware that the principal would never allow 2 innate full soul power children to depart, even if one possessed a useless martial soul. Thus, he had no choice but to enlist the soul sage Flander to negotiate with the principal. Despite their friendship, the master's priority was the future of his 2 disciples, and he was prepared to set aside his ties with the principal for their sake. Meanwhile, in Holy Soul Village, petals danced gracefully through the air, painting a scene reminiscent of a celestial paradise. Fujiang gazed at Xiao and Tang San before him, his expression devoid of emotion. He was already aware of Xiao's identity as a soul beast, yet he chose to remain silent, harboring no intentions of coveting her soul ring. After all, Xiao was a fated individual. He had yet to fully exploit the opportunities presented to him, and could not allow any misfortune to befall her. Moreover, the potential that a fated person possessed far surpassed the worth of a mere 100,000-year soul ring or soul bone. In the future, I shall protect you. Fujiko spoke coldly, her gaze sharp, akin to a sword unsheathed. Witnessing this demeanor, Shiau was evidently startled, her rabbit ears perking up in response. After all, Fujiko had cast a significant shadow over her. I understand, Shiau stammered, retreating behind Tang San, her expression fraught with fear. Although Fujiko possessed striking beauty, Shiau's initial impression of her was unfavorable, and she was profoundly intimidated by someone who could evoke such heart-wrenching sensations merely with a glance. Noticing Shiau's reaction, Fujiko furrowed her brow slightly but chose to remain silent. This is for you. Fujin retrieved a scroll from his ample sleeves and handed it to Shiau. With a tinge of trepidation, Shiau accepted the scroll, her gaze momentarily fixating on the prominent seal that adorned it. She had recently acknowledged two individuals as her elder brothers, Tang San as the eldest and Fujin as the second. Subsequently, Tang San had bestowed upon her a concealed weapon named the Silent Sleeve Arrow, while Fujin presented her with this. Is this your ancestral soul skill? Tang San inquired, his curiosity piqued. He too had been granted Fujin's ancestral soul skill, which illuminated the formidable and precious nature of these abilities. According to Fujin's account, his ancestral soul skills encompassed not only ordinary attack-type abilities but also a plethora of variations, including healing, sealing, and enhancement techniques, among countless others. Such skills, regardless of the power they faced, would compel those factions to abandon their pretenses and seize them by force. A sealing technique could restrain both aura and true form. Fujiko uttered words that plunged Shiau into a chilling despair. Shiau stared intently at Fujiko, her steps involuntarily retreating. She aimed to flee, only to realize that escape was an impossibility. Although she, like Fujiko, was a first-ring soul master, the disparity between their abilities was profound. I will protect you. Fujikawa spoke with a resolute tone, a fleeting softness in his gaze as he reiterated his statement, almost as though assuring her. Upon hearing this, Shiau was momentarily taken aback. Her retreat halted as she sensed the sincerity woven into Fujikawa's words. It was merely a subtle form of pseudo-hypnosis. This technique, employed only on those of lesser strength, was a minor illusion improved upon the principle of the Bietinshin, classified as an A-level technique. He had previously utilized it on Sasuke, deeming it a commendable skill. While it paled in comparison to the original Bietinshin, it could still gently suggest to the target, implanting a faint subconscious thought. Its classification as A-level stemmed from its timeless nature, akin to the authentic Bietinshin. At least it did not harm those destined for greatness. He had refrained from using it on Tang San, knowing that such trivial tactics were unnecessary against him, but with Shiau, who possessed a heightened sense of vigilance, it was essential to employ some stratagem. Shiau nodded, yet her wariness towards Fujikawa lingered. She merely set aside the notion of fleeing for the moment. Sealing one's own aura and true self, a form of concealment soul technique. Tang San furrowed his brow, pondering deeply before speaking. Chapter 34. The Rose Hotel's 6 years had swiftly passed, and during this time, Fujikawa and Tang San had not made their way to Shrek Academy, or rather, they had visited, only to return. The reason was quite simple. Upon encountering Fujikawa, Vice Dean Zhao Wujin had exclaimed, "So this is the little monster capable of offering sacrifices to soul beasts." Naturally, Master had furiously led Fujikawa and Tang San away, impervious to any of Flender's pleas. Subsequently, it was reported that the sparring sessions between the Academy's Dean and Vice Dean had increased, with the latter frequently returning from these encounters nursing injuries. Now, 6 years later, Master instructed both of them to head to Shrek Academy in Soto City. Though the meaning of his command eluded them, they complied and made their way to Soto City. Is Shrek Academy truly as formidable as you claim? Shiau's chirpy voice broke the silence, yet it did not irritate the two. Tang San cast a fond glance at her, while Fujikawa merely shot her a sidelong look. Over the years, Shiau had flourished splendidly, thanks to the sealing mark Fujikawa had bestowed upon her, allowing her to roam freely without fear of being discovered by titled doyuos. Moreover, Fujikawa had nearly become her portable treasury. Anything Shiau desired was promptly procured by him, and Fujikawa's funds were graciously provided by the Spirit Hall. Initially, Fujikawa had angrily discarded those cards, vowing to eliminate the man responsible for them, but Shiau soon began to counsel him, preaching that they must consume the sugar coating offered by their enemies before striking back with the hidden blade. Ultimately, Fujikawa succumbed to her persuasive influence. accepting those golden spirit coins, cultivation resources, various tomes on cultivation, and a token from the spirit hall, second only to the Pope's decree, all under Shiau Wu's scrutinizing gaze. Despite his evident discontent, though Shiau Wu harbored a deep-seated disdain, even animosity towards the spirit hall, she accepted these benefits. Just as she had stated, to consume the sugar coating while discarding the blade. This resolution addressed his future financial concerns, albeit branding Fujikawa with the spirit hall's mark. Master, too, was a beneficiary of these resources, unable to part with the books and inquiring extensively about the identity of the current holy son of the spirit hall, Uchiha Itachi. He found it perplexing. According to Fujikawa, Uchiha Itachi was a parasital villain, yet he exhibited such care for Fujikawa. Shouldn't joining the spirit hall have compelled Itachi to eliminate Fujikawa, the brother who knew of his past? Master had posed this question to Fujikawa, who had described Itachi as a lunatic, a true mad and plagued by mental instability. Despite having slain all his kin, he showered affection upon the one remaining relative. As Master began to contemplate, he arrived at two conclusions. Either Fujikawa was deceiving him, a less likely scenario given the undeniable malice and hatred reflected in Fujikawa's gaze, or Uchiha Itachi was genuinely disturbed, cherishing the only remaining family after having extinguished all others. Alternatively, there may be hidden truths surrounding the Uchiha massacre. The instructors at Shrek were exceptionally powerful, and Tang-san required Flinder's assistance to secure his third spirit ring. He exchanged a subtle glance with Fujikawa, as his third spirit ring merely necessitated a spirit beast of 9,000 years, which he and Fujikawa could easily defeat without harm. Yet, the perilous nature of the soul beast forest, where a 9,000-year soul beast might dwell within the territory of millennia-old beasts, prompted Master to ensure Flinder and others would protect them. Additionally, Fujikawa's ability to facilitate sacrifices for soul beasts was a secret he had not even shared with Shiau Wu. Humph. Shiau Wu huffed indignantly, unable to tolerate the notion of hunting soul beasts for spirit rings. Let's find a place to settle down. Fu Jiang spoke and then handed the gold card in his hand to Shiau Wu. Compared to the hesitant Tang-san, it was Fu Jiang's generous gesture that was far more captivating at that moment. Yet, for reasons unknown, Shiau Wu still glanced at Tang-san. In terms of appearance, Tang-san could not be compared to Fu Jiang. In terms of talent, although Tang-san had already reached level 30, Fu Jiang was at 39. Just one level shy of 40, and in terms of wealth, Tang-san's monthly subsidy of gold soul coins barely amounted to 10. Supplemented by his work as a blacksmith, yet it paled in comparison to Fu Jiang's ease in presenting his card. Fu Jiang could only classify this peculiar phenomenon as the mutual attraction between the destined son and daughter. In Soto City, it seemed there was only one inn. Tang-san recalled his previous visit and felt a twinge of embarrassment as he spoke. Then let us not delay, Shiau Wu exclaimed, before pulling Tang-san and Fu Jiang into an aimless sprint. It was only when Tang-san pointed the way that they arrived at a hotel that appeared rather awkward for minors. The Rose Hotel. Upon entering, Shiau Wu requested 3 rooms, only to be informed at the front desk that only one remained. Shiau Wu turned to look at Tang-san, her face slightly flushed. She was not ignorant of the implications. Brother, perhaps you could stay at the Spirit Hall in Soto City for the night? Shiau Wu's words pierced through Fu Jiang's heart like a sharp sword. You possess the Holy Sun's token of the Spirit Hall. While we do not, Shiau Wu explained, her face growing redder, yet unbeknownst to her, her attempts to clarify only deepened the awkwardness. Fu Jiang gazed at Shiau Wu with an impassive expression, then turned to Tang-san, who appeared to want to dissuade her from speaking further. The voice of Fujiwara was barely audible, and after speaking, he immediately turned to leave. This demeanor exuded a profound sense of solitude. Tang-san was momentarily taken aback. Although he was somewhat slow to grasp matters of the heart, he could discern Fujiwara's affection for Shiau Wu. Shiau Wu, too, was stunned. Yet she did not voice any objection to Fujiwara's departure. She had always sought someone to untangle her hair, someone she believed to be Tang-san, not Fujiwara. In Shiau Wu's eyes, Fujiwara was merely pursuing a path marred by heartbreak. Indeed, his actions had significantly augmented his destiny, for in a mere 6 years, Fujiwara had refined his skills and advanced his cultivation of soul power at an astonishing rate. Moreover, the 2 wood clones he had dispatched relayed considerable fortune back to him, particularly from the likes of Hinata Kagami of the Tiendo Empire, the holy son Itachi Uchiha of the Spirit Hall, and Junmaru, the prospective son-in-law of the 7-treasure glazed tile school, who bestowed upon him the greatest share of destiny. As for whether Fujiwara had developed feelings for Shiau Wu, she was too tempestuous for him, and he did not believe he could compete with the chosen one of this world. Much like Naruto ultimately becoming Hokage, Irrespective of the myriad twists he manufactured, the timeline could rectify itself. He had traversed the long mile of Lulan and realized that in a world devoid of his influence, Naruto's tribulations were considerably fewer. Just as Fujiwara was about to exit the hotel, a haughty voice rang out. "What is happening? Go fetch your manager." Chapter 35, The Three Trials of Daimubai. A tall young man with mismatched golden hair, cradling two identical twins, strode in with an air of apparent levity, his handsome visage adorned with a roguish smile. Fu Zhang's footsteps came to a halt as he turned to regard the tall, golden-haired youth. The golden hair, along with the unfamiliar two-toned appearance, seemed to suggest a connection to the Star Luo Empire. Fu Jiang had previously dispatched wooden avatars to the Star Luo Empire, but those efforts often ended in vain, as that realm was far superior to the Heaven Do Empire, characterized by a rigidly stratified society akin to an ironclad fortress. Thus, the wooden avatars had only managed to relay certain intelligence back, such as the fundamental conditions and various factions within the Star Luo Empire. "This elder brother appears to have arrived before us," Tang Xin remarked casually, a flicker of gravity passing through his gaze. Yet, he did not dwell on it excessively. Given his current prowess, he had yet to encounter any rivals among his contemporaries, aside from Fujiang. Even the master had proclaimed him nearly invincible among his peers, with the sole exception of Fujiang. And what of it? The golden-haired youth did not turn around, his tone cold and dismissive, as he was not one to offer explanations. "Nothing of consequence. You can just leave." Unlike Tang San's calm demeanor, Shiau displayed a fiery temperament, directly instructing the golden-haired youth to depart. At that moment, Fujiang sensed that this golden-haired youth was indeed a person of destiny, one who was tethered to Tang San, the fated child. Much like the trio of Ino, Shikamaru, and Choji beside Naruto, this golden-haired youth was likely one of Tang San's supports. Upon hearing her words, the golden-haired youth finally turned, his icy and sinister gaze settling on Shiau as he nodded slightly. "Very well. It has been a long time since anyone dared to speak to me in such a manner. I can sense the fluctuations of soul power emanating from you. You must be soul masters as well. Therefore, why not join forces? If you can defeat me, I shall depart immediately. Otherwise, I shall request you to demonstrate how to leave." The golden-haired youth spoke coldly, and his twin companions in his embrace could not help but giggle, displaying no signs of concern as they obediently stepped away, anticipating the unfolding drama. Shortly thereafter, the hall manager hurriedly emerged, wiping the sweat from his brow, attempting to mediate the escalating conflict. However, as an ordinary individual, he was evidently ill-equipped to resolve disputes between soul masters. From their exchange, Fujiang discerned that the tall, golden-haired youth bore the surname Dai. The royal family of the Star Luo Empire was indeed known by that surname. Yet, what could possibly bring a member of the Star Luo Empire's royalty to a small city within the Heaven Do Empire? These questions would eventually find resolution, but for now, Fujiang needed to uphold his own persona. "You are to leave, so depart." Fujiang suddenly appeared before the young master Dai, channeling his soul power into his palm and unleashing it with tremendous force, sending the young master crashing through the grand hall's revolving door and into the open air. "Fujiang, you really didn't need to come. Sangu and I could have handled this guy ourselves," Shiau remarked with a playful smile, deliberately ignoring Fujiang's earnest demeanor. Fujiang, however, paid no heed to Shiau's attitude. He had grown accustomed to it. "White tiger. Possession." A furious roar erupted from outside as the young master Dai charged in, enveloped in a radiant white glow, with the ethereal image of a white tiger rising behind him. His chest heaved, and his bones cracked and popped as his muscles swelled, stretching his clothing to its limits. His once golden hair transformed to a mix of black and white, a royal symbol appearing on his forehead, and his hands grew to the size of tiger claws. Though the sight of him was formidable, his disheveled attire, the imprints on his chest, and his labored breaths revealed his disarray. At that moment, 3 soul rings, 2 yellow and 1 purple, began to rise beneath Daimubai's feet. This configuration of soul rings did not astonish Tang San and Shiau, as they had witnessed the first ring of a 10,000-year-old soul before. Such a minor spectacle held no surprise for them. Daimubai, martial soul, white tiger, level 37 battle soul master. At this point, Daimubai could not muster any polite words of guidance. All he wanted was to reclaim his honor, believing that Fujiang's ambush had caught him unprepared, even before he had summoned his martial soul. "Get lost." Fujin let out a low growl and, in a flash, reappeared before Daimubai, his palm emanating a radiant surge of soul power as immense strength erupted once more. At that moment, Dai Mubai only perceived a fleeting shadow before him. His body failed to react in time, and he felt a tremendous force strike him, leaving him no opportunity to utilize his soul abilities before being sent flying by Fu Jin's palm once again. A howl echoed through the air, accompanied by the activation of soul techniques. First soul skill, White Tiger Shield. Third soul skill, White Tiger Transformation. Empowered by these two state-enhancing soul techniques, Dai Mubai charged back in, appearing even more formidable yet increasingly disheveled, with his clothing tattered and blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. Fu Jin had already shown restraint. Do not overstep your bounds, Tang San suddenly interjected, aware of Fu Jin's strength and wishing to prevent him from unleashing his full fury. Should a single misstep result in Dai Mubai's demise, it would spell disaster. Although Fu Jin bore the Saint Sun's decree, eliminating a mere soul master would not pose significant trouble. Yet Tang San and his companions sought knowledge, not bloodshed. Second soul skill, White Tiger Radiant Wave. Clearly, Dai Mubai disregarded the warning, launching his second soul skill as the yellow soul rings around him shimmered, unleashing a golden wave of light from his mouth. Fu Jin once again appeared before Dai Mubai, unleashing a surge of formidable power that sent him flying once more. This marked the third occasion. Even a fool would recognize the terrifying prowess of the striking young man before him. Without even activating his martial soul, he had dispatched Dai Mubai 3 times. The latest blow shattering 2 state-enhancing soul skills and interrupting his second soul skill. Clutching his chest, Dai Mubai felt a constriction in his breath, blood trickling from his mouth. Though he bore no severe injuries, only superficial wounds, he understood that the youth named Fu Jin had shown restraint. Fu Jin? That name resonates with a sense of familiarity. Dai Mubai found himself momentarily taken aback, prompting a recollection of when he first heard that name. Dai Mubai. Just wait, my brother Fu Jin will return. The disconcerting voice of Ma Hongjun echoed in his ears once more, causing a grimace to mar Dai Mubai's countenance. At that time, he had just joined the Shrek Academy, eager to establish his reputation. Oscar, being a support-type soul master, was not an option for him to challenge. Thus, Ma Hongjun, a fellow offensive soul master, became his target for asserting dominance. After an arduous and formidable battle, despite Ma Hongjun being merely at level 19, he had posed considerable difficulties for Dai Mubai. He even suspected that Ma Hongjun's first soul skill was derived from a Millennium Soul Ring, rendering it astonishingly powerful, were it not for the constraints of their respective levels. He might not have triumphed over Ma Hongjun. Fu Jin, Ma Hongjun has mentioned you. Dai Mubai recognized that under the eaves, one must bow their head. And as he had been legitimately defeated, he accepted it with grace. Fatty, are you a student of Shrek Academy? Fu Jiang furrowed her brows, then slowly spoke. Chapter 36, Shrek Academy. Shrek Academy. Fu Jin returned once more to this familiar place, feeling little sentiment as he gazed upon the dilapidated academy, a slight frown creasing his brow. The Shrek Academy appeared even more rundown than it had a few years prior. It seemed to him that the unscrupulous merchant was taking advantage. For even though Fu Jin possessed considerable wealth, such extravagance was hard to justify. Meanwhile, Shiau chattered incessantly, for it was her first encounter with Flander, and thus she did not recognize him, whereas Tang San and Fu Jin were no strangers to one another. Although Flander had expressed his intention to gift the crystal board to Tang San insisted on paying, as he believed in the principle of fairness, and indeed, the crystal board was genuinely worth the price. Despite using Fu Jin's funds, Tang San understood that Fu Jin had truly regarded him as a friend, and authentic friendships. Such meticulous accounting is unnecessary. Once, he had attempted to repay Fu Jin for a previous loan, but the slight narrowing of Fu Jin's eyes had startled him, leading him never to mention the matter again. After all, Flander was the dean of Shrek Academy, and had he not already gifted them that crystal board? Tang San smiled shyly, patiently explaining to Shiau Wu. At that moment, Fu Jin and his companions encountered a familiar face. The golden-haired Dai Mubai displayed 3 soul rings, standing like a bouncer, causing the parents demanding refunds to hesitate. Dai Mubai, spotting Fu Jin and the others, felt a jolt of surprise, retracting his soul rings. Liu Song, at the entrance, also noticed Fu Jin, and his weathered face was instantly transformed by a broad smile. You 2 little monsters have finally arrived. Old Flander waited for you all night yesterday without a wink of sleep. Liu Song laughed heartily, preparing to usher them into the academy. This action incited an uproar among the eliminated candidates, who leapt up in indignation, exclaiming, "Why are they not subjected to the same tests? This is a scandal." One child pointed accusingly at Fu Jin and Tang San, his tone fierce, but to Fu Jin, he appeared merely a clown, ranting to himself. He sensed no extraordinary fate within this child, He was simply an exceedingly ordinary individual, one among countless others. After casting a brief glance at him, Fu Jin turned his attention elsewhere. Shrek Academy was a peculiar entity, a veritable anomaly even among soul beasts. Our Shrek Academy's chilling aura signifies that we are a school for monsters, meaning we only admit those extraordinary beings. Anyone over the age of 13 or lacking a soul power of at least 21 should not waste their time here. Li Yusong turned to the child. His demeanor cold and his tone a stark contrast, embodying the privilege of genius. Subsequently, an overwhelming aura erupted from him. As he conjured a long staff adorned with intricate patterns in his right hand, 6 soul rings rising majestically from beneath him, their dazzling brilliance captivating the entire assembly. White, yellow, purple, 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 black. The formidable presence of a soul emperor above level 60 surged forth, dominating the atmosphere and compelling everyone to retreat several paces. Save for Tang San and Fu Jin, whose extraordinary physical prowess rendered them impervious to such mere pressure. What? They are both at level 21. I refuse to believe it. We are of similar age. How can his soul power exceed mine so significantly? The child, suppressing his fear, spoke again, his words echoing the sentiments of a mere extra, tinged with a hint of sour grapes. Fu Jin, however, had never been one to explain himself to such ordinary folk. He simply strode into the academy. Meanwhile, a girl with a striking figure fixated on Fu Jin's retreating silhouette. She appeared slightly younger than Xiao Wu, her long black hair cascading over her shoulders, her head slightly bowed, her skin exceptionally fair, and her physique belied her age. She wore a simple white dress, exuding an aura of purity, with her neatly cropped hair making her slightly shorter than Xiao Wu. Fu Jiang immediately recognized her as the little witch of the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School, Ning. According to the letter from Bone Douluo Guyang, it seemed that the little witch was sulking because her little bone had not been close to her lately. In a fit of pique, she had run off, explicitly stating that if her little bone did not come to find her personally, she would never acknowledge her again. It was evident that her little bone had no intention of seeking her out. Currently, her little bone was preoccupied with increasing the favorability of Prince Xueqinghe of Heaven Do with the assistance of Hinata Kagami, who was the main attacker, while Jun Malu played the supporting role. Follow me. Shortly, I will lead you through the assessment, Dai Mubai announced. When he glanced at Fu Jiang, he hesitated momentarily but continued, his scalp tingling with apprehension. After all, the 4th assessment for enrollment involved battling against oneself. With this thought, Dai Mubai's anxiety intensified. Yet for the sake of his pride, he had no choice but to brace himself, knowing he might receive a beating shortly thereafter. Fujiko has already entered, and Tang San and his companions began to converse with Dai Mubai. Perhaps due to Tang San's amiable demeanor, Dai Mubai felt a certain fondness for this boy, who had crossed paths with him unfavorably just the day before, and his resentment had lessened. The reality of being outmatched did not incite Dai Mubai's fury. He accepted it with grace. Fujiko, I heard from that unscrupulous merchant that today we would receive a surprise. Do you know what it is? Xiao Wu, observing Tang San engrossed in conversation with the lecherous tiger, puffed her cheeks in annoyance, resembling a hamster, and addressed Fujiko with irritation. It is not the kind of surprise you might be thinking of. It is most likely an assessment prepared to test my abilities. Fuji promptly responded, exhibiting a hint of sycophancy, though he did not overtly display such demeanor, yet that peculiar sentiment was evident to all. This aloof Fuji showed considerable concern for Xiao Wu. An assessment? Who would conduct it? That lecherous tiger? Xiao Wu cast a peculiar glance at Dai Mubai and slowly spoke. Upon hearing her words, Dai Mubai shot a sidelong glance at Xiao Wu. His reputation as the lecherous tiger was inescapable. Although he was somewhat flirtatious, he was not as indiscriminate as the rotund fellow. It was unlikely to be him. Most probably, it would be the dean himself or the vice dean. Fu Jiang shook his head, not out of disdain for Dai Mubai, but rather due to the undeniable inadequacy of Dai Mubai's abilities. At present, Fu Jiang, with his ability to manifest multiple avatars, could, when fully exerted, contend with a soul emperor. Just how powerful is the dean? Do you possess any confidence? Xiao Wu's curiosity was insatiable, akin to a child bombarding with questions. While anyone else might have found it exasperating, Fu Jiang remained remarkably patient. Dean Flandra is a soul sage, standing at the 77th level, with a martial spirit of a cat-eagle, which belongs to the agility attack class. Yet his offensive prowess rivals that of an ordinary strength-type soul sage. Fu Jin patiently elucidated, and upon noticing Xiao Wu's slight frown, activated the storage soul guide on her wrist. In a moment, a beautifully packaged beverage materialized in Fu Jin's hand, which she then offered to Xiao Wu, gratefully accepting the drink. Xiao Wu realized her thirst had indeed been quenched, and Fu Jin's thoughtfulness warmed her heart. Turning to glance at Tang San, a sense of grievance welled within her. "Brother, I am hungry," she interjected, interrupting the conversation between Tang San and Dai Mubai. No sooner had her words left her lips than a rather unsavory voice pierced through the air. "Sausages for sale. Come and see. Oscar's sausages, delectable and sweet. Generous in portion." Chapter 37. The reversal of destiny for the chosen one. As she beheld the man with alluring peach blossom eyes, Fu Jin felt the stirrings of destiny, akin to the presence of a pig-deer butterfly. "Sir, may I trouble you for 2 sausages?" Tang San politely inquired, extending a copper soul coin. After all, they were merely sausages, a common street snack. Among the trio of Fu Jin, Tang San, and Xiao Wu, only Tang San possessed copper soul coins at that moment. Upon hearing this, the vendor's expression instantaneously stiffened, as if he had been struck with an insult, leaving him utterly petrified. What did you call me?" he stammered, breaking from his stupor, though his demeanor remained somewhat rigid. "I called you sir. Is there a problem?" Tang San replied, equally taken aback, pondering whether civility had become a fault in this day and age. "Indeed, there is a problem, and a significant one at that. I am merely 14. Yet you dare to call me sir?" The sausage vendor, Oscar, managed a wry smile, feeling quite helpless. He understood that if he neglected to shave, this was the appearance he would project. Subsequently, Dai Mubai stepped forward, threatening the vendor with his fists, and it became clear to everyone that this vendor, Oscar, was also a student of Shrek Academy. Dai Mubai then led the group to the venue of the 4th assessment. Upon entering the grounds, Fu Jin spotted a figure that seemed familiar to her. Zhao Wujia, upon seeing Fu Jin, was suddenly animated, his eyes sparkling with a predatory glint, akin to a wolf spotting its prey. He sprang from his chair. Though not tall and possessing an ordinary appearance, he exuded a remarkable solidity. Despite being slightly shorter than Tang San, who was merely 12, he emanated an aura of impressive strength. His broad shoulders appeared almost boastful, and the muscle beneath his clothing seemed ready to burst forth, creating a palpable sense of pressure as he stood there. "Little monster, you have finally arrived. Old Flander has been waiting for you all night without rest," Zhao Wujie exclaimed, his expression sharp and devoid of the warmth he had displayed earlier. Though he had long since retired from the field, the name of the unmoved king was not to be taken lightly, even after years of seclusion. His formidable presence and authority remained undiminished. "Teacher Zhao," came the respectful acknowledgement. Fu Jin narrowed her eyes slightly, her fighting spirit surging forth as if she could hardly contain her eagerness to test the extent of her prowess against the indomitable Zhao Wujuan. "Excellent, splendid. Aside from these 2 little monsters, there are 3 others who have surpassed level 25. Quite impressive. It seems this year's crop of little monsters is abundant. This is my final trial. If you succeed in my assessment, you shall officially become members of Shrek Academy. However, my test is not so easily passed. Practical experience is an essential attribute that every soul master must possess, and it is this capability that I shall evaluate." Zhao Wujuan spoke in a formulaic manner, his gaze fixed intently on Fu Jin, eager to discern the current strength of this little prodigy. A 10,000-year first ring. Since the inception of the soul master profession, he had never heard of anyone capable of claiming a 10,000-year soul ring as their first. Upon finishing his words, Zhao Wujuan retrieved an incense stick from his clothing, pinching its tip until it ignited. With a deft flick of his fingers, the incense was firmly planted into the ground, unwavering. After completing this, Zhao Wujuan returned to his chair, closed his eyes, and began to feign sleep. Tang San and the others commenced a discussion regarding tactics, with Fu Jin listening quietly by their side, refraining from interjecting. "First, introduce yourselves, revealing your names and abilities. To discern how best to collaborate in order to withstand Teacher Zhao's examination," Dai Mubai suggested, casting a subtle glance at Fu Jin, his curiosity piqued regarding her capabilities. After all, during the first assessment, Li Yusong had directly allowed Fu Jin and Tang San to enter the academy, and just yesterday, Fu Jin had effortlessly defeated him with her bare hands. Not only was her soul ring and level unknown to him, but even the nature of her martial soul remained a mystery. In response, the others nodded in agreement. "I am Tang San, with a weapon martial soul, blue silvergrass, and I am a level 30 control system soul master." Tang San was the first to speak, manifesting a strand of blue silvergrass adorned with golden patterns, while 2 yellow soul rings floated above and below, the second ring glimmering with a subtle purple hue. His second soul ring was granted by a ghost vine, approximately 980 years old, from an expedition into the Star Do forest with Flinder, bestowing upon him a soul skill named Parasite, significantly enhancing the resilience of his blue-silver grass. I am Shiau Wu, with a beast martial soul, Rabbit, and I am a level 29 assault system soul master. Shiau Wu, glancing at Tang San, blinked playfully before introducing herself. Her two rabbit ears twitching adorably as 200-year soul rings emerged beneath her feet. Ning Rongrong, weapon martial soul, 7 treasure glazed tile, level 26 support system soul master. After a moment's hesitation, Ning Rongrong spoke up, conjuring a resplendent 7-layered treasure tower that radiated magnificence as 200-year soul rings gracefully ascended. Zhu Zhiqing, beast martial soul. Nethercat, level 27 agility attack system soul master. The cold girl with a lively spirit introduced herself in a detached manner, her beast martial soul manifesting as cat ears atop her head and a long tail extending from behind, as 200-year soul rings slowly rose from her feet. I am Fujin, my original martial soul is the Sharingan, and I am a level 39 assault system soul venerable. As Fujin's voice resonated through the air, all present, save for Tang San and Shiau Wu, turned their gazes towards her. Fujin's eyes transformed into a crimson Sharingan, 3 black tomos spinning incessantly, emanating an indescribable aura of malevolence. A formidable presence surged forth from her, and 3 soul rings gradually materialized beneath her feet, yellow, and purple, a standard configuration known only to Tang San and Zhao Wujiki. Yet, this was merely a facade. In truth, these were 3 terrifying black 10,000-year soul rings. Ning Rongrong gazed at Fujin in astonishment, her petite hands covering her cherry-red lips before she lowered them. Although Fujin appeared formidable, having reached the 39th level at such a young age, her own companion, Little Bone, surpassed Fujin in strength. Just over a year younger than Fujin, Little Bone had already attained the 35th level. With the first to third soul rings all being purple 1,000-year rings, the third even a 9,000-year ring adorned with a hint of black. Both Sword Grandpa and Bone Grandpa believed they had been overly cautious and should have allowed Little Bone to absorb a 10,000-year soul ring directly. Contemplating this, a subtle smile graced Ning Rongrong's lips, only to be replaced by irritation upon realizing that Little Bone had not accompanied her for several days. She had been away for an extended period, yet Little Bone had not sought her out, inciting her frustration. Her once smiling visage now puffed up with indignation. While Shiau Wu observed Ning Rongrong's rapid change of expression with a peculiar gaze. The 7 treasure glazed tile? The one renowned as the most powerful support system across the continent? Shiau Wu exclaimed. Not really, I'm just like everyone else. At that moment, Ning Rongrong continued to play the role of the obedient girl, her words imbued with ladylike grace. Although Shiau Wu's interruption had lightened the atmosphere considerably, the majority of the group's attention remained fixated on Fujin. Little San, how old is this Fujin? Daimubai asked, somewhat dazed, as he pulled Tang San closer. His voice laced with a bittersweet curiosity. He already harbored an inkling of the answer, yet could not resist the urge to inquire further, a testament to his determination. Fujin is 12 this year, slightly younger than me, but older than Shiau Wu, Tang San replied candidly, his words once again astonishing the assembly. Zhao Wujiki, who had been feigning sleep, allowed a faint smile to grace his lips, knowing this little anomaly would astonish everyone. The strikingly cold girl, Zhu Zhiqing, narrowed her eyes, fixating intently on Fujin, as if seeking to uncover something profound within her. Her sole interest lay in strength, and the prowess Fujin exhibited at such a tender age ignited her curiosity about the means by which Fujin had enhanced her abilities. Fu Jiang also noticed Zhu Zhiqing. Realizing that the Star Luo Empire was home to a prominent family with the surname Zhu, renowned for their inherited martial soul, the Nethercat, he then cast a glance at Tang San, inwardly acknowledging the extraordinary fate of the destined child. It was remarkable that the heirs of the most formidable powers across the Douluo continent had converged in such a modest locale as Soto City, royalty from the Star Luo Empire. The Zhu family, the little princess of the 7 treasure glazed tile sect, the son of the Haotian Douluo, and a 100,000-year soul beast. Fu Jiang could only attribute this phenomenon to the extraordinary luck of the destined child. Chapter 38. Unmoved King Ming Zhao Wujia. Come. With Zhao Wujia's thunderous shout, the battle officially commenced. In an instant, Fu Jiang and Tang San locked eyes, and then Fu Jiang lunged forward, concentrating his soul power into a single point that erupted with tremendous force. The power of his golden fierce fist radiated brilliantly. Noticing the shimmering glow around Fu Jiang's fist, Zhao Wujia's expression turned serious, He understood that this little creature was akin to a hedgehog, and every move he made could not be underestimated, lest he suffer a grave misstep. First soul skill. Immovable king body. Zhao Wujie bellowed, his body enveloped in golden light. A repulsive force emanated from him, creating a 3-meter radius of resistance. The golden fierce fist was upon Zhao Wujie in the blink of an eye, bringing with it an immense force that generated a powerful backlash. Fujiang was instantly sent flying by this force, yet he twisted in the air like a cat, absorbing the impact with his ankles, landing gracefully on the ground several meters away. First soul skill. Entanglement. Tang Sen had not contemplated engaging in a physical contest with Zhao Wujie. Such a notion would be deemed irrational when facing a formidable assault-type soul saint. Except for Fujiang, whose control over his soul power was extraordinary. Having developed a soul skill known as monster strength, he was unrivaled in a battle of sheer power. Even against the agility-focused soul saint, Flinder. In all directions, the blue-silver grass transformed instantaneously, attempting to ensnare Zhao Wujie directly. However, Zhao Wujie's immovable king body was still active, preventing the blue-silver grass from approaching as it was repelled by the golden radiance. The 7 treasures are famed. First, strength. Second, speed. Ning Rongrong's voice resonated as several beams of light shot towards Fujiang and Zhu Zhuqing. Observing the multicolored glow emanating from Ning Rongrong's 7 treasures glazed tower, Zhao Wujie smiled slightly. Leaping into the air, his fists raised to strike the ground. The tremendous force shattered the bricks beneath him, and a golden energy surged from the ground, hurtling straight towards Ning Rongrong. Tang San's pupils contracted as he summoned the blue-silver grass, which rapidly expanded to envelop Ning Rongrong, shielding her from the impending assault. Fire style. Grand Fireball technique. Fujiang unleashed a powerful incantation, and upon hearing the call, Tang Sen swiftly extended several strands of blue-silver grass, ensnaring Ning Rongrong, Xiao Wu, and Zhu Zhuqing, allowing them to evade the impending danger. A fireball, 3 meters in diameter, hurtled towards Zhao Wujie, the intense heat causing his hair to curl. Second soul skill. Mighty Diamond Palm. Although Zhao Wujie had unwavering confidence in his defensive capabilities, he was not one to underestimate the situation. Should he falter, his reputation would be irreparably tarnished. The bear paw, radiant with golden light, instantly dissipated the massive fireball. Little monster. This ends here. Third soul skill. Gravitational compression. Zhao Wujie bellowed, as the ancient soul rings adorning him began to shimmer, enveloping the surroundings in a purple glow. Fujiang and his companions distinctly felt as though they were burdened by a heavy weight, their speed noticeably diminished. Second soul skill. Divine transformation. Fujiang let out a low murmur, and the yellow soul rings adorning him shimmered incessantly. A surge of golden energy enveloped him, while black patterns resembling magatama adorned his body. His once jet-black hair transformed into a lustrous golden hue, flowing gracefully like silk. This was reminiscent of the sage mode. Yet it was a soul skill, each possessing its own strengths and weaknesses. Thunder slash. The air resonated with the cries of what seemed like thousands of thunderbirds, accompanied by the crackling sound of lightning. In his divine form, Fujiang unleashed the thunder slash, enveloping it in a layer of golden radiance. The interplay of golden light and lightning painted Fujiang as a celestial being. However, he was acutely aware of the true extent of his power. What a remarkable young man, to wield such power with a second soul skill. Zhao Wujie exclaimed in awe, before swiftly darting to stand before Fujiang. His pole radiating with golden brilliance, it was none other than his own second soul skill, the mighty diamond palm. In an instant, Fujiki's Raikiri struck with unparalleled force, clashing against Zhao Wujie's great strength diamond palm. The collision unleashed a tremendous impact, as the thunder surged like a venomous serpent, coiling around Zhao Wujie's body. Simultaneously, the formidable penetrating power of Raikiri shattered Zhao Wujie's great strength diamond palm, even breaching the immovable outer layer of the immutable king. With precision, it pierced through the surface. The might of Raikiri was immense, and the agony inflicted by the lightning was considerable. Zhao Wujie let out a primal roar, instinctively retaliating with a powerful strike of his great strength diamond palm against the soul energy cocoon enveloping the transformed Fujikich. Fujiang soared once more, this time reaching an impressive distance of approximately 30 meters. It felt as though his internal organs had been displaced, yet his formidable self-healing ability swiftly rectified this trivial injury. First soul technique. Entanglement. First soul technique. Bowing waist. Second soul technique. Abyssal claw. The trio seized the opportune moment to launch a surprise attack. precisely when Zhao Wujia's former strength had waned, and his new vigor had yet to manifest. "A bunch of little rascals," he exclaimed with a chuckle. Subsequently, he lifted his leg high and stomped down with great force. The unmoving king's body erupted once again, sending Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing flying, while the blue-silver grass was also shattered. Fire release. Great fire extinguishing technique. As Fujiang began to form seals midair, she completed them just as she touched the ground. A slender line of fire erupted from her mouth, contrasting starkly with the immense fireball that had just been unleashed. However, Tang San, fully aware of this technique, swiftly leaped aside, pulling Zhu Zhuqing, Xiao Wu, and Ning Rongrong along with him. Observing the thin line of fire, Zhao Wujin furrowed his brow slightly. He could not believe that such a seemingly feeble flame would possess the impotence it appeared to have. First soul skill, Immutable King Body. Second soul skill, Mighty Vajra Palm. Fourth soul skill, Target Tracking. Zhao Wujin bellowed in rapid succession, the 200-year soul rings adorning him shimmering incessantly, accompanied by the radiant glow of a 1,000-year soul ring. He was determined to conclude this swiftly. These minor adversaries were already within his grasp, yet he felt it necessary to impart some lessons, reminding them that there are always greater forces beyond their comprehension. Fujin detected a hint of honey in the air, yet he paid it no heed. The fiery line in his mouth fell to the ground and instantly erupted into a sea of flames. A significant portion of the Shrek Academy was engulfed in the inferno. Zhao Wujia, at the epicenter of the conflagration, found several small flames igniting upon his body. The technique of great fire extinguishing, while potent, paled in comparison to the Thunder Slice. After all, one is an A-rank ninjutsu, and the other an S-rank ultimate technique. Although there are occasions when great fire extinguishing can rival the effects of S-rank abilities, the two are fundamentally incomparable. One is a mass attack, while the other targets an individual. One inflicts area damage, while the other penetrates with precision. Little creature, I underestimated you. Zhao Wujia's composure began to wane. He had just unleashed the power of a level 70 soul sage, or else he might have been reduced to a charred bear. Third soul skill, Transcendence. The violet soul ring adorning Fujin glimmered, as the effects of his third soul skill mirrored those of his second. However, the divine transformation and sage transformation could be utilized in conjunction, with the former akin to the tailed beast chakra mode and the latter resembling the sage mode. The surrounding natural energy began to stir. At this moment, Fujin had effectively activated his martial soul's true form, with his attributes experiencing a tremendous surge due to the enhancement of the second soul skill, divine transformation, while the third soul skill, sage transformation, concentrated the surrounding natural energy. Earth release. Earth flowing wall. His fingers danced like butterflies alighting on flowers, completing the hand seals in an instant. With a decisive strike of his hands against the ground, a formidable earthen wall, 2 meters thick and 4 meters high, surged forth from the earth before Fujin, effectively obstructing Zhao Wujia's assault. Zhao Wujia's powerful diamond palm collided with the earth-flowing wall, shattering it. However, his fierce attack came to a halt there. In Fuchang's eyes, a glimmer of light flickered, and the thunderous energy in her grasp surged forth, accompanied by the cacophony of thousands of birds once more. At that moment, Zhao Wujia's entire focus was fixated on Fuchang, unconcerned about the threats looming behind him. In truth, he had no need for such concern, even if he stood there allowing Tang San and the others to attack. They would be unable to breach his defenses. Iron thorns, piercing nails, whipping arrows, money darts, the universe circle, the wishful pearl. A myriad of concealed weapons continuously shot forth from Tang San's hands, aimed directly at the gaping vulnerability in Zhao Wujia's defenses. Sensing the malevolent winds approaching from behind, Zhao Wujia's expression turned grim. First soul skill, Immutable King Body. You little brats, you have truly provoked my wrath. Zhao Wujia bellowed, his voice a tempest of fury. The sounds of metal clashing echoed incessantly behind him, while the chorus of birds in front instilled terror in the hearts of many. Thunder Slash. This time, the Thunder Slash was not merely enhanced by divine power, it was also imbued with celestial energy, drawing upon the ionization of the air, augmenting its might to unprecedented levels. Upon witnessing this markedly stronger Thunder Slash, Zhao Wujia's heart skipped a beat, just as he intended to leap from his position to evade the strike. He found his feet ensnared by the blue-silver grass. Tendrils of the blue-silver grass erupted from his legs, a manifestation of Tang San's second soul skill, Parasite. Though the blue-silver grass only delayed Zhao Wujia's movements for a fleeting moment, that was precisely the opportunity Fuchang sought. Sixth soul skill, Earth Shatter. With a flash of his black soul rings, Zhao Wujia realized that if he did not unleash a powerful soul skill, he might truly suffer grave injury. Accompanied by Zhao Wujia's thunderous shout, the ground began to fracture around him, as if an earthquake had struck. A terrifying surge of soul power erupted from the fissures in the earth, a force to be reckoned with. Fu Jiang was the first to bear the brunt. Hurled away by that terrifying soul force, resembling a kite severed from its string. Upon witnessing Fu Jiang lose consciousness, Tang San's eyes reddened, and a golden light emanated from his hand. With the infusion of soul power, dozens of golden orbs transformed into slender golden needles, as fine as a hair. Chapter 39, the 29th level of Mahangjun, Dragon Whisker Needle. The 8th ranked hidden weapon of the Tang sect. These needles, delicate as hair, were specifically designed to penetrate the internal protective energy of the body, curling and twisting the muscles once inside. Without special techniques, the only recourse was to excise the flesh. Zhao Wuji felt as though ants were gnawing at the struck area, engulfed in excruciating pain. Among these two small monsters, while Fu Jiang was undeniably stronger, Tang San's arsenal was akin to a porcupine, particularly prickly. Little porcupines. You all, lie down. Zhao Wuji was utterly infuriated, already envisioning the mockery from Flandra and numerous teachers at the academy the following day. Second soul skill, Great Strength Diamond Palm. This time, it was a full-powered Great Strength Diamond Palm, unlike previous instances where he had deliberately restrained his soul power. Now, it was a true eruption of 120% soul power, soaring high, with his second soul ring shining brilliantly. Zhao Wuji's might was entirely at the soul sage level. Zhao Wuji's Great Strength Diamond Palm struck the ground, surpassing the earlier effect of his 6th soul skill. Earth Shatter. The earth erupted violently, countless fragments flying through the air, a full-powered strike from a soul sage, even if aimed solely at the ground. Unleashed waves of explosive force that could not be underestimated. All of Tang San's hidden weapons were sent flying, and he himself was propelled backward, along with Xiao Wu, Zhu Shiqing, and Ning Rongrong, all of whom were also thrown away. When the dust settled, the entirety of Shrek Academy could only be described as a scene of devastation and disarray. Bang! A wooden plank was kicked aside, revealing Daimobai, who was now in a disheveled state, covered in dust, akin to a laborer tasked with building a wall. Cough, cough, cough. What is happening? Are we dismantling the school? Daimobai sputtered, beginning to voice his complaints. However, his grievances were not without merit, whether it was Fu Jiang's lightning slash or Zhao Wuji's full-force Great Strength Diamond Palm. Both were insufferable burdens for Shrek Academy. Suddenly, a tall figure, somewhat gaunt yet imposing, appeared. This individual, wearing glasses, had a grim expression, as if someone owed him several million gold soul coins. He was none other than the headmaster of Shrek Academy, the 77th level agility-type battle soul sage. One of the golden iron triangle, the four-eyed cat eagle, Flandra. Zhao Wuji, can you explain what is happening here? Flandra felt as though his heart were shattering. Shrek Academy was his passion, his lifelong pursuit, yet now, although Shrek Academy had always been somewhat dilapidated, it could still be referred to as an academy. Now, it had transformed into a mere ruin. Upon hearing this, Zhao Wuji was instantly flustered, awkwardly turning to face Flandra. Zhao Wuji stumbled over his words, his earlier exhilaration fading into despair. Before Zhao Wuji could articulate a coherent explanation, Flandra's soul rings erupted with energy, his martial soul instantly manifesting, as if he were ready to feast on bear meat sashimi. At that moment, Tang San was too preoccupied with the impending battle between the two soul sages to consider anything else. He spotted Xiao Wu incessantly brushing off the dust from her body, and felt a wave of relief wash over him. His thoughts then turned to Fu Jiang, and he hurriedly ran in the direction Fu Jiang had been flung. After running approximately 40 meters, Tang San finally located Fu Jiang amidst a pile of wooden planks. Observing Fu Jiang's unconscious state, Tang San began to probe Fu Jiang's body with his soul power, and upon discovering that there was no significant harm, he let out a sigh of relief. Fu Jiang, are you all right? A faint green light appeared in Tang San's hand, the simplified version of the healing palm technique. As the green-tinged palm rested upon Fu Jiang's body for 3 or 4 seconds, Fu Jiang suddenly awakened, and upon coming to, he beheld Tang San's dusty visage. I'm fine. Fu Jin spoke with an air of indifference, then turned her gaze to the now composed Flandra. Are you all right, little monster? Flandra's face bore a fawning smile, reminiscent of his unscrupulous demeanor from the previous day. Simultaneously, the bruised Zhao Wuji approached, one of his eyes already swollen. Fortunately, it was just one eye, lest he risk becoming blind. I am fine. Fujiang spoke once more, rising to his feet as a surge of spiritual energy enveloped him, causing the dust around him to dissipate, rendering him immaculate once again. It is all Zhao Wujia's fault. I merely stepped out for a moment, and upon my return, I found the academy in such disarray. Flanders' smile bore a hint of bitterness. He felt his wallet groaning. Despite having earned a considerable sum of gold soul coins from Tang Xin just the day before, reconstructing Shrek Academy does not require a vast fortune, yet Flander, being as frugal as he is, feels a pang of regret even at the thought of parting with a single coin. It is partly my responsibility. Thus, I shall take it upon myself to rebuild the academy. Fujiang spoke, revealing a lavish black card adorned with a golden edge. Upon sighting this opulent card, Flander was nearly astonished, for it contained no currency, resembling a type of credit card. To his knowledge, this golden-edged black card mandated a minimum monthly limit of 1 million gold soul coins, while the highest-tier black cards were exclusively possessed by the leaders of the Seven Treasures, Glazed Tile School, the Pope of the Spirit Hall, the Patriarch of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Clan, and the Emperors of the two great empires. As for whether the leader of the Haotian school possessed one, he remained uncertain. He was not particularly well informed, considering he did not even own a standard credit card, despite being a soul sage. Such cards were not based on soul power levels. It was precisely because he was a formidable soul sage that he understood the existence of credit cards in this continent. Ahem. Well, the dean is wealthy. Clearing his throat, Flander resolutely declined Fujiang's black card, stating that there were certain items he had damaged. Fujia, with an inscrutable expression, handed the gilded black card to Flinder. Flinder initially sought to decline, yet upon recalling that Shrek Academy had indeed been damaged by both Zhao Wudre and Fujia, he hesitated. It was precisely because of this moment of uncertainty that Fujia forcefully pressed the gilded black card into Flinder's palm. Fujiang understood that they might have to endure another night in the inn at Soto City. Fujiang, third brother, a familiar voice called out, followed by a vibrant figure resembling a plump chicken dashing towards him. It was Ma Hongjun, a formidable 29th level assault soul master, with the enhancement of 2 900-year soul rings. His cultivation progress was on par with those prodigies who possessed innate full soul power. Fujiang turned to Ma Hongjun, understanding the reason behind Ma Hongjun's exuberance upon seeing him. Each time they met, he would bestow upon this destined individual a generous allowance. The childlike mentality of this fated personage delighted him. With merely a trifling sum of money, he could garner a substantial amount of goodwill. Red Jun was how Fujiang referred to Ma Hongjun, while others simply called him Fatty, including Tang San. Is this a forced eviction? Ma Hongjun mused. But then his brows danced with excitement. He was not one to merely bask in the fruits of others' labor. He understood the principles of reciprocity and contribution. Yet, his methods of reciprocation and contribution were somewhat unconventional. Nevertheless, in his worldview, this was indeed a commendable form of giving back. I shall not go. Fujin cast a glance in the direction of Xiao, then furrowed his brow and spoke earnestly. Upon witnessing Fujin's demeanor, Ma Hongjun followed his gaze and immediately spotted Xiao Wu, Zhu Zhuqing, and Ning Rongrong. Though he was unaware of which of the 3 charming maidens had captured Fujin's interest, he quickly grasped Fujin's intent. Turning his head, he shot Fujin a knowing look, his lewd grin making others feel somewhat uncomfortable. Chapter 40. The malicious 10,000-year rabbit spirit. Due to the destruction of the academy, the teachers and students had taken refuge in the nearby farmers' homes for the night. Being soul masters, they naturally lacked the spoiled temperament often found in those coddled. Except for Ning Rongrong. Accompanying Ning Rongrong, Xiao distinctly sensed something amiss with her, perceiving an air of insincerity. Although she possessed no tangible evidence, Xiao's intuition proved remarkably accurate. In the heart of the ruins of Shrek Academy, Dean Flan began his lecture. After a lengthy discourse, he initially intended to take Tang San and Fujin to the Star-Do Forest to assist Tang San in hunting for his soul ring. However, recalling that Ma Hongjun, Oscar, and Xiao had all reached the 29th level, and with Tang San expressing no urgency in acquiring his soul ring, he decided to wait until they all attained the 30th level to hunt soul beasts together. In truth, Flan harbored reservations about this course of action. The revelation of Fujin's secret could undoubtedly incite a tempest of chaos across the continent, especially with the presence of royalty and noble families from the Duel Empire within Shrek Academy, not to mention the 7 Treasure, Glazed Tile School. Alright, today, due to special circumstances, you are granted a day off. You may explore the surrounding villages or take a stroll around Soto City to familiarize yourselves with the Academy's environment. After Flan's lengthy oration, he announced the unexpected holiday, altering the original plans and allowing the 8 little prodigies at the academy to acclimatize. Among these 8 prodigies, Fland held the highest hopes for Fujin, yet his fondness for Ma Hongjun was evident, as he was his direct disciple. The previous day, he had received a letter from the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School, granting him certain privileges regarding disciplining Ning Rongrong. Fland discreetly glanced at Ning Rongrong. Having heard tales of this little enchantress, who was the most cherished daughter of the school's master, her reputation had already reached beyond the outer doors of the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School, where the disciples were not particularly reticent, thus allowing her notoriety to spread. With Fland's command, the crowd instantly relaxed and divided into 2 groups, setting off towards Soto City. Fujin, Tang San, Ma Hongjun, Dai Mubai, and Oscar often gathered to discuss various matters. Although Fujin maintained a stoic demeanor, Ma Hongjun remained unfazed. Having known Fujin for a considerable length of time and shared many training sessions, he felt a deep familiarity with him. Friends of friends are indeed friends. And Dai Mubai got along well with Ma Hongjun and Oscar. Their initial encounter had been tumultuous, with Dai Mubai delivering a sound beating to Ma Hongjun. Yet such conflicts often foster acquaintance. Dai Mubai exchanged a few words with Fujin, who responded mostly with curt answers. Nevertheless, he understood that the Fujin described by his friends was a person burdened by numerous responsibilities. Burdened? He too carried some weight upon his shoulders. Dai Mubai cast a glance towards Zhu Zhuqing, having gained a fair understanding of her identity, especially after hearing her name. What a transformation it represented. Sensing Dai Mubai's gaze, Zhu Zhuqing turned to meet it, her expression darkening. She had heard tales from Shiau about Dai Mubai, who had been portrayed as a lecherous tiger. Yu Qing, what do you think of Fujin? The ancient rabbit spirit, Ning Rongrong, began to concoct a plan, well aware of Zhu Zhuqing's feelings towards Fujin. Having already chosen her 3rd brother, she sought to promote Fujin instead. Ning Rongrong, despite her lack of romantic affection for Fujin, valued their friendship and the sealing technique he had bestowed upon her, ensuring she would not harm him. Thus, Zhu Zhuqing remained the only viable option. She was attractive, possessed an admirable figure, and while she might appear somewhat aloof, Fujin shared a similar temperament, suggesting a harmonious pairing. Upon hearing this, Zhu Zhuqing turned toward Shiau Wu, seemingly perplexed by her intentions. Meanwhile, Ning Rongrong had pieced everything together. Though they had only known each other for less than a day, Shiau Wu's lively chatter had already elevated Fujin to extraordinary heights while casting Tang San as an utterly mundane individual. Comparatively, a level 30 Tang San indeed seemed ordinary next to the 39-level Fujin, yet when juxtaposed against the average populace or other prodigies, he still qualified as a genius among geniuses. The deliberate glorification of Fujin was intended to enhance Zhu Zhuqing's perception of him, which was already favorable given Fujin's prowess. Conversely, portraying Tang San as unremarkable aimed to prevent Zhu Zhuqing and Ning Rongrong from developing any undue sentiments towards him. Only an insecure girl would resort to such tactics. Ning Rongrong trusted her little skeleton would remain loyal to her if it dared betray her. Her 2 grandfathers would surely deliver a stern reprimand. He is quite formidable, Zhu Zhuqing remarked, somewhat perplexed by Shiau Wu's insinuations. Although she appeared composed, she was far less adept at navigating social intricacies than Ning Rongrong. Is he handsome? Shiau Wu inquired with a mischievous smile. Eager to orchestrate a union between Fujin and Zhu Zhuqing, a flawless scheme. Once Fujin and Zhu Zhuqing were together, she could pursue her relationship with Tang San without reservation. Handsome? Zhu Zhuqing furrowed her brow, beginning to grasp Shiau Wu's intentions. However, she perceived a peculiar dynamic among Shiau Wu, Fujin, and Tang San. It was evident that Fujin harbored feelings for Shiau Wu, who in turn favored Tang San, while Tang San's feelings remained inscrutable to Zhu Zhuqing, though he seemed to care for Fujin as well. Contemplating these odd scenarios, her cheeks flushed. She had heard whispers regarding such matters. Fujiang is undeniably charming, whereas Tang San possesses a more earnest and straightforward demeanor. Observing the blush on Zhu Zhuqing's face, Shiau Wu felt a secret delight, pondering that this situation might indeed yield favorable outcomes. Shiau Wu, I see that Fujiang seems quite fond of you, and you have mentioned his exceptional qualities. Ning Rongrong interjected with mischievous intent, relishing the prospect of disrupting others' budding romances, albeit only in trivial matters. When confronted, Shiau Wu felt an immediate wave of embarrassment. Casting a reproachful glance at Ning Rongrong. Ahem, Fujiang and I are quite familiar. We've grown up together, akin to siblings. Would you harbor romantic feelings for your brother? Shiau Wu nervously clarified, genuinely concerned that Zhu Zhuqing and Ning Rongrong might misconstrue her relationship with Fu Jiang, as well as the potential for such rumors to reach Tang San's ears. The very thought of it sent shivers down her spine. That may not be the case. Ning Rongrong teased, her eyes sparkling with a hint of mischief. Look at how handsome Fu Jiang is. His strength is formidable, and his talents are remarkable. Although we cannot ascertain his character, I doubt it is lacking, or else you wouldn't sing his praises so highly. Shiau. Chapter 41. The Immaculate Fujiang Soto City. This is the most grand and luxurious hotel in Soto City at present. Fujiang, however, remained indifferent to such superficialities, while Shiau seemed to revel in them. In truth, Shiau merely cherished the moments spent with Tang San. I never imagined you to be so affluent. The way you pulled out your card was simply spectacular. Oscar exclaimed, his hands resting under his chin as he squirmed with excitement. Fujiang merely nodded in response, maintaining his reserved demeanor. Although they had known him for less than a day, it was evident that he possessed a cool temperament and spoke sparingly. While they were not entirely comfortable, they did not reject Fujiang, as strength always commands a certain privilege. Achieving a level of 39 at such a young age and being able to provoke the full power of the formidable soul Saint Zhao Wujin left them without any thoughts of resistance. By the way, Tang San, why haven't you gone to obtain a soul ring? Daimu Bai suddenly inquired, his tone laced with confusion. To him, the acquisition of a soul ring was a matter of utmost urgency. Tang San paused momentarily, casting a subtle glance at Fujiang. Aware that revealing Fujiang's secret would be catastrophic, the ability to offer sacrifices to soul beasts could incite chaos across the continent. I plan to wait until Shiau and the others reach level 30 before hunting for soul rings together. After all, they are already at level 29. And my soul power will gradually accumulate. Perhaps by then, I will leap to the next level upon obtaining a soul ring. Tang San struggled to provide a convincing rationale, while simultaneously laying the groundwork for the enhancements he would gain from a 9,000-year soul ring. I am at level 40 now. Let us venture forth to hunt for a soul ring tomorrow. As Fujiang spoke, his words astonished everyone present. Daimu Bai was left speechless, his mouth agape, unable to articulate a single thought. Oscar stood frozen, eyes wide as he stared at Fujiang. Ma Hongjun, his mouth full of food, had grown accustomed to Fujiang's terrifying talent. Zhu Zhuqing dropped the delicacy from her chopsticks, and the flames of determination ignited in her eyes. She believed in the existence of geniuses in this world. Yet she could not fathom how anyone could reach the soul master level by the age of 12 through ordinary cultivation methods. Shiau expressed her familiarity with such phenomena, never regarding Fujiang as an ordinary individual. Ning Rongrong covered her mouth in disbelief, involuntarily comparing Fujiang to her own little Bone. She soon realized that Bone was a year younger than Fujiang, and that Bone's first spirit ring was a Millennium Level 1, undoubtedly far superior to Fujiang's. She conveniently overlooked the fact that her little Bone had awakened his martial soul at the tender age of 5. Sometimes, I ponder whether you are truly human. Tang San wore a bittersweet smile, aware of his own genius status, often reassured by his master that his potential was immense, on par with Fujiang's. After all, he possessed dual martial souls, capable of bestowing 9 10,000-year spirit rings upon his second soul. However, the dilemma lay in the fact that Fujiang's first spirit ring was also of the 10,000-year caliber, coupled with the terrifying attributes of his inherited spirit techniques. Any future gap between them might only be narrowed, but to surpass him was an insurmountable challenge. Oscar struggled to find words to encapsulate Fujiang's extraordinary prowess, for the speed of his cultivation transcended human comprehension. As soul masters, they were acutely aware of the arduous nature of their training, and to witness someone like Fujiang achieving such strength at this age was truly unprecedented. Isn't it outrageous? When I first encountered Fujiang, I felt the same, but eventually, I grew accustomed to it. Ma Hongjun, chewing his food, mused over Fujiang's exceptional gifts. How do you cultivate? It is utterly despairing. Daimu Bai's smile appeared forced, as he sensed that his own reputation as a genius was somewhat overstated. I think it's not too bad. Fujiang generally spends most of his time honing his practical skills, and his spirit power training is rather typical. Shiau remarked nonchalantly, all the while discreetly observing Zhu Zhuqing's expressions. She was not one to lose enthusiasm easily. To promote Fujiang, she needed to exert herself even more. Fujiang, will you accompany me for some fun later? I know there is something at the Soto City Grand Hotel. Ma Hongjun swallowed his food, his eyes gleaming as he spoke with an unmistakably lewd tone. In an instant, everyone at the table was struck dumb, a heavy silence enveloping the room. Fujiang turned his gaze towards Ma Hongjun, his eyes narrowing slightly as a crimson light erupted from within them. In an instant, the Sharingan manifested, its luminous glimmer causing Ma Hongjun to shiver involuntarily. Ahem, I was merely jesting. Ma Hongjun coughed lightly, a sheepish smile adorning his face. He was acutely aware that when Fu Jiang's emotions surged, his martial spirit would inevitably manifest. You rotund fellow, Fu Jiang is as pure as the driven snow. Refrain from such jests in the future. Shiau, having known Ma Hongjun for some time, and having successfully forged a friendship with him, felt comfortable enough to speak freely. She then cast a furtive glance at Zhu Shiqing, relieved to see her expression unchanged. Indeed. Fu Jiang, much like third brother, embodies purity. Ma Hongjun nodded vigorously, his enthusiasm almost creating an afterimage. He was somewhat carried away with pride, knowing that with Fu Jiang's arrival, his fortunes were on the rise. Setting aside the matter of his third spirit ring, he was elated at the prospect of no longer needing to frequent the brothels. He would instead indulge in the finest hotels. He understood that Fu Jiang had little regard for money and an aversion to material wealth, which often led Fu Jiang to treat him to meals. Your martial spirit is the cause of such behavior. Do not allow yourself to be ensnared by it. Fu Jiang spoke, and the crimson light in his eyes faded as if everything that had transpired was merely an illusion. Upon hearing this, Ma Hongjun continued to smile awkwardly, nodding absent-mindedly. Was he unaware of these matters? Yet he found himself unable to restrain his impulses. Ahem. Well, big brother Dai, shall we go together later? Ma Hongjun cleared his throat and turned his gaze towards Dai Mubai, prompting the entire table to look at him. Among them, Zhu Shiqing furrowed her brow, her gaze toward Dai Mubai akin to that of someone regarding refuse. She had learned from Shiau Wu about the debauchery involving the twin tigers and could discern that Ma Hongjun was not inviting Dai Mubai for the first time. Dai Mubai was momentarily taken aback before firmly refusing. Get lost. What are you thinking? Be careful with your words in the future. I am not that kind of person. His tone was severe, and his expression betrayed a hint of panic as he glanced nervously at Zhu Shiqing, only to find her face unchanged. Her eyes filled with disdain and disgust. The contempt and revulsion in her gaze irritated Dai Mubai, yet remembering his own prior transgressions, especially having callously abandoned her in the Douluo Empire, he suppressed his anger. I understand, but this time I am not heading to a shabby place. My brother Fu Jiang is here. He will pick up the tab, and you can roam all of Soto City as you please. Ma Hongjun boasted, not considering himself an outsider, while Fu Jing merely shrugged it off. It was just a matter of currency, and once they left this world, no one would recognize him. So he naturally did not care. Chapter 42. The need for a 60,000-year soul beast at Shrek Academy. After a day's labor, Flinder, Zhao Wujia, and several teachers, leveraging their formidable powers, had restored the academy to a semblance of normalcy. The buildings were reconstructed, yet the interiors remained stark and empty. They did not hire workers, as employing laborers incurs costs. Flinder only purchased some raw materials and did not take even a copper soul coin from Fu Jiang. They simply reveled in the feeling of being honored guests at the bank, a joy that even Zhao Wujia could feel. Later, each of you will hand over 100 gold soul coins to Teacher Li in charge of finances. Auxiliary soul masters face immense danger on the battlefield when unprotected. Hence fleeing is an essential skill for you. Oscar, Ning Rongrong, begin running 20 laps now. If you do not complete them before lunch, do not expect to eat. Flinder's words seemed particularly directed at Ning Rongrong. Upon hearing this, Ning Rongrong's heart skipped a beat, and she frowned slightly, yet did not argue, merely nodding in acquiescence as she followed Oscar to begin running laps. Meanwhile, she dismissed Flinder's words, confident that her little bones would protect her at all times. Absently, she caressed a plain, unadorned bracelet on her wrist, devoid of any gems, watching Ning Rongrong depart. Fu Jiang knew that this little witch would undoubtedly not adhere to Flinder's instruction of completing 20 laps. She would likely abandon it halfway to indulge in the pleasures of Soto City. Mubai turned back and informed the new students of the Academy's rules. Flinder's sharp eyes once again fell upon Dai Mubai as he spoke slowly. Understood, Dean. Dai Mubai responded without complaint, aware that he was the oldest among the students, though not the strongest. This thought prompted him to steal a glance at Fu Jiang. The first class begins today after dark. Fu Jiang and Tang San. Follow me. With that, Flinder turned and left, Fu Jiang and Tang San following his lead toward the dean's office at a leisurely pace. The so-called dean's office was quite rudimentary, having just been rebuilt, containing only a solid wooden desk and a few rickety wooden chairs. Perhaps Flinder felt embarrassed by the simplicity. So he led Fu Jiang and Tang San to the balcony, where they could gaze upon the blue sky, white clouds, and curling smoke, evoking a sense of earthly beauty. How is the master? Flinder inquired, having not visited Notting City for half a year, leaving him uncertain of the master's current condition. However, as a soul master, it was unlikely he would suffer from any serious illness. The master is well, Tang San replied. You two little monsters are fortunate to have encountered the master, Flinder said, unable to suppress a smile, particularly when he looked at Fujiang. He felt that Shrek Academy would surely be immortalized in history, becoming the foremost institution in the world. One that even the Spirit Hall would covet its graduates. Yet Tang San was no less impressive, possessing twin martial souls, the second of which was the Haotian hammer. Reflecting on the formidable strength of Haotian Duel from the previous day, Flinder felt even more exhilarated, convinced that Tang San would surpass Haotian Duel in strength. However, Tang San would inevitably be at odds with the Spirit Hall, as Haotian Duel had gravely wounded the Pope, ultimately leading to his demise. That was the Pope. If other title Douluo had slain the Pope, they might have left no ashes behind. My encounter with the Master is my fortune, Tang San eloquently stated. His words ringing true. Without the Master, he would not possess such knowledge, and working in isolation was unthinkable. Indeed, Fujiang is equally vital. He can discern the difference between a 900-year soul ring and a 400-year soul ring, and by extension, the disparity between a 1,000-year soul ring and a 9,000-year soul ring will only be greater. Ha ha ha. Indeed, yet your talents are rare, a 1,000-year occurrence. You shall inevitably step into the Douluo Hall and become a title Douluo, Flinder laughed heartily, regarding Fujiang and Tang San as seedlings destined to grow into towering trees, nurturing them with great care. The Dean overestimates us, Tang San replied modestly, holding deep respect for Flinder. A mentor who had once shared life and death with his own teacher, earning a formidable reputation in the Soul Master world. This is not an overestimation. By the way, little monster, you have reached level 30. When do you plan to hunt for your soul ring? Flinder had his own calculations in mind. Oscar and Ma Hongjun were both at level 29, and Ma Hongjun's first soul ring was of 900 years, surely. His third soul ring should be at least 9,000 years. As for Oscar, a food-type soul master with innate full soul power, he will undoubtedly become a significant asset to Fujiang and Tang San in the future. We plan to go tomorrow. We were just about to ask you to take us to the Star Do Forest to hunt soul beasts, Tang San stated. Very well, no problem. Has the master mentioned what kind of soul beast you need for your third soul ring? Flinder replied confidently. I require a 9,000-year poison-type soul beast, preferably a cave spider or a human-face spider. Fujiang needs a flying soul beast of around 60,000 years. Tang San continued in his contemplation. That Fujiang required a 6,000-year-old electric bird to enhance her speed and grant her the ability to soar. However, capturing such a creature proved to be exceptionally challenging. Particularly a bird of such ancient lineage, even a title Douluo would find it impossible to pursue such a soul beast. Upon hearing this, Flandre was momentarily taken aback, then turned his gaze toward Fujiang, as a bold and unfathomable thought crossed his mind. Could it be, Fujiang you? Flandre's throat felt parched, and the corners of his eyes twitched slightly. Although he deemed this notion improbable, should it prove true, it would render all the so-called geniuses across the continent utterly humbled. I have reached level 40, and according to the information from my teacher, I can deduce that I can control a soul beast of no more than 6,000 years at most. Fujiang slowly spoke, revealing the incredulous thought that lingered in Flandre's mind. Upon hearing her words, Flandre momentarily froze, but he quickly regained his composure, leaping from his chair with fervor, grasping Fujiang's shoulders with an almost frenzied expression. Fujiang, you truly are an unequivocal monster. Flandre stammered, his excitement palpable. However, this exhilaration was soon overshadowed by concern. A 60,000-year soul beast, a flying soul beast, no less. As a soul sage, he could barely contend with soul beasts of around 30,000 years. 60,000-year soul beasts were creatures that only a title Duel or a soul Duel could hope to hunt. Contemplating this, he felt a wave of trepidation. Even with Zhao Wudre and all the instructors from the academy, the prospect of hunting a 60,000-year soul beast seemed nearly impossible. The date for hunting the soul beast may need to be postponed. A 60,000-year soul beast. I must seek out some allies, Flandre declared with newfound seriousness. He envisioned a beautiful figure, perhaps only she, alongside himself and the master, could have any hope of subduing a 60,000-year soul beast, with Zhao Wujie providing support, ensuring their strategy was foolproof. Of course, this was only in an ideal scenario. The Star Do Forest was fraught with peril. He needed contingency plans in place, allowing them to retreat with the little monsters after executing their Trinity martial soul fusion technique. Fuji nodded, displaying a calm demeanor. Tang Sen also nodded, feeling no urgency. He wished to utilize this time to thoroughly examine his Tang sect hidden weapons. Indeed, he had imparted the techniques of the Tang sect hidden weapons to Fengji, who, within half a day's time, had mastered most of the throwing techniques he had previously learned. To be precise, he had demonstrated the techniques once, and Fengji had grasped them instantly. Moreover, Fengji had made numerous enhancements, leaving Tang San, as a disciple of the Tang sect, genuinely astonished. Chapter 43. Hinata Q and Junmaru, the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. Although the main hall of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School may not rival the Pope's Palace in grandeur in terms of construction costs, it would take 10 Pope's Palaces to equal the expense of the main hall of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. The former pursues opulence, while the latter seeks magnificence. The sect master, Ning Fengji, sat at the head of the hall, gazing at the gray-haired Junmaru, who bore 2 crimson marks between his brows, his complexion pale. Dressed in the Royal Academy uniform of the Heaven Do Imperial Academy, standing at approximately 1.60 meters. A broad smile adorned his face. He had already learned from the Heaven Do Imperial Academy that Junmaru had reached the 36th level. In 3 years, during the elite competition of advanced Soul Master Academies across the continent, it was possible that the Heaven Do Imperial Academy would break the Martial Soul Hall's consecutive championship record. Ning Fengji firmly believed that Junmaru would undoubtedly become a title Douluo, and even a more formidable one than Sword Uncle. Although Sword Uncle had always regarded Junmaru with skepticism, he had never denied his innate talent. Ning Fengji pondered whether Junmaru might even attain the extraordinary rank of a 99th level title Douluo. According to Sword Uncle's descriptions, the disparity between a 99th level title Douluo and a 98th level super Douluo was akin to a chasm. Sword Uncle's father, the previous Sword Douluo, had been a 98th level super Douluo, and had suffered a comprehensive defeat against the 99th level title Douluo, Qian Daolu. Contemplating this, Ning Fengji grew increasingly anxious, concerned that Junmaru's talent would attract unwanted attention. He was reluctant to expose Junmaru to the gaze of the Martial Soul Hall, and even now, he was deliberating whether to allow him to participate in the elite competition. Should he let Junmaru compete to intimidate the Martial Soul Hall and other sects? Or should he keep him training until he reached title Douluo level? However, the question remained, could a title Douluo not earned through combat maintain its full strength? He could scarcely imagine how much diminished the power of such a title Douluo would be. Although exposing Junmaru to the Martial Soul Hall might invite assassination attempts, he did not believe that the Martial Soul Hall would openly confront the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School just yet. Furthermore, with Sword Uncle and Gu Uncle, both titled Douluos, guarding Junmaru, even if they were outmatched, they could still facilitate his escape. Lure, have you gained anything at the Heaven Do Imperial Academy? Ning Fengji feigned ignorance, not wishing Junmaru to feel that he was under surveillance. I have reached the 36th level, and I have made many strong friends at the academy. In duels, I am sometimes not their match, Junmaru replied, maintaining a steadfast demeanor. Upon hearing this, Ning Fengji nodded, his smile broadening. He paid little heed to the strength of Junmaru's friends. He knew that the youngest among them was at least 3 years Junmaru's senior. And Junmaru had already stated that he was not their match in practice. If it were a life-and-death battle, Ning Fengji was confident that Junmaru would prevail, especially given the formidable nature of his gray bone ability. That is good. Making friends also means encountering opponents. When facing those stronger than oneself, view them as goals to surpass. Do not look down upon those weaker, for your talent is unparalleled. Ning Fengji's voice was gentle, invoking a sensation akin to a spring breeze. In response, Junmaru nodded, indicating his understanding. My dear disciple, how I have missed you. The booming voice of Bon Douluo Gu Rong echoed, accompanied by hearty laughter. As his voice reached Junmaru's ears, Gu Rong had already approached his side, gazing at his handsome disciple with immense pride. Soon after, Sword Douluo Chen Xian entered the hall, casting a glance at Junmaru. A flicker of astonishment crossing his eyes as he recognized the growth in Junmaru's soul power. While this was a positive development, Chen Xian felt a twinge of discomfort, observing the remarkable talent of his old friend's disciple, while he himself lacked a worthy disciple. This feeling left Sword Douluo Chen Xian quite discontented and perplexed. After all, he had reached 96, while his old friend had only just hit 95. Master, Sword Grandpa. Junmaru slightly bowed as a form of greeting, then tilted his head, evading a surprise attack from Bon Douluo Gu Rong. My dear disciple, allow me to see if you have grown complacent. As he spoke, Gu Rong unleashed his soul power, conjuring a 3-meter-long miniature bone dragon, which collided with Jummaru. Ning Fengji observed quietly, unperturbed by potential damage to the hall. The seven-treasure glazed tile school was affluent and did not mind such wear and tear, and moreover, the materials used for the hall were not easily destructible. First soul skill. Exoskeleton armor. Jummaru's soul ring shimmered, 3 purple rings radiating a captivating light, akin to a predatory spider. In an instant, a terrifying suit of armor materialized around Jummaru, its sharp angles and bone spikes accentuating its fearsome appearance, with a helmet resembling a demonic deity. Crowned by 2 jagged dragon horns. Jummaru explained that the second and third soul rings had enhanced his first soul skill. A feat made possible through the wisdom of his mentor, which allowed him to legitimately augment his exoskeleton armor. Second soul skill. Dance of the Iron Flower, Jummaru declared. As the armor in his hands transformed into a colossal 3-meter-long bone spear. The spear clashed with the bone dragon's head, producing a resounding clang. The spear tip shattered. Yet it directly penetrated the dragon's skull. The shattered bone dragon dissipated into soul power, leaving Bone Douluo Gu gazing at his disciple in shock. His mouth agape in disbelief. His disciple had managed to defeat the bone dragon, which he had summoned with soul power, without even employing his third soul skill. Although his bone dragon was a mere fraction of his own strength, it was certainly not something a 36th level soul master could withstand. For he had adjusted the bone dragon's level to 50, surpassing the defensive capability of an ordinary defensive soul king. To think it was vanquished in a single exchange. My friend Hinata Q once said, to break a point is to shatter a surface. It originally required immense strength. Yet finding a weakness could suffice with merely a fraction of power. Jummaru spoke slowly, before dissipating his exoskeleton armor. Upon hearing this, Ning Fengji steadied his astonished heart. This young man continually brought surprises and marvels to him in the 7-treasure glazed tile school. He recalled that Hinata was an orphan discovered by Prince Shuqingha, possessing striking beauty, and was closely acquainted with the prince, even sharing meals at the same table. Yet, this Hinata was, in fact, a man. Thus, rumors have circulated that the crown prince Shuqingha remains unmarried at his age due to his affinity for dragon-like men. The Night Emperor summoned Prince Shuqingha for a personal inquiry, ultimately discovering that Rihyang possesses a soul skill that ensures absolute composure, greatly aiding both learning and governance. Eventually, Rihyang visited the royal palace to demonstrate this soul skill, which put the Night Emperor at ease. However, upon seeing Rihyang, he momentarily froze, subsequently becoming preoccupied with his son's marital prospects. This visage, capable of inciting calamity, might not be so troublesome in the short term, yet over time. The Night Emperor doubted whether his son would remain unaffected. Chapter 44. 3 Substitutes. Uncle Ning. Where is Rongrong? Jummaru blinked innocently, feigning ignorance. Upon hearing this, Ning Fengji smiled slightly, pleased as this was precisely the reaction he wished to elicit. Ah, she has run away from home because you did not accompany her to play, he stated nonchalantly, as if truly indifferent to his daughter's departure. At this, Jummaru's aloof demeanor faltered, his expression giving way to concern. Soon, he caught sight of Ning Fengji's subtly smiling face, and as if comprehending something, he regained his previously composed air. Ning Fengji nodded approvingly. He was increasingly satisfied with his prospective son-in-law, whose exceptional talent and intellect separated him from being a mere brutish fool. By the way, I was just about to ask. Fengji, how can you allow Rongrong to go out alone, accompanied only by 2 soul kings for protection? Sword Douluo Qinshin interjected with a stern expression, aware that Jummaru always traveled with formidable soul Douluo companions. Yet, his own little princess had only 2 minor soul kings clandestinely guarding her. Had he and Gu Rong not been pressed for time, Ning Fengji might have even considered sending one of them to personally watch over Jummaru. Rongrong is not in any danger. The prestige of the 7-treasure glazed tile school is enough to deter most spirit masters. Moreover, Rongrong has successfully joined Shrek Academy. Ning Fengji replied, a hint of vexation in his tone. He understood that his sword uncle held a special affection for Rongrong, indulging her despite being aware of her reputation as a little witch. Shrek Academy? An obscure institution. Can it possibly compare to my teachings? Sword Douluo Qinshin retorted, clearly displeased. In truth, Shrek Academy was far from insignificant. The youngest elder of the Spirit Hall hailed from there, as did an exceptional teacher from the Tiando Royal Academy. Upon hearing this, Ning Fengji's frustration transformed into a headache. His sword uncle was clearly speaking nonsense, causing unnecessary trouble, yet he found himself at a loss. Grandpa's sword. My mentor Qin Ming also graduated from Shrek Academy. May I go see Rongrong? Junmaru interjected, turning his gaze toward Ning Fengji. At this, Sword Duel Qinshin's expression darkened further, feeling as if a pig were asking to uproot the precious vegetables he had painstakingly nurtured. Rongrong is far too headstrong. Allowing her to venture out for experience is essential. You must have heard of her little witch reputation. If she continues unchecked, it will only lead to arrogance. Ning Fengji spoke slowly, wishing to prevent his daughter from becoming imperious. A domineering sect leader could not earn the allegiance of others, nor could they ensure the sect's legacy. This sentiment was clear to him. Although Junmaru, a future super Douluo, would protect her, human lifespans are finite, and grievances may persist through generations. Who could guarantee the everlasting prosperity of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School? I shall protect her, Junmaru assured earnestly, not anticipating the number of destined individuals at Tiando Royal Academy. Though they were few, even the smallest contributions mattered, accumulating to create something substantial. Ning Fengji's face nearly radiated with joy upon hearing this. This is indeed for Rongrong's benefit. If you have the time, you may visit Soto City to see her. She would be thrilled to know of your visit, he remarked. Indeed, Rongrong's departure was catalyzed by Junmaru's entrance into the Tiando Royal Academy. Initially, she too wished to attend. But upon seeing a certain voluptuous older sister delivering meals to Junmaru, her spirits plummeted, leading to a vehement quarrel. Though labeled a quarrel, it was merely Rongrong's frantic shouting. While Junmaru spoke little, attempting to explain, only for Rongrong to cover her ears and repeatedly declare, I won't listen. Thus, she ran away from home to join Shrek Academy. As for that voluptuous older sister, Junmaru's appearance, though not as striking as Rihyang-jing's, was undeniably handsome, complemented by an alluringly aloof demeanor. Furthermore, his youth and status as a Tiando-level student naturally attracted a legion of admirers, led by that very voluptuous older sister, who ardently pursued him. However, Junmaru rebuffed their advances without hesitation, as he felt no hint of destiny from them. Although he declined, the suitors were undeterred. Fully aware of Junmaru's lineage from the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, and that a titled Douluo had personally escorted him to the Tiando Royal Academy, having even sparred with 3 sole Douluo instructors. This knowledge only heightened their interest in Junmaru. My mentor Qin Ming mentioned he would take us to various cities within the Tiando Empire for soul battles, enhancing our practical experience. One such city is Soto City. Junmaru stated, his tone matter-of-fact. That's splendid. By the way, how many individuals in your team can currently match you in combat? Bon Douluo Gu Rong inquired, his smile unwavering, while only Sword Douluo Qinshin among them appeared somewhat perturbed. At this, Junmaru paused, mentally calculating his response. 3. Rihyang-jing possesses an instinct for battle that leaves little room for error, as if he can foresee the future, consistently evading my strikes while exploiting my weaknesses. Then there's Xiao Do, aged 15, closely associated with the Bailin Douluo, possibly even a disciple. His snake venom is formidable, and his martial spirit, the white phosphorus serpent, rivals that of the blue lightning tyrant dragon, and may even exceed it somewhat. Our encounters often end in a stalemate. Lastly, there's Li Luoka, aged 16, whose martial spirit is bandages. Despite being only a rank 20, he can contend with me closely. Junmaru elaborated, acknowledging the unique attributes of his 3 substitutes. He understood that even if he withheld this information, Ning Fengji would eventually uncover it, so he opted to divulge everything. Among the 3, only Li Luoka lacked backing. Yet he served as a mere tool for harvesting destiny. Bandages as a martial spirit? But what peculiar effects do they possess? Ning Fengji was taken aback. Bandages, as a type of martial soul, were typically classified as auxiliary. Yet, that Li Luoka could become a formidable assault-type soul master might provide insights into how auxiliary soul masters could attain self-defense capabilities. However, it was merely bandages, their sole function being pain relief. He relied solely on his physical prowess to engage me, and his physical qualities surpassed even those of Yu Tianheng, who possessed the blue lightning tyrant dragon martial soul. Jun Mulu shook his head and remarked. Upon hearing this, Ning Fengji fell silent, though he did not dwell on it too much. It would be ideal to recruit Li Luoka, but if it proved unfeasible, it was of little consequence. The Seven Treasures Glazed sect already had its own pillar of strength and thus did not require haste. Moreover, given the might and wealth of the Seven Treasures Glazed sect, he was not concerned that anyone would reject their overtures, especially since Li Luoka was a comrade of Jun Mulu in the same team. Chapter 45, The Reflection of Snow Qianqian in the Heaven Do Empire. Within the royal city of Heaven Do, at the East Palace Prince's residence, the current Crown Prince, Shuai Qinghe, had always been seen as the epitome of perfection. His character, integrity, influence, and acumen were beyond reproach, with no flaws to be discerned. However, recent rumors surrounding Crown Prince Shueqinghe had taken a rather unfavorable turn, particularly regarding his alleged indulgence in male relationships. He could very well be the favored child of the divine, endowed with all the world's beauty, embodying every adjective of splendor without appearing excessive. Yet, any attempt to capture his essence through words felt insufficient, rendering descriptions a mere desecration of his being. Hyang Mirror stood quietly, her figure as steadfast as a pine, her visage reminiscent of opium poppies, exuding an aura of allure that was impossible to ignore. Even in her current demeanor, which suggested an impenetrable barrier, she resembled a Tianshan snow lotus, exquisitely beautiful yet perilously aloof, attracting a multitude of admirers. At this moment, Hyang Mirror represented the faade that Fujikawa had cloaked herself in to evade complications, merely removing the tear mole from the corner of her eye. Mirror, what delightful happenings have transpired at the academy? Crown Prince Shueqinghe inquired, narrowing his eyes, his lips curling into a sincere smile that seemed somewhat ethereal. He recalled the first time he encountered Hyang Mirror, feeling a flutter within his heart. Back then, he had just recently ascended to the status of Crown Prince. And during his travels for scholarly pursuits, he encountered a ragged yet extraordinarily gifted child. Despite having gained divine recognition and qualifying for the Angel's 9 trials, with a promising future ahead, the sight of Hyang Mirror, a figure of unparalleled grace, evoked a sense of inferiority within him. Following this wave of self-doubt came an overwhelming desire for possession. Naturally, he brought Hyang Mirror into his orbit. When she revealed her formidable talents, he was not particularly surprised. For it would have been most peculiar had such an exquisite child not possessed extraordinary gifts to accompany her beauty. Junmulo had recently clashed with Rongrong, and that Jiang Lin had harbored feelings for every male member of their team, with the exception of Li Luoka, which was somewhat understandable. After all, her talents were mediocre. At over 20 years old, she had only reached the 28th rank, and her family had fallen into decline. Without diligent effort at the academy, her family might struggle to retain their noble title. Hyang Mirror spoke with a calm demeanor, acknowledging that Jiang Lin was indeed a pitiable figure, pressured by her family to secure a connection, even if it meant as a lover, with a young talent from the Heaven Do team. Initially, Jiang Lin had set her sights on Hyang Mirror, and it was from that moment that her family's decline began. To be precise, ever since Jiang Lin's interactions with Hyang Mirror came to Shueqinghe's attention, her family had begun to falter. The Soul Saint-level clan had mysteriously vanished during an outing, while smaller families, akin to sharks sensing blood, surrounded the Jiang family, methodically devouring their resources. Like frogs in boiling water, the Jiang family found themselves utterly powerless. Consequently, all hopes were pinned on Jiang Lin, who ultimately chose Junmulo among Yu Tianheng, Hyang Mirror, and Yao Shido. Yu Tianheng hailed from the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family, potentially as a young patriarch. Thus, his future spouse would undoubtedly also be a soul master of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon martial soul, preserving the purity of their lineage and the legacy of their martial soul. Moreover, Yu Tianheng had little regard for romantic entanglements. Given that the martial soul of the Yu family was the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon, known for its lustful nature, could one expect such a libertine to assist in confronting the nobility of the Heaven Do Empire, who were eyeing the Jiang family's lucrative assets? Hyang Mirror was rumored to be the male companion of the Crown Prince, enjoying an intimate friendship with him, and speculations arose regarding her connections with the current princess, Shueku. Yet, Jiang Lin suspected that the alleged association between Hyang Mirror and Princess Shueku might be a mere ruse devised by the Crown Prince to obscure the true nature of his relationship with Hyang Mirror. The Crown Prince was indeed tenacious, yet it was not outside the realm of possibility that Princess Shueku genuinely harbored feelings for Hyang Mirror, considering her exquisite beauty. Even knowing Hyang Mirror was the Crown Prince's favored companion, Jiang Lin could not help but feel drawn to her. Yao Shido, a disciple of the Bailing Douluo, was already in a confirmed romantic relationship with the granddaughter of Bailing Douluo, Dugu Yin. The Bailing Douluo, a title Douluo. Even if one were to resort to underhanded means to eliminate Jiang Lin, no one from the Jiang family would dare to voice a complaint. In the past, when Yao Shido and Dugu Yin had not yet solidified their relationship, she had attempted to entice him, albeit unsuccessfully. Thus, only Junmulo remained as a viable choice. Jiang Lin had several compelling reasons for selecting Junmulo. First, his exceptional talent far surpassed that of the previous 3 contenders. Achieving the 36th rank at the tender age of 12, he was destined to become a title Douluo in the future. Second, due to his remarkable abilities. The 7 Treasures Glazed sect would place great emphasis on his opinions. Should he develop feelings for Jiang Lin, regardless of whether they were purely physical, the sect's leader would not dare to confront the Jiang family publicly and might even extend protection to them, thereby strengthening Jun Molu's sense of belonging to the sect. Third, since Ning Rongrong had left in a huff, she had not returned to see Jun Molu, prompting Jiang Lin to realize her opportunity. As long as her tea skills were proficient, there was no wall she could not dismantle. Mirror. It seems you hold quite an interest in that Jiang Lin, Xue Qinghe remarked with a smile, although it was a disingenuous one, especially under Haiying Mirror's discerning gaze, rendering it as hollow as a diamond crafted from impurities by a child's hands. At that moment, Haiying Mirror could perceive the emotional turmoil within Xue Qinghe. A vast reservoir of negativity loomed, yet his formidable willpower was sufficient to suppress it. Do not overthink it. There is nothing between Jiang Lin and myself, Haiying Mirror stated, her words accompanied by an inexplicable surge of energy that compelled Xue Qinghe to regain his composure. In the depths of your heart, am I truly such a jealous person? Xue Qinghe inquired with a smile. Had it not been for Haiying Mirror's keen perception of his negative emotions, he might have almost believed in the authenticity of Xue Qinghe's flawless performance. Qianqian is certainly not a jealous individual. It is I who has been overly concerned. Hinata Kagami slightly curled the corners of her lips and smiled as she spoke. This expression was exceedingly captivating, causing Xue Qianqian to nearly scream. Who would have imagined that the current crown prince was, in fact, a woman aspiring to become a great empress? Xue Qianqian recounted her origins to Hinata Kagami. Her mother was not favored in the harem and, upon giving birth to her, was greatly disappointed to discover she had borne a daughter. However, her mother was remarkably astute. For even the great Emperor Shui would not go so far as to inspect his child's garments, even if the child was but an infant. Through a series of clever deceptions, Xue Qianqian transformed into Xue Qinghe, and a princess became a prince. Subsequently, she spent a considerable sum to acquire a soul bone capable of altering her form. This was how she explained it to Hinata Kagami, yet Kagami remained somewhat skeptical. It was only after discovering that the current crown prince was indeed a girl that he resolved to approach her under the guise of Hinata Kagami. After all, he was well aware of the destructive power his visage held over women. As for how he knew he possessed more than just the Sharingan and Byakugan, which could unveil illusions, he also had. The bloodline limit was not merely a phrase. Chapter 46, Brother Jing of Xueku in the imperial city of Tiando. At the East Palace of the Crown Prince, Princess Xueku frequented the Crown Prince's residence, nearly visiting daily, and if the Crown Prince did not send her away, she would undoubtedly remain indefinitely. Brother Jing, with your exceptional musical talent, it is truly a pity that you do not study at the Yuxian. Xueku tilted her head to gaze at the handsome Hinata Kagami, her voice still retaining a youthful lilt, clearly still a girl. Upon hearing this, Hinata Kagami smiled gently, causing Xueku to blush and lower her head, yet she could not help but steal glances at him. Once I graduate, I will certainly study at Yuxian. Hinata Kagami replied sincerely, for he was aware of certain details about Yuxian, such as it being the institution where all noble children of the Tiando Empire were trained in etiquette, and that it was seemingly backed by the unrivaled sect, Haotian sect. As Xueku heard her brother Jing speak in such a manner, her eyes sparkled with delight. Initially, she had been shocked and displeased upon hearing of Hinata Kagami, as he was a male concubine until she stormed into the Crown Prince's residence, intent on driving away the man who had tarnished her brother's reputation. Yet upon seeing Hinata Kagami, her first reaction was such a handsome individual could not possibly be that filthy. Humans are inherently visual creatures. And although Xueku was the most cherished princess of the great Emperor Shui, she was not immune to this. After some time spent understanding him, she realized that, as she had suspected, Hinata Kagami was indeed a dignified and loyal person, having been saved by the Crown Prince and thereafter serving him, embodying the spirit of a true knight. Subsequently, she began to call him Brother Jing, which caused the Crown Prince to feel jealous, sending Brother Jing to the Tiando Royal Academy, though she understood that it was for her own good. After all, a commoner could not be united with a princess. Despite Brother Jing's exceptional talent, without gilding his status, ascending to nobility would prove challenging. In truth, her brother the Crown Prince merely wished to distance Xueku from Hinata Kagami, and his jealousy was genuine, though it was not directed towards Hinata. How splendid! The teacher will surely adore you. Xueku's smile was as melodious as silver bells, and her beauty was undeniable. as a member of royal lineage could not possibly be unattractive. An unappealing princess would not receive such affection from the great Emperor Shui. Suddenly, Shui Qinghe pushed open the door and entered. Upon seeing Shui Ku, a shadow flickered in her eyes, and malice began to stir within her heart towards her so-called sister. Never underestimate a woman's jealousy, nor her possessiveness. Before Jing returns, my sister never used to visit the crown prince's residence. Shui Qinghe feigned a sigh, then smiled sweetly. Though to Hinata Kagami, her demeanor was glaringly disingenuous. Beneath the veneer of affection lay a sinister intent, almost bursting forth. Brother Crown Prince, do not speak nonsense. Shui Ku blushed deeply, swaying her body. Upon witnessing this, Shui Qinghe's expression stiffened. She noted Hinata Kagami's smile, which had naturally emerged due to Shui Ku's arrival. Indeed, it would be wiser to incapacitate him, rendering him a caged bird. Your Highness, Hinata Kagami bowed slightly, then straightened, his smile unwavering, though to Shui Qinghe it appeared painfully bright. By the way, Brother Jing, shall we go have something to eat together? I know a restaurant with delightful desserts. Shui Ku seemed to have an epiphany, turning to Hinata Kagami bashfully, her demeanor consistently shy. Having been nurtured in royal etiquette, each of her movements was cautious, hardly daring to overstep boundaries. Yet every time she beheld Hinata Kagami, her heart raced as if it might leap from her chest, and she found it difficult to meet his gaze. Whenever their eyes met, strange images would flood her mind, leaving her face crimson. Thus, Shui Ku resolved to take the initiative, believing her brother the crown prince would provide her cover. Upon hearing this, Shui Qinghe's expression faltered, yet at that moment, Shui Ku was too busy stealing glances at Hinata Kagami to notice. Shui Qinghe was acutely aware of Hinata Kagami's character. If it were a different invitation, he might refuse. But for food and very well, Hinata Kagami hesitated, glancing at Shui Qinghe, yet ultimately acquiesced. Indeed, Shui Qinghe mused to herself, yet she did not intervene. There was no valid reason to do so, for she was now Prince Shui Qinghe, a man. Brother Crown Prince, I shall visit you again soon. Shui Ku tremulously grasped Hinata Kagami's hand, then turned to the Crown Prince, speaking. Heaven knows how much courage it took for her to make that move. Watching Shui Ku and Hinata Kagami depart, Shui Qinghe's eyelids twitched, suppressing her rising fury. She began to immerse herself in official duties to distract herself, yet tranquility eluded her. The mere thought of Shui Ku dining hand in hand with Hinata Kagami, perhaps even enjoying a candlelit dinner, caused Shui Qinghe's heart to constrict as if gripped by an invisible hand, rendering her breathless. In no time, the plate before Hinata Kagami was stacked high. While Shui Ku remained unperturbed, fully aware of Hinata's appetite, thus not surprised. Princess Shui Ku. A somewhat frivolous male voice interrupted, causing Shui Ku, who had been covertly observing Hinata Kagami while feigning to partake in her meal, to look up in surprise. She was met with the sight of a handsome man. This man, known as Oris, was the son of a duke, currently courting Shui Ku, and belonged to a family of considerable influence. Unless unforeseen circumstances arose, Oris would likely fulfill his desire and marry Shui Ku. Oris, greetings, Shui Ku replied politely. In truth, she held little affection for Oris and even felt some aversion towards him, yet the etiquette she had learned compelled her to smile and greet him. Upon receiving her smile, Oris's grin widened. And this is? Oris beheld Hinata mirror, a glimmer of astonishment flashing across his eyes, yet he calmly inquired. For he was a man of refined education and would not dare to offend anyone of apparent distinction. At that moment, Hinata mirror also lifted his gaze towards Oris, sensing no trace of destiny in him, rendering him insignificant. He is my friend. Originally, Shui Ku intended to introduce Hinata mirror, but recalling the unfavorable reputation he seemingly held within their circle, she hastily rephrased her words, referring to him merely as a friend. Upon hearing this, Oris's heart stirred. He could perceive Shui Ku's genuine concern for the handsome man, a concern that transcended mere friendship. This sentiment irked him, prompting a resolve to act, though he would not resort to the ineffectual taunts typical of spoiled noble youths. Additionally, he found himself pondering the handsome man, who stirred unexpected excitement within him. Despite his usual preference for women, seemingly sensing Oris's animosity, Hinata mirror glanced at him, his pure white eyes momentarily startling Oris, who soon recalled recent whispers circulating within his social circle. It was said that Prince Shui Qinghe had enlisted his sister, Shui Ku, to shield his male lover, even pushing his sister towards that very paramour. Notably, this male companion had enrolled in the Tiando Royal Academy and was a prodigy, boasting an impressive rank of Soul Master at the tender age of 16, adorned with the same ethereal white eyes that were also his martial spirit. Chapter 47. Princess Shueke's seduction plan Hinata Mirror regarded Oris with a slight nod, a gesture of acknowledgement. Princess Shueke, may I take a seat here? Casting aside his impure thoughts about Hinata Mirror, Oris turned to Shueke, shifting his focus onto her. Despite being the son of a duke, marrying a princess, especially the most favored one, would significantly enhance his future prospects. I'm sorry, Oris, but we will be leaving shortly, Shueke promptly declined. For she had eagerly awaited her brother Mirror's return from the Tiando Royal Academy and would not allow Oris to disrupt their cherished time together. At her words, Oris's expression stiffened momentarily before he composed himself, bowing slightly before turning to depart, yet not without a hint of determination to persist in his pursuit. He understood that relentless pursuit would only tarnish Princess Shueke's perception of him. He was no foolish scion of the Snowfall Prince. I am Oris, the eldest son of the Tulip Duke. My connection with him is merely that of classmates, Shueke hastily clarified, anxiety flickering across her visage as she feared her brother might misconstrue her intentions. She overthought the matter. Although she possessed a semblance of destiny, it was faint, barely sufficient to align with her royal status, especially when compared to the crown prince Xue Qianqian, akin to a firefly next to the full moon, or a nagging horse beside a qilin. It seems that noble son is quite taken with Shueku, Hinata Mirror remarked playfully, his eyes twinkling with amusement, reminiscent of an elder brother observing his younger sibling. Witnessing this, Shueke felt a pang of disappointment in her heart but chose to remain silent, casting a forlorn glance at Hinata Mirror. However, within mere seconds, she found herself blushing and lowering her gaze. I do not harbor any fondness for him. Although he often presents himself as approachable, he is quite deceitful. I once witnessed him bullying a classmate from a lesser family, Shueke protested. No individual is flawless. Yet in her eyes, Hinata Mirror was nothing short of perfection. This sentiment echoed the adage that love renders one blind. To Shueke, Hinata Mirror embodied the epitome of excellence. Everyone has their flaws, and you are not innocent in your treatment of classmates either, Hinata Mirror teased. Fully aware of Shueke's tendency to confront those who spoke ill of others behind their backs, often employing rather forceful methods, he found the naive girl endearing, albeit merely as an affectionate sentiment. That's different. I do not bully them. They are simply too outrageous, gossiping behind others' backs. I merely teach them a lesson. Shueke retorted, her cheeks flushed, resembling an agitated kitten. She nearly divulged that those individuals were speaking about him, but caught herself just in time. Though she had resolved to pursue Hinata Mirror, she understood the importance of maintaining a degree of decorum. Hinata Mirror smiled gently, unfazed by her outburst. This girl was charming and delightful, yet her destiny was regrettably scant. Then I must express my gratitude to Princess Shueke, he said, fully aware of the identity of those she referred to. And how do you intend to? Thank me. Shueke's cheeks burned as she fumbled for words, her earlier eloquence faltering in the face of her flustered emotions. Observing her clumsy attempts at seduction, Hinata Mirror chuckled lightly, not taking her musings too seriously. He would inform Xue Qianqian of the situation. If it ensured Shueke's safety, it would be a fortunate outcome, yet should misfortune befall her, he would suffer no loss. As for why Hinata Mirror suspected Xue Qianqian might wish to harm Shueke, it stemmed from the palpable malice concealed within Xue Qianqian's demeanor during Shueke's playful antics. Regardless of their sisterly bond, blood ties held little weight, especially since Xue Qianqian was not guaranteed to be Shueke's true sister. Hinata Mirror's thoughts were not without foundation. Given the peculiarities surrounding Xue Qianqian's narrative, a mere concubine could conceal a child's gender within the hallowed halls of the palace for years, a notion most intriguing. Furthermore, he doubted the authenticity of Xue Qinghe's lineage, sensing a formidable power within him, one that surpassed the realm of mere celestial techniques. What does Princess Shueke desire? Hinata Mirror inquired, halting his meal, his gaze fixated on Shueke, his eyes sparkling alluringly. Shueke's heart fluttered at his question, summoning the courage to meet his gaze. I, she stammered, struggling to articulate her thoughts, yet boldly grasped Hinata Mirror's hand. His hand was exquisite, befitting his handsome countenance, slender fingers, neither overly long nor too delicate, with skin fair and smooth. When Shueke held his hand, a thrill coursed through her. Ah, Princess Shueke, I am but a commoner, and my reputation is far from pristine, Hinata Mirror sighed, adopting a serious tone. I do not mind. With your talent, ascending to nobility is merely a matter of time. I could plead with father. He dotes on me above all, and he shall surely acquiesce. Shueke exclaimed, her earlier seduction plan crumbling, her voice rising to a near shout, echoing throughout the dining hall. In that instant, Hinata Mirror could already envision the whispers circulating throughout the royal city regarding the imminent future. For instance, the rivalry between Princess Shueika and Crown Prince Suiking over a favored consort. In any case, Hinata Mirror held unwavering faith in the propensity of idle individuals to propagate rumors, believing that within a few days, various versions of this tale would emerge. Ahem. Hinata Mirror cleared his throat lightly, signaling the presence of others nearby, while he sensed a source of spiritual energy gradually departing, seemingly heading towards the Crown Prince's residence. He understood that Princess Shueika was once again in peril, and this threat came from none other than her most trusted and relied upon elder brother, the Crown Prince himself. Upon hearing Hinata Mirror's subtle cough, Shueika appeared to awaken, suddenly realizing that her previous remarks had indeed been rather audacious. We should leave, Shueika exclaimed, her face flushed as she grasped Hinata Mirror's hand, eager to depart without settling the bill. Naturally, no one pursued them. Those dining here were well acquainted with the beloved Princess Shueika of the Snowy Night Empire. Thus they were unconcerned about her possibly skipping out on payment. Hinata Mirror followed Princess Shueika's lead, taking a piece of pastry as they exited. Chapter 48. Lu Erlong Soto City. Shrek Academy. A pair of lovesick individuals exchanged silent glances, as if locked in an eternal gaze, Master observing Lu Erlong, and Lu Erlong returning the gaze until, Ahem. The purpose of summoning you both here is primarily to hunt a spirit beast. Xiao Gang, you understand. Flinder cleared his throat, then spoke slowly, his personal motives evident. He cherished Lu Erlong, yet loving someone does not necessitate possession. He could no longer ignore Lu Erlong's suffering. The master's silence weighed heavily upon him. He felt compelled to take action. He had previously harbored such thoughts and plans, but this time he had a compelling reason. Hunting a spirit beast? Flinder, are you already at level 80? Lu Erlong inquired, forcing her attention away from the master to look at Flinder, a hint of feigned nonchalance in her smile. Her demeanor was clearly insincere, her smile appearing crafted rather than genuine. No, but we. Flinder shook his head, hesitating as he glanced at the master, knowing he had to consult the master's opinion as he was, after all, the master's disciple. It is my disciple who requires a spirit ring, the master stated. Aware that evasion was no longer an option, Lu Erlong's determination made it clear she would not allow him to escape. With his own spirit power at the mere 29th level, even with the cultivation of Fujin's ancestral spirit skill, he had no hope of eluding Lu Erlong's grasp. Xiao Gang, your disciple, can't be at level 80, can they? Lu Erlong exclaimed, astonished, her mind racing. For a spirit beast that even Flinder could not handle would surely be at least 50,000 years old. However, realizing its improbability, she turned her gaze toward Flinder with gratitude, which made him feel somewhat uncomfortable. No. My disciple possesses the ability to compel a spirit beast to offer itself as a sacrifice, but this requires capturing the beast first, ideally exhausting its spirit power to significantly enhance my disciple's chances of successfully acquiring a spirit ring. The master had no intention of withholding information, especially given Lu Erlong's close relationship with him. Upon hearing this, Lu Erlong was momentarily stunned, then turned to Flinder, seemingly searching for a playful expression that would indicate they were merely joking. However, she found nothing of the sort, leaving her momentarily speechless. She then looked back at the master, and their eye contact lacked the previous sense of eternity, instead taking on a humorous, comical quality. Is it truly real? It felt as if she had heard a myth, and Lu Erlong, overwhelmed by this revelation, found her earlier joy at reuniting with the master overshadowed by disbelief, prompting her to question Flinder. Flinder nodded, and upon seeing him affirm, Lu Erlong turned back to the master, who also nodded in agreement. There were no outsiders present, and once they ventured into the Star Doe forest to hunt spirit beasts, Lu Erlong would undoubtedly see the results for herself. Furthermore, she was his sister. This is simply, Xiao Gang, have you informed your family? Lu Erlong posed a question that seemed rather foolish even to herself. If the master had discussed this with his family, he would have returned to the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect by now. Moreover, there would be no need for her to assist Fujin in acquiring a spirit ring. No. The ability to compel a spirit beast to sacrifice itself is far too perilous. If it were not for Fujin's first spirit skill allowing him to alter the color of his spirit ring, I would not dare let him absorb a 10,000-year spirit ring. The master shook his head, unwilling to expose Fujin to the eyes of major powers. At least until Fujin was capable of self-defense, he wished to keep him hidden. Though Fujin might already be targeted by the Spirit Hall, the current Holy Sun, Uchiha Itachi, appeared not to harbor any intentions of troubling Fujin, even going so far as to consider Fujin's welfare, leaving the master to resign himself to fate, doing all he could to shield Fujin. Lu Erlong was astonished for a moment, but ultimately chose to set aside this momentous event, opting instead to cherish the present and continue gazing affectionately at the master. Our objective this time is to bring a group of little monsters to the Stardew Forest to hunt for spirit rings, including Xiao Gang's 2 disciples, Fujin at level 40, Tang San at level 30, and Oscar, also at level 30. Our primary target is a 60,000-year lightning bird, followed by a 9,000-year faceless spider or underground spider. Flinder adjusted his spectacles and began to speak, omitting any mention of Oscar's spirit ring, as he was uncertain which spirit beast would suit Oscar. The master was also investigating Oscar's sausage spirit, given that food-type spirit masters were exceedingly rare. Even a food-type spirit saint ranked among the top 5 on the continent, it was evident how scarce records of food-type spirits were. 60,000 years. How old is he this year? Lu Erlong's expression turned peculiar, her suspicions rising that Fujin might be a remnant of a 100,000-year spirit beast. 12 years old. The master replied, having never doubted that Fujin was a remnant of a 100,000-year spirit beast, partly due to Fujin's spirit being the Sharingan, a pair of eyes. Additionally, Fujin had lived under the watchful eye of the Haotian Douluo. If he were indeed a 100,000-year spirit beast, the Haotian Douluo would not have stood idly by, whether for a 100,000-year spirit ring or bone, as these were the most coveted treasures within the spirit master realm. Ahem. Erlong, you and Xiao Gang discuss matters further. I shall go find those little monsters and brief them on the precautions in the Stardew Forest. Flinder coughed lightly, rising to depart, his eyes somewhat misty. Despite having mentally prepared himself, witnessing the scene still caused him profound anguish. Flinder. The master attempted to rise and call out to Flinder, but before he could fully stand, Lu Erlong forcibly pushed him back down. Only when Flinder's figure had completely vanished did Lu Erlong slowly speak. Am I truly such a source of annoyance to you? The sorrowful voice of Lu Erlong resonated behind the master, causing his struggles to abruptly cease. Erlong, I am yours. The master attempted to articulate something, but his voice trembled greatly, punctuated by intermittent pauses, and tears shimmered in his eyes. A grown man, upon encountering a former lover who is now his sister, found it difficult to come to terms with such emotions, unable to let go. I understand, but I shall never relinquish you, regardless of how you treat me. I will not let go. Lu Erlong embraced the master's neck with considerable strength, making it somewhat difficult for him to breathe. Whether this discomfort stemmed from external pressure or his own heartache, only the master knew. She had waited for a long time, anticipating the master's return, accepting whatever motives he had for seeking her out. Even if he merely wished to exploit her, she would willingly acquiesce. I'm sorry, but this is exceedingly unfair to you. Chapter 49. Background. At the inn on the outskirts of the Starry Forest, the soul-hunting team led by Flanders arrived, with the teachers seated at one table and the students at another. Concurrently, a team from the academy comprising 6 young men and 1 young woman also entered the modest inn. They appeared to be around 20 years of age, clad in identical light blue soul master robes, though lacking the embroidered silver threads worn by the middle-aged man at the front. However, both he and the 7 young individuals behind him bore a green circular emblem on their left shoulders, indicating their affiliation with Songhui Academy, an institution that barely qualified for the elite competition of high-level soul master academies across the continent. Upon spotting Zhu Shiqing, Ning Rongrong, and Fu Jiang, the Songhui Academy students' eyes gleamed instantaneously, but they remained still, refraining from action. Just as they contemplated moving, Ma Hongjun took the initiative. That girl is quite attractive, Dai. These fellows must be from Songhui Academy. His voice, though not loud, resonated throughout the small and with ease. It's merely a trivial Songhui Academy. They are nothing to be concerned about. Dai Mubai expressed his displeasure with a disdainful curl of his lip, recalling how that Songhui Academy members had entered with an air of arrogance, truly deserving of a reprimand. Fujimi remained silent, quietly consuming the food before her. The individuals present possessed a trace of destiny, albeit so faint it was scarcely noticeable. Which academy do you children belong to? Inquired a teacher from Songhui Academy. Having caught the young man who had been sent flying by Dai Mubai's strike, his expression serious as he addressed Dai Mubai. To possess such a level of soul power at this tender age certainly did not suggest a mere nameless civilian soul master, and among this group, several appeared to be of considerable wealth. While their appearances might be attributed to chance, the aura they exuded was unmistakable. You think you are worthy of challenging me? Not even close. With that, Daimubai returned to his seat, exuding an air of unparalleled arrogance. Simultaneously, Ma Hongjun began to eat nonchalantly, casually remarking on the mediocre flavor of the food. What a bunch of arrogant kids. I shall teach them a lesson. The teacher from Songhui Academy, his face a deep shade of anger, could no longer contain himself and disregarded the power backing these children, boldly declaring his intent. The students of Songhui Academy had long awaited a signal, aside from the young man who had been struck and the female student. The remaining 5 immediately surged towards Fujimi's table. Sharingan. Fujiang emitted a low growl, his eyes transforming into the crimson three-tomo Sharingan. In an instant, the 5 individuals rushing forward came to an abrupt halt before collapsing to the ground, 2 of them even snoring softly. The absence of visible spirit rings on Fujiang indicated that he had not employed any spirit abilities. A glimmer of greed flickered in the eyes of the teacher from Songhui Academy. The fact that he could release his spirit ability without visible rings could only imply one thing: spirit bones. Cease at once. Wake them. The Songhui Academy teacher endeavored to mask his avarice as he gestured to the 2 other academies behind him. I am Yujichio, the director of the Foreign Affairs Department at Songhui Academy. May I inquire which sect you belong to? He spoke, his initial greed gradually being overshadowed by caution. Spirit bones were indeed valuable, but one must possess the means to utilize them. To possess a spirit bone at such a young age, and seemingly of considerable age, could only be the privilege of the esteemed disciples from the top 3 sects, particularly those favored and deemed geniuses. We are from Shrek Academy, Ma Hongjun declared proudly. An insufferable expression on his face, his lewd gaze fixated on a female student from Songhui Academy. Yujichio was momentarily taken aback, pondering deeply, for he had never heard of Shrek Academy. Furthermore, within the Tiando Empire, there had been no mention of such a prestigious spirit master academy. Nevertheless, he did not relax his guard. The presence of spirit bones, coupled with the audacity to employ them, indicated an unyielding confidence. And Fujiang certainly did not appear to be an ordinary spirit master. Ah, so you are esteemed students from Shrek Academy. However, you have assaulted members of Songhui Academy. Surely, you must provide an explanation. Yujichio, unwilling to endure a life of turmoil, felt that he could not escape the pursuit of the powerful sects. Thus he opted to concede, albeit in a manner that still demanded accountability. In truth, this situation could easily be resolved with mutual concessions. But Yujichio was unaware that these youngsters were far from compliant. They were also aware that at least 3 spirit saints were backing them, which emboldened their actions. Explain? What is there to explain? Songhui Academy has grown accustomed to bullying the weak. In my opinion, it is nothing but a trash academy. Daimubai retorted arrogantly, his confidence previously shaken by Fujiang, returning somewhat. You, Xiangui, possess. Yujichio found himself in a corner. Having prepared to concede and even drafted a speech on how to accept an apology and encourage them further, despite being a spirit king. He held a sense of pride and was not one to submit easily, even in the presence of the opposing faction's elders. White, yellow, yellow, purple, purple. The chilling configuration of spirit rings nearly elicited laughter from Daimubai, who believed that Yujichio's ascension to Spirit King was merely a stroke of luck. Such a spirit ring configuration might not even withstand a slightly stronger spirit master. However, despite the lack of strength in his spirit ring configuration, the over 50 levels of spirit power he wielded immediately suppressed Shrek Academy's side. You children lack understanding. Refrain from speaking carelessly. Summon your academy's teacher. Yujichio's words were eloquently delivered, for he could not truly resort to violence, at least not with any severity, lest the other party have the moral high ground. With you. An old turtle? You wish to see our teacher? We are more than capable of dealing with yourselves. Ma Hongjun screeched boldly, provoking Yujichio to a point of anger, compelling him to consider a light punishment. The martial spirit of Xiangui dictated a methodical approach, so unless absolutely necessary, he would avoid provoking these talented individuals. After all, fortunes could shift dramatically over 30 years. Who could predict such outcomes? Esteemed spirit masters, I implore you, do not fight in my humble establishment. It is a small business. The innkeeper, desperate and forlorn, emerged, pleading. For failure to intervene would leave his establishment in ruin. I shall take it upon myself to educate you on behalf of your teacher. Let us proceed outside. Yujichio turned and left, the black shell of the turtle swaying amusingly behind him. The others followed suit, and the 5 individuals began to awaken, albeit appearing somewhat lethargic. Meanwhile, the teachers from Shrek Academy observed the scene. Lu Erlong was about to rise to defend the little monsters when she was stopped by Flanders. These little monsters can handle that old turtle quite well. You need not worry. Flanders asserted confidently, stating that Fu Jiang alone was more than capable of dealing with the inadequately equipped Spirit King. Upon hearing this, the master nodded, refraining from contradiction. It would be beneficial for these young talents to become accustomed to the conflicts within the Spirit Master realm. Lu Erlong resumed her seat. Aware that Fu Jiang's spirit rings were all thousand-year rings, and with those formidable spirit abilities, even a weaker spirit emperor would struggle against him. By the way, do you know the background of these little monsters? Zhao Wujie initiated a conversation, appearing quite relaxed, having witnessed Fu Jiang's prowess and feeling no concern. Background? Lu Erlong blinked, turning her gaze toward Zhao Wujie. Dai Mubai hails from the Star Luo Empire, with a martial spirit of the White Tiger, and shares the surname Dai, suggesting royal lineage. Zhu Zhuqing also comes from the Star Luo Empire, possessing the martial spirit of the Nether Cat, likely from the Zhu family. Tang San's father is the one who defeated the previous pope, the Haotian Douluo. Ning Ronron is the cherished only daughter of the current sect master of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. She is likely the young sect master. As for Fu Jiang, he possesses the Holy Sun's token from the Spirit Hall, and I have heard the master mention that the current Holy Sun is Uchiha Itachi, whose martial spirit is also the Sharingan. Zhao Wujie gradually revealed, but as he mentioned the Spirit Hall, Lu Erlong's gaze suddenly fixated on the master, making him feel somewhat uneasy. Chapter 50, Golden Fist Brothers. Unleash your martial spirits. Daimubai bellowed, his body radiating with yellow, and purple light. Simultaneously, a towering white tiger emerged, emitting a thunderous roar that commanded attention. Tang San and the others also activated their martial spirits. Among these children, none bore a white 10-year spirit ring, with the lowest being a yellow one of 100 years. Particularly striking was Ning Rongrong, who summoned the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile Pagoda, its dazzling brilliance unmistakable to anyone with a modicum of knowledge, as it was renowned as the continent's foremost auxiliary martial spirit. The Seven Treasure Glazed Tile Pagoda. Yu Zhiqiu was momentarily stunned. The Seven Treasures Glazed Tower was widely recognized across the continent as a formidable entity of dual Douluo strength. Regret washed over him, profound and overwhelming. Yet, retreat was not an option. The academy behind him was observing, and if he faltered now, he would lose all face to continue as their teacher in the future. While he was lost in thought, Tang San's blue-silver grass had already ensnared Yu Zhiqiu, binding him within its grasp. First spirit skill, Xian Gui's protection. Yu Zhiqiu stamped his foot, causing the white spirit rings around him to glow. A green radiance emanated from his turtle shell, and his eyes glimmered with emerald light. Seeing this, Daimubai felt a surge of joy and hastily gathered his spirit power. Ma Hongjun was not far behind, channeling his own inner energy. First spirit skill, White Tiger's Shield. Second spirit skill, White Tiger's Radiant Wave. First spirit skill, Phoenix Fire Line. The overwhelming offensive created a thick cloud of dust, leading the onlookers to believe it was all over. However, only Fu Jiang observed quietly, with his keen eyesight. He discerned that Yu Zhiqiu remained unscathed. Second spirit skill, Xianshui Ice Seal. The yellow spirit ring on Yu Zhiqiu shimmered, and a wave of frigid air erupted from his mouth, striking Daimubai instantaneously. Ice began to envelop Daimubai's body, rendering his joints stiff and immobile. He knew he had to end this swiftly, otherwise, should genuine flames ignite, he would find it hard to rein them in. First spirit skill, Netherworld Stab. Zhu Zhuqing's voice rang out, cool and clear, as she attacked from behind Yu Zhiqiu. Yet, this strike was merely an annoyance to him. Zhu Zhuqing leapt gracefully, her slender hand slicing through the air, leaving a trail of afterimages. In response, Yu Zhiqiu instinctively lowered his head, the Xian Gui shell instantly shielding him, perhaps embodying the essence of a turtle retracting its head. Zhu Zhuqing's hand, ensnared by spirit power, was rendered helpless and awkwardly suspended in midair. Witnessing this, Ning Rongrong furrowed her brow and removed the pale white bracelet from her wrist. The sight of the bracelet sent a shiver down the spine of everyone present, as if a chilling presence swept over them, raising goosebumps all over their bodies. Daimubai, especially, recalled the time he had been targeted by that very object, feeling an instinctual alarm ringing in his mind, urging him to flee, though his feet felt like lead. Had it not been for Fu Jiang's timely arrival, he believed he might have met his end. This was the suppression stemming from life levels, a fear rooted in the very essence of the soul. Third spirit skill, Xianshui. In that moment, Fu Jiang recognized his opportunity had arrived. Monstrous strength, Golden Might Fist. Fu Jiang shamelessly declared the name of her technique, and in the blink of an eye, she appeared before Yu Zhiqiu, her fist brimming with soul power, seemingly unremarkable. Yi Zhiqiu noticed Fujiang, but refrained from countering. His third soul skill, Xian Shui, was sufficient to withstand her assault. The renowned 7 treasures. First, strength. Simultaneously, Ning Rongrong's supportive radiance enveloped Fujiang. A familiar aura of enhancement coursing through her, significantly augmenting Fujiang's power. Yet, Ning Rongrong's complexion turned pale, having drained her energy after providing assistance just once. With a thunderous roar, the sound of shattering echoed through the street, accompanied by Yi Zhiqiu's anguished scream. Although Yi Zhiqiu was a soul king with formidable soul power, his overconfidence and lack of formidable soul rings to bolster his physical form rendered him vulnerable. Being struck by Fujiang's full-force golden fist was hardly surprising. In an instant, Yi Zhiqiu was propelled several meters away, crashing through a stone-bricked well and a wooden fence before finally landing on solid ground. Fujiang maintained his striking pose. Having consumed approximately half of his soul power, this extraordinary technique allowed him to freely adjust the output of his soul power, thereby controlling its might. Tang San had also studied this, albeit with less finesse. His control over soul power was decent yet lacked the precision exhibited by Fujiang. "Well, Fujiang, you are incredibly strong," Ma Hongjun exclaimed, astonished by Fujiang's prowess. Though he was aware of Fujiang's formidable strength, he had not anticipated that it could propel a soul king away with a single punch. As Zhu Zhuqing descended from the air, she beheld Fujiang's flawless profile, the tear mole at the corner of his eye seeming to possess a magnetic allure that captivated her gaze. However, it was Fujiang's unparalleled power within the same realm that truly drew her attention. Dai Mubai observed Zhu Zhuqing's unwavering focus on Fujiang, a complex feeling stirring within him, even igniting an impulse akin to wanting to drown his sorrows. The 2 students from Songhui Academy hastily rushed out to find their teacher. "Yi Zhiqiu. Haha. Little monsters. Well done." Flinder boomed with laughter as he stepped forward. Although Fujiang had decisively secured the victory, the coordination among the other little monsters was commendable. He glanced at Ning Rongrong, acknowledging her as the young master of the 7 treasure glaze tile school. Adeptly grasping the dynamics of the battle and knowing precisely when to enhance whom. "Principal," everyone chimed in unison, including Ning Rongrong. Her character had undergone a subtle transformation. Through these days of trials, she had come to understand the harsh realities of the world. Aside from her family, no one would indulge or pamper her. This realization filled her with nostalgia for her beloved Bone, her grandfather Jian, and her father. Yet, to surprise her family, she resolved to study diligently here, or rather, to secretly cultivate her skills and astonish everyone. Let us return to rest. Tomorrow, we will split into 2 groups. I, teacher Erlong, the master, and Fujiang will hunt soul beasts, while you will be led by teacher Xiao in the same endeavor. Tang San, you shall refrain from hunting soul beasts for now, as the master has other plans for your 3rd soul ring, Flinder said with a smile, envisioning the legendary pinnacle of Shrek Academy. Upon hearing this, the group momentarily paused before nodding in agreement. Only a select few knew the true motivation behind Flinder's decision: Tang San, Ma Hongjun, and Fujiang. "Yes, Principal," they responded in unison, then proceeded to their respective rooms. Watching the backs of these little monsters, Flinder felt an overwhelming sense of elation. Although the Soul King was weaker than certain Soul Emperors, he was nonetheless a Soul King. "Xiao Gang, let us find a way to secure a spot in the elite competition of advanced Soul Master Academies across the continent. Perhaps these little monsters could break the Soul Hall's winning streak." Flinder mused about a promising future, even envisioning how to celebrate their victory over the Soul Hall. In response, the master shook his head. "Not necessarily. The current golden generation of the Soul Hall and the seed teams from the Tiendo Royal Academy are formidable opponents." His expression turned serious as he spoke. He had confidence in his 2 disciples, yet the Soul Hall had recently dispatched their team to the Star Luo Empire for exchanges. All the academies within the Star Luo Empire had been defeated, none able to withstand even 4 minutes under the assault of the Soul Hall's golden generation, which seemingly possessed means to enhance the absorption years of Soul Masters, with 2 10,000-year Soul Rings even among Soul Emperors. He knew that the current Holy Son of the Soul Hall was Uchiha Itachi. Chapter 51, 4th Soul Skill, and Fujiang's journey in hunting souls was far from smooth. He had yet to encounter the legendary Thunderbird, which had existed for 60,000 years, let alone hunt it down. In the end, he reluctantly settled for a thunder beast of the same age. The Trinity Martial Soul Fusion technique proved to be immensely powerful, capable of contending with the title Douluo, albeit only in a single confrontation. Among the trio, only 2 were Soul Saints, a remarkable feat in itself to stand against a title Duel. However, capturing this thunder beast demanded considerable effort. The thunder beast was a distinguished entity within the realm of soul beasts, renowned for its mastery over lightning, excelling in both speed and destructive power, particularly during thunderstorms. When it could withstand even a 10,000-year soul beast due to its millennium of cultivation. Ultimately, Fujiang managed to subdue the exhausted and barely alive thunder beast. Although the 60,000-year thunder beast augmented his physical prowess, it still paled in comparison to his former self. What is your fourth soul skill? The master inquired with palpable excitement. If Fujiang's fourth soul skill were also a status-type skill, the characteristics of his Sharingan martial soul could be largely deduced. After all, Fujiang was unaware of his clan's soul skills, having been merely 6 years old at the time. Fourth soul skill, Thunder Transformation. Fujiang directly unleashed his fourth soul skill. A lightning mark appearing upon his forehead reminiscent of a thunderous beast, enveloping him in a cloak of thunder. Although the lightning was wild and ferocious, it behaved as a docile pet in his presence. Subsequently, Fujiang began to expound upon the effects of this soul skill, expressing his dismay at its rather lackluster nature, a mere enhancement of 100% to lightning escape. However, he had no intention of relying on lightning escape for combat in the future. Observing Fujiang's godlike demeanor and listening to the somewhat monstrous effects of his soul skill, the master felt a surge of unexpected joy, knowing that many of Fujiang's ancestral soul skills were of the lightning attribute. Let us hasten to gather with teacher Shiau, he urged. Fujian spoke directly, subsequently resting his left fingers against his forehead while his right fingers made contact with the earth, beginning to sense Tang San's soul energy. Upon witnessing Fujian's demeanor, the three were not overly astonished. They were already aware of Fujian's sensing technique, which was renowned as a soul-hunting divine skill. Had it not been for the absence of the 6,000-year-old electric bird in the Duel forest, how could Fujian's remarkable sensing abilities fail to locate it? Xiao Gang, how did you encounter such a monstrous disciple? Lu Erlong gazed affectionately at the master. She was still in a weakened state after employing the martial soul fusion technique. Yet her physical condition as a soul sage rendered her barely affected. Upon hearing her words, the master was momentarily taken aback. It seemed, he had, more or less, found him. Could it be that all his luck and talent in cultivating soul power had been expended here? Found. The master spoke candidly, his words concise and to the point. However, Lu Erlong misconstrued his brevity as a desire to avoid further discussion. Feeling a surge of indignation which she ultimately managed to suppress, for she was now a gentle lady. Though Lu Erlong was mistaken, Flanders understood the truth, indeed. It was a matter of happenstance, right at the entrance of Notting Academy. Tang San is in danger. Fujiang suddenly opened his eyes, the blood-red Sharingan gleaming with a terrifying light, and then he dashed in a single direction. Witnessing Fujiang's demeanor, the master felt an instant surge of urgency. Just as he intended to pursue Fujiang, Flander instinctively lifted the master into his arms and took flight towards Fujiang's path. This maneuver left Lu Erlong momentarily stunned, igniting further ire within her, though this time it was directed at Flander. She had initially hoped to carry the master herself and sprint alongside him. Meanwhile, in another part of the Duel forest, the Titan giant ape stood silently, resembling a small mountain. Its mere presence rendered everyone, save for Zhao Wujie, immobile. This was a Titan giant ape of at least 10,000 years, the true king of the forest. After all, the Titan giant ape, as a soul beast, possessed unparalleled strength, speed, attack, and defense, coupled with intelligence comparable to that of humans. More alarmingly, they could employ skills akin to soul techniques, capable of contending with other 10,000-year soul beasts in just a century. The master had once said that encountering a Titan giant ape in the soul beast forest warranted immediate flight, disregarding all else. Esteemed king of the forest, we bear no ill intent. If this is your territory, we shall withdraw at once, Zhao Wujie stated, lowering his head in rapid submission. Aware of the Titan giant ape's human-like intellect and ability to comprehend spoken language, which allowed for potential negotiation. As Zhao Wujie's voice faded, the Titan giant ape seemed momentarily taken aback, refraining from attacking Zhao Wujie and the others. Only Xiao Wu silently regarded this fearsome king of the forest, recalling that in the past he had not exuded such majesty. Just as everyone began to breathe a sigh of relief, the Titan giant ape raised its fist and began to pound its chest, as if preparing to crush them with a single blow. Move by, take everyone and go, quickly, Zhao Wujie commanded without hesitation. activating his martial soul and employing his third soul skill, gravity enhancement, to bolster his strength. Xiao-san, you cover for everyone and retreat. Third soul skill, White Tiger Diamond Transformation. Dai Mubai unleashed his third soul skill, ready to fight with all his might. Go. I must assist them. The 7 treasures are renowned, first for strength, second for speed. Ning Rongrong also remained, commencing to aid Zhao Wujia, with the ring bestowed upon her by Xiao Gu. She felt little fear of danger. The collective assault from the group struck the Titan giant ape's forehead, yet it bore no effect, instead enraging the beast. The energy patterns across its body gradually turned crimson, and its eyes became an intense scarlet. Simultaneously, Tang San's eyes also turned red, though lacking the Sharingan. His gaze was wide with horror, bloodshot, and filled with dread. Faced with the terrifying king of the forest, the chill of despair coursed through him. Realizing such a formidable soul beast could emerge at the forest's periphery, Zhao Laoshi had been defeated, and Xiao Wu remained in the clutches of the Titan giant ape. He felt utterly powerless. His most prized hidden weapons could barely breach the Titan giant ape's eyelids, and while Fu Zhang's ancestral soul techniques were formidable, his soul power was insufficient for more than a few uses, merely providing the Titan giant ape with an irritating scratch. If only Fu Zhang were present, he would undoubtedly be able to rescue Xiao Wu. This marked the first time in this life that Tang Xin yearned so desperately for power, any power capable of saving Xiao Wu, for which he would gladly pay any price. Fu Zhang, Tang Xin cried out in despair, akin to a wounded beast. Here, as if in response to Tang Xin's lament, Fu Zhang's voice echoed back. In that moment, Tang Xin glimpsed hope, a glimmer of dawn, and then lightning. Chapter 52, The 10,000-Year Soul Beast, Titan Giant Ape. Fire Style. Fire Dragon Flame Bullet. Fu Jiang formed seals with her hands, then unleashed a torrent of flames from her mouth. The flames transformed into a fearsome dragon head, measuring 2 meters in diameter, which collided forcefully against the Titan giant ape's rock-solid skin. The temperature of this fire dragon projectile was exceedingly high, and its explosive force upon detonation was tremendous. However, when it struck the Titan giant ape, it was akin to a futile attempt to break a stone with an egg, inflicting no damage whatsoever. Second soul skill, Deification. Third soul skill, Immortalization. Fourth soul skill, Electrification. It appeared that Fu Jiang, in her haste, had neglected to conceal her soul rings. For pure black soul rings shimmered brilliantly, encircling Fu Jiang's form, which was imbued with flashes of lightning interspersed with golden and crimson hues. At that moment, her long hair transformed into a fiery blend of gold and red, billowing like flames in the wind. When the 4 black soul rings manifested, everyone present, save for Tang San, Zhao Wujin, and Ma Hongjun, was rendered speechless. Even the Titan giant ape stood transfixed, gazing intently at Fu Jiang. Sun and moon radiate, golden transformation. At this juncture, the master and the others arrived, and upon sighting the Titan giant ape, they collectively gasped in astonishment. The 3 of them simultaneously invoked their soul fusion technique once more, although they were still in a weakened state. The exertion required to employ the Trinity Soul Fusion technique again was not insurmountable. Yet, this time, their fusion was notably inferior to the previous attempt. A golden holy dragon emerged, exuding an air of formidable majesty and unparalleled strength. However, the Titan giant ape merely cast a disdainful glance at the golden dragon before swinging its colossal fist, delivering a crushing blow upon the dragon. In an instant, the golden dragon let out a mournful cry, crashing heavily to the ground and uprooting a significant swath of trees. Simultaneously, the master, Flender, and Lu Erlong all suffered from mouthfuls of blood, clearly indicating that the damage had been transmitted to them through their soul power. Amaterasu. Fujin uttered a low growl, her eyes transforming into a 6-winged windmill as a plume of black flames materialized from thin air, descending upon the Titan giant ape. To the Titan, these flames felt no more significant than a mere flicker. Yet, despite their moderate temperature, the flames inflicted genuine harm, inciting a furious rage within the Titans, akin to the pain of being bitten by a bullet ant, intense and unrelenting. Upon witnessing the black flames, Xiao was seized by a chill, her instincts urging her to avoid testing the might of such fire. "Damn humans!" roared the Titan giant ape, its voice resonating with human-like clarity. In an instant, all present were taken aback. Even the Golden Iron Triangle's martial soul fusion technique nearly faltered. The ability to speak signified that this Titan had reached 100,000 years of evolution. Even a titled Douluo would be compelled to retreat. "Zhao Wujia, take the children and flee." Master thundered, gathering his soul power, preparing to fight to the death. The unity of the golden iron triangle, bound by their shared intent, understood the master's resolve. They would sacrifice themselves to hold the Titan at bay, granting the children a chance to escape. Without a moment's hesitation, Lu Erlong and Flanders unleashed their soul power with reckless abandon, striving for the slightest glimmer of survival. At that moment, Zhao Wujia, with unwavering determinations, called upon his martial soul's true form to shield the children, knowing that chaos would facilitate their escape. 7 treasures turn out the glazed tile. First, strength. Second, speed. Ning Rongrong, though gripped by fear, felt a surge of primal fervor rising within, an echo of humanity's innate wildness. The 7 treasures' glazed tower amplified the powers of a soul sage, while the golden sacred dragon, born from their triadic martial soul fusion, instantly drained Ning Rongrong's soul power, leaving her utterly incapacitated. Xiao Wu. Tang Sen activated the first soul skill of blue silver grass, attempting to ensnare the Titan giant ape and rescue Xiao Wu. Yet, such a level of blue silver grass was no match for the Titan. It shattered effortlessly, unable to impede its might. Thunderstrike. Fu Jin wielded a blade of thunder, its surface shimmering with violent lightning, interspersed with strands of golden crimson. This was the most formidable strike in Fu Jin's conventional arsenal, surpassing even the recent Amaterasu in sheer might. The other students fought valiantly, none attempting to flee. Witnessing this scene, Fu Jin could only lament the prodigious fortune of the destined child. The ferocious lightning cut into the fingers of the Titan great ape, its thick skin pierced and a trickle of blood oozing forth. Although the defense was breached, it amounted to little more than a minor wound for the Titan great ape, which, owing to the electric shock, felt only a numbness devoid of pain. Second soul skill. White Tiger's Radiant Wave. Daimubai's White Tiger's Radiant Wave struck the Titan great ape's foot, failing to stir even the slightest ripple, nor did it capture the creature's attention. First soul skill. Phoenix Fire Line. Ma Hongjuan's Phoenix Fire Line similarly inflicted no damage and garnered no notice from the Titan great ape. The attacks of these 2 powerful assault-type soul masters went unnoticed, and it was needless to say that Zhu Zhiqing, a swift attack-type master, could barely tickle the beast. In that moment, Fu Jin perceived the fate enveloping the 100,000-year Titan great ape, not abundant, yet not scant either, and he surmised that this Titan great ape must be acquainted with Xiao Wu. He coveted this Titan great ape for its soul bone and its soul ring. Though Fu Jin never relied on soul rings in battle, even without them, his and the ultimate would suffice to contend with adversaries. However, a 100,000-year soul ring would surely surpass a 10,000-year one. Every additional ounce of power was welcome. Yet, he currently lacked the means to utilize the simple Bietianshin to control this Titan great ape for sacrifice, and having just acquired his soul ring, he could only reserve this Titan great ape for now. Earth Escape. Earth Flow Wall. Fujiang first formed a seal, then placed her hands upon the earth, conjuring a wall of soil before her. Yet, she never intended to use this technique to thwart the Titan giant ape's assault. With a resounding crash, the earthen barrier shattered, sending dust swirling into the air. Fujiang's figure was concealed within the haze, her spiritual energy clinging to the Titan giant ape's arm, seizing the moment to rush towards Xiao Wu. Xiao Wu, taken aback by Fujiang's reckless courage, momentarily froze. She then turned her gaze to Tang San, who was equally desperate in his attempt to save her. Her heart tangled in confusion. Fujiang, flee at once. Master roared, his anger palpable, even harboring a hint of resentment toward Xiao Wu, who was currently ensnared by the Titan giant ape. If it were not for Xiao Wu, his 2 disciples would not be risking their lives so fiercely. He would have had no qualms if the Titan giant ape had seized Tang San or Fujiang, but Xiao Wu. He understood the sentiments of his 2 disciples. His golden triangle was strikingly similar. However, Fujiang and Tang Sen were not akin to himself and Flender. They were far more formidable, and he feared the potential rift that could form between Fujiang and Tang San due to Xiao Wu. Fujian's demeanor is exceedingly proud, only shedding that arrogance in the presence of Xiao Wu. Tang San possesses a graceful and amiable nature, placing great importance on the relationship between Fujian and Xiao Wu. The master is convinced that should Xiao Wu harbor feelings for Fujian, Tang San would willingly withdraw. However, if they managed to return alive this time, he is determined to find Fujian a childhood sweetheart. Chapter 53. Enchanted Fujian. The so-called battle can only be described as utterly devastating. The Titan giant ape, with merely 2 punches, obliterated the golden sacred dragon summoned by the Trinity martial soul fusion technique. The master, Flender, and Lu Erlong were left coughing blood, collapsing onto the ground, while Zhao Wujia's martial soul true form was shattered, his body drenched in blood, resembling a figure of gore. Aside from Fujian, the other Shrek Academy students were drained of their soul power and lay prostrate on the ground. Only Fujin stood resolutely before the Titan giant ape, appearing remarkably diminutive against the mountain-like beast. Yet, this seemingly insignificant Fujin bravely stood in the path of the Titan giant ape. In the heart of Shiau, who was held captive in the hands of the Titan giant ape, turmoil reigned. Her thoughts were in disarray as she beheld the battered yet unyielding Fujin. Let her go. Fujiang let out a piercing roar, and soon after, patterns resembling four-edged darts manifested in his eyes. Blood streamed from his gaze as an immense amount of ocular energy was siphoned away. The bloodshed was genuine, and the depletion of his eye power was authentic. However, it was not a true struggle for survival. He still possessed numerous hidden cards yet to be revealed. And employing this tactic to enhance the favorability of Shiau Wu and Tang San was indeed a commendable choice. Bietian Shun, Fujiang exclaimed loudly, and at that moment, the Titan Great Ape's eyes transformed into a kaleidoscope of Sharingan. With the power of his gaze, he could only control the Titan Great Ape for a brief period. However, even if he managed to seize its control, he would be unable to breach its formidable defenses. Thus, Fujiang resolved to have the Titan Great Ape gently place Shiau Wu on the ground. Witnessing Fujiang's ability to control the century-old soul beast, the Master's eyes nearly bulged from their sockets, and he soon fell victim to a blunder that nearly all humans are prone to: greed. Quick, let it sacrifice itself. For Tang San's second martial soul, the Master's saliva flew as he gazed intensely at the subdued century-old soul beast, completely oblivious to Fujiang's current soul power level. He was under the illusion that Fujiang could effortlessly manipulate the Titan Great Ape. It is nearly inconceivable for any soul master to remain unfazed in the presence of 100,000-year soul ring or soul bone, even for a titled Douluo. The Master's frenzied shout left everyone awake in a daze, all eyes turning towards Fujiang. The implications of his statement were immense, and the gathered crowd struggled to comprehend the gravity of the situation. First and foremost, it appeared that Fujiang had indeed subdued the terrifying century-old soul beast and could even compel it to sacrifice itself. Upon hearing this, Shiau Wu was taken aback, her heart racing with trepidation as she cast a fearful glance at Fujiang. Tang San. Fujiang let out a low growl, his eyes streaming with blood. Unable to stem the flow, his complexion turned exceedingly pale, as if he had lost an excessive amount of blood. He had already devised a method for his escape. Soon, this 10,000-year-old Titan giant ape would regain its senses. From what he had observed of Shiau Wu's demeanor, it was evident that she was well acquainted with the Titan giant ape and shared a profound bond with it. When Shiau Wu heard the master's words, her expression conveyed not only shock, but also terror. Upon hearing this, Tang San paused momentarily before summoning his second martial soul, the Haotian hammer. The 10,000-year soul ring affixed to the blue-silver grass seemed a tremendous waste even to the master, let alone to him. The sight of Tang San's hammer left everyone present momentarily stunned. Dai Mubai, Zhu Zhuqing, and Ning Rongrong, having seen much of the world, recognized the hammer enveloped in arcs of electricity. The Haotian hammer, first controlling the 10,000-year soul beast, then showcasing a twin martial soul, they were becoming somewhat desensitized. The Titan giant ape turned its gaze toward Tang San, an emotion emanating from its eyes that sent shivers down Tang San's spine. A Titan giant ape possessing human-like intelligence gazing at him with such tenderness. Yet, at that moment, Tang San felt a greater surge of excitement. The 10,000-year soul ring was secondary. What mattered most was that Shiau Wu was saved. Second soul skill, bewitchment. Shiau Wu's eyes suddenly transformed to a shade of pink, fixating intently on Fujiang. At this, Fujiang hesitated momentarily but ultimately succumbed to the allure of the charm. In an instant, the kaleidoscopic Sharingan in the Titan giant ape's eyes vanished, reverting to their original state. The Titan giant ape, now aware of the previous situation, felt sweat trickling down its back. Roar. The Titan giant ape let out a furious roar, causing all living beings within a 1,000-meter radius to lose consciousness, leaving Fujiang with only a thread of awareness to maintain his wooden clone. Ming. No. Shiau Wu hurriedly intervened to stop the Titan giant ape from delivering a fatal blow to Fujiang. In response, the Titan giant ape lowered its head to glance at Shiau Wu on the ground. Sister Shiau Wu, he almost killed me, Ming exclaimed, feeling aggrieved. He, too, had been startled into a cold sweat, now feeling a chill in his neck. For the first time in tens of thousands of years, he sensed death so close. Doesn't he know that we are acquainted? Shiau Wu quickly clarified. The image of Fujiang desperately trying to save her had moved her. She felt compelled not to let him die here. What? He knows your identity? Ming exclaimed, his eyes narrowing with intensified killing intent. He had suspected as much. But there was no intention to kill, otherwise he would have already become his soul ring. You saw it yourself. He possesses the ability to sacrifice soul beasts. You truly are quite foolish. You should have used this soul skill sooner, Shiau remarked. Then, wishing to divert the topic, she began to reprimand Ming. A diminutive figure chastising a 10,000-year soul beast as if it were a mere child, and the Titan giant ape showed no inclination to refute. It appeared utterly pitiful. But, Sister Shiau, this fellow can control soul beasts for sacrifices. Had you not ambushed him, I might have perished. Ming exaggerated, although, in truth, even without Shiau's assistance, he would have escaped the illusion, as their soul power levels differed vastly. Moreover, the Titan giant ape was unlike other soul beasts. It was born with intelligence on par with humans, ensuring its spiritual prowess was formidable. Oh, there is no but about it. I will immediately condense my soul ring. You must leave at once and convey my regards to Ning, Shiau stated, her impatience evident, and prepared to gather her soul ring. Observing her demeanor, Ming felt powerless. Ming cast a deep glance at the unconscious Fujiang, then turned to bid farewell to Shiau before departing. He harbored no concerns that Shiau would face attacks from other soul beasts. His presence had already marked the area, deterring any soul beasts below 10,000 years from approaching within a year. At that moment, Fujiang beheld the retreating silhouette of the Titan giant ape, and he dissipated the flying thunder god technique and the divine might technique he had been concentrating on. A sense of destiny washed over him, enhancing his understanding of yin-yang ninjutsu. Though only a slight improvement, it was far more beneficial than solitary study. Chapter 54, The Blinded Fujiang, The Remorseful Shiau. Fujiang slowly opened his eyes, his gaze vacant and devoid of focus. Yet, he caught sight of Shiau's industrious figure and the surrounding trees, which were already in a state of disarray. With great effort, he stood up unsteadily. His eyes had succumbed to a state of dormancy, rendering him completely blind. For a month, he would be unable to utilize his Sharingan unless he could reclaim a wooden clone, otherwise he would have to wait for a month. Upon witnessing Fujiang suddenly awaken and rise shakily, Shiau felt a pang of anxiety, especially considering the allure she had just exerted, which had drained her of all her soul power. Do you recognize that Titan giant ape? Fujian first confirmed that none of them had awakened, and then slowly began to speak, her voice remarkably calm. Shiau was taken aback. She too noticed the vacant gaze in Fujian's eyes, which pierced her heart with pain. At the same time, she felt a reluctance to meet Fujian's unseeing eyes. Shiau lowered her head, akin to a child who had erred, and nodded slightly. She then took Fujian's hand, intending to lead her to a more secluded place to clarify the situation. After all, the individuals present could awaken at any moment. Fujian did not resist and allowed herself to be guided to a quiet corner. Once they had arrived, Shiau turned to face Fujian, who still bore that vacant expression. A sense of unease washed over her. Controlling a 10,000-year soul beast, even for a brief period, was not something a mere soul master could achieve easily. Even if it were possible, it would require an immense sacrifice. At that moment, Fujian's dull and lifeless eyes were a testament to the price she had paid. Shiau felt a pang of regret, lamenting her impatience that led her to emit her own aura, prompting Ming to seek her out. Had she not acted so hastily, Fujian would not have. She recalled that when Fujian began to exert control over Ming, her initial command was not to demand a sacrifice, but rather to instruct Ming to relinquish her own self. What is wrong with your eyes? Shiau asked with concern, dreading the possibility of hearing ill news. Yet she understood that it was bound to be bad news. It's merely that I cannot utilize my martial soul for the time being. It is not a grave matter. If you need to condense a spirit ring next time, simply inform me directly, and I shall find a reason to accompany you. Fujikawa shook her head, indicating that all was well, yet the dimness in her eyes revealed to Shiau that the situation was far from the ease Fujikawa portrayed. Once again, fate had cast its shadow upon Fujikawa, stirring a flicker of joy within her, though her countenance betrayed no hint of elation. I am sorry, Shiau said, tears welling in her eyes, feeling an overwhelming urge to retreat from reality, her curiosity quelled by an innate selfishness. At her words, Fujikawa stiffened, as if she wished to avoid such a response entirely. I have said it before. If anyone seeks to take your life, they must first tread over my corpse. Fujiko spoke calmly, then extended her hand as if to gently stroke Shiau's head. However, Fujiko's hand meant only emptiness, not because Shiau had evaded her touch, but rather due to Fujiko's own miscalculation. Witnessing Fujiko's expression, Shiau's delicate frame trembled. She was confronted with a scene she most dreaded. Your eyes. Shiau's voice quivered as she reached out, yearning to touch Fujiko's beautiful face. Fujiko did not withdraw. Yet Xiao Wu halted midway, her hand lingering in the air. It's all right. In due time, everything will be fine. Fujikawa spoke calmly, then extended her arm forward, desiring to touch Xiao Wu. Upon witnessing this, Xiao Wu was momentarily taken aback and instinctively stepped back a pace. However, observing Fujikawa's demeanor, she ultimately leaned her small head against Fujikawa's palm. When the teachers awaken, you shall assert that I employed my illusionary arts once more to drive away the Titan gorilla. Fujiang retracted her hand and subsequently found a rationale for her actions, unperturbed by the potential exposure of her capabilities. Upon hearing this, Xiao Wu shook her head, yet realizing that Fujiang could not perceive her gesture. A pang of sorrow stirred within her heart. A fleeting smile danced across Fujiang's face, a gentle warmth radiating from his countenance, enough to captivate any woman. You need not elaborate. Simply state that a bellow from a bull sent the Titan ape fleeing, Xiao Wu replied, shaking her head. She then steadied Fujiang, whose body trembled, nearly toppling backward. We must hurry and leave the Stardew forest. The master's voice was weak, yet he urged them onward. Lu Erlong swiftly supported the master and, after determining their direction, he sprinted toward the forest's edge. Zhao Wujie and Flandra also dragged their weary forms along with the children, racing towards safety. Despite their multitude of questions, the urgency of their escape took precedence, uncertain if the Titan ape would return to wreak havoc. They were equally perplexed as to why they were still alive. Along the way, they encountered a group of faceless demon spiders, with 3 soul saints embroiled in a fierce battle. The soul power of everyone present had dwindled significantly, and the 3 soul saints found themselves in a state of weakness. Fortunately, the leader of the faceless demon spiders possessed only a cultivation of 1700 years. Otherwise, they would have perished. Tang San absorbed the soul ring of the 1700-year-old faceless demon spider, as the master deduced that Tang San was capable of doing so, thus granting his approval. The tension born from their escape began to ease, for all who were meant to possess a soul ring had now acquired one. Oscar with his phoenix-tailed serpent, Fujiang with his thunder beast, Tang San with the faceless demon spider, and Xiao Wu with her 3rd soul ring. With the master's keen intellect, he discerned Xiao Wu's unease. After all, such circumstances were too peculiar to overlook. Upon gazing at the dilapidated gates of Shrek Academy, a wave of nostalgia washed over them. Tang San, Fujiang, Xiao Wu, please join me in my office. The rest may take their leave, the master stated, not opting for rest himself, while also halting Flandra, who sought respite. Recognizing his old friend's demeanor, Flandra understood that the master had matters to discuss. Lu Erlong too paused, unwilling to leave the master's side. At the master's words, Xiao Wu quivered, instinctively stepping back as she caught a glimpse of the master's deeply concealed greed. Yet, Fujiang's hand gently rested on her shoulder, his warm touch instilling courage within her, reminding her of his words. Tang San, as if struck by a revelation, positioned himself before Xiao Wu. He was no fool, and having shared sentiments with Fujiang, he could infer certain truths from their exchanges. Observing this, the master sighed inwardly before turning to depart with Flandra and Lu Erlong. Watching their retreating figures, Fujiang furrowed his brow, confident that Xiao Wu would not falter. After all, she was the destined protagonist. No matter the peril, her survival was assured. In contrast, those fated to perish, burdened by destiny, exuded an aura of impending doom, reminiscent of Hinata Niji. Chapter 55, The 100,000-Year Soul Ring and Soul Bone Shrek Academy. The director's office. The master, Flandra, and Lu Erlong sat upon humble wooden chairs, while Xiao Wu, Fujiang, and Tang San occupied the seats opposite them. Xiao Wu appeared somewhat anxious. Had Fujiang and Tang San not been by her side, she might have fled. Xiao Wu, why did you attack Fujiang? The master's tone remained calm and unruffled, yet it bore an undertone of inquiry. He had long perceived Fujiang and Tang San as divine compensations for the tragedies of his earlier life, and he would not allow anyone to harm his 2 disciples. At these words, Lu Erlong, Flandra, and Tang San regarded Xiao Wu with astonishment. They had not witnessed her assault upon Fujiang. Only the master, having inadvertently seen Xiao Wu's 2nd soul ring illuminate, grasped the situation. What? Xiao Wu feigned ignorance, though her slightly panicked expression betrayed her. I witnessed Fujiang controlling the Titan ape. Your 2nd soul ring activated at that moment. Your 2nd soul skill is charm. And that was when Fujiang was at his most vulnerable. Do you realize that without your interference, Tang San could now possess 100,000-year soul ring and 100,000-year soul bone? The master spoke sternly, contemplating that if his assumptions were accurate. It was not too late. Once Fujiang regained his strength, He too could acquire 100,000-year soul ring and 100,000-year soul bone. Upon hearing this, Lu Erlong and Flandra exchanged puzzled glances with Xiao Wu, questioning why she would attack Fujiang. Was it jealousy over Tang San's impending acquisition of a 100,000-year soul ring? Flandra and Lu Erlong had known Xiao Wu for only a few days, while the master had watched her grow. Initially, the master harbored doubts. Xiao Wu, lacking any background, wielded a soul weapon that was far from exceptional, her strength merely that of a budding talent. In terms of combat prowess, Xiao Wu had designated herself as an assault-type soul master, yet her soul skills were utterly incongruous, one bending bow and one charm. The master doubted that such a Xiao Wu could independently hunt 100-year soul beasts, as he had never witnessed her do so. I. Xiao Wu stammered, wishing to defend herself, yet realizing that no words could lend her strength. Xiao Wu did not attack me, it was my eye power that was exhausted, rendering me incapable of controlling the Titan ape. Fujiko suddenly spoke, her voice imbued with an undeniable authority. In an instant, Xiao Wu's gaze shifted to Fujiko and then to Tang San, who wore a look of regret upon his face. After all, it was a 100,000-year soul ring. Tang San had already experienced the immense power of a 1,000-year soul ring and could easily envision the terrifying enhancement a 100,000-year soul ring would bestow upon him. This was a natural sentiment, yet, in the fragile eyes of Xiao Wu at that moment, it appeared strikingly glaring. Fujiko, you must be aware of this, the master interjected, furrowing his brow, for he understood that both of his disciples held deep emotional values, one, born with a sense of righteousness, capable of uttering the profound sentiment that a day as a teacher equates to a lifetime as a father, the other, having lost everything, hence cherishing every close connection dearly. In Notting City, there was a soul sovereign who had spoken disrespectfully toward him. Within merely half an hour, that soul sovereign found himself stripped of clothing, running wildly through the streets of Notting City, ultimately leading to his social demise, hastily relocating from the city. I have known from the very beginning, that the Sharingan possesses the power to perceive the true essence of all things. Fujiang nodded, his gaze unwavering, yet he could perceive little. Everything before him was shrouded in a haze, akin to that experienced by one with several thousand degrees of myopia, rendering him almost indistinguishable from the blind. Upon hearing this, the master was momentarily taken aback, but soon his suspicions were entirely confirmed. A soft bone rabbit with innate full spirit power? What a farce! While a supreme martial soul may not necessarily possess innate full spirit power, it is a certainty that one endowed with innate full spirit power must be a supreme martial soul. The hunting of soul beasts to acquire soul rings is an inevitable rite of passage for every soul master. However, a 100,000-year soul beast can spontaneously form a soul ring without the need for hunting. The master had long harbored doubts, yet had not given them due consideration, as his focus was wholly directed towards the future growth of Fujiang and Tang San. In fact, in his quest to resolve the disadvantages of twin martial souls, he even contemplated seeking out the woman who had once deeply wounded his heart. Do you comprehend the significance of a 100,000-year soul ring and a 100,000-year soul bone? The master's voice was notably somber. He wished to avoid enmity with his disciple, and he had no intention of claiming the 100,000-year soul ring or soul bone for himself. Achieving the 30th level in his lifetime had already been his utmost limit. Even if bestowed upon him, the 100,000-year soul ring and soul bone would be a waste. Those treasures were intended for his disciples. It mattered not which of them, Fujiang or Tang San, absorbed them. Though the most desirable scenario would be for Fujiang to absorb Xiao Wu's soul ring, while Tang San's Haotian hammer absorbed the Titan Great Ape's soul ring. After all, the Titan Great Ape places great emphasis on strength, and if the Haotian hammer were to be augmented with the Titan Great Ape's soul ring, it would undoubtedly elevate its power to unprecedented heights. However, 100,000-year soul beasts are not commonplace, and soul masters cannot afford to be selective among them. Master, I once vowed that should anyone wish to harm Xiao Wu, they must first tread over my corpse. Fujin spoke with a solemn tone, despite his eyes lacking luster. There was an imperceptible glimmer that caused the master to furrow his brow, Xiao Wu to be momentarily stunned, and Tang San to press his lips together. At this moment, both Flandra and Lu Erlong harbored their own speculations, and together with the riddle posed by the master and Fujin, they simultaneously turned their gaze towards Xiao Wu, the radiance sending a chill down her spine. Women are inherently emotional, particularly Lu Erlong, who yearns for love yet has been ruthlessly battered by reality. Xiaojiang, we have grown old. Let these matters be handled by the younger generation, Flandra remarked. Regardless of the circumstances, Xiao had paid her dues and referred to him as the dean. Thus she was his student, and regardless of her essence, she belonged to him and the Shrek Academy. Indeed, Xiaojing, is our tragic fate not enough? Lu Erlong's voice bore a slight rasp, her sorrowful gaze causing Xiaojing to lower his head. Oh, Fujin has already revealed his ability to summon soul beasts for sacrifice. Flandra, you should speak with those students, especially Dai Mubai, Zhu Xing, and Ning Rongrong. The forces behind these three cannot overlook Fujin's powers. The master sighed, then turned to Flandra, beginning his counsel. If all else fails, he will have no choice but to. The title of the Golden Iron Triangle was not merely achieved through the fusion of their martial souls, but was built upon the lives of countless soul masters. Upon hearing this, Fujin exhaled in relief, his entire demeanor relaxing as he leaned back in his chair. The others present hurried to check on Fujin's condition, discovering he had merely fainted, which allowed them to breathe a sigh of relief. Take Fujin to rest, the master said to Xiao, slowly expressing his thoughts. In his view, Fujin's condition was a consequence of Xiao, a month without the ability to use his martial soul. And he sensed that the price Fujin paid was far beyond this. After all, that was 100,000-year soul beast. To control such a beast and recover in just a month, was that even feasible? The master, lost in his thoughts, grew increasingly resentful towards Xiao. Chapter 56, The Girls' Dormitory Shrek Academy. The girls' dormitory. As the morning sun bathed them in its warmth, Zhu Xing, adhering to her extremely regular routine, was the first to awaken. She was soon followed by Xiao and Ning Rongrong. The three exchanged glances, each harboring their own thoughts, and having just survived a true battle for their lives. They were far from their usual vivacious selves. Ning Rongrong recalled the 4 black soul rings adorning Fujin, stronger than her own little bone. A shadow passed through her eyes. Despite Fujin's handsome appearance, she believed he could never compare to her own little bone. Zhu Qing also contemplated Fujin's black soul rings, her gaze infused with a certain eagerness. Since Fujin could command soul beasts for sacrifice, she too desired a 10,000-year soul beast as her third soul ring. It was not merely to escape her cursed fate, but to exact revenge on those who had once targeted her. Xiao's mind was a blank slate. Unsure of her thoughts or actions, she mechanically rose to wash up, feeling somewhat dazed as she observed Ning Rongrong and Zhu Qing beside her. A subtle chill creeping into her heart. She understood that attempting to escape using her own strength was utterly unrealistic. Regret washed over her. Why hadn't she heeded Erming's advice to remain in the Stardow Forest or simply vanish before Tangsan and Fujin? Xiao, what troubles you? Zhu Qing inquired, knitting her brow. The pursuit of a 10,000-year soul ring was unwise without a strategic approach. Hence targeting those dear to Fujin seemed more prudent. In response, Xiao turned to Zhu Qing, recalling that only the master and Fujin had witnessed her second soul skill, charm. So Zhu Qing was unaware of Xiao's connection to the 100,000-year soul beast. Nothing, Xiao replied, reminiscing about her earlier efforts to bring Zhu Qing and Fujin together. Now feeling a twinge of regret. By the way, how is Fujin? Zhu Qing, still naive to social nuances, abruptly shifted to the main topic after a brief greeting. The allure of a 10,000-year soul ring was simply too great. If she could acquire one as her third ring, she would have a surefire means to retaliate against the Zhu family. Ning Rongrong paused, then turned her gaze to Xiao, pondering who would refuse a 10,000-year soul ring, especially at the third ring. He was gravely injured and needs time to recuperate. Xiao hesitated before responding. Throughout yesterday, she had been plagued by dreams in which countless soul masters charged at her, intent on killing her for her soul bone. Each time, she met her demise, only to awaken, except for the last instance when Fujin stood before her, shielding her from all harm. Xiao, do you know how he obtained those 4 10,000-year soul rings? Ning Rongrong suddenly asked, her tone revealing genuine curiosity. She was well aware that Fujin's soul rings were acquired through the sacrifice of soul beasts, and his ability to control them was indeed proven. What are you implying? Xiao hesitated, casting a skeptical glance at Ning Rongrong, who remained unfazed. Do you realize the fate that befalls those with such capabilities if they lack a protective faction? Ning Rongrong stated with a serious demeanor, her earlier innocence seeming like a mere facade. Xiao was taken aback, narrowing her eyes at Ning Rongrong. Even a 100,000-year soul beast could not rival Fujin. Such beasts could only empower an individual, whereas Fujin's abilities could cultivate a new generation of super talents within a faction. Ning Rongrong asserted, her gaze unwavering as she regarded Xiao. As the daughter of the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School's leader, she had to consider the future of her sect. She might be a little sorceress, but she would never abandon anything or anyone that could strengthen the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. Being of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, with my father as its leader, and with two titled Douluo supporting us, we can certainly protect Fujin until he fully matures, Ning Rongrong declared, placing her right hand over her heart, a confident smile gracing her beautiful face. Zhu Zhuqing frowned slightly. The Star Luo Empire and the Heaven Do Empire were rivals, and the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School was one of the three major sects supporting the Heaven Do Empire. She sought revenge against the Zhu family, but that did not imply she would betray her nation. Strengthening the Heaven Do Empire amounted to treachery against her homeland. Yet, she could not intervene. She did not represent the Zhu family, nor the Star Luo Empire. Not even Dai Mubai could claim such representation. She understood that her and Dai Mubai's existence was merely to bolster their sibling strength. In simple terms, they were pawns, tools. I cannot represent Fujin. Xiao Wu lowered her head, avoiding Ning Rongrong's gaze. She understood the truth. 100,000-year soul ring and 100,000-year soul bone could only empower an individual to a certain extent, although the soul bone could be passed down. Only one person from each generation could wield it. In contrast, Fu Jiang possessed a soul that could be inherited and could also compel soul beasts to sacrifice themselves, thereby enabling an entire new generation of a faction to become prodigious talents. The essence of a faction's legacy lies not merely in its foundation, but also in the infusion of fresh blood through each new generation. Should the new generation lack strength, the faction risks annihilation at any moment. With Fu Jiang's ability to command soul beast sacrifices, even a mere pig could ascend to genius status. Yet, I see how much he cares for you. Even in the face of that 100,000-year soul beast, the Titan Great Ape, he stood resolutely before it. I trust your words. He will surely contemplate them seriously. As long as you and Fu Jiang join the Seven Treasures Glazed sect, they will guarantee your safety. And you may freely enjoy any resources at your disposal. Ning Rongrong spoke with a warm smile, her demeanor already reflecting a hint of her father, Ning Fengji, the sect's leader, despite her youthful appearance. Knock knock. Little monsters, gather on the playground in 20 minutes, came Flander's voice from outside. Being the girls' dormitory, he could not simply barge in. Upon hearing this, Xiao Wu, Ning Rongrong, and Zhu Zhuqing were momentarily stunned, then they responded in unison, understood, Dean. After receiving their confirmation, Flander nodded and departed, needing time to digest the revelation of having a 100,000-year soul beast among his students. To claim he did not desire a 100,000-year soul bone would be self-deception. However, the distinction between humans and beasts lies in humanity's ability to restrain desires, while beasts do not. Xiao Wu, my words hold eternal validity. Let us go, Ning Rongrong said with a gentle smile before reverting to her innocent demeanor. Then she took Xiao Wu by the hand and left. Zhu Zhuqing followed suit, though she kept her head down, seemingly preoccupied with her thoughts. Chapter 57. Boys' Dormitory at Shrek Academy. Tang San, Dai Mubai, Ma Hongjun, and Oscar were gathered together, while Fu Jiang remained in his room, fast asleep. Little San. Can Fu Jiang truly compel soul beasts to sacrifice themselves? Dai Mubai asked knowingly, his eyes gleaming in a manner that unsettled Tang San. He saw a glimmer of hope in surpassing Davis, as long as his fourth soul ring was a 1,000-year soul ring. Neither Davis nor the ancient relics of the royal family would pose a threat to him. Yet, he felt a pang of regret for arriving at Shrek Academy too late. Of course, my two 900-year soul rings were both granted to me by Fu Jiang, Ma Hongjun interjected eagerly, devoid of any greed for a 1,000-year soul ring. Though he was somewhat lascivious, he had clarity regarding himself. If his first soul ring were 1,000 years, he might become a super genius. However, an unformed genius is merely a corpse. This realization came after the dean's guidance, as he initially yearned for a 1,000-year first ring. Both of your soul rings are 900 years old. Although Dai Mubai had his suspicions, he was still shocked to learn that both of Ma Hongjuan's soul rings were 900 years. What is this? Fu Jiang's soul rings are all 1,000 years. Alas, if I possessed a soul skill to conceal the color of my soul rings, I would have Fu Jiang grant me all 1,000-year soul rings, Ma Hongjun boasted proudly, as if the power to compel soul beasts to sacrifice themselves belonged to him. Upon hearing this, Dai Mubai's breath quickened, mixed with frustration. He finally understood why Dean Flander advised him to wait before hunting for soul rings. It turned out that a 900-year soul ring was exponentially superior to a 1,000-year soul ring. Dai Mubai's head ached, and he harbored some resentment toward Dean Flander. Had he been clearer, he would have waited 2 months if necessary. In truth, Flander had hesitated as well. given that Dai Mubai's martial soul was the white tiger and his surname indicated royal lineage. He wanted Dai Mubai to delay in hunting soul beasts to consult with the master on whether the benefits outweighed the risks. However, Dai Mubai lacked the patience to wait and begged Zhao Wujie to take him to the Star Do forest to hunt soul beasts, and Flander merely acquiesced. In reality, it was the master who had berated Flander mercilessly. Fu Zhong's ability was enough to drive the entire continent into a frenzy. "I hope you can keep this secret," Tang San stated gravely, feeling helpless as Fu Zhong's power had been exposed. He sensed that since the revelation of Fu Zhong's ability to compel soul beast sacrifices, the way others regarded him, Fu Jiang, and Xiao Wu had changed significantly. The gazes contained myriad implications, yet all held a singular purpose. "Of course, no problem. We are friends. However, Little San, could you speak to Fu Jiang about helping me obtain a soul ring?" Oscar, acting like a lively spirit, threw his arm around Tang San's shoulder in an exaggerated manner, his once handsome face now appearing somewhat lewd. "Certainly, as long as we can keep this secret safe," Tang San nodded, as if he had already agreed on Fu Zhong's behalf. This small matter was within his purview, and as long as Fu Zhong's secret was preserved, any arrangement could be negotiated. "Little San, we have been through trials together. Have you and Fu Jiang ever considered joining a faction?" Dai Mubai began to meander in his conversation, repeatedly circling back to the theme of their shared struggles against the 100,000-year soul beast titan Grade 8, emphasizing that no one had faltered. After Dai Mubai's lengthy discourse, his final remark hit the crux of the matter. If he could recruit Fu Jiang into the Star Luo Empire, he would become its emperor, unopposed. And some might even secretly conspire to dispose of Davis to facilitate his ascension. No matter how powerful or illustrious Davis was, a legendary emperor could not rival a family that could elevate royal descendants to super genius status, especially given Davis's lack of remarkable talents. "We have not considered that yet." Tang San recognized Dai Mubai's intentions to entice both him and Fu Jiang, primarily targeting Fu Jiang, while he was merely a secondary concern. Thus, he refrained from answering directly. Joining a faction was something to discuss with Fu Jiang first. If Fu Jiang was amenable, he would have no objections. "Take your time to ponder it." Suddenly, Dai Mubai recalled Tang San's second martial soul, the Haotian hammer. He was well versed enough to remember the shape of the Haotian hammer, for it was the premier weapon martial soul of the continent. If Tang San's martial soul was the Haotian hammer, then he must have originated from the Haotian sect. This is not good news. Although the Haotian sect has been closed off for many years, he does not believe that they would relinquish a genius like Fu Jiang, capable of reshaping the world of soul masters. However, he observes that Tang San seems completely unaware of his second martial soul. After some indirect inquiries, Dai Mubai finally confirms that Tang San has no knowledge that his second martial soul is the Haotian hammer. Could he be an illegitimate child left behind by someone from the Haotian sect? Dai Mubai wonders with suspicion. Nevertheless, even if Tang San were indeed a member of the Haotian sect, he would never give up on Fu Jiang. This is his chance for a comeback. "Dai, are you suggesting that you want San and Fu Jiang to be your subordinates?" Ma Hongjun bluntly states, lacking the subtlety in such matters. "Of course not. I wish to be brothers with Xiao San and Fu Jiang. Even if I have only one gold soul coin in the future, I will share half with them." Dai Mubai shakes his head, expressing his determination. Tang San feels no surprise, for he has heard from Master that if Fu Jiang's ability to make soul beasts sacrifice themselves is revealed, it would surely incite a storm of bloodshed across the continent. Master even asserted that Fu Jiang would become the protagonist of this era. Even though he is a genius with twin martial souls in the eyes of the major sects, he is far less significant than Fu Jiang. "What about us?" Oscar, sensing the odd atmosphere, quickly interjects, attempting to lighten the mood. Hearing this, Dai Mubai realizes he may have been overly excited. Yet, faced with such an ability, it is impossible for any soul master on the continent not to feel exhilarated, especially those backed by powerful factions. "You? Just barely enough to be my little brothers." Dai Mubai replies haughtily, though this pride carries a hint of arrogance. "Hey, Dai. Once I reach level 30, I'll have Fu Jiang get me a 9,000-year soul ring. Then, we can spar." Ma Hongjun immediately chimes in, causing the atmosphere to lighten considerably. Upon hearing this, Dai Mubai's expression darkens, his gaze intensely fixed on Ma Hongjun. "No need to wait until you reach level 30. We can spar right now." Dai Mubai feels a twinge of anxiety. With 2 900-year soul rings and 1 9,000-year soul ring, even with several levels of difference, he knows he would likely be at a disadvantage. "Little monsters, assemble on the playground. Teacher Xiao will look after Fu Jiang." Flinder kicks open the wooden door, followed closely by the food-type soul saint, Shiau Xian. Glancing at the gathered little monsters, a smile graces his face as he speaks. He regards these little prodigies like saplings he has nurtured himself. Once they grow into towering trees, they will undoubtedly spread the name of Shrek across the continent. Chapter 58. Daimubai and Ning Rongrong. Flinder gazes at the 7 little monsters before him, his heart brimming with boundless ambition. Although one of these little monsters is a true prodigy, he remains indifferent. As long as they step through the gates of Shrek Academy, they're all his students, treated equally. Ahem, little monsters, today was supposed to be a day of rest, but due to some special circumstances, we will hold a meeting instead. Striving to exude the authority of a dean, Flinder raises his fist to his mouth, coughing lightly before adopting a serious demeanor. His eagle-like eyes, paired with a fierce aura, lend him an air of gravitas. At this, Ning Rongrong slightly narrows her eyes. She is well aware of Flinder's intentions and can even foresee what he is about to say. There are few fools present, with Dai Mubai and Zhu Zhuqing both aware of the implications, yet both are contemplating whether they should relay the information back to the Star Luo Empire. Dai Mubai hesitates to share, for the Star Luo Empire is filled with his elder brother Davis's people. If his news were to return, it could very likely be intercepted by Davis's men, leading to a direct confrontation in Soto City, resulting in his failure. Zhu Zhuqing, too, refrains from sharing. She seeks vengeance and will not aid the Zhu family in gaining strength. If Fujiang's abilities were to be known to the Zhu family, it would lead to chaos, leaving her as merely a pawn for future alliances. You all should be aware of Fujiang's abilities, so I hope you will keep this to yourselves. Particularly from those powerful factions, Flinder states, deliberately fixing his gaze on Zhu Zhuqing, Ning Rongrong, and Dai Mubai. Upon hearing this, Ning Rongrong squints slightly, silently affirming her thoughts. Rest assured, Dean, I am known for my discretion. My lips are sealed, Oscar quickly replies, feeling quite pleased, already envisioning his future with a 4,000-year soul ring. Meanwhile, Ma Hongjun, Tang San, and Xiao Wu nod earnestly, signaling their understanding. Dean, have you considered that Fujiang's abilities will inevitably be revealed? Rather than allowing them to be exposed unprepared before various factions, it may be wiser to align with a powerful faction directly. I believe no major force would refuse Fujiang's talent and abilities, Ning Rongrong suggests, her smile appearing genuinely thoughtful for Fujiang's benefit. Precisely. Moreover, it is essential to seek out a top-tier faction. Although the 3 great sects are formidable, they cannot confront the Spirit Hall of the 2 empires directly. In my view, it would be better to choose one between the 2 great empires, Dai Mubai interjects, supporting Ning Rongrong's proposition. While the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School is indeed powerful, it pales in comparison to the 2 empires and the Spirit Hall. The former represents quantity, while the latter signifies quality. Dai, I find your suggestion agreeable. The Star Luo Empire is known for its brutal and ruthless tactics, even encouraging fratricide among its royal family. While the Tiando Empire may not match the Star Luo Empire in strength, all 3 sects reside within the Tiando Empire, capable of standing against any force in the world. Ning Rongrong speaks directly, asserting that if Fujiang were to join the Tiando Empire, he would also be joining her 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School. Her father, Ning Fengji, is currently the teacher of Prince Zuiking. Simultaneously, she comprehends that while the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School is indeed powerful, it cannot solely rely on its sect strength to withstand the pressure from the entire Soul Master community. Upon hearing this, Dai Mubai's demeanor shifts, becoming somewhat grim. The Star Luo Empire's methods are indeed ruthless, and the reality of fratricide is starkly true. I hail from the Star Luo Empire and am also a prince of the Star Luo Empire. If Fujiang is willing to join, I am prepared to share the empire with him, Dai Mubai states with forthrightness. Securing Fujiang would solidify his claim to the Star Luo Empire's throne, making it impossible for Davis to counter him. All the ministers in the court would likely side with him, as everyone desires their family to flourish indefinitely. As for sharing the empire, that is a matter for the future. Should he fail to win Fujiang's allegiance, his fate would be sealed. Davis is older than he and possesses comparable talent. Unless an unforeseen circumstance arises, his demise is assured. A prince? I have heard that the prince residing in the imperial capital of the Star Luo Empire is named Davis. Ning Rongrong commenced administering eye drops to Dai Mubai, insinuating that he was nothing more than a mere figurehead, devoid of any faction within the Star Luo Empire, provided that Fujiang consented. The ministers in court would undoubtedly rally behind me, especially with my 4th spirit ring being of a 10,000-year caliber. Dai Mubai fixated his gaze intently on Tang San, yet before he could articulate his thoughts, he was interrupted by the master. Enough. While I do not oppose your endeavors to recruit Fu Jiang, nor shall I hinder them, it is crucial to acknowledge that without joining a formidable force, Fu Jiang's abilities could prove perilously hazardous. The master's deep voice resonated with authority, silencing both Dai Mubai and Ning Rongrong, plunging them into a contemplative silence. Gradually, the master's tones softened, instilling a glimmer of hope within them. However, I implore you to refrain from disclosing your affiliations to the forces behind you before graduation. Particularly you, Dai Mubai. If my deductions are accurate, your intention is to first acquire a 10,000-year spirit ring, subsequently using it to vanquish your brother, Davis. I possess a modicum of understanding regarding the traditions of the Star Luo Empire. The master's tone shifted dramatically, his piercing gaze scrutinizing Dai Mubai and Ning Rongrong, inducing a palpable tension. Moreover, Fu Jiang's brother is the holy son of the Spirit Hall. A rash alliance with any faction could precipitate a cataclysmic conflict. The master continued, and upon mentioning Fu Jiang's brother as the holy son of the Spirit Hall, both individuals were momentarily taken aback, exchanging a glance laden with disappointment. However, rest assured, Fu Jiang's relationship with her brother is rather tenuous. The dynamics between you and Davis bear a striking resemblance to that of Fu Jiang and the holy son of the Spirit Hall. The master dispensed a tranquilizing assurance, rekindling hope in Dai Mubai and Ning Rongrong. Could it be that Fu Jiang is also backed by a formidable power? Dai Mubai promptly inquired, fully aware that this matter pertained to his very existence, hence his unease. No, to be precise, there once was, but it no longer exists. The master spoke ambiguously, having achieved his objective. Now, the challenge lay in addressing Ning Rongrong. After all, she was the cherished daughter of the seven-treasure, glazed tile sect's leader, and could not be equated with a discarded prince like Dai Mubai. Very well, you may now retire, but remember, do not leave the academy. Flander interjected, implying a semblance of house arrest. The group expressed no dissent and departed, returning to their dormitories in clusters, leaving only Tang San standing motionless. Master, you. Once the others had vacated, Tang San stepped forward, his expression tinged with urgency as he sought to inquire. Little San, I shall not harm Fu Jiang. The master offered Tang San a reassuring glance before speaking slowly. He understood that the seven-treasure glazed tile sect could not guarantee Fu Jiang's safety, nor could the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect and the Haotian sect. The drawbacks of possessing dual spirits might only be remedied through Fu Jiang's insights. After years of observation, he discerned that the holy son of the Spirit Hall did not appear to be as cruel as Fu Jiang had portrayed. Perhaps there were underlying complexities yet to be unveiled. Chapter 59. The Terror of Fu Jiang Shrek Academy. Playground. Fujiyama stood silently, his demeanor somewhat awkward. A sensation that did not go unnoticed by others, who turned their gazes toward Dai Mubai. Ever since Fujiyama awoke, Dai Mubai had exhibited an excessive enthusiasm, as if fearful that others might not recognize his intentions toward Fujiyama. Next, you must familiarize yourselves with your teammates' combat style. Fujiyama, you can use your soul power now. Correct? The master suddenly interjected, drawing the attention of those present to him, before directing his gaze toward Fujiyama. In response, Fujiyama remained steadfast, nodding slightly without averting his eyes. In that case, the seven of you shall spar with Fujiyama. There are no restrictions on your abilities, even the hidden weapons of Little San may be employed. However, Fujiyama, you must refrain from utilizing S-ranked soul skills. The master nodded, his expression impassive, intending to allow Dai Mubai and the others to witness Fujiyama's prowess. On the surface, the greater Fujiyama's displayed strength, the more unsettled the powers backing Dai Mubai and Ning Rongrong would become, for they merely sought a tool strong enough to empower their descendants. If this tool proved excessively formidable, it was certainly not what they desired. Although this arrangement placed Fujiyama in jeopardy, a man had approached him yesterday, assuring him that no matter what transpired, he would ensure Fujiyama's safety. This afforded him considerable confidence, especially considering that this man had even defeated a pope. Upon hearing this, the crowd, excluding Xiao Wu and Tang San, was momentarily stunned. They acknowledged Fujiyama's might, yet to contend against all seven of them. Tang San's hidden weapons, along with the external soul bone, the 8 spider lances, obtained from the 1,000-year-old man-faced demon spider, while not invincible, were undeniably formidable. Even if Fujiyama possessed 4 10,000-year soul rings, it would be implausible for him to defeat them under such limitations. Master, what constitutes an S-ranked soul skill? Ma Hongjun suddenly inquired, aware that Fujiyama possessed the ability to sacrifice soul beasts but oblivious to the true extent of his power. When he sought to spar with Fujiyama, the latter never employed any soul skills, relying solely on physical prowess to subdue him, often leaving him battered. In response, the others, aside from Tang-san, turned their attention to the master. Fujiyama's self-created soul skills? You may inquire with little San, who has also learned some. And he is currently one of the few who understands Fujiyama the best. The master spoke, unperturbed by the potential exposure of Fujiyama's abilities. For Fujiyama's most enticing secret had already been revealed. The importance of the others faded in comparison. Moreover, they would be allies facing adversaries together in the future. In truth, the master did not believe that anyone among those present, apart from Tang-san, would ever fight alongside Fujiyama. With that, the master turned and departed. Exuding confidence in Fujiyama, the group huddled together, all eyes converging on Tang-san, who felt somewhat uncomfortable under their scrutiny. The lightning slash that Fujiyama had used against teacher Shiau that day was indeed an S-ranked soul skill, and he was proficient in 5 elemental attributes: wind, lightning, fire, water, and earth, with lightning and fire being his specialties. Tang-san discerned the meaning behind the master's recent glance. Thus he spoke openly, without reservation. Although he could not fathom why the master had altered his stance overnight, he chose to trust his mentor. Upon hearing this, the corners of everyone's eyes twitched. Are you implying that Fujiyama's soul skills are categorized by rank? Ma Hongjuan's expression morphed into one of astonishment, his features contorting humorously. Fujiyama's soul skills range from D, C, B, A, S, to forbidden techniques not classified by rank. Tang-san began to elucidate Fujiyama's soul skills. Fujiyama's most frequently used techniques are fire escape and lightning escape, as they possess the most explosive power. Moreover, when battling Fujiyama, never trust your eyes, his martial soul is the Sharingan. The most formidable aspect is not the myriad of escape techniques he wields, but rather his illusions. However, since Fujiyama's martial soul cannot be activated now, his illusions may not be particularly potent, yet caution is still advised, for some illusions do not necessitate visual contact for activation. Tang-san concluded his lengthy explanation while observing the stunned expressions of those around him, feeling a swell of pride as if the formidable Fujiyama he described were his own. In his previous life, he had known neither father nor mother, nor had he experienced friendship. Such bonds were merely tales he had heard. Yet in this life, it appeared that fate had compensated him abundantly. Not only did he have a friend in Fujiyama, who would entrust his life to him and impart his family's soul skills, but he also had these classmates. Escape techniques? Is that a general term? Zhu Zhuqing furrowed her brow, her eyes shimmering with curiosity. Indeed, lightning-type soul skills are lightning escape, and fire-type soul skills are fire escape. These are the names Fujiyama has given them, Tang-san replied, his mind racing to formulate strategies. In the past, when Fujiyama could still utilize the Sharingan, he had never triumphed over him. This time, he wished to test his mettle. Upon hearing this, the others gasped once more in disbelief. Are you suggesting that Fujiyama possesses at least 25 self-created soul skills? Oscar pondered, adopting a contemplative pose, his features scrunching together comically. Not to worry, Fujiyama is currently blind, temporarily unable to see, which means we can fully exploit this to launch a counterattack. Ma Hongjun blurted out, though he quickly realized the inappropriateness of his words as Xiao Wu's rabbit-like eyes fixated on him. He promptly retracted his statement. In response, Tang-san shook his head with a serious expression. That won't be effective. Fujiyama possesses a soul skill called Divine Kagura, akin to an innate domain. Even if we were to move a finger behind him, he would still sense it. Tang-san stated earnestly, struggling to conceive a method to contend with Fujiyama. Unable to envision the overwhelming prowess of Uchiha Itachi, whom Fujiyama claimed was even mightier than himself. This time, the crowd did not gasp in shock. They had grown somewhat accustomed to the revelations. Then what's the point of fighting? Daimobai interjected, having witnessed Fujiyama's lightning slash, his remaining confidence shattered. No. Fujiyama is at his most vulnerable now. He can only utilize soul power and cannot activate his martial soul, which means the abilities derived from his 4 10,000-year soul rings are also inaccessible. Tang-san shook his head. Realizing this was perhaps the closest he had ever been to Fujiyama's strength before attaining the rank of title Duel. He was unwilling to concede defeat and desired to ascertain the extent of the gap between himself and Fujiyama. By the way, do not engage Fujiyama in close combat. He possesses a soul skill known as monster strength, which allows him to rival even attack-type soul beasts 10 levels above him in raw power. Tang San delivered yet another piece of information that plunged them into despair. I possess an immense sausage. The second soul skill, flying mushroom sausage. I wield a mushroom sausage. The 7 treasures turn into glazed light. First, strength. Second, speed. Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing launched a direct assault, while Tang San sought to restrain Fu Jiang's attacks. Dai Mubai and Ma Hongjun engaged in long-range assaults from the sidelines, and Oscar had already prepared his first soul skill and third blend, restoring the sausage and mushroom sausage in his hands, before handing one to a teammate. Despite being besieged, Fu Jiang remained composed, within his divine gaze. He perceived the oncoming strikes. His palm struck with the swiftness of lightning, seizing Xiao Wu by the ankle and grasping Zhu Zhuqing by the wrist, before forcefully tossing them aside. Subsequently, he formed seals, summoning 4 earthen walls that encased him. The Phoenix Fire Line and White Tiger's fierce light wave struck against the earth, merely causing tremors and a shower of dust, without compromising the structural integrity of the walls. Be wary of your footing. Fu Jiang can burrow underground. Tang San bellowed, swiftly consuming the mushroom sausage and unfurling his wings to soar into the sky. The others were momentarily taken aback before following suit, consuming their mushroom sausages in an effort to ascend. However, one among them was a step too late. Ma Hongjun. Earth escape. Decapitation technique. Hands seized Ma Hongjun's legs, dragging him beneath the surface, leaving only his head exposed. In an instant, the battle had claimed one life. Purple Extreme Magic Eye. Tang San activated the Purple Extreme Magic Eye midair, seeking Fu Jiang's location. Ultimately, he located Fu Jiang adjacent to Ma Hongjun's exposed head. Upon sighting Fu Jiang, Tang San's complexion flushed. He understood that this was merely Fu Jiang's disdain for concealment. Fire escape. Great fireball technique. Fu Jiang's hands moved with the grace of fluttering butterflies, weaving intricate seals that dazzled the onlookers. Yet, in the eyes of Tang San, with his purple extreme demon eyes, everything was rendered crystal clear. Disperse. Tang San shouted, instantly vacating his position. He recognized that this was Fu Jiang's formidable fireball technique, a skill he too possessed. However, he could not hope to match Fu Jiang's extraordinary power and speed. It was not that Fu Jiang had failed to impart his knowledge. Rather, Tang San's coarse hand nerves lagged far behind his thoughts, resulting in a sluggish ceiling speed. A colossal fireball, measuring 5 meters in diameter, materialized, propelled by a searing wind, and hurled towards the crowd above. The onlookers narrowly evaded the attack, but the fireball detonated mid-air, showering them with flames that offered a glimpse of Fu Jiang's searing temperatures. Goodness, is this a self-created soul skill? Oscar exclaimed, his skin reddening from the heat. Do not engage Fu Jiang in close combat. Third soul skill. Web of Binding. Tang San bellowed once more, as his third soul ring shimmered brightly. A web, seemingly infused with toxins that glowed in eerie blue, shot towards Fu Jiang. Upon hearing this, Zhu Zhuqing and Xiao Wu, who lacked any ranged soul skills, were momentarily at a loss, as they beheld the rapidly approaching web. Fu Jiang was enveloped in crackling electricity, entering the lightning release chakra mode. Or rather, it should be called the lightning release soul power mode. The crowd barely registered a blur before Fu Jiang vanished from sight, and when they finally heard the deafening crack of thunder, he reappeared before them. Fu Jiang hovered before Oscar, whose expression shifted from one of relative ease to alarm upon beholding her striking visage. He attempted to speak, but as he opened his mouth, a sharp pain surged through his abdomen. Bitter bile erupted from his lips, and anguish contorted Oscar's features, though he plummeted to the ground like a falling aircraft. He fortuitously landed atop a pile of burlap sacks, which mitigated some of the impact, yet he succumbed to unconsciousness in a dramatic fashion. The battle had scarcely commenced. Yet Tang San's side had already suffered the loss of 2 members, the formidable assault-type Ma Hongjun and the logistical support Oscar, who wielded food-based abilities. Third soul skill. Spider web binding. Second soul skill. White Tiger's radiant wave. A control technique and an offensive strike were executed in concert by Dai Mubai and Tang San, demonstrating commendable teamwork. However, given Fu Jiang's swiftness, she could effortlessly evade their feeble attacks and control. Yet Tang San understood that in a mere spar, Fu Jiang would only employ each technique once. Any subsequent use would be mere showmanship, and she was deliberately holding back. Uchiha rebound. In Fu Jing's hand appeared a towering fan, its handle connected by a chain to a scythe. The radiant White Tiger's light wave struck the fan, yet instead of exploding, it transformed into a sphere of white energy, which forcefully propelled the fan away, shattering Tang San's third soul skill, the spider web binding. Witnessing this, Tang San's pupils contracted. He recognized this weapon as a treasured artifact of the Uchiha clan, the Sword of Death, impervious and indomitable, and the Flame Fan, unyielding in its strength. It could be said to be the union of the mightiest spear and the most formidable shield. Even he could not discern the material of this divine artifact, particularly that of the Flame Fan, as he could find no resemblance to any material within his memory. What is this? Daimubai and the others were left in stunned silence, having never encountered such a weapon as the Flame Fan. Fujin's ancestral artifact, the Flame Fan, possesses the ability to reflect any form of energy attack. Although Tang San withheld some details from Daimubai and the others, it was clear that the Flame Fan could indeed counter any energy-based assault. Upon hearing this, the group inhaled sharply, yet Ning Rongrong furrowed her brow slightly, pondering. An ancestral artifact? Does she belong to a family? Yet why would she choose to take the master as her mentor? The dance of the blade. Fujin let out a cold snort as the Sword of Death in her left hand flashed ominously. A brilliant beam of sword light erupted from the scythe, aiming directly at Tang San. Upon witnessing this dazzling strike, Tang San attempted to evade, yet despite Fujin's retraction of power, the sword light still left him in a state of disarray, tearing a portion of his clothing away. First soul skill, Netherworld Puncture. Zhu Zhuqing, in an audacious display of overconfidence, approached Fujin from behind, seeking to launch a surprise attack. However, before her claws could make contact, she found herself ensnared by the chains connecting the Sword of Death to the flame orb. The chains accentuated Zhu Zhuqing's already voluptuous figure, while simultaneously draining her soul power. This only solidified her resolve, yet she realized her only option was to retreat. Zhuqing, Xiao Wu exclaimed, and with a swift motion, she wrapped her long legs around Fujin's waist in an attempt to hurl her away. Witnessing this, Tang San felt a surge of anxiety. He had already declared that they must avoid close combat with Fujin at all costs. Fuji gently released the Death God Sword and the Flame Fan from his grasp, and with both hands, he seized Xiao Wu's ankles, forcibly prying them apart. He then tenderly urged her to descend from his form. Feeling Fuji's gentle gesture, Xiao Wu was stirred within her heart. Chapter 61. The Battle of Fate. Observing Fuji's disparate treatment and his double standards, Zhu Zhuqing felt a surge of irritation. Her soul power had long been depleted, leaving her utterly weakened and incapable of any resistance. Dragon Beard Needle, Tang San silently murmured, before launching the slender Dragon Beard Needle from his hand with a unique technique. The needle, as fine as a strand of hair, produced little sound as it traversed the air. Nonetheless, Fuji remained aware of its presence. Wind Release. Great Breakthrough. Fujiang released her grip on Xiao Wu's ankle, then swiftly formed seals and unleashed a tempest from her mouth, sending the dragon whisker needles spiraling away. A moment of astonishment struck Tang San, who was well aware of Fujiang's capabilities. The dragon whisker needles, as slender as hair, produced a sound as they cut through the air. Yet he had chosen to overlook it, approaching the situation with a mere sense of experimentation, harboring little hope. In that fleeting moment of distraction, Fujiang brought her fingers together and pointed them at Xiao Wu's forehead. In an instant, Xiao Wu comprehended that she had been defeated. With a heavy heart, she reached for the already released Zhu Zhuqing, making her way towards the viewing platform. Thousand Birds Sharp Spear. Fujin let out a low growl, and soon his palm became enveloped in crackling lightning, emitting a sound akin to a chorus of 1,000 birds. The lightning surged forth, piercing directly towards Tang San. Caught off guard, Tang San was struck, his shoulder impaled by the sharp lance of energy, followed by the surge of electricity coursing through his body, letting out a horrific scream as he plummeted from the sky. Witnessing this, the onlookers, with the exception of Xiao Wu and the master, were momentarily stunned. Flender soared into the air to catch Tang San, intending to summon the food-type soul Saint Xiao Exine for healing, but was halted by the master. The wound had already stopped bleeding. Fujin would heal him shortly. The master spoke, his eyes as unruffled as a calm well, asserting that such injuries were trivial. And Fujin possessed the ability to mend Tang San's wounds. He had never encountered such a versatile prodigy, mastering close combat, ranged attacks, illusions, and healing. What an extraordinarily formidable lineage the Uchiha must be, and what kind of powerful race could possibly annihilate them? Healing? Does he possess auxiliary soul skills as well? Flender's eyes widened in astonishment as he gazed at the master, who calmly adjusted his glasses in response. The spectators felt a bitter taste in their mouths. They had never before witnessed such a multifaceted and potent genius. How on earth could they compete? Daimubai muttered, his eyes twitching. in less than 20 seconds. Their group had dwindled to just two, himself and Ning Rongrong, one an offensive type, the other supportive, leaving them with little chance of victory. Ning Rongrong narrowed her eyes slightly, sensing that her future rival would undoubtedly be Fujin. Let us call it a day. Stop. The Master's voice resonated, his objectives achieved, thus rendering further conflict unnecessary. Upon hearing this, Fujin instantly appeared before Tang San, green light emanating from his hand as the charred wound on Tang San's shoulder began to heal gradually. In 30 seconds, the injury vanished without a trace. The outcome of this battle had been predetermined from the outset. Though you may be talented, remember that there are always greater talents beyond you, in realms beyond your comprehension. Fujin was currently unable to utilize his martial soul or the soul skills bestowed by 4 10,000-year spirit rings, and was in a state of weakness. Even so, you could not even pose a modicum of trouble for him. The master began to impart lessons to Tang San and the others, choosing not to reprimand Fujin. Firstly, due to Fujin's resilient character, and secondly, because he was immensely pleased with him. What he could offer Fujin were merely some knowledge and secrets of the continent. Upon hearing this, the attendees expressed their enlightenment, with the exception of Ning Rongrong, as nearly all had been thoroughly defeated by Fujin, more accurately, obliterated. All right. You may all take your leave to rest, the master said, casting a discreet glance at Xiao Wu, then at Fujin and Tang San. He had relinquished thoughts of Xiao Wu's spirit rings and bones, observing that both of his disciples seemed quite concerned for her. He could see Xiao Wu's evident affection for Tang San, so he began to ponder about the exceptional young women within the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect. With the intention of keeping the resources within the family, he began to evaluate, ultimately abandoning this tempting notion. As there were no suitable candidates within the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect, he did not merely consider appearance and age, he also evaluated talent and character. Clearly, none of the girls from the Blue Lightning Tyrant family stood out. Was there truly no other option here? Ning Rongrong hailed from the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile sect, while Zhu Xuqing originated from the Zhu family of the Star Luo Empire. He found himself more inclined toward Ning Rongrong. But given her demeanor and the mention of her little bone, it was apparent she had someone she cared for, and Fujin seemed indifferent toward her as well. Next was Zhu Xuqing. Daimubai's relationship with her appeared enigmatic, likely indicating a betrothal. As the master's words echoed, the crowd unanimously agreed and turned to depart. Xiao Wu observed Fujin and Tang San, her heart torn over whom to attend to first. In the midst of Xiao Wu's dilemma, Zhu Xuqing took the initiative to approach Fujin, supporting him. Although Fujin had shown no signs of fatigue after his earlier display of power, Zhu Xuqing still sought his assistance, wishing to survive and even avenge her family. Xiao Wu. A sudden smile graced the strikingly beautiful yet austere face of Fujiang, who had now closed his Kagura mystic eye, rendering him blind once more. Allow me to escort you back. Your vision seems impaired, Zhu Xuqing remarked, momentarily taken aback, but nonetheless extending her hand to support Fujiang. Her voice chillingly composed. Upon hearing her words, the smile vanished from Fujiang's visage. He withdrew his arm from Zhu Xuqing's embrace and activated his Kagura mystic eye, striding directly towards the dormitory. Observing Fujiang's retreating figure, Zhu Xuqing's expression stiffened, her delicate hands clenching into fists. Simultaneously, Daimubei exhaled a sigh of relief. His gaze towards Zhu Xuqing tinged with an icy undertone. It seemed he recalled something, a self-mocking smile forming on his lips. He had left Zhu Xuqing alone. Now that she sought to grow stronger, what justification did he have to obstruct her? Merely because Zhu Xuqing was his so-called fiancée? A dark sentiment flickered within him, wishing for Fujiang and Zhu Xuqing to unite, allowing him to later concede his claim. Would Fujiang still refuse to aid him then? Meanwhile, seeing Fujiang's demeanor, Xiao Wu felt a surge of joy, then turned her gaze towards Tang San. Had it not been for that incident, she would have dashed to Tang San's side, chattering away with concern. Yet now, witnessing Zhu Xuqing approach Fujiang, discomfort welled within her. Her excitement upon seeing Tang San had dissipated. Xiao Wu, shall we take our leave? Ning Rongrong, unlike Zhu Xuqing, was not oblivious. She had set her sights on Xiao Wu. She perceived her bond with Little Bone as akin to Xiao Wu's connection with Fujiang, only that she and Little Bone shared mutual affection. Indeed, mutual affection. In contrast, Xiao Wu and Fujiang were a tale of unreciprocated love. Since their expedition to the Stardow Great Forest, Xiao Wu seemed to have wavered somewhat. Chapter 62. Rest assured in the Soto City Grand Soul Arena. Fujiang had acquired the Golden Soul Badge, thus Tang San and his companions formed a 7-member team, christened the Shrek 7 Monsters. Is it not a common understanding that the Shrek 7 monsters consist of 8 members? At that moment, the Shrek 7 monsters were engaged in combat against a soul-fighting team known as the Frenzied Battle Squad. In Fujiang's eyes, this Frenzied Battle Squad resembled a disorganized rabble. Nevertheless, for the current Shrek 7 monsters, it posed a considerable challenge. The battle did not conclude swiftly, yet Master was somewhat satisfied. As none of Tang San's crucial trump cards had been unveiled, only the 8 spider lances had been revealed, which the opponents merely recognized as Tang San's martial soul. Clearly, the average soul masters were unaware of the existence of external spirit bones. You all coordinated remarkably well. Master offered a rather indifferent evaluation. He had already acquired 2 exceptionally talented disciples and held less enthusiasm for the other 6, who, despite their commendable talents, included one who was a 100,000-year soul beast. The conflict between soul masters and soul beasts was irreconcilable unless soul masters ceased hunting for spirit rings and bones. Otherwise, they would remain eternal foes. Fujiang. Your next opponent is a level 49 assault-type soul master wielding the beast martial soul, Fire Wolf. His first soul skill is. Master patiently read from the document regarding Fujiang's forthcoming opponent. Initially, Fujiang paid little heed. After all, within this modest Soto city, the Golden Soul Badge, while commendable, held little significance for him. Upon their triumphant return, Tang San and the others did not comment on Master's favoritism. They understood the Frenzied Battle Squad was merely a practice team, containing only one soul master with a perfectly balanced spirit ring. If they were to lose, that would indeed be an anomaly. Xiao, are you feeling fatigued? Would you like to indulge in a hot spring later? Ning Rongrong lavished attention upon Xiao, eager to ensure that everyone recognized her intention to win over Fujiang through Xiao. Daimubai longed to shower Xiao with compliments but hesitated, fearing Fujiang might misinterpret his intentions due to his male identity, especially since his reputation was less than stellar. Thus, he turned to Tang San. Xiao-san, shall we go for a drink later? My treat, Daimubai said, draping an arm around Tang San's shoulders, exuding camaraderie while exchanging knowing glances. This display caused Zhu Zichqing to frown slightly. However, she refrained from voicing her discontent, having already discussed matters with Daimubai, who had resolved to ally with her in winning over Fujiang. Excellent. Brother Dai, let us head to the Soto Grand Hotel. Ma Hongjun exclaimed, feeling both hungry and unable to suppress his fervor. Each time he utilized his martial soul, an overwhelming heat coursed through him, and he felt compelled to release it swiftly to maintain his composure and avoid irreversible actions. Upon hearing this, Daimubai nodded in agreement, then turned to Tang San, who also inclined his head slightly. Possessing a keen intellect, Tang San was aware of Master's advice to cultivate a good rapport with Daimubai, as this would ensure Fujiang's safety. Fujiang, will you join us? Oscar approached Fujiang, offering a back rub while inquiring. He had no need for such flattery. Yet the allure of the 4th soul ring, being of a 10,000-year caliber, was simply too enticing, significantly impacting his future achievements. Thus he was exceedingly attentive. Certainly. Fujiang nodded, then rubbed his eyes. He could now see a glimmer of light, and he might even be able to harness his martial soul. How wonderful. Can you see me now? Daimubai's face beamed with joy, a sense of secret delight washing over him. Soon, he noticed Fujiang's eyes gradually regaining their luster. First, there was surprise, followed by elation. He understood that Fujiang would likely regain his sight within a few days, and the restoration of his vision signified the return of his ability to offer sacrifices to soul beasts. Indeed, it was only slightly blurred, but his vision had essentially returned. Fujiang gazed at the master, his eyes slightly squinting as his vision gradually returned. In truth, his eyesight had been slowly improving for over 10 days. It was only today that he could finally perceive the world around him. Upon hearing this, a smile graced the master's face, eliciting a tinge of jealousy from Lu Erlong, who had been closely following the master. Has your soul power been restored? The master inquired, a mysterious gleam flickering in his eyes. It has indeed. And even the celestial beings can harness it now. Fujiang nodded, rising to his feet and stretching his shoulders, his soul power and vision restored to a considerable extent. Thus, the ensuing soul battle was devoid of any suspense. To be precise, all of Fujiang's soul battles had never been shrouded in uncertainty. Very well, you may proceed. But remember to conceal your true capabilities, Master said with a smile. Fujiang nodded in acknowledgement and turned to exit the room, observing Fujiang's retreating figure. Xiao felt compelled to chase after him to express something, yet she restrained herself. Zhu Zichqing and Ning Rongrong noticed Xiao's hesitation as outsiders. They could discern her inner turmoil. It was merely a matter of choosing whom to support. To be candid, Zhu Zhuqing believed this was not a matter of choice at all. Although Tang San possessed twin martial souls, with his second being the unparalleled Houghton and Hammer. In terms of innate talent and current strength, Tang San was still far from being Fu Zhang's equal. As for appearance, Fu Zhang's visage was unparalleled. Not even the handsome Oscar among the 7 monsters could compare. This disparity left Zhu Zhuqing puzzled as to why Xiao Wu was so conflicted. Xiao Wu, it seems you have something to convey to Fu Jiang? Ning Rongrong inquired directly, her tone laced with mischief, effectively halting Fu Jiang in his tracks. A hint of surprise flickered across Fu Jiang's face as he turned to regard Xiao Wu, his eyes narrowing slightly as if his vision remained somewhat obscured. Taken aback by the inquiry, Xiao Wu's cheeks flushed crimson, her gaze toward Fu Jiang tinged with a blend of nervousness and shyness. Please be careful, she stammered, stealing a glance at Tang San, only to find him wearing his usual gentle smile, devoid of any displeasure. A sigh of relief escaped her. Yet a pang of disappointment lingered in her heart. It appeared that Tang San truly regarded her as a sister. Rest assured. Fu Jin's lips curled into a subtle arc as she softly remarked that this appearance held a considerable allure for women, even captivating Ning Rongrong for a moment. She silently noted Fu Jin's expression, resolved to have Xiao Gu mimic it upon her return. Zhu Zhuqing, momentarily taken aback, glanced at Fu Jin before turning her gaze towards Duel, feeling a twinge of disappointment. Conversely, Xiao Wu, having spent more time with Fu Jin, found the charm impressive yet did not exhibit any overt astonishment. Chapter 63, Xiao Wu's Comb at the Soto Grand Hotel. Within an opulent private room, a group of young individuals reveled in conviviality, exchanging cups amidst a joyful atmosphere. Fujiko's complexion was slightly flushed, as if her tolerance for alcohol was rather poor. Although she spoke little, discerning eyes could easily perceive that she was the focal point of the gathering. Consequently, some unrelated individuals, such as Oscar and Ma Hongjun, simply immersed themselves in their meals, occasionally lifting their heads to utter a few words to enliven the atmosphere. Fujiko, do you have any dreams? Inquired a tipsy Daimubai, his tongue somewhat slurred. Though he was feeling a bit dazed, he still remembered his purpose. At his words, Fujiko paused, then raised her gaze towards the luminous moon outside the window, as if contemplating something profound. Perhaps it was to become stronger and seek vengeance thereafter. Fujian pondered, her voice tinged with a hint of sorrow, while she discreetly cast a glance at Xiao Wu, as if deeply concerned for her feelings. The furtive actions of Fujiang did not escape the notice of those present, and naturally, the protagonist, Xiao Wu, observed them as well, yet she found herself at a loss for how to respond. Upon hearing this, curiosity flickered across the faces of the onlookers. Though none dared to voice their inquiries, even in their intrigue, they refrained from prying into another's wounds. And what about you, Big Dai? Oscar suddenly interjected, his words rekindling the previously tense atmosphere. At this, Daimubai was momentarily taken aback, then fell into contemplation. His former aspiration had been merely to live, to grow old and pass away. However, now, having encountered Fujiang, he realized he could seek her assistance. I aspire to be an emperor, he declared earnestly, his eyes gleaming with unwavering determination. In an instant, the entire private room fell silent. Ma Hongjun, caught mid-chew, swallowed his food whole. Fujiang narrowed her eyes slightly, casting a measured glance at Dai Mubai. Perhaps this ambition could serve as a means for him to infiltrate the royal family of the Star Luo Empire. Even if he did not compare to the fated son, he was certainly not a mere side character. Over the years, he had dispatched his avatars to various kingdoms. Yet the number of fated individuals in those realms was dismally sparse, almost non-existent. And you, Tang San? Dai Mubai turned to face Tang San, placing his cup down. He felt quite pleased, having just caught a glimpse of the interest reflected in Fujiang's eyes. At this, Tang San smiled shyly. His past dream had been to elevate the Tang sect within this world, and that ambition remained, albeit now accompanied by the desire to protect 2 individuals. Though one of them hardly required his guardianship. I wish to establish a sect, though I currently have no clear direction, he confessed. A hint of embarrassment evident in his tone. Presently, the Tang sect existed solely in his imagination, and to bring it into reality, he needed numerous resources. The birth of a sect requires more than just a powerful leader. It necessitates wealth, avenues for generating income, distinct characteristics, and talented individuals to form its foundation. Upon hearing this, laughter erupted among the group. They all understood the daunting challenge of conjuring a sect from thin air, thus they chuckled. Both at Tang San's naivety and at the irony of him being part of the world's foremost sect while remaining oblivious to it. Only Fujiang regarded Tang San with sincerity. She recognized that he was a trailblazer of this era, a fated child, and the sect he envisioned would surely achieve great prominence. I shall assist you. Fujiko spoke in a low voice, lifting her glass and downing its contents in one swift motion. The alcohol quickly flushed her lovely face, rendering it a charming shade of red. Shiau was momentarily taken aback, while Zhu Shiqing averted her gaze, and Ning Rongrong continued to pursue Shiau. Upon hearing this, Daimubai paused, then turned his attention to Tang San. I will assist you, my brother. Daimubai refrained from uttering the somewhat distant words. As long as you come to the Starluo Empire, I assure you your sect will be the foremost in the Starluo Empire, instead responding directly. Third brother. If you wish to establish a sect, I believe I can be of assistance, given my background in the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School and my considerable experience. Ning Rongrong interjected, her crescent-shaped eyes shimmering with an inexplicable light. Hearing this, Daimubai cast a glance at Ning Rongrong but chose to remain silent. He did not wish to create discord with her. After all, although he had the backing of the Starluo Empire, he was but a pawn. While Ning Rongrong was the most cherished daughter of the sect's master and the young master of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, Tang San smiled and nodded in gratitude. Well aware that Ning Rongrong and Daimubai's primary intentions did not revolve around him, thus, he understood that only Fujiko was genuinely there to lend her support. Daimubai then slightly narrowed his eyes. A disciple of the Haotian sect had already made advances towards Fujiko. Although this disciple was unaware of his own identity, it nonetheless marked an unfavorable beginning for Daimubai. Fujiko, would you care to unwind a bit? My treat. Ma Hongjun exclaimed exuberantly, his expression rather lewd, provoking disdainful looks from those present. Fujiko slightly squinted her eyes, her expression calm as she regarded Ma Hongjun. In truth, Ma Hongjun had not anticipated Fujiko's acceptance. He merely sought to lighten the atmosphere. You repulsive fatso, don't think everyone is as disgusting as you. Shiau began her sharp-tongued assault. Although her words were harsh, Ma Hongjun understood Xiao's nature, and knowing Fujiko held Shiau in high regard, he felt no anger. The crucial point was that appearances often carried more weight than words. Should he dare to utter any trash talk toward Shiau, he would likely find himself running naked around Soto City 10 times the following day. Oh, Shiau seems quite concerned about Fujiko, Ning Rongrong remarked suddenly, a teasing tone in her voice, fully aware that this could easily endear Fujiko to her. After all, when she had heard the rumors about herself and the little skeleton in their sect, her heart had fluttered with joy. Fujiko is my brother, of course. I care for him, Shiau replied, her cheeks flushed, genuinely concerned for Fujiko. Before their expedition into the Stardoe Forest, she had maintained a distance from him. Although Fujiko had already learned of her spirit beast identity and still regarded her as family, which deeply moved her, Tang San's earlier words had left her. After their journey in the Stardoe Forest, her heart had become tumultuous. She was uncertain about the nature of her relationship with Fujiko. His self-sacrificing demeanor had left a profound impact on her, and upon returning to Shrek Academy, Fujiko's declaration of standing by her side in life and death only added to her confusion. The comb she had originally intended to gift to Tang San now left her uncertain as to whom it should be given. Thud. Fujiang's head struck the tabletop with a resounding thud, such was his persona, intoxicated at the mere touch of alcohol. Witnessing this, the crowd collectively paused, exchanging bewildered glances, utterly astonished that the formidable Fujiang could possess such a feeble tolerance for liquor. Shiau, please escort Fujiang home, Ning Rongrong declared decisively. Though Fujiang was now inebriated, it was certain that amidst the throng, he would recognize that it was Shiau who had taken him home, and that it was her suggestion. At these words, Shiau hesitated momentarily before nodding in agreement. Chapter 64. The rejected Fujiang. That night, the luminous moonlight cascaded upon the earth, enveloping it in a shroud of mysterious, ethereal silver. Fujiang gazed at Shiau with a flushed complexion, his eyes ablaze with anticipation, his palms subtly clenched in a fist. He felt an overwhelming sense of nervousness as he awaited her response. Once he had sobered slightly, he noticed Shiau almost walking ahead of him, seemingly oblivious to his presence. For a soul master, Fujiang's modest weight was inconsequential. Emboldened by the remnants of alcohol, he posed the question that ignited a crimson hue upon their cheeks, not just Xiao's, but his as well. Shiau, may I harbor feelings for you? Such words were uttered with a tinge of humility, yet upon their release, Fujiang acutely sensed an increase in the destiny that enveloped him. Upon hearing his confession, Shiau was rendered speechless, unsure of how to respond. It was as if her ability to articulate had been stripped away. Fujiang, she stammered, her words trailing off, perhaps due to her anxiety or her uncertainty in how to reply. Observing her reaction, a flicker of disappointment crossed Fu Zhang's eyes before he forcibly curved his lips into a strained smile. I was merely jesting. I did not mean to alarm you. Let us return. Our teachers will soon be awaiting our arrival. Fujiko smiled bitterly, then lowered her head and turned away, not wanting to let Shiau see her expression. Shiau knew that Fujiko had always been serious. Throughout their long acquaintance, she had never witnessed Fujiko joke around. She reached out and firmly grasped Fujiko's shoulder. And in that moment, she distinctly felt Fujiko tremble. Suddenly, Fujiko spun around, her eyes wide with surprise as she gazed at her. Shiau had never before seen such a look of astonishment on Fujiko's face, nor had she ever witnessed her radiate such joy. I'm sorry. Could you give me a moment? I'm still quite lost and unsure of what to do. Shiau said, her words coming out in hesitant fragments. This was a situation she had never encountered before. A choice. Fujimi or Tang-san. When did she begin to harbor grievances against Fujimi? It seems that their first encounter evoked those nightmarish memories once more. Although her perception of Fujimi improved significantly thereafter, she still held a lingering resentment. Upon hearing this, Fujimi was momentarily taken aback, then nodded slightly. It's all right. I shall wait for you. Fujiang spoke, the surprise in her eyes gradually fading. Suddenly, she activated her martial spirit, the Sharingan, and swiftly turned to gaze at the street behind her. At the same moment, she shielded Shiau behind her as 4 soul rings, yellow, yellow, purple, and purple, rose into the air. Taken aback by Fujiang's abrupt action, Shiau hesitated for a moment before also activating her martial spirit, her 3 soul rings, yellow, yellow, and purple, glimmering softly. Who goes there? With a resounding cry, Fujiang swiftly retrieved a shuriken from her storage bracelet. After calculating the angle with precision, she released the shuriken, which first struck the wall before its immense force redirected it towards the source of the soul energy she sensed. It is I, echoed the master's voice, followed by his emergence from a narrow alley, exuding an air of nonchalance and authority. Close behind him were Lu Erlong and Flander. However, Flander's sleeve bore a gash from the shuriken. Had he not reacted swiftly enough, he would have sustained a grievous wound from the attack. Master, Dean, Teacher Lu. The Sharingan of Fujian gradually faded, and he politely greeted the master. The master gestured with his hand, indicating that there was no need for excessive formality. I did not wish to interfere in your matters, but seeing Fujiang in such a state may impact your path of cultivation, thus. The master paused mid-sentence and turned his gaze towards Shiau. There was a significant reason he refrained from articulating. He feared that should Shiau continually dangle Fujiang along while ultimately choosing Tang-san, his young disciple would be unable to withstand the disappointment. Shiau, you have but 2 choices, to reject Fujiang or to accept him. If you make Fujiang wait, how long must he endure? 10 years? I believe Fujiang can wait. 20 years? I also believe Fujiang can wait. But Fujiang is human. Even if he becomes a titled Douluo, he has a mere 200 years of life. His existence does not possess the luxury of countless decades as yours does. The master spoke candidly, wishing to spare Fujiang from heartache while subtly indicating that Shiau was akin to a 100,000-year soul beast, having lived for 1,000 decades. Upon hearing these words, Shiau's delicate form stiffened, and she realized the extent of the hurt her previous remarks had inflicted. Wait? What right did she have to make Fujiang wait? The talent of Fujiang is truly rare. At merely 12 years of age, she has already attained the formidable level of 43. It is conceivable that she may one day surpass the 100th level and reach the legendary realm. As a soul beast of 100,000 years, she is well aware of the significance of ascending to the divine at that level. Shiau, love is love, and indifference is indifference. Do not conceal your feelings out of concern for Fujiang, for such concealment harms not only her, Lu Erlong interjected, his words causing both Flander and the master to stiffen in surprise as memories of their past as the golden iron triangle resurfaced. Yet, Tang-san, Shiau, and Fujiang are far superior to them. They are destined to reach the rank of titled Douluo, while they. Simultaneously, Lu Erlong recognized that at this tender age, youth often harbors a naive understanding of love. However, Shiau is no ordinary girl, as a soul beast of 100,000 years. How could she remain ignorant of love's complexities? Should Shiau reject Fujiang now, both she and the master are confident in their ability to help Fujiang recover. Yet, what if Fujiang matures? The bonds of childhood love are notoriously difficult to sever, particularly when it pertains to one's first and most cherished love. If, at that time, Shiau were to refuse Fujiang, it would be an agony beyond compare. Shiau gazed at Fujiang's retreating figure, understanding the weight of this truth. Yet she found herself at a loss for choice. Both individuals are willing to sacrifice their lives for her. Both stand resolutely beside her. Even in light of her true nature as a 100,000-year soul beast, she simply cannot make a decision. I'm sorry, Fujiang. Shiwu ultimately turned down Fujiang's affections. But as the words left her lips, a sharp pang of pain seared through her heart, as though a knife were twisting within. She had not contemplated her response deeply. Almost immediately after speaking, regret consumed her. In an instant, Fujiang froze, enveloped in silence. The atmosphere around them became heavy with stillness. The night in Suatua City was far from tranquil. The incessant chirping of cicadas filled the air, as if their cries were a testament to their existence in this world. After a full 2 minutes, Fujiang shattered the silence. It's all right. I wish you happiness. I will continue to protect you. If anyone seeks to harm you, they shall first have to step over my dead body. His words remained potent and unwavering. Fujiko turned away, her voice wavering, her tone and timbre slightly discordant. A smile graced her lips, yet it was a hollow fade, revealing the sorrow that lay beneath for all to see. Teacher, I wish to be alone for a while. I won't return to the academy today. I shall come back early tomorrow. With that, Fujiko lowered her head and hurried away. Observing her distress, the master felt a deep unease in his heart. He glanced at Flander, who immediately understood and followed her. Witnessing Fujiko's state, Shiau felt a pang of anguish, her tear ducts beginning to swell with unshed tears, though she managed to hold them back. Chapter 65. The daughter is named Uchiha Kiyo, and the son is named Uchiha Ko. Soto Great Spirit Arena. Fujiang gazed coldly at the formidable soul master of the 49th rank before her. Without forming any seals or unleashing her martial spirit, she charged directly at him. Engaging in a fierce melee, each strike resonated with a visceral impact. Thud. The left arm of the 49th rank soul master was shattered, contorting grotesquely as it bent at an unnatural angle. Even if he were to recover, his strength would undoubtedly suffer a significant decline. Congratulations to the Avenger for achieving a remarkable 26 consecutive victories. Let us extend a resounding round of applause for the invincible Avenger. The referee's voice was both compelling and adept at stirring the emotions of the audience. Fujiko descended from the arena in silence, subsequently returning to the lounge. The master, perceiving the unusual demeanor of his disciple, merely sighed and refrained from offering words of consolation. In moments like these, it is often best to allow Fujiko the solitude she requires, and having found an outlet for her emotions is indeed a positive development. The worst-case scenario did not materialize, which left the master with a sense of relief. Fujin returned to the lounge and spotted Shiau. He smiled gently and nodded, acknowledging her presence, before turning to offer the same subtle nod to others. Subsequently, he retreated to a chair in the corner, closing his eyes to gather his thoughts. Observing Fujin in this state caused a pang of regret in Xiaowu's heart. She understood that he had grown even more taciturn than before, a change wrought by her own actions. Ning Rongrong furrowed her brow slightly, already aware of Xiaowu's rejection of Fujin. She found it perplexing and utterly incomprehensible. Were it not for the presence of Little Bone, she might have found herself drawn to Fujin, especially considering his unparalleled talent and abilities. Moreover, during their encounter with the Titan giant ape, Fujin had fiercely protected Xiaowu, a gesture that would have elicited profound admiration from any girl. Additionally, she sensed that Zhu Zhiqing seemed to be stirred by the situation, particularly after witnessing Xiaowu's refusal. The smile on Zhu Zhiqing's face had nearly betrayed her composure. Zhu Zhiqing approached Fujin directly, causing Xiaowu to momentarily freeze, a wave of discomfort washing over her, yet she reminded herself of her decision to reject him. You seem rather unhappy, Zhu Zhiqing ventured nervously, as it was her first attempt to engage someone in conversation, even to flirt. At her words, Fujin opened his eyes and regarded Zhu Zhiqing with a calm gaze. Is there something you wish to discuss? Fujin spoke in a cold voice, her tone remarkably calm. Yet it exuded an aura of profound desolation. I desire vengeance, but my own strength is woefully inadequate for such a pursuit. Therefore, I wish to solicit your assistance. Zhu Zhiqing was direct, her gaze fixed on Fujin with utmost sincerity. She felt a flicker of hope. For Fujin was known in the soul arena as the Avenger, and like Fujin, she too sought retribution. Perhaps this commonality would resonate with her. In the realm of the ninja, such a request would likely amuse Fujin, as they were hardly acquainted. And Zhu Zhiqing's boldness in proposing such an appeal was reminiscent of that fellow, Yahiko. Yet, Zhu Zhiqing was even less compelling than Yahiko, who at least possessed an endearing innocence and a noble aim for world peace. What right did she have? Fujin furrowed her brows and cast a glance at Xiaowu. a fleeting shadow of melancholy crossing her eyes. Zhu Qing was taken aback. Although she had anticipated Fu Jin's response, she still felt a twinge of disappointment when confronted with it. Every girl harbors, to some degree, a touch of Mary Sue fantasy, yearning for a perfect man who would unreservedly lay bare his heart and treat her with unwavering kindness. For the sake of vengeance, I am willing to sacrifice everything, Zhu Qing declared earnestly. She truly was prepared to give her all, even harboring a hint of expectation. After all, Fu Jin, in both appearance and prowess, was an extraordinary presence, far surpassing Dai Mubai. Upon hearing this, Fu Jin narrowed her eyes slightly. After the soul fighting concludes, "Seek me out." Fu Jin uttered a single remark before once again closing her eyes. It was already 8 in the evening, and following the conclusion of the soul duel, it would be at least 9. At this moment, Fu Jin's request for Zhu Qing to seek her out was rather suggestive, leading to a peculiar atmosphere in the lounge. Dai Mubai trembled slightly, not out of anger, but rather excitement. He had already discussed with Zhu Qing the dissolution of their engagement, with the condition that she assist Fu Jin in reclaiming the throne of the Star Luo Empire. Ma Hongjun wore a lewd grin, his small eyes darting back and forth between Fu Jin and Zhu Qing. Ning Rongrong frowned slightly, casting a glance at Dai Mubai, a flicker of disdain passing through her mind. She then thought of her little bone. Despite her kindness towards him, he treated her in such a manner. Admittedly, she acknowledged her own excessive reactions. Yet that woman was practically clinging to little bone. Was she not entitled to express her displeasure? Oscar, throughout the ordeal, was merely an observer, savoring a piece of watermelon with great delight. Tang San was momentarily taken aback. He wished to advise Fu Jin that losing her purity so early could bode ill for her future. Shiau shuddered, a pang of pain striking her heart as she opened her mouth, uncertain of what to say. What right did she have to speak? In what capacity could she voice her thoughts? As for Zhu Qing, her complexion had flushed uncontrollably. She had not anticipated Fu Jin's directness, and she felt unprepared. The Rose Hotel, she had heard from Xiao Wu, was a reputable establishment, conveniently located near the school. Their daughter would be named Uchiha Qing, and their son Uchiha Jiang. As Zhu Qing's imagination ran wild, her face grew increasingly crimson, and she found herself at a loss for what to do. If Fu Jin were to perceive their thoughts, he would merely scoff internally. Although Zhu Qing was undeniably beautiful with an enviable figure, he was not the type to be easily distracted by a woman's allure. He was far more captivated by the destiny that enveloped Zhu Qing. Meanwhile, Master remained impassive in the lounge, if this would encourage Fu Jin to emerge from her shell. He held no objections, for this was the private life of his disciple, a matter he believed should not warrant excessive interference. Next came the group battle of the Shrek 7 monsters. The opponent's information was presented before them. With their prowess, they could undoubtedly conclude the battle within 5 minutes. Master held a dossier, slowly beginning to outline their strategy. Upon hearing this, everyone present promptly gathered around, attentive to Master's tactical instructions. They would not allow their focus to waver, for if they failed to meet Master's expectations in the impending group battle, they would be subjected to grueling training the following day. Fu Jiang immersed himself in his thoughts, embarking on the study of yin-yang evasion guided by fate. Chapter 66. Fu Jiang teaches well. That night, the full moon hung high in the sky, its radiant light cascading down, draping the earth in a veil of silver. In a tranquil grove, Fu Jiang and Zhu Qing stood facing each other. Zhu Qing appeared somewhat discontent, not due to the recent loss of soul power from their battle, but rather from her dissatisfaction with the surrounding environment. After all, being a young woman, she had often daydreamed about the ideal place to experience her first time. She found this setting unappealing, and the prospect of not being able to bathe later only added to her frustration. Yet, in her pursuit of strength, she had no alternative. And besides, Fu Jiang was quite handsome. What do you wish to learn? Fujikawa coldly inquired, acknowledging that he possessed a wealth of knowledge. Though he had already devised a path for Zhu Qing's future, such an arrangement would leave her devoid of any opportunity to feel gratitude towards him. It was imperative to first allow her to tread a few steps along the erroneous path, before he would intervene to guide her back to the correct one. Upon hearing his words, Zhu Qing was momentarily taken aback, her expression transforming into one of bewilderment as she gazed at Fujikawa. Illusions, physical techniques, or soul abilities, which would you like to learn? Fu Jiang spoke, expressing his belief that Zhu Qing was most suited for body techniques and illusion arts, and that her soul skills should ideally be of the wind attribute. The wind attribute could be honed through diligent practice to enhance qualities such as sharpness and cutting ability. Naturally, it would also be beneficial to supplement with the lightning attribute, as penetration was equally crucial. Upon hearing this, Zhu Zhuqing finally grasped that the reality diverged from her expectations. Fu Jiang harbored no ulterior motives, and it was merely her own misguided affections. Soul skills. Once the realization struck Zhu Zhuqing, she responded without hesitation. Clearly, illusion arts and body techniques paled in comparison to the might of soul skills. For Fu Jiang's magnificent and formidable soul skills had captivated her deeply. Very well, I shall first teach you 5 fundamental soul skills. After successfully cultivating each one, you must record the time taken. This will serve as a measure of your innate talent. Fu Jiang spoke, her eyes narrowing slightly. Come here. Fujiko spoke once more, and Zhu Zhuqing obediently approached her. Fujiko then extended her hand, placing it gently atop Zhu Zhuqing's head. Soul power flowed from Fujiko's palm into Zhu Zhuqing's body. Remember the pathway of the soul energy. 2 hours later, Zhu Zhuqing began practicing the formation of seals with great enthusiasm, occasionally casting glances at Fujiko, her eyes glimmering with a faint radiance. Very well, return now and rest. Fujime's voice was remarkably flat as she prepared to stand and depart. Upon witnessing Fujime's imminent exit, Zhu Zhuqing was taken aback. Wait, Zhu Zhuqing suddenly exclaimed, and in a swift motion, she grasped Fujime's hand. In that instant, a shiver coursed through her entire being. She realized that the sensation of Fujime's hand was far superior to that of her own palm. What is it? Fujiko furrowed her brow and turned to gaze at Zhu Zhuqing, who was gripping her hand. I wish to converse with you. Zhu Zhuqing pondered for a moment before speaking. She found it difficult to reveal the entire truth, considering her circumstances. Sensing the blessing of destiny upon her, Fujiko felt a surge of joy within, though she maintained an outward composure. Speak. Fu Jiang, a man of few words, displayed considerable patience towards Zhu Zhuqing. Today, did you agree to assist me because of Xiao? Zhu Zhuqing's words struck a nerve. Any other 12-year-old boy would likely have reacted explosively. Yet Fu Jiang had to maintain his composure. Suddenly, Fu Jiang wrenched his hand from Zhu Zhuqing's grasp and turned to leave, uttering not a single word, though his demeanor clearly indicated anger. Startled, Zhu Zhuqing felt compelled to chase after him for an explanation, but before she could take more than a few steps, Fu Jiang had vanished from her sight. At that moment, Zhu Zhuqing wished to slap herself awake, questioning why she had so foolishly posed that inquiry. In truth, girls often pose peculiar and awkward questions, and Zhu Zhuqing was not alone in this regard. As night fell, she abandoned any thought of pursuing Fu Jiang to the boys' dormitory for clarification and retreated to the girls' dormitory instead. Upon opening the door, she was greeted by the sight of Xiao and Ning Rongrong seated on the edge of the bed, their expressions markedly different, yet neither particularly pleasant. Xiao, in particular, harbored the belief that something had transpired between Zhu Zhuqing and Fu Jiang, leaving her heart constricted, as if gripped by an unseen hand, rendering her breathless. Ning Rongrong, on the other hand, concealed her true thoughts. Although she had not experienced it herself, she understood that a girl's demeanor often subtly changes after her first encounter. Zhu Zhuqing, however, exhibited her usual agility, and if something had indeed occurred, she would not have returned so soon. Bamboo Qing, what brings you back? Ning Rongrong inquired with a playful smile, though her words were intended to provoke Xiao. As anticipated, Xiao's shoulders trembled, and she slowly raised her gaze to Zhu Zhuqing, her face contorted in discomfort as she greeted her. I finished my studies, so I came back. Zhu Zhuqing wished to avoid discussing such matters, acutely aware of Ning Rongrong's ulterior motives. If Ning Rongrong discovered her blunder earlier, her malice would surely transform into delight. Simultaneously, she noticed Xiao's distress, which brought her a measure of joy, for this was Xiao's voluntary relinquishment of Fu Jiang, achieved without any cunning tactics. Studying? How did it go? Do share, for Xiao was quite curious, Ning Rongrong said with a cheerful tone, turning her attention to Xiao, whose reaction was pronounced, filled with inner turmoil. Despite having rejected Fu Jiang, why did seeing Zhu Zhuqing with him cause her heart to ache? She had made her choice. So why was she now so indecisive and filled with regret? Xiao found herself harboring resentment towards the master. Had he not pressured her to decide back then? Perhaps she could have contemplated her options further. Life offers no what-ifs. She understood the master's intentions as a soul beast. He believed she was unworthy of Fu Jiang, fearing that their union might jeopardize the inheritance of Fu Jiang's martial spirit. Very well, Fu Jiang is an excellent teacher, patient and thorough, Zhu Zhuqing admitted candidly. Yet, the reality lingered that her earlier question had been rather foolish. That's good to hear. Xiao, why don't you share a few words? Ning Rongrong aimed to be Xiao's confidant, hoping to encourage her to reconsider, and ultimately, Facilitate Xiao's entry into the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. If Xiao joined the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, could Fujiang possibly align with another sect? Congratulations. Zhuqing. Xiao recalled Ning Rongrong's earlier words, vowing to stand by her side, determined that she could not falter when next encountering Zhu Zhuqing. Chapter 67. It is abundantly clear that you harbor feelings for Fujiang. Your wind manipulation talent is remarkable. Consider integrating its sharpness into your claws. This way, each of your strikes will rival the strength of your first spirit skill. Fu Jin, with a serious expression, instructed Zhu Zhuqing while simultaneously cultivating her soul power. Indeed, Zhu Zhuqing replied earnestly, her perspiration glistening and her alluring figure captivating enough to enchant any young man. Fujimura was largely indifferent. He was no longer a boy. Observing the interaction between Fujimura and Zhu Zhuqing, Xiao felt a pang of discomfort in her heart, especially during moments of physical contact between them. As if her cherished possession was being gazed upon by another. She now regretted her decisions immensely, having gone several days without a proper night's sleep. As each time she closed her eyes, visions of Fujimura and Zhu Zhuqing together haunted her. She was on the brink of madness. Noticing Xiao Wu's unusual demeanor, Ning Rongrong smiled slightly, her squinted eyes exuding a cuteness reminiscent of a crescent moon. However, only the disciples of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School understood that when the little witch displayed such an expression, it signified a grand scheme was afoot. Xiao Wu, you like Fujimura, don't you? Although phrased as a question, Ning Rongrong's tone conveyed certainty. Startled, Xiao Wu turned to Ning Rongrong, her face flushing crimson. If this inquiry had been posed before their journey to the Stardow Forest, she would have laughed it off without a care. But now, she felt like a rabbit caught with its secrets exposed, shivering with unease. Who said that? Her voice rose a pitch, yet fortunately, they were far enough from Fujimura that even if she spoke loudly, it would merely sound like background noise to him. Moreover, Fujimura was engrossed in training Zhu Zhuqing, striving to extract as much destiny as possible from her. Do not be so quick to deny it. Your various reactions these days have indicated your feelings for Fujimura. Although I am unsure why your relationship has reached this point, I can assist you, Ning Rongrong said with a cheerful demeanor, as if everything lay within her control. No. Rongrong, don't say such things. Xiao was still unclear about her feelings for Fujimura. Was it gratitude for his resolute declaration that anyone wishing to harm her would first have to step over his dead body, or something else? You should think clearly. Just look at Zhuqing. She spends every day with Fujimura. Though it's merely training, there's a saying, familiarity breeds affection. And with Zhuqing being so proactive and possessing such an admirable figure, can you guarantee that Fujimura won't develop feelings? Ning Rongrong pressed on, her intentions hidden. Yet her machinations could be viewed as beneficial for Fujimura. Xiao paused, contemplating Ning Rongrong's words. Indeed, Zhuqing had an enviable physique and was consistently flattering Fujimura. Although Fujimura had never displayed any particular desires, Xiao had already rejected him. At this moment, he was at his most vulnerable. And Zhuqing might take advantage of that. The more she pondered, the more panic surged within her, despite her limited understanding of the human world. She had read enough romantic novels to know that many protagonists found love after a recent heartbreak. I don't know, Xiao hesitated. Glancing at Tang San and then at Fujimura, both were willing to protect her with their lives. Her mother had once said that when one encountered someone willing to protect them so fiercely, they should hand over the comb. But she had never mentioned what to do if faced with two such individuals. Think it over carefully. Perhaps Fujimura will wait for you, but he won't wait indefinitely. Zhuqing's influence on his heart determines how long that wait will be. Ning Rongrong continued to entice, motivated by her own ambitions for the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. After all, Fujimura's abilities were extraordinary. If the school could secure him and ensure his lineage, they would flourish eternally. As for the potential threat from Fujimura's Uchiha clan, she was unperturbed. The Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School excelled at fostering a sense of belonging among its disciples, which was why it boasted two titled Douluos from outside its lineage. I don't know if I like Fujimura, Xiao finally sighed, revealing her uncertainty. Then tell me, what exactly do you feel for Fujimura? I shall help you analyze it, Ning Rongrong said with a sly smile, prepared to steer the conversation towards Fujimura regardless of Xiao's responses. Fujimura and Sango both risked their lives to protect me. Initially, I wanted to be with Sango, so I introduced Zhuqing to Fujimura. But after the incident with the Titan giant ape in the Stardow Forest, I witnessed Fujimura's determination. I don't know what to do, Xiao confessed in a barely audible voice, just loud enough for Ning Rongrong to hear. Upon hearing this, Ning Rongrong felt a twinge of envy for Xiao Wu, realizing that both Fujimura and Tang San were extraordinary talents. The former possessed the ability to summon sacrifices from soul beasts, boasting immense combat strength, having reached level 40 with 4 10,000-year soul rings before the age of 12. The latter wielded twin martial souls, with his second soul being the unparalleled Haoyan hammer, hailing from the continent's premier sect, the Haoyan sect, under a radiant halo. Yet, in Ning Rongrong's view, the choice was clear. What did it matter if one had twin martial souls? Such abilities had appeared before without leading to greatness. Fujimura's unique capability to summon soul beast sacrifices was truly exceptional. Twin martial souls could only empower an individual, whereas the ability to summon sacrifices could empower generations. Then why didn't you like Fujimura before we went to the Stardew Forest? Ning Rongrong inquired, genuinely curious. Typically, a girl of Xiao Wu's age would be drawn to someone as striking and powerful as Fujimura. Tang San, while possessing good looks, was merely average compared to Fujimura. When I first met Fujimura, he directly attacked me with an illusion, Xiao Wu recalled, her expression turning nostalgic. Realizing the significance of first impressions, Ning Rongrong understood the underlying reason. It was indeed crucial, just as it had been with her own initial encounter with Xiao Guagua. It seems the first impression was flawed. I am now convinced you like Fujimura. Your eyes nearly ignited with flames when you saw him training with Zhu Qing, Ning Rongrong declared. Taking on the role of a seasoned romantic advisor, Xiao Wu paused, her delicate hands clenched into fists, staring intently at Ning Rongrong. Seeing this, Ning Rongrong smiled slightly and continued her lengthy discourse, explaining, clarifying, and deftly manipulating Xiao Wu's innocent thoughts to ensnare her further. Though Xiao Wu was a 100,000-year soul beast, she was still somewhat naive regarding the intricacies of human schemes and emotional entanglements. Chapter 68, The Imperial Battle Team Soto Great Soul Arena. Shrek 7 Monsters Lounge. Today, Fujimura temporarily replaced Xiao Wu in the battle against the Imperial Battle Team. The master revealed his trump card. Currently, the Shrek 7 monsters have achieved an impressive streak of victories, while their opponents, the Royal Fighting Team, have also won numerous matches, featuring 2 Soul Ancestors for Soul Kings and 1 Grand Soul Master. Moreover, the Royal Fighting Team is the seed team of the Tiando Royal Academy. His nephew, the most exceptional talent of the Blue Electric Tyrannosaurus clan, Yu Tianhing, is relegated to a lesser role within that esteemed team. Upon hearing this, Xiao Wu was momentarily taken aback. Her strength indeed ranked as the weakest among the 7 monsters. Ma Hongjun, having 2 900-year spirit rings, subsequently broke through to the 30th level, with Fu Jiang aiding him in acquiring a 9,000-year spirit ring. In terms of explosive power, excluding Fu Jiang and Tang San, he stands as the most formidable within the Shrek 7 monsters. Dai Mubai has reached the 38th level, while Ning Rongrong and Oscar serve as support-type soul masters. Zhu Zhuqing has also attained the 30th level, possessing a 9,000-year spirit ring, and under Fu Jiang's guidance, her combat prowess has nearly overwhelmed Xiao Wu. Is there someone named Jun Malu in the Royal Fighting Team? Ning Rongrong suddenly interjected, her excitement palpable, as she had not seen her dear friend Xiao Gu for quite some time. Indeed, Jun Malu, hailing from the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School, has now become a formidable Soul King at the 39th level. His first and second spirit rings are of the 1,000-year rank, while his third spirit ring has even reached the 10,000-year level. Unlike Fu Jiang, he forcibly absorbed spirit rings by relying solely on his physical strength. According to the records, Jun Malu's martial soul is bone, and he is the direct disciple of the world-renowned Bone Douluo. His first soul skill, exoskeleton, allows him to form a robust armor-like shell around his body. In known soul battles, this armor withstood a full-force strike from a 49th level assault-type soul ancestor, only sustaining cracks. His second soul skill, Dance of the Iron Line Flower, enables him to conjure a 3-meter-long bone spear with extraordinary piercing power, rendering it nearly invulnerable in all soul battles. The first soul skill serves as the most solid shield, the second as the sharpest spear, while his third soul skill remains a mystery, as he has never utilized it. We know nothing of its capabilities, but one should never underestimate any 10,000-year soul skill. The master discreetly glanced at Ning Rongrong and slowly spoke, surmising that Jun Malu is indeed the Xiaogu she mentioned. A genius, yet it is a pity that he shares an era with Fu Jiang, as any genius in the same epoch as Fu Jiang is bound to be overshadowed. The master contemplated this and subsequently turned the page of his notes. Upon hearing the master's praise for her Xiaogu, Ning Rongrong beamed with delight, leaving Xiao Wu beside her utterly perplexed. Captain Hinata Kai, He is the owner of the white, martial soul, endowed with remarkable insight. He seldom makes his moves, and his soul ring configuration comprises 2 yellow and 2 purple rings, seemingly weaker than Junma Liu. However, being the captain of the royal fighting team, he is undoubtedly an extraordinary individual. In previous soul battles, he has never deployed his soul skills, always finding his opponent's weaknesses to maximize effectiveness with minimal expenditure. Furthermore, his soul power has reached the 46th level. The master continued, his brow slightly furrowed as he aimed his words as a reminder to the Shrek 7 monsters. Excluding Fu Jiang, he held high hopes for Tang San's future, as the peak of the dual martial soul manifests when the second martial soul absorbs spirit rings. At this stage, Tang San's combat prowess is merely average. Of course, this average is relative. For ordinary geniuses, Tang San's combat capabilities are still quite formidable. Yao Shidou? With a white phosphorus great snake martial soul, he possesses potent toxins, and the strength of his martial soul is exceptionally high, marking him as a powerful assault-type soul master. His soul ring configuration includes 2 yellow and 2 purple, with a soul power level reaching 45. His first soul skill, White Phosphorus Snake Hand, is an instantaneous soul skill imbued with toxins, with considerable offensive power, particularly due to its rapid activation. One must remember to maintain distance from Yao Shidou. His second soul skill, White Phosphorus Snake Movement, is also an instantaneous skill, offering 2 release methods. One manifests as a seemingly ordinary white phosphorus snake that can explode midway, delivering tremendous power, while the other allows him to conceal himself within that white phosphorus snake, temporarily submerging underground and launching a surprise attack when his opponent is off guard. His third soul skill, White Phosphorus Snake Swarm, summons countless white phosphorus snakes, though these do not explode like his second soul skill. Instead, they rely on sheer numbers to strangle their adversaries. The fourth soul skill, White Phosphorus Cutting, releases a smaller version of the white phosphorus snake, which possesses formidable cutting abilities, rendering it nearly indestructible to his opponents. The master's previously furrowed brow deepened further. Judging by these soul skills and martial souls, Yao Shidou seems to be an ordinary genius. However, he doubted that Yao Shidou possessed only these abilities. After all, he is a significant force within the royal fighting team and has attained level 45 at such a young age. Yet, he remained unconcerned. For Fu Jiang was more than capable of overwhelming these individuals. Yu Tianheng, Martial Soul, Blue Electric Tyrannosaurus, a 39-level Assault-type Soul King. Dugu Yin, Martial Soul, Green-Scaled Snake, 35-level Control-type Soul King. Yi Lingling, Martial Soul, 9-Heart Begonia, 35-level Support-type Soul King. With a soul ring configuration of 2 yellow and 1 purple. As long as she is present, the royal fighting team shall never lose their fighting spirit. Li Lok, Martial Soul, Bandage, 28-level Assault-type Soul King, with a soul ring configuration of 1 white and 1 yellow. This individual is certainly extraordinary. His inclusion in the royal fighting team signifies his exceptional prowess, and his close combat skills are unrivaled. One soul ancestor was rendered unconscious after a close encounter with him. The master concluded his overview in one breath, then surveyed the Shrek 7 monsters and Fu Jiang. He had allowed Fu Jiang to substitute for Xiao Wu, aiming for victory in this soul battle while ensuring the young monsters did not achieve an excessively easy win. Fu Jiang, you are not permitted to use S-rank soul skills, and do not engage unless your teammates are in mortal danger. Your sole task is to protect Ning Rongrong and Oscar, the 2 support soul masters. The master fixed his gaze on Fu Jiang. He wished for the Shrek 7 monsters to comprehend that there are always individuals beyond their kin. Yet he did not want them to lose the competition. This was also the organizer's requirement, as none of the Shrek 7 monsters possessed even a single soul ancestor. Temporarily adding a soul ancestor to their ranks and counting him among the Shrek 7 monsters was a privilege granted by the tournament's organizers. Understood. Fujikawa nodded. Devoid of the peculiar feeling of self-attack, he had grown accustomed to it. Chapter 69, Turning the Tide in the Arena of Soul Battles. Tang San cast a peculiar glance at the captain of the Imperial fighting team, Hinata Kai, sensing a resemblance to Fujikawa, almost like a version of Fujikawa from years hence, with the exception of a missing tear mole at the corner of his eye. Were it not for the knowledge that Fujikawa's elder brother was currently the Holy Son of the Spirit Hall, he might have mistaken this soul master, whose powers were also tied to the eyes, for Fujikawa's sibling. Ning Rongrong observed the petite figure across from her, a smile playing at the corners of her lips. She could sense that her little bone had recognized her. This is a soul battle. We must give it our all. Tang San noted Ning Rongrong's odd demeanor and, having heard of her story involving a little bone, felt compelled to remind her. In response, Ning Rongrong nodded. As a support-type soul master, she possessed little combat prowess, primarily aiding others. Should her little bone dare to strike her, she would simply choose to disregard it. First soul skill, Phoenix Fire Line. Ma Hongjun initiated the encounter with the Imperial fighting team, unleashing a fire line as thick as an adult's waist, which surged toward them. From a distance, the members of the Imperial fighting team could already feel the searing heat of the flames. Junmura charged forward, a menacing layer of skeletal armor materializing around him, shielding his teammates. Within the Imperial fighting team, he served as the defensive soul master. While Junmuru's offensive capabilities were formidable, he alone bore the highest defensive power. And this fiery assault was aimed directly at Yilingling, who, unable to bear any burden or wield any weapon, relied solely on others for protection during soul battles, often merely standing by to occasionally release a soul skill, sometimes not even using one throughout an entire match. Third soul skill, Phosphorus Snake Swarm. Beneath Yao Shidou's feet, a torrent of snakes composed of white phosphorus erupted, countless serpents surging toward Shrek and the others, with Daimubai and Zhu Shuqing at the forefront. Zhu Shuqing swiftly invoked her martial soul, a faint azure light enveloping her slender fingers, enhancing the sharpness of her claws with wind attribute soul power. Daimubai activated his martial soul and unleashed his first soul skill, White Tiger Barrier, along with his third soul skill, White Tiger Transformation, vigorously wielding his tiger claws to sever the oncoming phosphorus snakes. In contrast to Daimubai's somewhat clumsy movements, Zhu Shuqing exhibited remarkable agility, gliding through the fray with a sense of ease. The battle was on the verge of eruption. Tang San gasped for breath, having exerted every ounce of strength to defeat Yu Tianheng and Duguian. His 8 spider lances were now exposed, and his soul power nearly depleted. The Imperial fighting team had lost 2 members, while Shrek's side also suffered 2 losses, with Daimubai and Ma Hongjun being eliminated from the arena. Daimubai had been unceremoniously hurled down by the soul master known as Junmuru, while Ma Hongjun was swiftly dealt with by a fellow named Li Luoka, who sent him flying from the stage within a second, leaving him battered and bruised. Little Bone, you have gone too far, Ning Rongrong exclaimed in frustration, just moments ago. Junmuru had brutally thrust Daimubai down from the soul battle arena. Had it not been for Daimubai's 2 soul skills enhancing his defense, he might have been grievously injured. Her ire was not directed at Little Bone's excessive force, but rather at the fact that, despite her loud outcry, her Little Bone had not even glanced in her direction. Upon hearing her, Junmuru paused, then fixed his gaze on Ning Rongrong, opening his mouth, yet saying nothing. Since you cannot take action, allow me to do so, Yao Shidou remarked with a smile, his demeanor exuding a casual charm, though his grin seemed to betray an underlying menace. With that, Yao Shidou's hand transformed into a massive white phosphorus snake, lunging toward Ning Rongrong. However, it was evident to all that his true target had been Fujikawa, who had stood motionless since the onset of battle. Fujiang slowly opened her eyes, and the Crimson Sharingan suddenly radiated its unique brilliance. Water release. Water chaos wave. With a low hiss, Fujiwara suddenly conjured a series of water blades that sliced through the air, decapitating the white phosphorus serpent. Crimson blood gushed forth as Fujiwara deftly evaded the spot where he stood. When the onlookers beheld him once more, he had already positioned himself before Yao Shidou. Yao Shidou's pupils contracted, and his second soul ring flickered to life, yet his speed remained insufficient. Golden Fury Fist. Fujiang delivered a powerful strike to the abdomen of Yao Shidou, sending him hurtling through the air with tremendous force. Simultaneously, a torrent of crimson blood erupted from Yao Shidou's mouth, his eyes nearly bulging from their sockets. Witnessing this, Junmarlu instinctively recoiled, and his millennium-old second spirit ring flared to life in an instant. Second spirit skill. Dance of the Iron Wire Flowers. Junmarlu exclaimed as the skeletal armor on his right arm transformed into a colossal spiraling spear, pulsating with radiant energy. In a heartbeat, it was unleashed with great velocity. Water escape. Water mirror technique. Suddenly, beside Tomi, an oval mirror composed of water materialized, from which emerged a figure, Kumagoro. The colossal spiral bone spear clashed, producing a deafening sound, causing Kumagoro to stagger back 2 steps. While the Kumagoro that had surged forth from the watery mirror disintegrated into a puddle. Lightning release. Retreat. Fujiang clasped his hands, then forcefully slammed them against the ground. The lightning was directed by the water stains on the surface, and Junma Lu's shoes were not made of rubber. The electricity coursed up Junma Lu's legs, bringing not only numbness but excruciating pain. In an instant, Jun Ma Lu's legs lost all sensation, and within his dilating pupils, a fist imprint magnified infinitely, ultimately consuming his entire field of vision. Bang! Before Jun Ma Lu could utter a cry of agony, his body was hurled away. He still had his third soul skill unutilized, but at this moment, he found himself bereft of any opportunity to employ it. In a fleeting instant, the tide of battle seemed to have turned. Only Yi Lingling, Li Luoka, and Ri Xiangjing remained on the side of the Imperial battle team. While Shrek's 7 monsters were still composed of Ning Rongrong, Oscar, Fu Jian, Zhu Xing, and Tang San, a wave of cheers erupted from the audience. Fervently chanting the name of the Avenger, their frenzied demeanor and deafening voices nearly overturning the entire Soto Great Spirit arena. At this point, Tang San's soul power was utterly depleted, rendering him incapable of being considered an effective combatant. In contrast, Ning Rongrong and Oscar were brimming with soul power. And Oscar had already begun crafting sausages to restore Tang San's strength. Naturally, Ri Xiangjing could not idly watch as Tang San recuperated, thus he unleashed his first soul skill, the 8 trigrams air palm. With a swift motion, Ri Xiangjing waved his hand, and his first soul ring illuminated, sending an invisible force surging toward Tang San. Caught unawares, Tang San was instantly knocked off the platform, prompting Oscar to retreat several steps in shock, his expression filled with alarm and wariness as he regarded Ri Xiangjing. At this moment, Fu Jiang and Ri Xiangjing stood facing each other, and then both vanished from their original positions in an instant. Chapter 70. The Imperial Battle Team concedes little bone. Ning Rongrong called out with a twinge of concern. Although she understood that such a minor injury was inconsequential to Jun Ma Lu, witnessing Little Bone's distress stirred her heart. To think that with your prowess, you would find yourself in this humble Soto city is truly surprising, Ri Xiangjing remarked softly, slightly raising his hand to assume the stance of the 8 trigrams palm. His position as the captain of the Imperial battle team was not to be underestimated. Otherwise, he could not have maintained control over the other members of the team, particularly the instructors from the Heavenly Royal Academy. Mighty Strength. Golden Strike. Fu Jiang evidently possessed no inclination for idle chatter, appearing instantaneously before Hinata Kentucky. He clenched his fist, which shimmered with a faint luminescence. However, no one dared to underestimate this strike, as just moments ago, Jummaru's armor had been nearly shattered by a single blow. Suddenly, the second soul ring on Hinata Kai illuminated, and beneath his feet, a vast Taiji diagram emerged, centering around him. The tremendous force of the punch collided with Hinata Kai's palm, yet it did not send him flying, nor did it even compel him to retreat. With a resounding crash, the arena floor behind Hinata Kai shattered, not because he had absorbed the immense power with his body, but rather because he redirected that force onto the tiles a short distance behind him. Absolute healing. The crisp voice of Yi Lingling resonated, causing Fu Jiang to turn slightly and gaze upon the only support-type soul master within the Huangdo battle team. Upon meeting her scarlet, 3-tomo Sharingan, Yi Lingling felt as though she had plunged into an icy abyss, ensnared in an interminable darkness. Her body succumbed to weakness, and she fainted, despite Yi Lingling's unconscious state. Her soul skill was unleashed, revitalizing every member of the Huangdo team, excluding her. However, 4 of them had already been thrown off the stage, rendering them incapable of combat. The 8 gates of Duanjia formation. Open gate. Rest gate. Open. Li Lok exclaimed, steam rising from his body as his skin began to heat up. Observing this, both Dugu Yin and Yu Tianhing from the Huangdo team breathed a sigh of relief. From Dugu Yan's perspective, once Li Lok activated that secret technique, all enemies would be ruthlessly defeated. Without a doubt, even the formidable Hinata Kai, Yakushi Kabuto, and Junmaru, 3 of the strongest geniuses from the Tiendo Royal Academy, would remain utterly defenseless before Li Lok's secret art. Burning Life Technique. Fu Jiang narrowed her eyes slightly and then uttered a low command. The sound was not loud, yet it was sufficiently audible for both Dugu Yin and Yu Tianheng to hear. Yu Tianheng furrowed his brow, recalling the words of his grandfather, the soul-titled Douluo of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Sect, Thunder Doi Yuanjin, who had advised him to cultivate a close relationship with Li Lok, as his unique secret technique held great significance for their sect. However, upon hearing Fu Jiang's remark, he sensed an unsettling notion, the technique of Luo. The crimson glimmer in Fu Jiang's eyes caused Li Lok to momentarily freeze, and like Yi Lingling, he collapsed to the ground. In an instant, the arena was left with only Hinata Mirror from the Imperial battle team. All gazes turned towards Fu Jiang, and a flicker of malice appeared in Ning Rongrong's eyes. It was impressive to dispatch her small yet formidable companion with such ease, although the latter's own carelessness played a part in it. Nonetheless, Fu Zhang's prowess was undeniable. Upon witnessing Li Loc's sudden fall, Yu Tianhing's eyes nearly bulged out in disbelief. The last time Li Loc had fought him, he had only opened the first gate and had been thoroughly outmatched, unable to retaliate in the slightest. Yet now, in the hands of this avenger, he could not withstand even a single strike. Perhaps it was due to Li Loc only having opened 2 of the 8 gates. But that did little to console Yu Tianhing. "You are formidable," Hinata Mirror exclaimed, and at that moment, his 4th soul ring illuminated. Suddenly, a sapphire light flickered in his eyes, and an invisible wave struck Fu Jiang, forcing him to retreat. Oscar, who had been teetering at the edge of the arena, was propelled out by the force, barely managing to toss the sausage in his hand to Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhuqing. A futile resistance? Fujimura narrowed her eyes and slowly spoke, her hands swiftly forming intricate seals, an impressive number of them, as though she were preparing a formidable technique. "The royal battle team concedes." A sudden voice rang out from outside the window, belonging to a strikingly handsome man who utilized his soul power to project his words. He was Qin Ming, the leader of the royal battle team and a teacher at the Tiando Royal Academy. He was aware of Hinata Q's hidden capabilities, yet wished to prevent him from revealing them in such a modest arena. Hinata Q, Kimamoru, and Li Loc comprised the golden generation of the Tiando Empire. The first 2 had gained recognition from the highest echelons of the Tiando Empire, destined to become titled Duels of extraordinary talent. They also served as a strategic advantage for the Tiando Empire in its efforts to suppress the arrogance of the Spirit Hall, especially in light of the current seed team of the Spirit Hall having ventured to the Xinglua Empire, where they had vanquished the youth of that realm without mercy. Qin Ming understood that given the strength of the Spirit Hall, if Hinata Q were to unveil his hidden power here, it was likely that the golden generation of the Spirit Hall would devise countermeasures against it by the following day. Hinata Q ceased his actions and gracefully descended from the stage, exhibiting no hesitation, as though he had rehearsed this moment countless times. Meanwhile, Qin Ming, seated among the audience, gazed intently at Fujimura, who stood there exuding an aura of invincibility. The Shrek 7 monsters possessed formidable strength, particularly the one known as the Avenger, who appeared to be no older than 15. If he could be persuaded to join the Tiando Royal Academy, the hope of breaking the Spirit Hall's consecutive championship curse would emerge. It was rumored that the Spirit Hall had a son, immensely powerful, who had effortlessly defeated the younger generation of the Xinglua Empire without even having his martial spirit fully unleashed. A most prudent decision indeed. Fujin spoke softly, then turned and descended from the platform, approaching Tang San to employ his palm healing technique. "Fujin, I owe you a great deal this time," Tang San said with a bittersweet smile, fully aware that without Fujin's intervention, they would have been utterly annihilated by the opposing Yu Yao and Jun Malu. He had exerted every ounce of his strength to defeat Dugu Yin and Yu Tianhing, nearly resorting to the most insidious hidden weapons. His power still fell short. Although he recognized that he was in the later stages of his cultivation, a sense of dissatisfaction lingered. Perhaps he could attempt to add 2 spirit rings to his Haotian hammer, but that would necessitate Fujin's assistance. He had faith that Fujin would help him. Yet he understood that the master would vehemently oppose the addition of spirit rings to the Haotian hammer, given that the first individual to possess twin martial souls had perished upon attempting to add a spirit ring to their second martial soul. Chapter 71. The Golden Generation of the Tiando Empire in the Hotel of the Soto Great Spirit Arena. Qin Ming had met with the dean and teacher Xiau. He knelt on one knee, clasping his fists in a show of utmost respect for Flander and Zhao Wujie. Upon witnessing Qin Ming in such a posture, Flander chuckled, feeling a sense of pride for his former studentess accomplishments. He stepped forward to assist Qin Ming to his feet, harboring a fondness for the young man. "Shrek Academy is my lifelong dedication. I shall not allow anyone to lay their hands on it," Flander roared, his eyes glistening with unshed tears, to him. Shrek was his very essence. "Flander, I wish to pose a few questions. If you can address them, then it matters not whether the child attends Tiando." The master spoke calmly, aware that Shrek was Flander's heart and soul, yet he could not bear to see the talents of these children squandered. Shrek Academy, though robust in faculty, remained a modest institution, lacking in other essential resources. Educating students relied not solely on the teacher's knowledge and strength but also required external assistance. The devilish training regimen he had devised for the children necessitated not rudimentary backpacks but rather comprehensive suits of specialized armor. At these words, Flander paused, his expression turning somber as he lowered his gaze. He understood what the master was alluding to. First, can you provide a simulated training environment for the children? Secondly, can you offer them the opportunity to participate in the Elite Spirit Master Academy tournament in a year? The final question struck at the core of Flander's convictions. Each query pierced deeply, as the first two requests were utterly unattainable for the current Shrek Academy. Even if all the teachers joined forces to take, steal, or seize, they could not establish a simulated training environment. Flander found himself at a loss for words, panting heavily. A simulated training environment would exponentially enhance their cultivation speed. As for the Elite Spirit Master Academy tournament, only sanctioned academies could participate after passing the preliminary rounds, and their academy was not even registered, thus lacking legitimacy. You initially established Shrek Academy to cultivate geniuses within the Spirit Master community. My proposal allows them a more seamless path forward, and my previous statement was not yet complete. Should these children join the Tiando Royal Academy? I have one condition. The Academy must accept all current Shrek Academy teachers and allow us to educate these children unimpeded by Tiando Royal Academy. The master finished in one breath, directing his gaze towards Qin Ming. At that moment, Qin Ming felt a surge of excitement, his hands clasped together, though he refrained from breaking into laughter. Yet, Shrek Academy was the culmination of Dean Flanders' efforts, and he feared. Qin Ming's eyes discreetly glanced at Fujin, suppressing a smile that threatened to break free, feigning uncertainty and concern. However, before he could continue, Flander interrupted decisively. Enough. Let us proceed as Xiao Gang suggested. He is correct. I should not prioritize my own pride. Everything must be for the children's benefit. The current teachers at Shrek also deserve a place for their future. This matter is settled. You may continue your discussions, with Xiao Gang and Wu Jie representing me fully. Flander turned and exited the room, dejected, observing Flander's forlorn figure. Zhao Wujie exchanged a knowing glance with Ma Hongjun, who promptly followed after him. Meanwhile, Qin Ming engaged the master in conversation, expressing his thoughts on Dugu Yan's capabilities. Acknowledging her awkward position despite her poison control, especially in comparison to the formidable apothecary Do. If this child named Fujin could replace Dugu Yan, the royal battle team would become invincible. He sensed a resemblance between Fujin and Ri Hikari, yet something felt amiss. Ri Hikari exuded warmth reminiscent of an angel, while Fujin bore the allure of temptation, reminiscent of a devil, particularly with the tear mole at the corner of his eye, drawing one's gaze like an abyss. About this young brother Fujin, Qin Ming began, unable to restrain his curiosity, focusing primarily on Fujin. The other members of the Shrek 7 seemed of little consequence to him, at most a secondary concern. Upon hearing this, Fujin turned to face Qin Ming, recognizing him as a mentor. As a member of Shrek, he was naturally inclined to join the Tiando Royal Academy. The master declared, among the students of Shrek, only Fujin and Tang Sen hold paramount importance. Perhaps Qin Ming was merely enamored with Fujin, viewing the other 7 as mere adjuncts, yet the master remained unconcerned, intent solely on providing a simulated training environment for Tang San and Fujin. That is splendid. Qin Ming could not suppress his smile, his legs trembling with excitement. By the way, I still do not know what spirit Fujin possesses and what level he has attained. Qin Ming inquired, his enthusiasm for Fujin the prodigy evident. In response, Fujin glanced at the master, who nodded slightly after a brief frown. In an instant, Fujin perceived the master's intent. My primary martial spirit is the Sharingan, and my current level is 45. Fujiang spoke coldly, his tone decidedly harsh. However, Qin Ming remained unfazed, for geniuses have always enjoyed certain privileges throughout history. The essence of the martial soul? It bears a striking resemblance to Jing's martial soul. Qin Ming murmured thoughtfully, sensing a connection between Fujiang and Hinata Jing. Given their strikingly similar appearances and the fact that both possess the essence of martial souls in their eyes. One is known as the Sharingan, while the other is referred to as the Byakugan. Jing? Is he the captain of the royal battle team? The master also exhibited considerable interest, as Hinata Jing's strength undoubtedly would not be lacking, and since he too possesses an essence martial soul, there might be subtle transformations when combined with Fujiang's Sharingan. Perhaps even martial soul fusion techniques. Indeed, it is he, one of the golden generation of the Tiando Royal Academy. Qin Ming proudly declared that Hinata Jing, Yao Shido, and Jun Malu are part of this illustrious lineage, while Li Lok could also be considered a member, albeit his soul power level presents a significant drawback. Upon hearing this, the master fell into contemplation. The Spirit Hall boasts its own golden generation, and the Tiando Empire has produced its version. Although it bears a hint of imitation, the master recognized the confidence of the Tiando Empire. However, he held reservations regarding the so-called golden generation. Fujiang is already immensely powerful, yet he has claimed that his brother, who serves as a saint in the Spirit Hall, surpasses him in strength. Chapter 72. The Confrontation between Zhu Zhuqing and Xiao Shrek Academy. Today marks the final day at Shrek Academy, and all students have been granted a day off. Zhu Zhiqing showed no signs of relaxation. After completing her training with Fujiang, she returned to her dormitory, feeling somewhat fatigued. As she entered, she spotted Ning Rongrong and Shiau was seated there, seemingly waiting for her, their serious expressions suggesting an impending interrogation. "Zhiqing, you're back," Ning Rongrong greeted with a smile. She and Shiau had conspired to adopt a diplomatic approach first. Shiau had already made her choice, initially intending to clarify matters with Fujiang today. But the opportunity had evaded her. In order to secure her own position, she felt compelled to address Zhu Zhiqing, who could potentially threaten her standing. Zhu Zhiqing responded nonchalantly, sensing something amiss but choosing to ignore it as she headed straight for the shower. Shiau, who had intended to greet her, felt a twinge of embarrassment when Zhu Zhiqing entered the bathroom before she could speak. Moments later, Zhu Zhiqing emerged, her hair still damp, exuding an air of elegance that prompted Shiau to instinctively compare herself to her, leaving her expression somewhat gloomy. "What is going on?" Zhu Zhiqing took the initiative, having learned about a concept called momentum from Fujiang today. To elaborate, it encompasses the ideas of aura, spirit, and might. In simpler terms, it signifies confidence. Utilizing one's momentum to intimidate weaker foes is effective, yet when confronting more formidable opponents, the impact of momentum diminishes significantly. Nevertheless, the enhancement it provides to oneself cannot be underestimated. She felt an overwhelming sense of confidence, almost to the point of exuberance. Shiau stammered, her hesitance prompting concern from Ning Rongrong. If she behaved like Shiau, it was likely Shiau would run off with someone else the next day. "Shiau wants you to keep your distance from Fujiang," Ning Rongrong interjected directly, harboring a hint of resentment as she recalled how Shiau had visited her today. Although healed, she still felt a pang of sympathy. Thus, her tone carried a slight hint of a mischievous undertone. She was overjoyed to see Shiau, not allowing her to divulge Fujiang's capabilities to her father. She feared that her father might meddle, given Fujiang's undeniable strength and ability to disrupt the balance of the world, thus complicating her own circumstances. She already had Shiau. No matter how exceptional Fujiang was, her feelings remained unchanged. She would have to wait until she matured and solidified her relationship with Shiau. On what grounds? Zhu Zhiqing raised an eyebrow, sensing that Shiau and Ning Rongrong were being unreasonable. She also understood Ning Rongrong's hidden motives. As a citizen of the Duel Empire, Zhu Zhiqing found herself at odds with Ning Rongrong, who hailed from the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, representative of the Tiando Empire. Their nations were inherently adversarial. Had it not been for the Spirit Hall, the Duel Empire would have long since obliterated the Tiando Empire. Moreover, she was aware that Ning Rongrong had already found someone she cared for. Otherwise, she would have likely approached Fujiang herself rather than rallying Shiau to confront her. Just because Fujiang has an affinity for Shiau, Ning Rongrong asserted confidently, convinced that Shiau was destined to succeed. If Shiau were to clarify her feelings with Fujiang, Zhu Zhiqing would stand no chance. The purpose of this conversation was merely to dissuade Zhu Zhiqing from harboring any ambitions. "Shiau, do you have feelings for Fujiang?" Zhu Zhiqing fixed her gaze upon Shiau, choosing her own method to stir the pot. In Zhu Zhiqing's view, Fujiang was the epitome of an ideal partner, especially after spending time training together. Although Fujiang often wore a stoic expression, she could perceive the warmth within him. At this, Shiau was taken aback, then met Zhu Zhiqing's gaze. Just days prior, she had been uncertain, caught between two men willing to sacrifice for her. Even though Fujiang surpassed Tang San in many aspects, she had remained indifferent until recently. Now, witnessing Zhu Zhiqing's frequent training sessions with Fujiang, coupled with Ning Rongrong's remarks, had sparked feelings of regret within her. Previously, she would have rejoiced at seeing Zhu Zhiqing and Fujiang together, but now, her heart ached with turmoil. "I do like him," Shiau declared earnestly, having resolved to gift Fujiang her mother's comb. "If you truly care for him, why did you reject him back then?" Zhu Zhiqing narrowed her eyes, exuding an undeniable aura. Standing there in nothing but a bath towel yet radiating dominance, as if she was a celestial being of the moon. At her words, Shiau's face paled. Her initial rejection of Fujiang had been compelled by the master's pressing insistence. Given the chance again, she would never turn Fujiang down. She had not been prepared at that moment, and did you not know that Fujiang has always harbored feelings for Shiau? Ning Rongrong, exasperated by Shiau's timidity, stood up suddenly, confronting Zhu Zhiqing. Unfamiliar with the dynamics at play, one might assume that Ning Rongrong was the one entangled with Zhu Zhiqing. "I am aware. But what relevance does that hold for me?" Zhu Zhiqing raised an eyebrow, her tone laced with arrogance, as though she regarded Shiau and Ning Rongrong with utter disdain. "You." Ning Rongrong felt a surge of anger, Had she not been a support-type soul master, she would likely have taken action by now. Meanwhile, Shiau was momentarily taken aback by Zhu Zhuqing's demeanor, instinctively furrowing her brow. Shiau, in this world, there exists no remedy for regret. Even if you confess to Fu Jiang now, the experience of rejecting him will not vanish. Instead, it will take root as a seed. Moreover, do you not already have your third brother? Why seek Fu Jiang? Are you attempting to straddle two boats? Zhu Zhuqing's words were harsh, yet they bore a semblance of truth. After all, Shiau had been wavering between Fu Jiang and Tang San for quite some time. Even Zhu Zhuqing could observe Shiau often lost in thought, comb in hand. Upon hearing those words, Xiao's complexion paled further, to the point of appearing bloodless. Such remarks, in her heart, transcended mere harshness. They bordered on the insulting. No, that is not true. Shiau, with her straightforward nature, found herself grappling with self-doubt. Was she truly straddling two boats? Observing this, Ning Rongrong's expression soured as well. She had not anticipated Zhu Zhuqing to be so formidable. You know the answer in your heart. I merely voiced it. If you had to choose between Tang San and Fu Jiang, whom would you select? Or rather, if only one could survive between Tang San and Fu Jiang, whom would you spare? Zhu Zhuqing's combat prowess was astonishing, despite her usual reticence. She displayed a sharp tongue now. Upon hearing Zhu Zhuqing's words, Shiau lowered her head, spiraling into a dilemma as she pondered whom she would choose if only one of Fu Jiang and Tang San could live. This tactic was effective against Shiau, but it would have prompted Ning Rongrong to change the subject. Seeing Shiau's expression, Zhu Zhuqing smirked, surprised at how easily she could manipulate Shiau. The incisive remarks she had prepared found no place in this moment. Chapter 73. The Tenacious Zhu Zhuqing. Silva City. Fu Jing gazed at Zhu Zhuqing, whose countenance was grim. Yet her expression remained unchanged. Recently, the Shrek 7 had faced a level 40 Silver Spirit team in the Silvis Grand Arena, and that fearsome team had been utterly annihilated. All at the hands of Tang San's crafted Juga crossbows. Fu Jing had also contributed to the creation of those crossbows, adding explosive runes to the arrows. Once these arrows penetrated the bodies of the fearsome team members, they detonated, transforming 7 once whole individuals into mere remnants of flesh and dismembered limbs. The gruesome spectacle caused Ning Rongrong to vomit on the spot, and even Tang San, a man of steadfast resolve, felt his stomach churn. While Tang San had indeed taken lives in his past life, his methods had always been of the swift and lethal variety, such as throat-slitting. Even with the invention of 3 Buddha's Fury Lotus, he had only used one for self-destruction. The sight of dismembered limbs and scattered corpses was truly hard to bear. After the carnage, Zhu Zhuqing rushed towards Fu Jing, grasping her hand and leading her away before Shiau could call out to stop her. Left standing alone, Shiau felt a pang of grievance, yet her resolve to give the comb to Fu Jing grew even stronger. Beneath the moonlight, Fu Jiang gazed coldly at Zhu Zhuqing, who, with a pallid complexion, looked at Fu Jiang with a pitiful expression. What is the matter? Fujikawa spoke coldly, displaying no emotion toward the gruesome scenes of bloodshed. The individuals who perished beneath the explosive talisman undoubtedly met a grim fate. Observing Fujikawa's indifferent demeanor, Zhu Zhuqing felt an overwhelming sense of grievance. Had Fujikawa offered her a few words of comfort at that moment, the ensuing events would likely have unfolded seamlessly. Yet, Fujikawa offered no solace. Instead, coldly inquiring about her purpose for seeking him. I like you, Zhu Zhuqing uttered, suppressing the turmoil within her stomach. She resolved to take the initiative, aiming to establish a relationship with Fujikawa before Shiau could intervene. At that point, even if Fujikawa were to withdraw, she would possess grounds to confront Shiau. Upon hearing her confession, Fujikawa slightly furrowed his brow and narrowed his eyes. I will assist you in acquiring your spirit ring. You need not. Fu Jiang, with an air of straightforwardness, began to speak, yet was swiftly interrupted by Zhu Zhuqing. That is not my intention. My feelings for you are genuine. Perhaps my initial motives were not pure when I approached you, but during our time together, I have come to realize that I have developed feelings for you, she said, her voice trembling. She was acutely aware of her affection for Fu Jiang. To be precise, Fu Jiang's prowess, talent, and appearance are exceedingly rare in this world. Who could possibly remain indifferent to such an exceptional man? Initially, her approach to Fu Jiang was perhaps driven by his remarkable ability to facilitate soul beast sacrifices, seeking his alliance to aid her in vengeance. Yet now, Zhu Zhuqing found herself captivated. No one could overlook a man of his caliber. After all, is that not the essence of love? The notion of love at first sight often arises from mere attraction, with physical allure serving as a prerequisite. Furthermore, Fu Jiang possesses not only striking looks but also unparalleled strength and ability. You should return and rest for a while. Fu Jin spoke coldly. Yet Zhu Zhiqing perceived a flicker of anxiety and tension in his eyes. As he turned to leave, a surge of excitement coursed through him. Not due to Zhu Zhiqing's alleged confession, but rather because he sensed a monumental destiny weighing upon him. Observing Fu Jin's intention to depart and recalling the hint of panic in his gaze, Zhu Zhiqing hurriedly positioned herself before him, gripping his wrist firmly. However, Fu Jin swiftly broke free from her grasp, regarding her with a frigid stare, his eyes gleaming with a scarlet light. "Leave," Fujikawa coldly admonished, her murderous aura erupting with resounding intensity, compelling Zhu Zhiqing to retreat merely through the force of her presence. This was the very momentum Fujikawa had imparted to Zhu Zhiqing. Yet in this moment, Zhu Zhiqing found no leisure to appreciate Fujikawa's might. Tears cascaded down her exquisite cheeks. Despite her trembling legs and a heart racing in response to the overwhelming hostility, she summoned her last vestiges of strength to launch herself at Fujikawa, arms encircling her tightly. The outcome hinged on this singular act. Should she prevail, she would thereafter exist as Fujikawa's girlfriend, rendering the displacement of Shiau merely a matter of time. Her ambitions were grand. She yearned to monopolize Fujikawa and become his sole companion. She perceived that Fujikawa was someone with profound emotional investments, valuing those dear to her deeply. Thus, becoming Fujikawa's girlfriend would, at the very least, facilitate her quest for vengeance against the Zhu family. In truth, Zhu Zhiqing overestimated her own worth. Her initial desire to follow Fujikawa stemmed from destiny's design, and Fujikawa's acquiescence was primarily motivated by fate, a notion Zhu Zhiqing misconstrued. Although much of this was to provoke Shiau, Zhu Zhiqing believed her beauty and figure were unparalleled, convinced no man could remain entirely indifferent to her. "I refuse to accept this," Zhu Zhiqing declared, feeling wronged. She had clung with relentless tenacity, unperturbed by the prospect of total ruin. After all, she was resolute in her disbelief that Fujikawa would ever take her life. Her gamble proved correct. Fujikawa had no intention of killing Zhu Zhiqing. However, for the sake of future considerations, the destiny entwined with Shiau far surpassed that which Zhu Zhiqing possessed. "My patience is not without limits." Fu Jiang spoke in a chilling tone, her gaze icy as it settled upon Zhu Zhiqing. "Is it wrong for me to have feelings for you? Why must you be so indifferent? Is it because of Shiau?" Zhu Zhiqing found herself unable to restrain her words, inadvertently stepping on landmines. While tears streamed unabated from her eyes, her delicate face resembling a rain-soaked pear blossom, evoking a deep sense of compassion. Sharingan. Fu Jiang's eyes transformed into the three-tomo Sharingan, intent on casting an illusion upon Zhu Zhiqing. However, having trained alongside Fu Jiang for an extended period, Zhu Zhiqing was acutely aware of the Sharingan's formidable power. Never gaze directly into the Sharingan. This was Fu Jiang's earnest counsel to her during their training sessions. In an instant, Zhu Zhiqing closed her eyes and buried her face against Fu Jiang's chest, tightly embracing her as if striving to meld Fu Jiang into her very being. "Do not overstep your bounds," Fu Jiang said coldly. Although he had other means to extricate himself from Zhu Zhiqing, he understood that if this matter remained unresolved, a recurrence would be inevitable upon their next encounter. I merely wish to pose a single question. Can you accept me? Or rather, would you consider attempting to accept me?" Zhu Zhiqing chose her words with utmost caution, fearful of provoking Fu Jiang's ire once more. "Release me first." Fu Jiang continued in a cold tone. Although it was not his first time dealing with such matters, he still felt quite annoyed each time. "No, I will not let go." Upon noticing that Fu Jiang's tone had softened slightly, Zhu Zhiqing seized the moment and said, "I can accept you. Please release me." Fujimura's voice carried an inexplicable sense of resignation, causing Zhu Zhiqing to question whether she had fallen victim to Fujimura's illusion. Nevertheless, Zhu Zhiqing refrained from opening her eyes. She had encountered Fujimura's Sharingan far too many times and had endured torment at its hands on numerous occasions. "Is it true?" Zhu Zhiqing asked uncertainly, tightening her embrace around Fujimura. "Indeed, it is true." Fu Jiang's face turned awkward as he spoke. Chapter 74, Identity Exchange. Zhu Zhiqing returned to the inn, observing Shiau Wu and Ning Rongrong before her, seemingly having forgotten the recent bloody scene. A bright smile adorned her delicate cheeks, completely shattering her previously aloof aura. Seeing Zhu Zhiqing in such a state, Shiau Wu felt a pang of anxiety, sensing an ominous premonition. Meanwhile, Ning Rongrong was still immersed in the grim imagery of the fierce god squad's demise, showing no signs of emerging from her thoughts. Humming a cheerful tune, Zhu Zhiqing leapt gracefully onto her bed, proudly revealing the kunai she had obtained from Fu Jiang, referring to it as a token of affection. However, Fu Jiang did not acknowledge it. firmly stating that he could only attempt to accept her. Zhu Zhuqing understood that his actions were intended to provoke Xiaowu, or rather, to reassure her. In Fu Jiang's heart, Xiaowu had already rejected him, and he did not wish for her to harbor any resentment towards Zhu Zhuqing. Thus, his tentative acceptance of Zhu Zhuqing was merely a convenient endeavor. Zhu Zhuqing recognized her role as a mere instrument to soothe Xiaowu's heart. Yet, she believed that Fu Jiang thought Xiaowu would feel guilty after rejecting him, prompting him to accept Zhu Zhuqing to alleviate Xiaowu's distress. Unbeknownst to Fu Jiang, Xiaowu was filled with deep regret at that moment. Zhu Zhuqing intended to exploit this information gap to catch Xiaowu off guard. Xiaowu noticed the kunai in Zhu Zhuqing's hand, which bore special markings, reminiscent of the one she and her third partner possessed. With this thought, Xiaowu's expression grew distant. Xiaowu, Zhu Zhuqing suddenly called out, carefully stowing away the kunai. Startled by her name, Xiaowu turned to face Zhu Zhuqing. Even Ning Rongrong, trembling in fear beneath the covers, was drawn to the exchange. Although Ning Rongrong was in poor condition, she steadfastly stood by Xiaowu's side for the sake of the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School's future. I hope you can keep your distance from Fu Jiang from now on. Zhu Zhuqing echoed Ning Rongrong's words from days prior, this time directed at Xiaowu. Upon hearing this, Xiaowu's body shuddered, her enchanting eyes glimmering with a hint of malice as she fixed her gaze on Zhu Zhuqing. However, before Xiaowu could respond, Ning Rongrong exploded in indignation. On what grounds? The situation mirrored that of days ago, yet this time the positions and postures had switched. And neither Xiaowu nor Ning Rongrong possessed Zhu Zhuqing's formidable confidence. Furthermore, Zhu Zhuqing had meticulously prepared her rhetoric, ensuring that no matter how Xiaowu and Ning Rongrong resisted, they could not escape her grasp. Since you have already rejected him, why cling to him any longer? Moreover, don't you understand what this signifies? Zhu Zhuqing tapped the kunai at her waist, her voice laced with a teasing challenge, a subtle smile curving her lips. Instantly, Xiaowu lowered her head, seemingly intimidated by the prospect of meeting Zhu Zhuqing's gaze. He really? Xiaowu's voice trembled, tears brimming in her eyes as she parted her lips to speak, only to be interrupted by Zhu Zhuqing. You have turned him down. Why do you still pursue him? Or do you wish to have both? Zhu Zhuqing's words were undeniably venomous. Once a decision was made, she would not waver. In response, Xiaowu and Ning Rongrong were thrown into disarray, Xiaowu by Zhu Zhuqing's spiteful remarks, and Ning Rongrong out of agitation. Zhu Zhuqing had been evading a critical question, whether she had established a relationship with Fu Jiang. Even if she had, Ning Rongrong had means to disrupt Zhu Zhuqing's plans. It is said that the royal family of the Star Luo Empire and the Zhu family unite through marriage for the purpose of enhancing their martial spirits. Since you have made a choice, do not falter. Fu Jiang suffered greatly at first. He is only now beginning to move on. You may reject Fu Jiang for Tang San, but once you have done so, there will be another opportunity. Your indecision will only lead Fu Jiang to be hurt again. Zhu Zhuqing spoke rapidly, each word slicing through Xiaowu's heart. Xiaowu, lacking experience in such matters, found herself oddly convinced by Zhu Zhuqing's reasoning. Ning Rongrong could no longer remain silent. She recognized that Xiaowu was being ensnared by Zhu Zhuqing's words, and that the latter was dodging a crucial topic. So what is your relationship with Fu Jiang now? Are you a couple? Ning Rongrong pressed directly, aiming for the crux of the matter. Xiaowu lifted her gaze to Zhu Zhuqing, her eyes filled with a glimmer of hope, seemingly longing to hear Zhu Zhuqing deny their connection. Of course, Zhu Zhuqing shamelessly replied, showing no sign of embarrassment. Upon hearing this, Xiaowu once again lowered her head, the rabbit ear adornments atop her head drooping. You and Dai Mubai must be engaged, right? Does Fu Jiang know about this? Ning Rongrong's words resurrected Xiaowu, causing Zhu Zhuqing's expression to stiffen. Every man harbors a common flaw, or perhaps a psychological obsession. When a man learns that his girlfriend has an unwed fiancé, he cannot simply dismiss it, even if she remains untouched. This is inevitable. Unless they share a love so profound that neither party cares about the other's past, the situation becomes untenable. Yet, Zhu Zhuqing had not yet established a relationship with Fu Jiang, and he had only indicated a willingness to tentatively accept her. If Fu Jiang were to discover this now, Zhu Zhuqing's hopes with him would surely crumble. The only solution now was to proactively confess to Fu Jiang before Ning Rongrong could intervene, assuring him that she had annulled her engagement with Dai Mubai. I have dissolved my engagement with Dai Mubai. You may inquire with him for confirmation. Zhu Zhuqing stated calmly, yet Ning Rongrong perceived a flicker of panic in her eyes. Is that so? Xiaowu, let us seek out Fu Jiang and have a word with him. Ning Rongrong, believing Zhu Zhuqing, wondered what good it would do. The engagement between Zhu Zhuqing and Dai Mubai was a fact, and it was not something they could dissolve unilaterally. With that, Ning Rongrong disregarded her discomfort. seizing Xiaowu's arm as they headed towards the door in search of Fu Jiang. Witnessing this, Zhu Qing clenched her fists, realizing she had reached a dead end. If she left to confess to Fu Jiang now, Ning Rongrong and Xiaowu would follow, leaving Fu Jiang with the impression that she only confessed under duress. Chapter 75, The Royal Academy of Tiando. The scenery of the Royal Academy of Tiando is indeed breathtaking, particularly at this moment when the sun sets and the sky is painted with vibrant hues of twilight, against the backdrop of the crimson clouds in the west. Both the serene lake at the foot of the mountains and the towering peaks adorned with a plethora of flora exude an ethereal charm, reminiscent of a paradise untouched by time. Located less than 20 kilometers from the capital of the Tiando Empire, Tiando City, the exquisite environment brings great satisfaction to the esteemed teachers, including Zhao Wujia, as they contemplate this place as their future abode. However, only Flander remains unconvinced, persistently grumbling that despite the modest size of Shrek Academy, it is brimming with prodigious talent, far surpassing the Royal Academy of Tiando. As he observes the luxurious surroundings and the elaborately dressed students, Ma Hongjun and Oscar, two of Shrek's less worldly members, find themselves utterly astonished. Their exuberant exclamations attract the attention of several onlookers. "Stop! Who are you?" A small group of about 10 individuals blocks the path of Shrek's entourage. The leader, with an air of superiority, addresses them haughtily. It is evident from their attire that these individuals are students of the Royal Academy of Tiando. "We are from Shrek Academy. We have come at your Royal Academy's invitation for an exchange. Please lead the way," Flander asserts boldly, eliciting a chuckle from Lu Erlong, who reminisces about the antics of the Golden Iron Triangle, where Flander often played the same role, bringing much amusement. Initially, Lu Erlong had reservations about Flander attending the Royal Academy of Tiando, considering her own affiliation with the Lamba Academy. She suggested renaming Lamba Academy to Shrek Academy and appointing Flander as the principal. However, Flander, a man of unwavering principles, declined the offer. Despite his avarice, he would never accept donations from his students, particularly from the woman he once idolized. In the original narrative, Flander's decision to join Lamba Academy stemmed from his desire not to hinder the growth of the Shrek 7 and to prove a point, making the Royal Academy of Tiando aware of what they had missed. "You country bumpkins dare to come to our academy for an exchange? I suspect you're merely beggars from some backwater. Leave now, or we shall resort to force," the young leader scoffs, sizing up Flander and then glancing at the other's attire with disdain. Having traveled for nearly 10 days, the Shrek group does appear somewhat travel-worn. Yet they are not as disheveled as the young man suggests. His superficial judgment is evident, as he dismisses them based solely on their humble clothing and Flander's somewhat imperious demeanor. In truth, few possess genuine talent to enter the Royal Academy of Tiando. Most gain admission through connections and noble titles. This has long been the Academy's greatest flaw. Otherwise, how could they claim to be the foremost institution of the Tiando Empire without the corresponding prowess? It is worth noting that the teachers of Shrek Academy are inherently proud individuals. Otherwise, they would not have forsaken opportunities to join influential soul master families or various factions to establish Shrek Academy. At this moment, even the Shrek 7, under the onslaught of the other party's unceremonious remarks, find their tempers flaring. Fu Jiang suddenly emerged from the blind spot of the young man's vision, his crimson eyes glinting ominously. A mere glance between them sent the leading young man tumbling backward, followed in unison by his companions, who also fell back as if struck by an unseen force. He recognized the leader, an imperial prince of the Heaven Do Empire, known as Shiau. This was a man of profound cunning. Despite his considerable talent, he had squandered his potential, feigning arrogance merely to survive. Moreover, Shiau possessed a significant destiny, comparable to that of the Snowy Night Emperor. If his deductions were correct, Shiau was destined to become the future emperor of the Heaven Do Empire, while his own female-dressed counterpart, Shui Qianqian, would likely have been discovered had he not intervened. As Fujiang effortlessly incapacitated Shiau and his associates with a mere glance, Flander and the other teachers could not help but furrow their brows. Their discontent was not directed at Fujiang's use of illusion, but rather at the inadequacy displayed by the students of the Heaven Do Royal Academy. Was this truly the esteemed academy? It seemed more akin to a heap of refuse, leading Flander to question if coming here had been a grave mistake. He turned to Zhao Wujia, ostensibly addressing him, but in truth, his words were meant for the master, who had insisted on their attendance at the academy. The master remained silent, viewing this as merely a means to cultivate his 2 disciples, alongside the other 6 exceptional individuals. The students of the Heaven-Do Royal Academy ought not to be so feeble. Rather, Fu Jiang's prowess was simply overwhelming. The number of soul masters of equal rank vanquished by Fu Jiang was staggering, at least 800, with his Sapphire Battle Soul achieving consecutive victories, even against opponents of higher ranks. Flander understood this reality, yet he felt an unshakable resentment. He glanced at the master, who continued to ignore his gaze. Suddenly, a figure approached swiftly along the shaded path, clad in silver attire, appearing to be of a similar age to Flander, with a face as polished as silver and eyes framed by thick brows. He carried himself with an air of expertise. Upon the arrival of the teacher from the Heaven-Do Royal Academy, Fu Jiang dispelled the hypnotic illusion, allowing Shiau and his companions to awaken. They regarded the teacher as if he were a beacon of salvation. Moments ago, Shiau had been gripped by a terrifying illusion where his elder brother, Shui Qinghe, approached with a sinister grin, nearly causing him to lose control of himself. Thank goodness. Teacher's son has arrived. Teacher, they. At that moment, Shiau caught sight of Fu Jiang's visage, which reminded him of Hinata Q. His words faltered, and he stumbled backward in sheer terror, collapsing onto the ground once more. This pitiable display prompted a frown from Teacher's son, who felt that the dignity of the Heaven-Do Royal Academy had been thoroughly compromised. Yet, as Shiau was a prince, he held no authority to punish him. He was not a teacher of Heaven-Do rank, and thus lacked the power to do so. He could only express his discontent verbally. After admonishing Shiau briefly, Teacher's son followed his gaze and was taken aback. Hinata Q was a well-known figure within the Heaven-Do Royal Academy, having garnered the attention of both the Snowy Night Emperor and Prince Shui Qinghe, heralded as part of the Academy's golden generation. His likeness had been etched into the memory of every faculty member and student. You are. Teacher's son stammered, his mind racing as he recalled remarks made by his colleague, the Heaven-Do teacher Qin Ming, during a recent meeting. His alma mater, Shrek Academy, was to send 8 prodigies to the Heaven-Do Royal Academy for an exchange, one of whom had single-handedly defeated the royal battle team he led, which was the Academy's seed team. That individual bore a striking resemblance to Hinata Q, save for a tear-shaped birthmark at the corner of his eye. We have come to seek Teacher Qin. The students from your esteemed academy referred to us as beggars and told us to leave, which led to this confrontation. Flander remarked calmly, despite harboring grievances against the academy for its poor impression. You seek Teacher Qin? Might you be from Shrek Academy of the Ballot Kingdom? Teacher's son regained his composure, slightly bowing in respect before speaking slowly. Chapter 76. The 3 Soul Douluo Committee members, the Shrek group, arrived at the Heaven-Do Royal Academy, where Qin Ming had made all the necessary arrangements, even accommodating them with a level of prestige just below that of the 3 Soul Douluo Committee members. After all, Flander and Zhao Wujie were both formidable soul saints, renowned within the soul master community. Such treatment was understandable, and the other teachers were equally accommodating, which left Flander and his companions quite satisfied. The students were also afforded high standards, each with their own independent dormitory and even small kitchens. On their way to the central teaching building of the Heaven-Do Royal Academy, Qin Ming elaborated on the academy's ranking system. Students below level 25 fell under the Tianwei category. Those between 25 and 30 were classified as Tianji, while those above 30 were deemed Tiando. Not only students had ranks, teachers did as well. Educators between levels 40 and 50 were classified as Tianwei, while those between 50 and 60 were categorized as Tianji, with anyone above 60 designated as Tiando. Does this mean Fu Jiang could become a teacher? Oscar interjected, clearly enamored with the academy, particularly due to the abundance of beautiful female students. Although most of them were indifferent to him, he remained optimistic that his sincerity would win them over. With a flirtatious glance, he caught the attention of a passing female student, who seemed momentarily spellbound by his charm. Subsequently, that female student found herself captivated by Fu Jiang, not solely due to his stunning looks, but because his visage bore a remarkable resemblance to Hinata Q's. If Fu Jiang were willing to join the faculty of the Heaven-Do Royal Academy post-graduation, I would wholeheartedly endorse it. However, for now, he must participate in the upcoming grand event of the Soul Master community. Qin Ming replied with a smile, then proceeded to discuss the academy's remuneration and scholarships, which had been established through discussions he had overnight with the 3 Soul Douluo Committee members. After all, the students attending the Heaven-Do Royal Academy came from affluent backgrounds, making the scholarships specifically designed for Shrek students. These scholarships served as a lure for the Shrek students, regardless of their efficacy. as the Heavendo Royal Academy was not lacking in funds. Upon hearing this, the members of Shrek Academy chuckled, although only Xiao Wu appeared somewhat troubled. The sealing technique I provided can obscure the aura of your soul beasts. There is no need for alarm. The voice of Fujiang resonated in Xiao Wu's ear, startling her momentarily. As she recalled Fujiang's spiritual soul skill, a sense of calm gradually washed over her, only to be replaced by sorrow. She had always taken Fujiang's sacrifices for granted, and now, in his absence, she realized just how much she owed him. Subsequently, the group from Shrek arrived at the Education Committee, the grandest structure within the main campus. Towering at a height of 10 meters despite being a single-story building, exuding a certain essence reminiscent of the Spirit Hall. Fran's heart ached slightly. No matter how prestigious the Tiendo Royal Academy was, it could never compare to the warmth of his Shrek Academy. At the entrance of the Education Committee, 3 elderly figures stood with an air of uniqueness, as if they were the very core of the Tiendo Royal Academy itself. Even with their gentle smiles, the distinctive aura of strength emanating from them was unmistakable. Although they did not formally introduce themselves, the members of Shrek instantly recognized them as the 3 Soul Douluo members of the Education Committee mentioned by Qin Ming. Shrek Academy. Frant, Spirit Cat Eagle, a level 78 7-ring battle soul saint specializing in agility. I am honored to meet you, esteemed elders. Fran crossed his arms over his shoulders, bowing slightly with a serious expression in a gesture of respect customary for juniors meeting their seniors in the Soul Master community. Having navigated the world of Soul Masters for many years, he was well aware of these protocols. The 3 elders promptly welcomed Fran and his companions inside, their gazes occasionally drifting towards Fujiang. They had learned from Qin Ming about Fujiang's prowess, having defeated both Yao Shidou and Jun Malu in mere 2 exchanges, and even instantaneously vanquished Li Luoka, who had just activated his secret soul skill. This was indeed the golden generation of the Tiendo Royal Academy. Once inside the Education Committee, Dream Machine began a sincere conversation with Fran, expressing that as long as these children had the name of the Tiendo Royal Academy on their resumes in the future, they would be satisfied. These children would always remain students of Shrek. Furthermore, Dream Machine stated that the education of these children would still be managed by the original faculty of Shrek, and he would never compel Shrek's teachers to instruct students they deemed unworthy. This heartfelt declaration deeply moved Fran, illuminating the sincerity of the 3 Soul Douluo members. I have heard from Teacher Qin that among the 8 students in your esteemed academy, there are 2 exceptionally talented Soul Masters. Might I inquire who they are? The seemingly ordinary Jilin Soul Douluo suddenly interjected, his gaze fixed intensely on Fujiang. He had spent the previous night in earnest discussion with Dream Machine and Bai Bashan, formulating an almost insurmountable battle team based on the information provided by Qin Ming. This team would consist of Fujiang and Tang San, the 2 prodigious talents rarely seen in a century, replacing the current members of the Royal Battle Team, Dugu Yan and Yu Tianeng. Although Dugu Yan's serpent poison was formidable, it paled in comparison to Yao Shidou's, and she was a control-type soul master, much like Tang San, who had previously bested Dugu Yan in direct confrontation. As for Yu Tianheng, he was entirely outclassed by Fujiang's raw strength, having easily defeated both Yao Shidou and Jun Malu. I am not worthy of such praise. Fujiang. Tang San. The master smiled serenely, his eyes radiating pride. These 2 disciples were the most precious treasures of his life. Having endured considerable suffering in the first half of his life, these 2 disciples were the recompense bestowed upon him by fate. Fujikawa and Tang Sen nodded in acknowledgement before stepping forward, slightly bowing to the 3 Soul Douluo committee members, demonstrating the utmost courtesy and respect. Soul Douluo Jiling offered a faint smile, causing the air around him to subtly distort, while others remained oblivious to the shift. Fujikawa and Tang Sen distinctly sensed the air surrounding them seemingly solidifying, as an immense pressure of soul power surged forth, rendering their bodies immobile. Recognizing this as a test of their strength by Soul Douluo Jiling, they remained unperturbed. 20, 30, 35, 36. The pressure escalated to a formidable level of 40, at which point Tang San's martial soul, Blue Silvergrass, was finally compelled to manifest. In stark contrast, Fujikawa maintained an air of calmness and ease. At 45, Tang San's physique swelled, and the external soul bone, 8 spider lances, was unleashed, astonishing the 3 Soul Douluo committee members. Soul bones. Soul Douluo Jiling immediately withdrew his soul power pressure, exclaiming in surprise. Soul bones are a rarity in the Soul Master realm, valuable yet seldom available. Even he possessed only one, granted by the Tiando royal family. Thank you, Soul Douluo, for your generosity. The master smiled as he rose, bowing respectfully to Soul Douluo. Following another round of pleasantries, the three committee members periodically cast glances at Fujikawa. For the recent display of 45 levels of soul power pressure had failed to evoke even a flicker from Fujikawa's martial soul. Such talent transcended mere horror. It was extraordinary. The hearts of the three committee members raced with excitement at the prospect of such a powerful student joining the Tiando Royal Academy. They envisioned the potential collapse of the Martial Soul Hall's continuous championship curse. Chapter 77, by Lin Douluo. Dugu Bo moments ago. The anxious Shui Peng now strode into the committee with an air of arrogance, his eyes filled with intense animosity as they fell upon Fujikawa. Preceding him was an elderly man clad in resplendent yellow robes, embroidered with intricate floral patterns, yet appearing impeccably tidy. His gray hair was neatly combed back, and though of medium stature and slightly portly, his demeanor was imposing. However, his small eyes detracted from his overall appearance, and he stood with his hands clasped behind his back, exuding an air of superiority without overt arrogance. To the right of the elegantly dressed elder was another old man, slim and tall, resembling a spear. His hair and beard were dark green, and his eyes sparkled like emeralds. As he moved, the surrounding flowers withered, and insects dropped lifelessly to the ground. He surveyed the committee members, his gaze resting momentarily on Fujikawa. He noted a striking resemblance between Fujikawa and the peculiar individual named Ri Xiangjing, who was associated with the esteemed Shui Qinghe in terms of appearance. He presumed Fujikawa and Ri Xiangjing to be brothers. "Your Highness, what brings you here?" Fengji asked, inclining his body slightly in respect. Yet both he and the other two Soul Douluo committee members focused their attention on the green-haired elder. At that moment, Shui Ping whispered a few words into the ear of the elegantly dressed elder, glaring at Fujikawa with renewed hostility. Ri Xiangjing was well known in the Tiando Royal Academy and the aristocratic circles of the Tiando Empire, a future title Douluo and a close confidant of Prince Shui Qinghe. Hailed as a prodigy of the golden generation at the academy, Shui Ping, being familiar with Ri Xiangjing, could certainly perceive the resemblance between Fujikawa and Ri Xiangjing. However, to maintain his extravagant image, he felt compelled to retaliate against Fujikawa by any means necessary. "What? Do the three committee members have guests? Will you not introduce me?" The elegantly dressed elder smiled nonchalantly, casting a dismissive glance over the Shrek crowd, his eyes gleaming with arrogance. "Your Highness, allow me to introduce you. This is the principal of Shrek Academy, Flanders. He has come to discuss a collaboration with us. Principal Flanders, this is His Highness, Prince Shui of the Tiando Empire, who currently governs the Royal Academy." Though dissatisfied with the prince's arrogance, Fengji managed a slight smile as he introduced Flanders to the prince. "Shrek Academy? I have not heard of it. It must be an inconsequential institution," Prince Shui coldly remarked, failing to even glance at Flanders, inciting the ire of the proud principal. Hearing this, Fengji's expression shifted, and he began to persuade Prince Shui. Having witnessed Fujikawa and Tang San's extraordinary talents, the former unfazed by the pressure of 45 levels of soul power, and the latter possessing the legendary external soul bone. With these two prodigious individuals, shattering the Martial Soul Hall's championship curse would no longer be a distant dream. Following a heated debate, it became evident to all that Prince Shui was intent on creating trouble, with a clear target, the Shrek group. "If you can withstand 5 minutes against Mr. Dugu, I shall acknowledge your talents and ensure favorable treatment. Otherwise, as Shui Peng suggested, you are to leave this place immediately." Prince Shui showed no mercy, intent on undermining the fresh blood of Prince Shui Qinghe. The geniuses accepted by the three committee members would undoubtedly become his retainers, while Shui Peng resorted to feigning a debauched demeanor for self-preservation, relying solely on Dugu to win over powerful soul masters. Upon hearing this, Dai Mubai immediately flared up, poised to confront Prince Shui, only to be thwarted by a single glance from the green-haired elder, rendering him powerless and collapsing to the ground. Soul Douluo used his vine to pull Dai Mubai back, glaring furiously at Dugu Bo. "Prove your worth through strength. All of you may come forth." Dugu Bo remarked casually, a layer of green light suddenly emanating from his form, followed by a series of soul rings gradually rising from beneath his feet. Yellow, yellow, purple, purple, black, 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 black. 9 soul rings spiraled around him, their blinding brilliance transforming the entire committee hall into a spectacle. The expressions of everyone present shifted dramatically, including Fujikawa. Though his shock was feigned, he had recognized Dugu Bo the moment he entered. 91 Level Control System Title Douluo by Lin Douluo. Dugu Bo? The title granted to Dugu Bo by the Martial Soul Hall was by Lin Douluo, though the populace preferred to refer to him as the Poison Douluo. Your surname is Dugu, is it not? You exude a powerful aura. If I am not mistaken, you must be the esteemed by Lin Douluo, Dugu Bo. The term Poison Douluo is a colloquial reference. His formal title should naturally be by Lin Douluo. The master stepped forward, shielding the agitated Shrek Academy teachers, and respectfully clasped his fists in greeting to Dugu Bo. Since you know my name, why are you still here? Dugu Bo replied coldly, his narrowed eyes glinting with undisguised disdain. Very well, we shall take our leave. Flanders, let us depart. The master maintained a calm demeanor, nodding seriously before taking Flander by the arm, intent on departing. Despite their ability to execute a Trinity Spirit fusion technique together, the prospect of confronting a true title Douluo was daunting, especially in the absence of Lu Erlong. Since arriving in the Heaven Do Imperial City, Lu Erlong had returned to the Shrek Academy to address the multitude of paperwork that had accumulated in her absence. Xiao Gang, I cannot allow Shrek to endure such humiliation. Flander broke free from the master's grasp, his eyes glinting with a fierce resolve as he spoke in a low, intense tone. Are you not afraid of death? Do you wish for everyone to perish alongside you? A title Douluo is not something you can contend with. If you were a title Douluo yourself, you could dismiss others at will, but you are not. Even if we old ones do not fear death. Do you wish for the children to march toward destruction with you? The master's word struck at Flander's vulnerable point, causing the fierce light in Flander's eyes to fade instantly. Indeed, if he were to perish, so be it. The children still had bright futures ahead and would surely surpass him one day. He could not drag them into the abyss. To the 3 esteemed committee members, I apologize. Let today's matters rest here, but we shall never forget your warm hospitality. Until we meet again. With that, the master took Flander and departed from the committee meeting. However, they were intercepted by Dream Machine and his companions. They were resolute in their determination to rescue Fu Jiang and Tang San. Although the combined strength of Hinata Mirror, Medicinal Master Do, and Jun Malu was formidable, every additional genius bolstered their chances of victory. Wait, Dugu Bo? Allow us 3 old fellows to experience your poison. With that, Dream Machine, by Baoshan, and Ji Lin unleashed their soul rings, indicating their intent to engage Dugu Bo in a fierce battle. Seeing this, Prince Shueshing was instantly alarmed. These 3 committee members were valued by the Snow Knight Emperor and remained fiercely loyal to the Heaven Do royal family. Should any complications arise, he would be unable to bear the consequences. At that tense moment, a sprightly young girl suddenly rushed in. Grandfather. The girl was none other than Dugu Yen, who dashed toward Dugu Bo. The previously stoic Dugu Bo's expression softened as he embraced her, laughing heartily. Yen, splendid. Your strength has improved, Dugu Bo remarked, retracting his soul rings with a grin. The atmosphere lightened as everyone present exhaled in relief, including Prince Shueshing, whose anxious heart found solace. The 3 committee members also withdrew their soul rings, casting dark glances at Prince Shueshing, who feigned ignorance. When Dugu Yen laid eyes on Fu Jiang and Tang San, a flicker of trepidation crossed her features. She recalled how Fu Jiang had effortlessly defeated Jun Malu and Medicinal Master Do, while Tang San possessed the means to counter her poison. Although he had not successfully neutralized Do's poison, he had nonetheless managed to suppress it somewhat. She leaned closer to Dugu Bo and whispered a few words, redirecting his attention towards Fu Jiang and Tang San. Chapter 78. A non-stubborn Xiao Wu. The Shrek team emerged disheartened from the Heaven Do Royal Academy, only to encounter Lu Erlong, who had just finished her affairs at the Shrek Academy. Upon hearing the master's account of their ordeal at the academy, Lu Erlong was incensed and prepared to confront Prince Shueshing. However, the master restrained her, reminding her that the formidable by Lin Douluo, Dugu Bo, was the one protecting Prince Shueshing. The title Poison Crown of the World and his ability to devastate cities were not mere words. Ultimately, Lu Erlong entrusted the Shrek Academy to Flander, insisting on renaming it the Shrek Academy to restore his dignity. Initially reluctant, Flander acquiesced upon witnessing Lu Erlong's unwavering resolve and recalling Prince Shueshing's haughty demeanor. Upon their arrival at the Shrek Academy, the group settled in, their spirits dampened by the immense pressure exerted by Dugu Bo Fujiang. Shall we take a stroll? Zhu Zhuqing invited, her complexion pale from the overwhelming weight of the title Douluo's presence. Yet, she held confidence in her ability to surpass him. She was already at the 29th level, just one step away from the coveted 30th level. She was determined to acquire a soul ring of 9,000 years, or even a 10,000-year soul ring. With a 10,000-year third ring, she could completely compensate for her innate soul power of 6.5 levels. Indeed, Fujiang nodded, then rose to his feet and took the lead in stepping outside. Behind him, Xiao Wu's gaze was tinged with urgency. Today, she had once again felt Fujiang's concern. Just as Dugu Bo unleashed his soul power pressure, the seal on her body nearly shattered. Had it not been for Fujiang's sudden infusion of soul power into Xiao Wu, the revelation of her identity as a 100,000-year soul beast beneath the watchful eyes of a titled Duel and 3 soul Duluos was a thought too daunting for her to bear. Wait, Zhu Qing, let us go together, Ning Rongrong exclaimed, playfully tugging at Xiao Wu, her smile radiant and charming. Xiao Wu summoned her courage, lifting her head to meet Fujiang and Zhu Qing's gaze, shedding her usual shyness and hesitation. Upon hearing Ning Rongrong's words, Zhu Qing frowned slightly, feeling a twinge of discontent, as Ning Rongrong had consistently thwarted her endeavors. Yet, upon witnessing Xiao Wu's sunny demeanor, a sudden realization struck her. Xiao Wu had moved past her previous stubbornness. Very well. For the sake of her image in Fujiang's eyes, Zhu Qing refrained from outright rejecting Ning Rongrong. Yet she began to communicate with her through glances, even conveying subtle threats. However, Ning Rongrong remained unfazed by this intimidation. After all, she had the support of the 7-treasure glazed tile school behind her, should Zhu Qing dare to act against her. The Zhu family of the Star Luo Empire would be unable to shield her. The 7-treasure glazed tile school, boasting dual Duluos, meant that the Star Luo Empire would have to carefully consider whether their family could withstand the wrath of 2 titled Duluos. It was inconceivable for the Star Luo Empire to engage in conflict with the 7-treasure glazed tile school over a discarded daughter of the Zhu family, making Zhu Qing's surrender the most favorable outcome. Where shall we go? Xiao Wu inquired, her rabbit-like eyes fixed intently on Fujiang. In response, Zhu Qing first wrapped her arms around Fujiang's, allowing him to feel her considerable advantage over her peers. How about we visit the auction house in Heavendo City? After all, before Zhu Qing could finish her sentence, she suddenly found herself alone as Fujiang vanished from her side. In that instant, she also caught sight of teacher Lu Erlong and Dean Flinder appearing before her with remarkable speed, only to disappear again. In the depths of the Shrek Academy's forest, Fujiang, Lu Erlong, and Flander gazed at the blackened ground and the lifeless trees surrounding them, instantly comprehending who had traversed this place. Dugu Bo. Flander squeezed the words through clenched teeth, his fists tightly gripping as his not-so-sharp nails pierced his palm, blood flowing freely. At that moment, Lu Erlong was consumed by rage, involuntarily summoning her martial spirit, a fiery dragon apparition materializing behind her. Only Fujiang remained silent, raising his eyes to activate his divine perception, beginning to explore the surroundings. Yet, he found nothing. The esteemed title Douluo, even while dividing his soul power into several portions, could not detect the presence of Dugu Bo. However, he felt assured that Tang San was not in peril, for Tang San was the destined child. Meanwhile, at the heart of the Sunset Forest, within Dugu Bo's medicinal den, the Poison Master Do was commanding his martial spirit, the white phosphorus serpent, to absorb the surrounding toxins. Dugu Yin cupped her face in her hands, fixated on the profile of the Poison Master Do. Although he was handsome, he paled in comparison to Hinata Kagami and was overshadowed by the icy beauty of Jun Malu. In terms of talent, the Poison Master Do could not rival Jun Malu, who was already a soul venerable at the tender age of 11. Nor could he match the enigmatic Hinata Kagami. Yet, Dugu Yin found herself inexplicably drawn to him, perhaps due to the allure shared among serpent martial spirits, or perhaps because of the Poison Master Do's gentle and warm smile. Regardless of the moment, he treated her with brotherly kindness, cherishing her, never showing her displeasure, and always embracing her, no matter the circumstances. Just as Dugu Yin contemplated preparing a heartfelt lunch for her beloved, her grandfather, Dugu Bo, returned. In his grasp, he held the collar of an unconscious individual who appeared somewhat familiar, though she could not be certain from a distance. Yin Yin, I have returned, Dugu Bo announced with a smile as he discarded Tang Sen aside, affectionately ruffling his granddaughter's hair. Upon noticing her beloved, he felt a twinge of annoyance. Although he had personally brought the poison master Duo to this place, it did not prevent him from feeling vexed by this interloper. You boy. You display no reaction upon meeting me. Dugu Bo began to criticize, provoking Dugu Yan's fierce discontent. Grandfather, Duo is still in training. Keep your voice down, she implored. Fearing for the interruption of the poison master Duo's focus, Dugu Bo's heart turned sour. Even before the door was crossed, she was already leaning away from him. He imagined that once her heart was given, she might forget him altogether. He bore no ill will towards his granddaughter. But the blame naturally fell upon the poison master Duo. Sensing her grandfather's displeasure, Dugu Yan hastily sought to divert his attention. Grandfather, whom did you bring back? Is it one of your disciples? She shifted her gaze towards the unconscious Tang San sprawled on the ground, his face obscured. Upon hearing her words, Dugu Bo kicked Tang San over, revealing his rather ordinary visage. Instantly, Dugu Yan recognized him. Isn't this Tang San? Grandfather, you've captured him. How wonderful. Dugu Yan's reckless nature was a result of her grandfather's indulgence. Having once been defeated by Tang San, she harbored resentment towards him. By the way, grandfather, did you only capture Tang San? What about Fujiang? She inquired, puzzled as to why her grandfather had only returned with one person. Dugu Bo paused. Having intended to capture Fujiang as well, but the presence of others around him, including the young master of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, made that difficult. He had no fear of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, but harming their young master could invite the wrath of two titled Douluos exceeding level 95. He could protect himself, but his granddaughter? Chapter 79, Sunset Forest. In the Sunset Forest, Dugu Bo's expression was fierce as he gripped Tang San's neck. Yet beneath that ferocity lay helplessness and fury. Tang San had struck a nerve with him. He was but a remnant of his lineage, a bane bequeathing misfortune upon his descendants. His son had perished in his prime due to Dugu Bo's poison, and now his granddaughter suffered the same fate. Dugu Bo, your poison is indeed the most formidable in the world. Tears in his eyes evaporated under the weight of his soul power. He had but one relative left. Having lost his mother in childhood, his father in youth, his wife in middle age, and his son in old age, his life was a tragedy. What did it matter if he became a titled Douluo? In a few more years, he would endure that heart-wrenching pain once more. Kill me. For your granddaughter will suffer a fate far worse than mine, for she has been steeped in this toxin since birth. Tang San, resolute in his defiance, thought of his teacher, Fujiang, Shiau, and his father. Yet he also feared death. If he were to perish, his teacher and Fujiang would undoubtedly seek vengeance against Dugu Bo. If he could just wait 10 years, Tang San believed Fujiang could surely defeat Dugu Bo. But for now, Dugu Bo was a titled Douluo, while Fujiang was merely a soul sect. Can you cure the poison afflicting me? Dugu Bo asked coldly. A glint of menace flashing in his green eyes, though it was a facade. A flicker of hope ignited within him. Perhaps this Tang San could save his granddaughter. Even if I could, I wouldn't. A wretch like you is a scourge upon the earth. If I were to save you, it would merely aid in your tyranny. Tang San retorted defiantly, sitting cross-legged to stabilize his chaotic soul power, unwilling to show any sign of weakness. Very well. If you can indeed lift the toxins from me and my granddaughter, I will not only spare your life but also grant you 3 requests that do not breach my bottom line. Dugu Bo and Tang San were entirely out of sync in their conversation. Tang San was adamantly refusing to assist him with the antidote, while Dugu Bo. Both were no fools. Despite their verbal denials, they understood that refusing the antidote only led to one inevitable outcome. Tang San had no desire to meet his demise, and Dugu Bo was acutely aware of this fact. Why should I trust you when you have a history of repaying kindness with enmity? Tang San harbored doubts about Dugu Bo's intentions, yet he found himself with no other options. To ensure his survival, he sought to establish a layer of protection. Are you not aware of my esteemed reputation? Dugu Bo retorted, visibly irritated, as it seemed Tang San had struck a nerve. Just as the two engaged in a verbal sparring match within the cave, at the edge of the ice and fire two-eyed eye, Yaoshirdo slowly opened his eyes, adjusted his glasses, and felt the accumulation of poison within his body, a slight smile gracing his lips. Do, you have finally completed your training. Grandfather has just returned. Dugu Yan chirped excitedly, clinging to Yaoshirdo's arm. At this moment, Dugu Yan was at the age when young girls dream of love. Initially, she was not fond of boys like Yaoshirdo, who embodied tranquility, but over time, she realized that he was indeed more suited to her. Yaoshirdo, on the other hand, was a quiet listener, occasionally complimenting Dugu Yan, whose heart swelled with joy from his simple words. Let us return to the academy. So as not to disturb Senior Dugu, Yao suggested softly. He visited this place monthly, absorbing the surrounding poison barriers, accumulating the toxic energy within himself. Though poison might not be particularly effective against true powerhouses, it could still serve to limit an enemy's range of motion and strength. All right, upon our return, I shall share the delightful news of Tang San's capture with Ling Ling to brighten her day, Dugu Yin replied cheerfully. Recalling the sight of Tang San charging at Ling Ling with his 8 spider lances, which had startled her. Upon hearing this, Yao Shurdo paused, then dismissed the thought. Tang San was not destined to perish. Even if he were to be slain now, he would likely encounter some fortuitous event that would allow him to resurrect. He had never doubted the luck and background of the Chosen One. You need not be so concerned. A loss today can be reclaimed in the future, Yao Shurdo remarked. Shaking his head, he sensed the destiny surrounding Dugu Bo and, in his experience, believed that Dugu Bo was not one to have a short life. Let us change the subject. How do you feel about your training this time? Dugu Yin pouted. Though she cherished Yao Shurdo, she found his somewhat verbose nature exasperating. While she understood his intentions were for her benefit, she could not help but feel irked. The progress is satisfactory. Within 2 years, or at the very least, 1 year, I should be able to attain my 5th spirit ring, Yao Shurdo replied with a smile. He was merely an ordinary genius, who understood that even brilliance must adhere to rules and cannot defy the natural order. Upon hearing this, Dugu Yin's emerald-like eyes sparkled with excitement. Yao Shurdo was her age, perhaps even a month younger, yet he had already become a spirit master, and in 2 years, he would rise to the rank of spirit king. She felt that her own title of genius was somewhat undeserved, yet she felt no jealousy, only boundless joy. Although Ri Xiangjing was stronger than Yao Shurdo, her heart favored Yao Shurdo over him. Naturally, this preference was also influenced by the unsavory relationship between Ri Xiangjing and the crown prince, Xue Qinghe. The mere thought of Ri Xiangjing and Xue Qinghe ignited a restless excitement within Dugu Yin, and she began to imagine which of them was dominant in their relationship. Her cheeks flushing with embarrassment, Yao Shurdo, puzzled, looked at Dugu Yin and placed his hand on her forehead, seemingly checking her temperature. Chapter 80. Xue Qinghe's baseless claims at the Tiando Royal Academy. The Education Committee. His Royal Highness, Prince Xue Qing acted with obstinacy, expelling the members of Shrek Academy, among whom were 2 formidable soul saints. One was Flinder, known as the Flying Horn, a member of the legendary Golden Iron Triangle, and the other was Zhao Wuji, the Unmoving King. Prince Xue Qing's actions have forced our Academy's youngest Soul Emperor, Teacher Qin Ming, to leave. I dare say that Teacher Qin Ming is destined to become a Soul Douluo, or even a title Douluo in the future. Moreover, the students from Shrek Academy include 2 extraordinary geniuses, one of whom even defeated the seed team of Tiando Royal Academy. 2 members of our golden generation were bested by him in just 2 moves. I feel he is comparable to Jing. Dream Machine looked at the polite Prince Xue Qinghe before him, as if he had found a supportive ally, and began to vent his grievances. In truth, Dream Machine had already reported to the Night Emperor about Prince Xue Qinghe's visit, which was to address this matter. My uncle has indeed overstepped. The urgent task now is to find a way to remedy this. Does the Dream Committee know where the Shrek group is currently located? I would like to go and apologize, Prince Xue Qinghe said, frowning slightly, as if troubled. Observing Prince Xue Qinghe's demeanor, Dream Machine sighed. Such wisdom in a prince was a blessing for the empire, yet it seemed that Prince Xue Qing was intent on supporting Prince Xuebing. The thought of Xuebing filled Dream Machine with indignation. He was the root cause of this incident. Had he not sought revenge against the Shrek group? This situation would never have arisen. Currently, the Shrek group had gone to Lamba Academy. Lamba Academy has since been renamed Shrek Academy. The original headmaster was Lu Erlong, the killing horn of the Golden Iron Triangle, and now it is Flinder. Fortunately, Flinder and the master are reasonable individuals and do not harbor resentment against our Tiando Royal Academy. Dream Machine had actually gone to Lamba Academy to apologize. But upon seeing the sign had changed to Shrek Academy, he realized his visit would be in vain. His last statement underscored that while Shrek bore no grudge against Tiando Royal Academy, they held animosity towards Prince Xue Qing and Prince Xuebing. Alas, the Dream Committee has worked hard on this matter. I shall surely report the truth to my father. Prince Xue Qing sighed, then stood, offering a slight bow to Dream Machine. Dream Machine promptly rose as well. He could not bear the prince's courtesy, yet deep within, he felt a sense of joy. For a scholar is willing to sacrifice for a true friend. Your Highness need not be so formal. These are the duties of an old man, Dream God Machine quickly declared, and within his heart, he resolved to completely sever ties with Prince Xue Qing. The Crown Prince, Shuai stepped out of the Education Committee, somewhat impatiently making his way toward the dormitory area of the Heavenly Royal Academy. Navigating with ease, he arrived at an extraordinarily luxurious villa district and directly entered Villa No. 1, the abode reserved exclusively for the Academy's top students. Upon entering, he was greeted by an exceptionally beautiful scene, reminiscent of a painting from a dream. Ri Hikari was seated beside a harp, his slender fingers gracefully plucking the strings, and the enchanting melodies floated throughout the room. Shuai sat on the sofa, cradling her face in her small hands, gazing at Ri Hikari with eyes full of stars. At the sight of Shuai Qinghe's gaze tightened slightly, a flicker of malice directed toward her crossing his mind. As the performance concluded, Shuai Qinghe was the first to applaud, abruptly interrupting Shuai who longed to cheer and dance. Hikari, your harp skills have improved again. What was that saying? The sound lingers on for 3 days. Shuai Qinghe exclaimed with flattering words, striding toward Ri Hikari. Meanwhile, Shuai pouted, feeling that her joyous moment had been spoiled by her elder brother. Brother, why are you here? She complained, her beautiful eyes fixed intently on Shuai Qinghe, imbued with deep resentment. However, Shuai Qinghe felt no burden, as this sister was not his biological sibling. I had a discussion with Dream God Machine at the Education Committee today, and since I had some free time, I thought I would come to see Hikari. He spoke with feigned innocence, though a mountain of memorials awaited his review back at the East Palace. Hearing this, Shuai was still somewhat displeased. Your Highness, is this about Shrek Academy? Ri Hikari inquired knowingly, feeling somewhat exasperated by Shuai's clinginess. To maintain his image, he needed to portray an air of tranquility and elegance. Indeed, my uncle has driven them all away, and now I must handle the aftermath and offer apologies. Shuai Qinghe replied, exhibiting a pained expression as he shook his head. By the way, the one who defeated Junmolu and Yao Shido, is it not Fujikawa? Shuai Qinghe, having reviewed Fujikawa's dossier, was aware of their martial spirit. The Sharingan. That woman's disciple, the holy son of the Spirit Hall, Uchiha Itachi, also wields the Sharingan. Indeed, he is formidable. If I don't reveal my trump card, I might end up like Yao Shido and Junmolu. Ri Hikari stated earnestly, his white eyes sparkling with intense battle intent, as if he had not encountered an equally matched opponent in ages and yearned for a duel with Fujikawa. Seeing this, Shuai Qinghe nodded, his expression turning serious. This era is indeed insane. The Holy Son of the Spirit Hall possesses the ability to summon sacrifices from soul beasts. This has birthed a multitude of geniuses. Even I, without the angel's 9th examination, might be overshadowed by that woman's disciple. But I have the angel's 9th examination. Does that woman's disciple not face other divine assessments? Perhaps not now, but who can say what the future holds? Furthermore, even without divine assessments, with Uchiha Itachi's innate talent and strength, reaching the peak of the 99th level as a super Douluo is a foregone conclusion. The 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School produced a first spirit ring of a millennium-level prodigy, rumored to have been sustained purely through physical prowess. I cannot even fathom how strong Junmolu's physical constitution must be. Compared to the previous 3, Yao Shido pales considerably, but as long as he does not fall, he will undoubtedly have a place among the titled Douluo in the future. All right, Brother Hikari, let us go eat something. You do not know, a new restaurant has opened in Heaven City, and the food is exquisite. Shuai, disinterested in the serious discussion between Ri Hikari and her elder brother, displayed her youthful desires on her face, wishing only to enjoy a day out with Ri Hikari. Upon hearing this, Ri Hikari paused, the battle intent in his eyes vanishing in an instant, and a slight smile appeared at the corners of his lips. Observing this, Shuai Qinghe could not help but twitch at the corners of his eyes, knowing that this was Ri Hikari's one weakness. The mention of delicious food made him utterly irresistible, akin to a true gourmet. Chapter 81. Junmolu arrives at Shrek Academy. Ri Hikari and Shuai strolled through Heaven City, while Shuai Qinghe returned to the East Palace to review memorials. Before leaving, Shuai Qinghe cast a deep glance at Ri Hikari, as if silently conveying something to him. What was actually said, however, remains a mystery. Meanwhile, at the entrance of what was once the Lamba Academy, now Shrek Academy, Junmolu brazenly strode inside, followed closely by a tall elder and a refined, elegant middle-aged man. The former was the Bone Douluo, Gurong, and the latter was Ning Fengji, the sect master of the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School. I never expected Shrek Academy to be so powerful, capable of nurturing such terrifying talent, Ning Fengji remarked, his tone clearly referring to Fujikawa, who had effortlessly defeated both Jun Mulu and Yao Shirdo in mere moments. In response, Gu Rong appeared somewhat displeased, as Jun Mulu was his disciple, and the notion of his disciple being so easily vanquished cast a shadow on his pride. Secmaster, I have heard that Fujikawa is already at the Spirit Master level at such a young age. He will undoubtedly have a place in the Douluo Hall in the future. If he continues to grow, he could pose a significant threat. A sinister glint flickered in Gu Rong's eyes. He was acutely aware of his disciple's strength. Even if Fujikawa had caught Jun Mulu off guard, it was no feat that an ordinary Spirit Master could achieve. His disciple had previously managed to kill a Spirit King in a one-on-one confrontation. Gushu. Rongrong mentioned that she is confident in persuading Fujikawa to join the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School. Let us observe the situation first. Ning Fengji did not outright dismiss Gu Rong's concerns. Although he bore an elegant demeanor, he sometimes had to make decisions that contradicted his own principles for the sake of the future of the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School. Upon hearing this, Gu Rong was taken aback, his expression tightening. Rongrong and his disciple Jun Mulu had grown up together, sharing a bond of innocent camaraderie. If Rongrong were to employ her charms on Fujikawa, what would become of his disciple? However, he had yet to ascertain whether Rongrong had indeed used her charms on Fujikawa, leaving him without a valid reason to voice his concerns. I have heard that the youth named Fujikawa bears a striking resemblance to Rihikari. I fear. Gu Rong expressed his worry, not implying that his precious daughter was fickle or unfaithful, but merely issuing a cautionary note to Ning Fengji. Haha, Gushu, you need not worry about that at all. A significant portion of the messages returned by Rongrong's wind spirit bird was inquiring about Lu Air's well-being. The scenario you fear will absolutely not come to pass. Ning Fengji chuckled, turning to look at Gu Rong. I am merely concerned that Rongrong may be deceived by that Fujikawa. The old face of Bon Dulau Gu Rong flushed with embarrassment, and he forced himself to speak, a flicker of panic crossing his eyes. He too found it hard to believe, particularly since he had watched Rongrong grow up. He felt a wave of shame for his earlier thoughts. Upon hearing this, Ning Fengji shook his head. That Fujiang already had someone dear to her, and Rongrong had confided in me about her plans, which held a high likelihood of success. Should they succeed, it would indeed bring joy to all. However, if they were to fail, as Ning Fengji spoke of failure, a deep and intense killing intent flashed in his eyes. Fujiang possesses the soul of the Sharingan, as far as he knows. The current holy son of the Spirit Hall, Uchiha Itachi, also wields the Sharingan. Were Fujiang merely an ordinary spirit master with no ties to the Spirit Hall, Ning Fengji might have spared him. However, the crux of the matter lies in Fujiang's intricate connections to the Spirit Hall, should he prove ungraspable. The only recourse is to eliminate him. Observing his sect leader's demeanor, Bon Gu Rong comprehended the implication. If one cannot acquire it, one must destroy it. What is this? A conflict has erupted between Lu Air and the Shrek Academy. Bon Douluo Gu Rong paused momentarily, then remarked. Ning Fengji, intrigued, turned his gaze toward the standoff between Jun Ma Lu and 5 of Shrek's 7 monsters. Depart from this place. Shrek Academy does not welcome you, Dai Mubai declared coldly. With Tang San captured by Dugu Bo, who is linked to the Tiando royal family, and Prince Shuexing, Dai Mubai felt a surge of delight, nearly leaping with joy. Regardless of whether Dugu Bo's actions were instigated by Prince Shuexing, he had devised a way for Fu Jiang to harbor resentment toward the prince, thus extending that animosity to the entire Tiando royal family. Nothing could bring greater joy than having a formidable ally, except perhaps having an incompetent adversary. Dugu Bo's maneuver had effectively positioned the Tiando royal family against Fu Jiang. Meanwhile, the school's Dean Flender, along with teacher Lu Erlong and the master, sought Dugu Bo in hopes of rescuing Tang San, and Fu Jiang accompanied them. Dai Mubai, anxious for his own safety intertwined with Fu Jiang's, feared for Fu Jiang's life at the hands of Dugu Bo. Since Fu Jiang's departure, his countenance had darkened, revealing genuine concern. In this moment, when encountering members of the Tiando Royal Academy, his expression remained grim. Ning Rongrong. Jun Ma Lu cast a sidelong glance at Dai Mubai before softly calling out to Ning Rongrong. Although the sight of her beloved little bone filled her with joy, she could not display her elation with Shiau Wu nearby, lest it provoke her. Ning Rongrong lowered her gaze, unable to meet Jun Ma Lu's eyes. Do you not comprehend human speech? Depart at once. Dai Mubai, feeling ignored by Jun Ma Lu, shouted angrily. In response, Jun Ma Lu finally directed his gaze toward Dai Mubai. A single punch. The blow left a trailing shadow, striking Dai Mubai's abdomen with tremendous force, causing him to spew bile and succumb to spasms, utterly incapacitated. First soul skill. Phoenix Fire Line. First soul skill. Waist bow. First soul skill. I possess a magnificent sausage. Ma Hongjun and Xiao Wu immediately sprang into action, jointly assaulting Jun Ma Lu, while Oscar began crafting sausages to revive Dai Mubai. Observing their feeble attempts, Jun Ma Lu narrowed his eyes slightly. First soul skill. Exoskeleton. In an instant, Jun Ma Lu's form was enveloped in impenetrable bone armor. As Xiao Wu attempted to encircle Jun Ma Lu's waist with her long legs and toss him aside, she realized her strength was insufficient to budge him even slightly. The Phoenix Fire Line struck Jun Ma Lu's exoskeleton, failing to elicit any reaction whatsoever. Are you truly Fu Jiang and Tang San's comrades? Jun Ma Lu's cold voice resonated, and then he slowly raised his right foot, launching a powerful stomp that released a tremendous wave of soul power, sending Xiao Wu flying and scattering Ma Hongjuan's Phoenix Fire Line. Easily dispatched, Jun Ma Lu commented, the spectacle of his exoskeleton dazzling the onlookers. Little bone. Ning Rongrong shouted in fury, shattering the imposing aura exuded by Jun Ma Lu. Jun Ma Lu retracted his exoskeleton, standing obediently in place, awaiting Ning Rongrong's tempestuous outburst. In the distance, Ning Fengji and Douluo Gu Rong exchanged knowing smiles, their expressions mirroring a parent's pride in their child's growth. Chapter 82. Ning Rongrong requests leave you. Ma Hongjun was about to hurl insults at Jun Ma Lu when Ning Rongrong suddenly intervened. Little bone, do not overstep your bounds, Ning Rongrong admonished. Realizing she might have caused a ruckus, glancing at Dai Mubai, who lay on the ground, she felt a mix of delight and restraint, struggling to suppress her emotions. Your soul power cultivation rate is average, yet your battle experience has markedly improved, which is a positive development. Jun Ma Lu maintained his cold demeanor, causing Ning Rongrong's blood pressure to rise. She envisioned countless scenarios of reuniting with her little bone, including the possibility of a passionate embrace, but never anticipated Jun Ma Lu's utter lack of romantic understanding, which she found rather oblivious. This sentiment was overheard by Ning Fengji and Douluo Gu Rong, who couldn't help but facepalm. Yet, Ning Fengji felt a tinge of joy. Such a clueless Jun Ma Lu would surely not engage in frivolous affairs outside. Although he had numerous female acquaintances, he did not wish for his son-in-law to be as sentimental as himself. Simply put, a double standard. I apologize, everyone. His name is Jun Ma Lu, whom you may know, and he is also my fiancé. I apologize for his earlier remarks. Ning Rongrong turned to apologize to Ma Hongjun and the recently awakened Dai Mubai, asserting her claim. This declaration alleviated Xiao Wu's suspicions toward Ning Rongrong, for she understood the principle that generous offerings often hide ulterior motives. Initially, Xiao Wu had considered that Ning Rongrong sought to connect with Fu Jiang through her, possibly employing charm to persuade Fu Jiang to join the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School, but it appeared her thoughts had been unfounded. I shall settle this upon our return. Ning Rongrong growled at Jun Ma Lu before invoking the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile Pagoda to restore some of the group's soul power. Although the group's expressions were grim, they chose to overlook the incident out of respect for Ning Rongrong, while Dai Mubai glared fiercely at Jun Ma Lu. He regarded himself as a genius. While he could not compare to Fu Jiang or Tang San, he believed himself not to be inferior among his peers. Now, witnessing Jun Ma Lu, who was younger yet significantly stronger, his mindset began to shift, intensifying his craving for power. Uncle Ning has also arrived, but it is inconvenient for him to reveal himself. Jun Ma Lu whispered, subtly reminding Ning Rongrong that it was time to check on her family. Upon hearing this, Ning Rongrong was taken aback, then requested a day off from Xiao Wu and the others, intending to return home for a visit. The Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School's office in Tiando City. Daddy. Grandpa Bone. Ning Rongrong dashed into Ning Fengji's embrace, her lovely face radiant with joy. She missed her father dearly, though her affection for her little bone was even greater. Rongrong, you seem to have grown taller, but have lost some weight. Is the food at Shrek Academy unsatisfactory? Ning Fengji affectionately patted Ning Rongrong's head, and then spoke. His decision to send Ning Rongrong to Shrek Academy instead of the Royal Academy of Tiando was partly motivated by the desire to cultivate her independence. Living perpetually under his protection would only lead to her becoming more spoiled. While a touch of indulgence was permissible, after all, even if they were to pass away, Jun Ma Lu would uphold the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School. According to Uncle Jian, with Jun Ma Lu's talent, he might very well reach that legendary realm. Well, It's just that I miss Daddy and Grandfather Gu, Ning Rongrong pouted, her adorable demeanor eliciting hearty laughter from both Ning Fengji and Bon Douluo Gu Rong. Do you miss your little Bon? Gu Rong remarked jovially, chuckling in delight at the thought of his little princess being with his disciple, a sentiment shared by all the higher-ups of the Seven Treasures glazed tile school. Upon hearing this, Ning Rongrong's face flushed crimson as she glanced at Junma Lu, who was also looking at her, causing her cheeks to redden further, nearly emitting steam from her head. I don't miss him at all, she declared with a haughty pout, her lips turned skyward as if she could hang 2 oil bottles from them. Suddenly, as if struck by a thought, she adopted a serious expression that startled Ning Fengji. His daughter was rarely so solemn unless something significant had transpired. Father, we must hurry to rescue Brother San. He grew up alongside Fu Jiang and is his closest friend. Once Brother San joins the Seven Treasures glazed tile school, Fu Jiang will follow suit. Ning Rongrong, overwhelmed with joy at seeing her little Bon, had nearly forgotten this matter, had she not just heard Gu Rong's voice. She might have completely overlooked Tang San. At her words, Ning Fengji turned to Gu Rong, their eyes meeting as an unspoken understanding passed between them. Slow down. What exactly happened? Gu Rong inquired, offering Ning Rongrong a glass of water. Dugu Bo has taken Brother San. Then Dean Flender, Teacher Lu Erlong, and Master went to rescue him, and Fu Jiang followed. Ning Rongrong rushed through her explanation, gulping down the water with little regard for her image. Hearing this, Ning Fengji exchanged glances with Gu Rong, both comprehending the gravity of the situation. I only know that Dugu Bo resides in the Sunset Forest, but I'm unaware of his precise location, Ning Fengji remarked, his brow furrowing in concern over the complexity of the matter. Then we must search within the Sunset Forest. If we delay, Brother San could perish. Ning Rongrong exclaimed anxiously. She then noticed her little Bon frowning slightly, as if feeling unwell. In that instant, Ning Rongrong realized that calling him brother was too familiar and could lead to misunderstandings. However, now was not the time for explanations, and she tugged on her grandfather and father, rushing toward the door. Rongrong, you should stay here and rest. Your grandfather and I will go, Ning Fengji said. Though he had never met Fu Jiang, he had heard that Fu Jiang bore a striking resemblance to Ri Xiangjing, almost like brothers. With such looks, Ning Fengji was confident he would not struggle to find him. Relieved, Ning Rongrong nodded as she watched her father and grandfather depart. Who was Brother San? Her little Bon's cool voice echoed behind her, causing her to pause, her heart racing with unease. Brother San is a student at Shrek Academy, older than I am. So I call him brother. There is nothing between us, Ning Rongrong hastily clarified, fearful of any potential misunderstanding. Oh, Junma Lu replied softly, falling silent as he continued to observe Ning Rongrong. She felt a bit embarrassed under his gaze, but also relieved, knowing he had not continued to doubt her. Suddenly, a wave of realization washed over Ning Rongrong. Her little Bon had placed such trust in her, yet she had harbored doubts about him. A feeling of guilt began to take root in her heart. Chapter 83. Dugu Bo, the Sunset Forest. This is not a place for you. Go back. Master admonished sternly, aware that Tang San had been captured by Dugu Bo and might already be in grave danger. Yet, even with a sliver of hope, he was determined to rescue Tang San. The endeavor to save Tang San was fraught with peril, and he was prepared to risk his own life. But Fu Jiang could not perish. He still had his youth ahead of him and was destined to stand at the pinnacle of the continent. You are Fu Jiang? Dugu Bo's voice resonated, his mood foul. Having been forced to reveal his 8th spirit ability by 2 spirit saints and a spirit elder, an affront to his status as a titled Douluo, Fu Jiang stepped forward. Standing before Master, Lu Erlong, and Flender, for dazzling spirit rings ascending around him. To engage a titled Douluo as a spirit master was a feat even the most audacious novels would hesitate to depict. The reason Fu Jiang stands there is merely a manifestation of the art of transmutation. Even in death, it holds no weight. Moreover, even if Fu Jiang were to perish, he possesses countless facades. And in the future, he could easily forge a bond with Tang San, the destined child. At your age, achieving the rank of Soul Master is indeed a remarkable feat. Even I must concede that your talent is unparalleled throughout the ages. Dugu Bo furrowed his brow. Initially believing that Junma from the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School was a prodigy among prodigies, yet he now beheld an even more formidable genius. Such an astonishing talent could not possibly arise from the common folk, and he was aware that Fu Jiang's martial soul was the Sharingan, the very name of the martial soul belonging to the current holy son of the Spirit Hall. Alas, you were destined to die here. Dugu Bo spoke solemnly. fully cognizant that he had become a sworn enemy of Fu Jiang and his companions. Furthermore, he recognized that the one who had slain the Pope, Tang Hao, was indeed Tang San's father. Now, he found himself in a precarious situation, contemplating the swift elimination of the four before him, followed by the assassination of Tang San, all while ensuring his granddaughter's escape. At most, he would also bring along that apothecary dough. Divine might. Fu Jiang let out a low growl, her eyes transforming into a kaleidoscope of Sharingan. Instantly, a swarm of serpents materialized beneath her feet, seemingly intent on strangling her. However, the serpents merely coiled around nothingness, passing through Fu Jiang's form without resistance. Her kaleidoscopic Sharingan resembled two black holes, voraciously consuming everything in their vicinity. The master was the first to be drawn in, followed closely by Flandra and Lu Erlong. As Lu Erlong was engulfed, Fu Jiang abruptly clutched her eyes, blood oozing from them, rendering her a terrifying sight. Spatial soul skills? Soul bones? Dugu Bo's eyes widened, and a glimmer of greed flickered within his emerald-like gaze. Even if it were soul bones, so what? With your soul power level, vanishing those two soul saints must have depleted your entire reserve of soul energy. You are indeed a prodigy, but this is where your journey ends, Dugu Bo declared coldly, as a surge of green soul energy suddenly manifested in his hand. To prevent any unforeseen complications, he resolved to strike first. Fujiko dispatched the three masters, sensing an immense destiny descending upon him, which filled his heart with secret joy. However, this did not imply that his avatar would relinquish its resistance and succumb without a fight. Instantaneous movement technique. Fu Jiang formed a one-handed seal, and in an instant, vanished from his original location. The swirling green spiritual energy struck the ground, corroding the earth into a pitch-black abyss. Witnessing this, Dugu Bo was momentarily taken aback, then narrowed his eyes, extending his mental force outward, ultimately detecting a source of spiritual energy behind a large tree approximately 50 meters away. What a clever lad. Possessing a teleportation-type soul skill, Dugu Bo mused silently, and in the blink of an eye, he too disappeared from his position, reappearing atop the large tree. This ends here. Another surge of green spiritual energy emerged, yet this time Dugu Bo was determined not to miss, for he did not believe such teleportation abilities could be employed in rapid succession. As he gazed at the green energy, Fu Jiang's eyes gradually dulled, and his entire being seemed to freeze, as if he had resigned himself to the inevitability of death. In Fu Jiang's gaze, Dugu Bo perceived a tumult of emotions, both unwillingness and a sense of release, two remarkably contradictory feelings that should not coexist. Despite his curiosity, Dugu Bo would grant Fu Jiang no opportunity, for he was pressed for time. After eliminating Fu Jiang, he intended to turn his attention to Tang San, and subsequently to intercept Flinder and his companions, especially since they were already aware of his lethal intentions. Tang Hao. Indeed, he was a force to be reckoned with. Dugu Bo. Tang San's voice echoed through the forest, accompanied by his swiftly approaching figure. The clash between the Golden Saint Dragon and the Emerald Scale Serpent King had generated such a commotion that Tang San had spotted it from a distance, racing forward with the 8 spider spears in a frenzy. Had he arrived even a moment later, Fu Jiang's avatar would have met its demise here. Upon hearing Tang San's voice, Dugu Bo froze, incredulity washing over him as he turned to face the source of the sound, Tang San's direction. There stood Tang San, bare-chested and clad in tattered trousers, desperately propelling himself with the 8 spider spears. Though he appeared disheveled, the poison Dugu Bo had inflicted was entirely absent. Dugu Bo, stop! Tang San roared, frenzied with desperation, unable to fathom the fate that would have befallen Fu Jiang had he arrived even a heartbeat later. Upon seeing Tang San, Dugu Bo retracted the green spiritual energy from his grasp. He bore no significant enmity towards Shrek Academy. The root of their conflict lay solely with Tang San. Now that Tang San had dispelled the poison that once left him powerless, hope flickered within him. He could perish, but his granddaughter, Tang. Fu Jiang opened his mouth, only to instantly lose consciousness. He had gained a rough understanding of Dugu Bo's strength, ranking among the lowest of the titled Douluo he had encountered. Upon the arrival of Tang San, his avatar's soul power had dwindled to a mere wisp, compelling him to temporarily succumb to unconsciousness, perhaps to preserve his primary disguise. Upon witnessing Fu Jiang's fainting, Tang San's eyes turned crimson, and the 8 spider lances on his back began to stir, ultimately catching Fu Jiang's falling body. You truly unraveled my poison, Dugu Bo exclaimed in astonishment. With his keen perception, he discerned that Tang San's poison had been thoroughly dispelled, and his strength seemed to have advanced as well. Your poison is nothing but refuse. What is there to be surprised about? Tang San bellowed, momentarily losing his composure. However, Upon probing Fu Jiang's body with his soul power, he discovered that Fu Jiang had merely fainted due to exhaustion, which eased his worries. Dugu Bo's expression darkened at Tang San's retort. Yet thoughts of his granddaughter compelled him to endure the insult. Chapter 84. The arrival of Ning Fengji. I merely wish to ascertain whether you truly possess the qualifications to instruct these two little monsters. It appears you still have some merit, Dugu Bo remarked, seeking a means to gracefully exit the situation. Upon hearing this, the master and the others, just released from Fu Jiang's divine space, felt incredulous but forced themselves to commend Dugu Bo, for their lives were still in his grasp, although they remained oblivious to the circumstances. As long as there was a glimmer of hope, the master would not relent. His two disciples must not face any peril. He was aware of the formidable innate abilities Fu Jiang's martial soul possessed, and the divine space he had just entered was likely one of those innate powers. You may leave now. Tang San will be staying here for a while, Dugu Bo instructed, ushering them away before turning to grasp Tang San's shoulder and departing. Watching Dugu Bo's retreating figure, the master furrowed his brow, feeling powerless. With Fu Jiang nearby, he could not allow him to fall into danger once more. Sighing, the master turned and took Fu Jiang away. Fu Jiang, henceforth you must prioritize your own life and refrain from such reckless adventures, the master admonished, his gaze unwavering. He had explicitly instructed Zhao Wujie to keep a close watch on Fu Jiang, and it was evident that Zhao Wujie had failed in this duty. Upon hearing this, Fu Jiang paused slightly before nodding in acknowledgement. Observing this, the master realized that Fu Jiang had not truly absorbed the warning. It was both a blessing and a curse. Fu Jiang, what exactly was that space you just entered? Lu Erlong inquired, her curiosity piqued. She had experienced that realm and found it vastly different from ordinary spaces. Erlong, the master interjected with a frown, turning to Lu Erlong. Earlier, he had believed he was on the brink of death and had confessed his feelings to her. At this moment, Lu Erlong was utterly compliant with the master. Instantly, she lowered her head like a bashful maiden. Her fingers entwined as if she were a girl in newfound love. One of my eye techniques, divine might. Fu Jiang spoke, asserting that his eye technique remained concealed. And he felt certain that Lu Erlong would not divulge it. Suddenly, he sensed the swift approach of two familiar auras, prompting him to frown and announce, someone is coming. The master and his companions, barely clinging to their remaining soul power, were utterly exhausted. While they still possessed the capacity to exit the sunset forest, they could no longer invoke the Trinity Spirit Fusion technique. Before them, a strange black mist materialized, from which emerged two figures, one towering and emanating a terrifying aura. The other refined and amiable, sporting a comforting smile that exuded warmth and approachability. Presumably, you are the esteemed instructors from Shrek Academy, the tall figure introduced himself. I am Ning Fengji, and my daughter is also studying at Shrek Academy. With a smile, Ning Fengji noted having witnessed Fu Jiang forcibly absorb the soul abilities of the master and his companions. While Dugu Bo believed it to be a soul bone, Ning Fengji held a different perspective. As the head of the wealthiest sect in the continent, his discernment surpasses that of an ordinary titled Douluo. When soulbone skills are unleashed, they typically radiate a unique luminescence. However, he observed no such glow above Fu Jiang's head. Only the crimson light emanating from his eyes before the spatial soul skill was activated. It was likely a natural soul skill, innate to him, akin to Jun Ma Lu's distinctive killing ash bone. Ah, it is indeed the esteemed sect leader Ning, master remarked. And you must be the renowned Bone Douluo, the foremost defender in the world. Instantly, the master bowed in respect, recognizing that Ning Fengji's gesture of courtesy was a matter of respect. Failing to reciprocate would reflect poorly on him. Observing this, the Bone Douluo Gu Rong nodded in acknowledgement, appreciating the proper etiquette displayed. Fu Jian also bent slightly, his expression devoid of emotion, while a faint, frail light flickered in his eyes. The soul power of this avatar was nearly depleted, barely sustaining its existence. Although he could absorb the surrounding soul energy to replenish himself, his current absorption rate was painfully slow, for he was still on the move. I have heard of the esteemed Golden Iron Triangle. Originally, I intended to visit Shrek Academy today to express my gratitude for the guidance bestowed upon the young lady during her time there. However, upon encountering such an incident and learning that 3 teachers from Shrek had arrived in the Sunset Forest, I wished to lend my assistance. Ning Fengji spoke with a smile, his gaze discreetly sweeping over Fu Jian, a flicker of astonishment dancing in his eyes. He had merely heard from those beneath him that Fu Jian bore a striking resemblance to Hinata Q, and now, upon seeing him, it was indeed the case. Though Fu Jian possessed an added touch of otherworldliness. Upon hearing this, Flander appeared somewhat taken aback. Although he was a soul sage, he still fell significantly short compared to someone of the caliber of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School's leader. "Young man, are you the one who struck my disciple?" Dugu Bo, without much hesitation, fixed a cold gaze upon Fu Jin, his eyes narrowing slightly, exuding an air of impending trouble. However, Flander and the master did not take it to heart. After all, a titled Duel would not lower himself to trouble a junior. The problem was that Lu Erlong took it seriously. She understood Fu Jin's deep sense of loyalty, especially given that he had exhausted his soul power to rescue them. Lu Erlong, being a woman, was inherently more emotional, and she recognized that Fu Jin had risked his own safety for theirs. She had completely come to regard Fu Jin as her disciple, even akin to her own child, and she would not allow him to fall into such a predicament again. Thus, Lu Erlong stepped forward, positioning herself in front of Fu Jin, bowing with both hands clasped in a gesture of respect customary among soul masters. Douluo, this is merely a contest among juniors, Lu Erlong stated, leaving Dugu momentarily stunned. He had never anticipated the existence of a soul master like Lu Erlong, who understood so little of the world. "Erlong, Duuluo was merely joking. How could you take it so seriously?" The master immediately reprimanded, for Dugu, unlike the notorious Biblin Dugu Bo, had a commendable reputation on the continent, especially in recent years, reportedly due to taking on a talented disciple and beginning to cultivate inner peace. Lu Erlong's eyes widened in astonishment, and she bowed once more before retreating behind the master. Duuluo. Fujikawa bowed, his expression devoid of emotion, exuding an air of aloofness. Yet there was no arrogance in his brow, as if he were simply born to speak little. "My disciple has been thinking of you ever since he returned, claiming he will not lose to you next time." Dugu narrowed his eyes, indeed harboring intentions of murder. Yet Fujikawa showed no desire to join the spirit hall. And Rong had mentioned that he would be invited to join the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School, thus he concealed his murderous intent. Ning Fengji also regarded Fujikawa, sensing that Hinata Q and Fujikawa might truly be brothers, for they bore an uncanny resemblance to one another. The only difference being the absence of a tear mole at the corner of Hinata Q's eye. Chapter 85. Ning Fengji's Invitation Shrek Academy. Reception Hall. Ning Fengji and Dugu sat there, engaged in cordial and friendly conversation with several teachers from Shrek. Ning Fengji, recognizing the formidable talent cultivation capabilities of Shrek Academy, decided to invest, offering a generous sum of 5 million gold soul coins. Such magnanimity immediately stunned Flander, the money-loving academy head. Although he understood that Ning Fengji's investment stemmed solely from his daughter Ning Rongrong's studies at Shrek, it did not mean he would refuse. For the nature of assistance from Ning Rongrong and that from Ning Fengji was fundamentally different. Moreover, Ning Fengji asserted that he would not interfere in any affairs of Shrek Academy. He only wished for his disciples from the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School to come and study. Here his intentions were transparent, as he sought to forge bonds between the disciples of the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School and the many gifted students cultivated by Shrek, ultimately enticing them to join his school. Flander and Ning Fengji conversed pleasantly, even the notoriously stingy Flander prepared to splurge, inviting Ning Fengji and Dugu to dine at the most renowned hotel in Tiando City. However, Ning Fengji did not grant him this opportunity for extravagance. After all, he had come to see his little princess, and also Fujikawa. "Young brother Fujikawa, would you be interested in joining the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School?" Ning Fengji inquired directly, wishing to prevent such a prodigy from withering away at such a formative age. Yet, if Fujikawa proved unwise, he would have no choice but to take drastic measures. Upon hearing this, Fujikawa's perceptive heart sensed a flicker of murderous intent deep within Ning Fengji's soul, and he comprehended Ning Fengji's thoughts. Were it not for Jun Yuli, Ning Fengji might have resorted to any means necessary to bind Fujikawa to the chariot of the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School, even at the cost of his own daughter. However, now that Jun Yuli was already part of the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School, and his loyalty was unquestionable, having grown up there and being in love with his daughter Ning Rongrong, he would not tear apart the bond between them. Though he was the master of the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School, he was also a father. "If I am still alive in 5 years, I shall consider it." With a heavy gaze, Fujiang slowly began to speak. Upon hearing this, Ning Fengji and Dugu simultaneously displayed expressions of confusion. They could not comprehend why Fujiang would utter such words. Could it be that something was amiss with Fujiang's health? "Young brother Fujiang, Although our 7-treasure glazed tile school may not be the foremost in the world, we possess numerous rare treasures and exceptional talents. If you harbor any unspoken troubles, please feel free to share them with me, Ning Fengji remarked, his expression growing considerably more solemn, and he found himself unexpectedly relieved. If indeed there was a matter concerning Fujiang's health, a part of him felt a sense of relief, for his son-in-law was undoubtedly a unique talent across the entire continent. Sometimes, having too many prodigies within a sect could be a double-edged sword. While he was confident in resolving the conflict between Fujiang and Jun Moluo, one could never be too certain. I carry a deep-seated grudge that spans the depths of blood and sea. In 5 years, I shall confront that individual in a battle to the death. As it stands, I see no glimmer of hope for victory. Fujikawa spoke, referring to none other than the holy son of the spirit hall, Uchiha Itachi. Hearing this, Ning Fengji furrowed his brow slightly. As he had a vague understanding of the deep-seated enmity Fujikawa spoke of, a sentiment conveyed through Rongrong's wind spirit bird. After all, Shiau was known for her loose lips. Unable to keep secrets, particularly regarding her close friend Rongrong, which led to Shiau sharing everything she knew without reservation. However, Ning Fengji found it difficult to believe in Fujikawa's narrative of blood-soaked vendettas, as such tales often seemed implausible and riddled with inconsistencies. For instance, how could Uchiha Itachi have murdered his father? It was unlikely that two extraordinary talents like Uchiha Itachi and Fujikawa could possibly originate from mundane backgrounds. Furthermore, why did Uchiha Itachi not eliminate Fujikawa entirely? Why would he bestow upon Fujikawa the Holy Sun's decree? These discrepancies compelled Ning Fengji to question the nature of the relationship between Fujikawa and the Spirit Hall. Yet the Holy Son of the Spirit Hall, Uchiha Itachi? Ning Fengji refrained from feigning ignorance by inquiring about Fujikawa's adversary. Such an inquiry would have deemed him excessively rude for prying into Fujikawa's affairs. Upon hearing that name, a palpable aura of murderous intent erupted from Fujikawa, coalescing into a nearly tangible force, manifesting behind him as a ferocious beast with a gaping maw, howling towards the heavens. Sensing this overwhelming menace, Douluo Gu Rong stepped forward, using his soul power to shield Ning Fengji. While internally marveling at Fujikawa's intensity, almost akin to the fabled domain of the god of slaughter, only accessible to those who emerged from the city of slaughter, Ning Fengji, too, was taken aback by the sudden wave of hostility. Retreating a step, the aura was thick with resentment and fury, unmistakably genuine. At least he had never encountered such profound malice before. Fujikawa, my young brother, now that Uchiha Itachi has ascended to the position of Holy Son of the Spirit Hall, the resources and teachings he receives are beyond measure. The only force in the world that can rival the wealth of the Spirit Hall is our 7-treasure glazed tile school. Moreover, we have 2 titled Douluos within our ranks, and should you decide to join us, they will impart their knowledge to you wholeheartedly. Ning Fengji began to weave a grand vision. The whether Bone Douluo and Sword Douluo would genuinely dedicate themselves to teaching Fujikawa was outside his purview. However, he believed that if Sword Uncle were to gain such a prodigious disciple, he would surely be delighted. Upon hearing these words, Fujikawa's murderous intent gradually dissipated. Seemingly intrigued by the proposition, Fujikawa, do not be impolite. The master interjected suddenly. He hailed from the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family. Despite being expelled, he held a lingering attachment to his roots. Thus, he possessed a modicum of self-interest, yet he would not directly intervene in Fujikawa's choices. His goal was to make those in the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family, who had once belittled him, regret their actions. However, persuading Fujikawa to join their ranks was utterly implausible. Upon hearing this, Fujikawa's murderous intent swiftly faded. He then closed his eyes, gathering his emotions. Ning Zongzhu. Fujikawa has yet to graduate from Shrek Academy. It would be prudent to discuss this matter after he completes his studies and attends the upcoming grand event, the master suggested. His gaze steady, his expression rigid as he regarded Ning Fengji. In response, Ning Fengji smiled and nodded in agreement with the master's counsel, while Douluo Gu Rong frowned slightly, believing the so-called master was somewhat out of touch. After a round of pleasantries, Ning Fengji and Douluo Gu Rong departed from Shrek Academy, boarding an opulent carriage bound for the 7-treasure glazed tile school's office in Tiando City. Along the way, Gu Rong voiced his discontent. This master truly lacks awareness. Had it not been for him, Fujikawa would have already joined our 7-treasure glazed tile school. Ning Fengji took a sip of tea, responding with an air of calm, as if everything was well within his control. Upon hearing this, Gu Rong paused. and a flicker of murderous intent ignited in his eyes. "Master, allow me to." Gu Rong's murderous intent became evident, even employing a respectful title. Yet he hesitated mid-sentence, trusting that Ning Fengji understood his unspoken intent. "There's no need. If Fujikawa has indeed become a member of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family, that old dragon should have arrived by now." Ning Fengji waved his hand dismissively, having surmised the master's motivations. It was merely a desire to prove his worth to the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family, who had cast him out. He was unconcerned, having already resolved to intercept the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon School. Chapter 86. Xiao Wu's comb. Upon returning to the Shrek Academy dormitory, Fujikawa encountered Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing, who had been waiting for him. He paused momentarily, then nodded in greeting. Zhu Zhuqing rushed towards Fujikawa, enveloping his somewhat stiff form in an embrace. Burying her face in his neck, her eyes glistening with unshed tears, trembling slightly, as if overwhelmed with concern for him. Within this display was a mixture of genuine emotion and performance. While she truly worried for Fujikawa, Zhu Zhuqing did not believe he would encounter any danger. After all, his strength was widely recognized, having witnessed Fujikawa control a 100,000-year-old Titan giant ape with his martial spirit. Fu Zhang's hand lingered awkwardly in midair, uncertain of its next move. He glanced at Xiao Wu, only to discover she remained still, devoid of any action. Consequently, Fu Jiang gently placed his palm upon Zhu Zhuqing's back. And as his hand descended, Zhu Zhuqing's delicate form shuddered once more, subsequently succumbing to a soft languor. Overwhelmed with joy, Zhu Zhuqing felt she had made significant progress. I was truly worried about you," she uttered, her voice trembling, tears cascading down her cheeks. Witnessing this scene, Xiao Wu felt a profound discomfort in her heart. Her lips turned sour, and an ache settled within. "Fu Jiang, I am relieved you are safe, but what of Tang-san?" Xiao Wu refrained from rushing forward. Instead, she stood there, poised, gradually voicing her concern. Although she initially hesitated to inquire about Tang-san's current state, her worry lingered, as they had grown up together. She had once contemplated bestowing upon Tang-san the comb her mother had left her. However, she had chosen to entrust it to Fu Jiang instead, leading her to alter the way she referred to Tang-san. Upon hearing her words, a fleeting shadow of sorrow crossed Fu Jiang's eyes. "Tang-san is well. He may have become a disciple of the Bailin Douluo." Fu Jiang spoke up, expressing his uncertainty regarding Tang-san's situation. But he did not believe that such a prominent child of destiny would meet his end here. Upon hearing Fu Jiang's words, Xiao Wu felt a wave of relief wash over her. She then hopped over to Fu Jiang and gently patted Zhu Zhuqing, who had been clinging to him. "Zhuqing, I have something to discuss with Fu Jiang. Could you please head back for now?" Xiao Wu said with a smile, eager to present her comb to Fu Jiang. Knowing that Zhu Zhuqing would only cause a disturbance, this was almost a provocation. How could Zhu Zhuqing possibly tolerate it? "I still have much to say to Fu Jiang. If you have matters to address, let us postpone them until tomorrow." Zhu Zhuqing dismounted from Fu Jiang, turning to face Xiao Wu, her voice measured. She felt a tinge of unfamiliarity with Xiao Wu. Although she hadn't changed drastically, she was no longer the naive girl who wore her emotions on her sleeve. Xiao Wu did not respond to Zhu Zhuqing, her gaze fixed intently on Fu Jiang, stirring something within him as if he recalled a distant memory. Xiao Wu's disregard left Zhu Zhuqing feeling somewhat displeased, but with Fu Jiang present, she couldn't express her feelings overtly. After all, she could not simply chase Xiao Wu away in front of him. "Xiao Wu, if you have something to say, let us discuss it tomorrow. You should return to your dormitory and rest." Fu Jiang finally broke the prolonged silence, easing the tense atmosphere. His words brought relief to Zhu Zhuqing, who then looked at Xiao Wu with a glimmer of triumph and a hint of superiority. Xiao Wu was taken aback. She never anticipated Fu Jiang would decline her request. In the past, he would go to great lengths to fulfill her wishes. Yes, that was in the past. Not now. Memories of the day she had rejected Fu Jiang flooded her mind, causing a pang of sorrow as she realized how unfamiliar he had become to her. "No. I must speak now." Xiao Wu, somewhat willful, took a step closer to Fu Jiang, enunciating her words deliberately. Seeing this, Fu Jiang instinctively took a step back. Glancing at Zhu Zhuqing, "Fu Jiang has said to save it for tomorrow. Did you not hear him?" Zhu Zhuqing positioned herself in front of Fu Jiang, blocking Xiao Wu's advance, her anger flaring at being ignored. She felt compelled to act, otherwise Fu Jiang might indeed be taken from her. Once again disregarding Zhu Zhuqing, Xiao Wu fixed her gaze on Fu Jiang. "You never used to refuse me." Her eyes held a hint of melancholy, dimming as if she were on the verge of tears. "Zhu Zhuqing, unable to bear the slight any longer, forcefully pushed Xiao Wu away, glaring at her like a protective feline. As Xiao Wu stumbled back, Fu Jiang instinctively reached out, but his hand froze mid-air. The sight of his hand suspended left Xiao Wu's heart aching, nearly bringing her to tears. Xiao Wu, if you have something to say, do so now. If not, return to your dormitory and rest. Zhu Zhuqing's voice was sharp, her gaze fixed on Xiao Wu, her cat-like pupils sending a shiver down one's spine. Taken aback, Xiao Wu paused, then retrieved the comb from her possession. Could you help me comb my hair? She asked, her eyes sparkling with hope. She had thrown caution to the wind. From the confidence she initially felt to the anxiety she now experienced. Only she knew the turmoil within her heart. Once more overlooked, Zhu Zhuqing wished she could unleash her martial spirit and deliver a swift strike to Xiao Wu. Yet, she restrained herself, turning to Fu Jiang. Her previously feline gaze transforming back to ordinary eyes, now filled with panic. She feared that Fu Jiang would acquiesce to Xiao Wu's request. Although the significance of combing hair remained a mystery to her, Zhu Zhuqing understood that such intimacy was typically reserved for couples. She had never even asked Fu Jiang to help her with her hair. Fu Jing observed the panic in Zhu Zhuqing's eyes and the eager anticipation in Xiao Wu's gaze. He fell into silence, seemingly contemplating whether he should style Xiao Wu's hair. Both Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing shared an unspoken understanding, refraining from pressuring Fu Jing, allowing him the time to deliberate on the matter. In Zhu Zhuqing's heart, an overwhelming sense of alarm took hold, coupled with resentment toward Ning Rongrong and Xiao Wu. If it were not for Ning Rongrong's interference, how could Xiao Wu have possibly ended up like this? As for Xiao Wu, having already turned down Fu Jing, what was the point of competing with her? It was clear that Xiao Wu had declined Fu Jing, and Fu Jing had accepted her. To attempt acceptance was, in itself, a form of acceptance. Meanwhile, Xiao Wu felt her heart racing, blood rushing through her veins, brimming with confidence. She was convinced that Fu Jing would surely acquiesce to her, just as he had in the past. The recent rejection by Fu Jing was merely a minor hiccup, one that Xiao Wu did not truly take to heart. Fujiko gently parted her lips, a single syllable escaping her mouth. Chapter 87. The Wailing Little Dance. How wonderful it would have been if it were a month ago. Fu Jiang spoke, his eyes shimmering with a faint sorrow and regret. He believed that it was imperative to exploit the opportunity presented by Xiao Wu's mind and to reap the benefits from Zhu Zhuqing's situation. The most prudent approach, he reasoned, was to maintain his responsible persona. Upon hearing his words, Xiao Wu trembled slightly, her hand holding the comb frozen in midair. The sparkle in her strikingly beautiful eyes dulled. As she stared blankly at Fu Jiang, she could hardly fathom that Fu Jiang had indeed rejected her, although his refusal was articulated delicately. She understood the gravity of his denial. This was unthinkable to her. She had never imagined that Fu Jiang would one day turn her down, not even in her wildest dreams. Zhu Zhuqing, initially taken aback, soon found her spirits soaring, her heart racing. She comprehended the implications of Fu Jiang's words regarding a month prior, the very day she had confessed her feelings to him, when he had tentatively chosen to embrace her affection. She recognized Fu Jiang as a man of integrity, yet she never anticipated that he would truly reject Xiao Wu for her sake. Zhu Zhuqing had witnessed how Fu Jiang once treated Xiao Wu with utmost care, as if she were something precious to be cherished and protected. Had Fu Jiang been a decade older, Zhu Zhuqing might have even suspected him to be Xiao Wu's father. Why? Xiao Wu was flustered, even uncertain of her own actions, confronting Fu Jiang directly with an inquiry, or perhaps an accusation. In response, Fu Jiang grasped Zhu Zhuqing's hand firmly. A month ago, I chose to accept Zhu Zhuqing. Fu Jian responded rather brusquely, sensing a profound surge of destiny's arrival. Indeed, the most effective method of harvesting was to desire what one could not attain. In the past, the attentions Fu Jian had bestowed, save for that singular moment when he stood before the Titan ape, had never yielded a fortune comparable to this occasion. However, it was odd. Xiao Wu longed to assert that she had arrived first, but the memory of her previous rejection silenced her words. She then considered expressing that after refusing him just once, he had sought solace in another's embrace, yet that too remained unspoken. For she had once aided Zhu Zhuqing in her pursuits. The tumultuous clash between a woman's irrationality and reason raged on, ultimately yielding to reason's triumph, leaving Xiao Wu voiceless. Fujiko has never wronged her. Rather, she has continually exploited Fujiko's kindness, even outright rejecting her after that confession. Xiao Wu recalled her mother's words. When encountering a man worthy of lifelong devotion, one should bestow upon him this comb. Mother, Shiau has found that man deserving of her trust for eternity, yet the comb remains ungifted. Silently, tears traced down her delicate cheeks as she contemplated fleeing from this place. Yet she was reluctant to depart so easily. Fujiko, at that moment, I was utterly unprepared. I apologize. Can we start anew? This time, I will surely. Shiau spoke anxiously, her tears flowing freely. Upon hearing this, Zhu Zhuqing raised her guard instantly, sensing Shiau's audacity. Enough. Why must Fujiko accommodate you time and again? Why should there be a second chance? Why should she continue to harbor feelings for you? Just because of your mere apology? There are many sentiments I have kept buried within, and today, I shall express them. I know not how things were before. But from the moment I laid eyes on you and Fujiko, she has ceaselessly aided and protected you, while you, time and again, have inflicted wounds upon her. Even withholding a simple morning greeting, you have treated Fujiko as a mere convenience, taking her every sacrifice for granted, never once contemplating what you might offer in return. Now that you see Fujiko has discovered her true love, fearing that she will no longer safeguard you as before, you seek to reclaim her affection with this paltry comb. How utterly shameless you are. Zhu Zhuqing expressed herself fervently, naturally positioning herself as Fujiko's true love. And just as she was about to unleash a final expletive against the double standards, she exclaimed, "Enough." The deep and magnetic voice of Fujiang resonated, compelling Zhu Zhuqing to swallow back the curse that was poised on her lips. At that moment, Shiau was utterly overwhelmed by Zhu Zhuqing's fierce onslaught. Tears streamed down her face like a bursting dam, unstoppable and relentless. She felt that Zhu Zhuqing's words were undeniably true, laden with reason, and she found herself devoid of any rebuttal. No, there was one point she could contest. No, it is not like that. Fujiang, in truth. Ever since our encounter with the Titan giant ape in the Stardow forest, I have already developed feelings for you. Shiau could articulate herself with ease on many matters, but when it came to this, her tongue seemed to falter. Before she could finish her sentence, Zhu Zhuqing interrupted her once more. Then why did you refuse Fujiang back then? Zhu Zhuqing's words effectively closed off any further arguments Shiau might have made. Upon hearing this, Shiau was about to explain, but the recollection of Zhu Zhuqing's previous remarks halted her. She had never intended to play both sides. At that time, she was genuinely indecisive and hesitant. Although Shiau held this thought, she could not voice it. She understood that if she were to say such a thing, her standing in Fujiang's heart would only diminish further, and she even began to entertain the worst possible scenarios. She feared that Fujiang might perceive her confession as a mere ploy, worried that he would expose her identity as a soul beast. Shiau did not wish for Fujiang to see her as a girl solely driven by self-interest and fear of death. I declare, enough. Fujiang's voice rose an octave as she suddenly pulled Zhu Zhuqing back, her gaze sharp and penetrating. Upon encountering Fujiang's fierce stare, Zhu Zhuqing, displaying her astuteness, promptly sealed her lips. Shiau, you too must be weary. It is best for you to return and rest. Fujiang took a deep breath, exhaling a heavy sigh before slowly speaking. Meanwhile, Shiau showed no intention of leaving. She stood there dazed, her helplessness evoking a profound sense of sympathy. Observing Shiau's reluctance to depart, Fujiang simply turned away, feeling quite satisfied with the fruitful mining endeavors of the day and looking forward to tomorrow's continuation. Zhu Zhuqing followed Fujiang's lead, a smile unconsciously gracing her lips as she reveled in the victory over Shiau. Believing she had secured her place as Fujiang's true girlfriend, Shiau, with her gaze cast downward at her shoes, succumbed to tears, initially a quiet sob, which swiftly escalated into heart-wrenching wails in less than 15 seconds. A tall, mature figure appeared behind Shiau. Upon witnessing her distress, a flicker of recognition sparked within her, prompting her to approach slowly. Lu Erlong, without uttering a word, enveloped Shiau in her embrace, her own eyes glistening with unshed tears. Strangely, despite the fact that it was Shiau who had been consuming Fujiang's affection, witnessing her plight stirred a sense of compassion within Lu Erlong. Initially thinking Fujiang had returned, Shiau's cries abruptly ceased as she lifted her head, her eyes brimming with hope. However, upon realizing it was not Fujiang, the glimmer of hope vanished and her sobs intensified. Chapter 88. Zhu Zhuqing's reluctance. Fujiko grasped Zhu Zhuqing's hand as they walked halfway, only to suddenly release it. Zhu Zhuqing, who had been lost in thoughts contemplating her child's name, was abruptly awakened. With a hint of panic, she looked up at Fujiko, fearing that Fujiko might change her mind. You should return and rest, she suggested. Fujiang spoke up, expressing his desire to take a brief respite to thoroughly process the information he had just received. Upon hearing this, Zhu Zhiqing immediately wrapped her arms around Fujiang's, showing no intention of letting go. I refuse. Let us go out and stay somewhere else. If I return today, Zhu Zhiqing said with a hint of mischief, intent on shattering the flawless image of Xiaowu in Fujiang's mind, necessitating some effort on her part. Xiaowu is not the person you think she is. Fujiang shook his head, expressing uncertainty about whether Xiaowu would truly launch an attack on Zhu Zhiqing. However, he was certain that Zhu Zhiqing had already resolved to strike at Xiaowu. Zhu Zhiqing felt a mixture of envy and jealousy towards Fujiang's unwavering confidence in Xiaowu. No, I shall not return, Zhu Zhiqing declared resolutely, then grasped Fujiang's arm tightly, refusing to allow him to depart even a step away. Witnessing this, Fujiang let out a sigh within his heart. Accompany me for a stroll, he suggested. As Fujiwara spoke, her words illuminated the previously somber gaze of Zhu Zhiqing, transforming it into a radiant expression of delight. She curved her lips into a smile, gazing at Fujiwara with a look of sheer astonishment. Indeed, Zhu Zhiqing nodded emphatically, then shifted from merely resting her arm around Fujiwara to embracing her with a sense of proud possession, resembling a pair of celestial beings. As they traversed the academy, they attracted considerable attention. However, given that Shrek Academy was formerly known as Blue Tyrant Academy, a place devoid of nobility, there were no self-important individuals daring to challenge Fujiwara. Fujiwara, where are we headed? Zhu Zhiqing inquired, her cheeks flushed as her thoughts wandered, although she projected an image of a cool and aloof goddess before others. In Fujiwara's presence, she transformed into a docile little kitten. To the soul-fighting arena. Fujikawa spoke succinctly, and after finishing, she quickened her pace, prompting Zhu Zhiqing to hasten her steps as well. The atmosphere between the two fell into silence once again. Although Zhu Zhiqing was perplexed by these matters, she understood that they must avoid any lull in their conversation. A pause would signify a lack of common ground, essentially indicating that they struggled to connect. While it may not seem significant now, over time, they would inevitably uncover each other's flaws and magnify them. Have you ever contemplated our future life? Zhu Zhiqing inquired, urgently grasping for a topic, her words escaping her lips without the filter of thought. Upon hearing this, Fujikawa was momentarily taken aback, her steps faltering. Observing Fujikawa's reaction, Zhu Zhiqing instantly grasped the implications, and the delicate arm wrapped around Fujikawa's arm trembled slightly. If I were to survive, I would marry you. Fujiang made a solemn promise, vowing not to betray it, and he intended to use this commitment to acquire even greater destiny. Upon hearing this, Zhu Zhiqing was momentarily taken aback, and her embrace around Fujiang's arm became somewhat rigid, yet it was evident that she tightened her grip. What about Xiaowu? Zhu Zhiqing impulsively posed this question, and any ordinary person hearing it would undoubtedly feel a twinge of irritation. Fujin uttered but a single word before descending into silence. He slightly turned his head to gaze at Zhu Zhiqing, only to find her staring intently at him, their eyes colliding in a palpable tension. Ultimately, it was Fujin who averted his gaze first, turning away to fix his eyes straight ahead, as if something of great value lay before him. Observing this, Zhu Zhiqing grasped the unspoken truth within Fujin's heart. She refrained from causing a scene. Yet a sense of reluctance lingered within her. The strong often enjoy privileges, and Fujin is undoubtedly a formidable powerhouse. Zhu Zhiqing had never doubted his talent and prowess. She understood that a strong individual is entitled to such privileges, and Fujin would certainly possess them as well. Yet, she felt a deep-seated dissatisfaction. She resented being merely a shadow, an opportunist lurking in the background, and had even begun to mimic Xiao's every gesture before Fujin, adopting a cute style in her attire and accessories. In the past, she had felt little of this. At that time, she viewed Fujin merely as a tool, a means to exact revenge upon the Zhu family. But now she found herself growing increasingly greedy. She was no longer content with her identity. She did not wish to remain a mere reflection of Xiaowu. She aspired to genuinely replace her, to become the one and only Zhu Zhiqing in Fujin's life. Human desires are akin to boulders rolling down a mountain. Once set in motion, they cannot be halted. It matters not. I am indifferent, Zhu Zhiqing spoke after a brief silence, feigning nonchalance, though her demeanor betrayed her true feelings. Fujin remained silent, hesitating momentarily before intertwining his fingers with Zhu Zhiqing's. This subtle gesture took Zhu Zhiqing by surprise, as she felt the warmth of Fujin's gentle palm, devoid of any roughness, which left her with a hint of infatuation. It was precisely this small action that brought a genuine smile to her face for the first time. The two walked together for a while until they arrived at a bustling street, lined with numerous vendors displaying their wares by the roadside. Fujime spotted a necklace that she believed would complement Zhu Zhuqing beautifully, so she paused in her tracks. She approached the small stall directly and reached out to grasp the necklace. "How much is it?" Fu Jiang inquired, casually handing the necklace to Zhu Zhuqing. Taken aback for a moment, Zhu Zhuqing instinctively accepted the necklace. This could be regarded as Fu Jiang's inaugural gift to her, a truly significant token. The corners of Zhu Zhuqing's lips curled upwards, and a smile gradually illuminated her face. She did not concern herself with the necklace's value. What mattered was that it was the first gift bestowed upon her by Fu Jiang. "My dear sir, you possess remarkable taste. This necklace is crafted from pure silver, and it is indeed the sole piece in my humble stall." The merchant's incessant chatter continued until he noticed Fu Jiang's slight frown, marked by an expression of impatience, prompting him to abruptly cease his words. "1 silver coin," the merchant stated directly as a figure with white hair emerged behind him. Realizing it was time to amend his loquacious tendencies, Fu Jiang directly retrieved a silver soul coin from her storage soul guide and tossed it to the merchant before turning to leave. "You are on the verge of reaching level 30. In a few days, I shall take you to hunt soul beasts." Fujiko made a promise, then glanced at Zhu Zhuqing, who seemed entirely oblivious to her words, merely grinning foolishly at the inferior silver necklace in her hand. Perhaps Fujiko regarded it as inconsequential. Yet Zhu Zhuqing perceived this necklace as something of profound significance. Although the necklace might have been an impulsive gesture from Fujiko, stemming from a sense of indebtedness, it was certainly better than receiving nothing at all from her. "What did you say?" Zhu Zhuqing came back to her senses, feeling as though Fujiko had uttered something important. She then looked up at Fujiko and slowly inquired, "After you reach level 30, I shall take you to hunt soul beasts." Fuji repeated himself, then paused slightly, suddenly turning his head in a particular direction. Chapter 89, Zhu Zhuqing's Embarrassment. A man with strikingly similar features to Fuji stood at one end of the street, while Fuji stood at the opposite end. The two locked eyes. Fuji noticed Shueika and Zwiking beside Hinata Mirror, while Hinata Mirror saw Zhu Zhuqing beside Fuji. "Is this the Fuji you mentioned?" Zwiking squinted slightly. As it was her first encounter with Fuji, in the first moment of doubt she harbored towards Hinata Mirror since revealing her daughter's identity. After all, Hinata Mirror bore an uncanny resemblance to Fuji, as though they had been sculpted from the same mold, aside from the tear mole at the corner of his eye. Zwiking could find no distinguishing feature. "Indeed, he is formidable." Hinata Mirror narrowed his eyes, sensing Zwiking's malice directed at Fuji. "How formidable?" Zwiking asked, her voice barely audible. "Meant only for Hinata Mirror and Shueika. Capable of rivaling my entire Imperial combat team," Hinata Mirror declared, exaggerating the strength of his true self. Though this was not entirely untrue, in reality, the entire Imperial combat team consisted of merely 3 individuals. Upon hearing this, Zwiking's spirit was rekindled. To match the current Imperial combat team, even if she were to unleash her full power, victory was not guaranteed, and defeat was a possibility. Especially considering the terrifying presence of Jun Muller's shared kill and Li Locke's 8 gates of Duenjia. Presently, both Li Locke and Jun Mulu were already officials of the Crown Prince's residence. Once they completed the grand event and graduated from the Tiendo Royal Academy, they would be directly employed by the Crown Prince's residence. Suddenly, Fuji nodded at Hinata Mirror, a silent acknowledgement, and then walked straight ahead. Hinata Mirror also nodded slightly, as if signaling. "Brother Mirror, is he truly as strong as you say?" Shueika pouted, doubting that anyone could surpass her brother Mirror, especially a young man who appeared to be of similar age. Despite Fuji's resemblance to her brother, her affections lay solely with him. She was not the type to waver in her affections. Hearing this, Hinata Mirror smiled gently and ruffled Shueika's hair. "In a life and death battle, the outcome between us is evenly matched. In a tournament, I am inferior to him." Hinata Mirror spoke with confidence, for the power within this incarnation of his was significant. Especially after several enhancements, he had even begun to. Upon hearing this, Zwiking nodded, although she had not witnessed the full extent of Hinata Mirror's capabilities. His strength could undoubtedly be described as unfathomable. At the very least, Zwiking did not possess absolute confidence in defeating Hinata Mirror. She believed him to be superior to herself and destined to become a divine being, prompting her to inquire with her grandfather about the existence of divine legacies in the Douluo continent. In my view, Brother Mirror, you are overestimating him." Shueika, transformed into a little fan of her brother Mirror, believed that only he could be the strongest. Meanwhile, Zwiking frowned slightly, discontent with her sycophantic younger sister. Though she did not believe her sister had any qualities that could outshine her own, caution was prudent. For who knew if Hinata Mirror might prefer a silly little fan like her? All right, let us depart. Today, I have taken so much time to accompany you. So let us not dwell on such matters. Zuiking said with a smile, completely forgetting that it was she who insisted on coming along. She understood Hinata Mirror well, recognizing him as a boy with exceptional talent in cultivation and combat, yet completely naive in social interactions. Perhaps the more one lacks something, the more they yearn for it. Zuiking felt that Hinata Mirror was like her white moonlight, even waking in the night, fearful that he might discover her true identity. Humph, you were the one who insisted on coming along. Shiau adorably whispered, feeling quite displeased with her brother's actions. She had hoped for a more intimate moment between them. In response, Zuiking reached out, playfully pinching Shiau's adorable face, contorting it into various shapes. Ultimately, after Shiau protested, Zuiking ended her playful torment. Fujiang gently grasped Zhu Juqing's hand, leading her away from the bustling streets into the secluded embrace of the forest. As the surrounding environment grew increasingly tranquil, Zhu Juqing's heart began to race, and a pair of crimson blooms blossomed on her cheeks. She found herself contemplating whether to adopt a more reserved demeanor or to embrace a bolder spirit. After all, they were destined to share a life together, and she wished to leave Fujiang with the impression of a devoted and virtuous partner. Thus, she resolved to remain somewhat restrained, preferably with Fujiang gently coaxing her along. Are we, perhaps, moving too swiftly? Zhu Juqing's delicate face was flushed to the point of nearly bleeding. Her entire being trembling, and even speaking had become a laborious task. Upon hearing her words, Fujiang paused, then turned to gaze at Zhu Juqing, bewildered. What? Fujian furrowed his brows, sensing the descent of fate emanating from Zhu Juqing. If you must insist, it is not entirely out of the question. But could we perhaps choose a different location? This place is rather uncomfortable. Zhu Juqing was on the verge of tears. Her skin was not particularly thick, and it took immense courage for her to voice such sentiments. There was no way she could elaborate on the matter further. Observing her distress, Fujian's frown deepened slightly, as he began to grasp the tumultuous thoughts swirling in Zhu Juqing's mind. Do not let your imagination run wild. Why is your mind so consumed with such thoughts? With a hint of exasperation, Fujikawa spoke, expressing that he merely wished to impart some knowledge to Zhu Juqing before swiftly sending her on her way. Upon hearing this, Zhu Juqing was momentarily taken aback, her complexion deepening to a hue reminiscent of a ripened apple, as if she longed to vanish into the earth itself. At that moment, Fujikawa could almost perceive wisps of steam rising from Zhu Juqing's head. Fully aware that she would rather gouge 3 rooms and a hall into the ground with her toes than endure the current embarrassment. I. Zhu Juqing stammered, struggling to articulate her thoughts, feeling that no words could possibly suffice. Observing her plight, Fujikawa recognized that only he could alleviate the profoundly awkward situation. Have you mastered the transformation of wind attributes? Fujin inquired, seeking to turn the conversation to more serious matters. For this predicament was not solely embarrassing for Zhu Juqing. Given his persona, Fujin himself was equally engulfed in awkwardness. Upon hearing this, Zhu Juqing's stammering remained unchanged, her speech still muddled. I haven't yet. Zhu Juqing kept her gaze cast downwards, too timid to meet Fujin's eyes. Allow me to impart a method to you, one that will enable you to swiftly master the transformations of the wind attribute. Fujiang began to expound upon his techniques. Yet Zhu Juqing did not listen with the same earnestness as before. Instead, she appeared distracted and disengaged. Chapter 90. The visionary master. Time flew by swiftly, and in the blink of an eye, a month had passed. Fujiang took Zhu Juqing to the Sunset Forest to hunt soul beasts and acquire soul rings. The master had suggested a 9,000-year-old phantom tiger. Initially, he intended for Zhao Wujia or their golden iron triangle to accompany them, but Fujiang declined, asserting that there were no soul beasts in the Sunset Forest that could pose a threat to him, and that the students of Shrek Academy needed their guidance. Of course, the cornerstone of this decision was Fujiang's unwavering confidence in his own abilities. This self-assurance caused the master some concern. He felt that Fujiang's training had been remarkably smooth, devoid of any significant setbacks. Once, he viewed this ease as a blessing, believing it would fortify Fujiang's formidable spirit. However, his perspective had shifted. The master now worried that Fujiang's excessive confidence might be detrimental. Overconfidence breeds arrogance, and while Fujiang possessed the talent for such arrogance, the master did not wish for him to become a haughty individual. For when one becomes overly arrogant, they are prone to overlook crucial details, potentially leading to dire consequences. Underestimating one's opponent is a cardinal sin in the art of warfare. Yet now, there lingered another issue, one that left the master utterly perplexed. Fujiang is truly extraordinary. Whether in talent, strength, or even appearance, he stands as a pinnacle among the entire continent. The only aspect that could be mentioned is his lineage. The Uchiha clan's extensive legacy of soul abilities is sufficient to position Fujiang as a rival to any major sect, even surpassing the Spirit Hall in terms of soul techniques. Yet, should Fujiang express a desire to join any faction, his unparalleled abilities and innate gifts would ensure that no one would dare to refuse him. The master sought to find someone formidable to challenge Fujiang, yet he found himself at a complete loss. The golden generation of the Royal Tiendo Academy. It is not that the master looks down upon them. Even if Junmolu's first soul ring is of a millennium grade, Fujiang's entire soul rings are of the 10,000-year grade, accompanied by countless inherited soul abilities. Junmolu is simply not Fujiang's match. As for Hinata Q, according to the records, he is merely an ordinary soul master with 2 yellow and 2 purple rings. He might possess some unique soul abilities or even a soul bone, but to the master, Hinata Q is inferior to Junmolu. Even if Hinata Q is stronger than Junmolu now, it is certain that in the future, he will be surpassed by Junmolu. Although Hinata Q possesses a soul ability that can conceal the color of his soul rings, the master doubts the likelihood of that. Perhaps only the current golden generation of the Spirit Hall could qualify as Fujiang's adversaries. Seated in his office, the master felt a surge of frustration. He had not anticipated that having an exceptional disciple would bring such worries. How trivial. Suddenly, a knock resonated at his office door. Without looking up, he merely uttered, "Enter." The door swung open, and Lu Erlong briskly entered with Xiao Wu. Aware of the master's preference against abrupt intrusions, Lu Erlong had knocked. Unlike others who might barge in, such as Flander, "Xiao Gang, have you seen Fujiang?" Lu Erlong inquired directly, having already acknowledged Xiao Wu as her daughter. Upon hearing her, the master lifted his gaze to glance at Lu Erlong, then noticed Xiao Wu behind her, his expression stiffening. The allure of 100,000-year soul ring and soul bone was overwhelmingly tempting. One of the reasons he had separated Fujiang and Xiao Wu was to ensure that Fujiang could later acquire Xiao Wu's 100,000-year soul ring and soul bone. He and Zhu Zhuqing have gone to hunt soul beasts in the Sunset Forest, the master replied somewhat stiffly. Feeling the need to discuss with Lu Erlong not to let Xiao Wu grow too close to Fujiang for fear of future complications. Upon hearing this, Xiao Wu's countenance shifted, sensing a profound sense of crisis. "Is it just Fujiang and Zhu Zhuqing?" she quickly asked, her urgency palpable. Observing her desperation, the master furrowed his brow. He did not wish for Fujiang and Xiao Wu to be together. In his mind, Fujiang was destined to stand at the pinnacle of the continent. And as a title Douluo, even a super Douluo, being married to a 100,000-year soul beast would inevitably draw scorn from the continent's soul masters. The conflict between humanity and soul beast was irreconcilable. As long as soul masters required soul rings to elevate their ranks, there would never be a day of peaceful coexistence. The master, a rational individual, could not allow his disciple to forsake a 100,000-year soul ring and a 100,000-year soul bone. Moreover, such treasures were easily within reach. Indeed, the master stated with a composed demeanor, lowering his gaze to conceal the greed that flickered in his eyes. His career as a soul master had reached its limits. He held no further aspirations for soul bones and soul rings, yet he still had 2 disciples to consider. At his words, Xiao Wu trembled slightly, then politely withdrew. Lu Erlong was about to follow but was called back by the master. "Xiao Gang, what is the matter?" Lu Erlong queried, taking a seat before the master. Her expression, one of confusion. The master fell silent for a moment, then interlaced his fingers, an indication of serious conversation. Lu Erlong understood the master's demeanor well, and she straightened herself in response. "In the future, do not grow too close to Xiao Wu," the master spoke earnestly. Having long wished to convey this sentiment to Lu Erlong since the day she acknowledged Xiao Wu as her daughter. Taken aback, Lu Erlong quickly grasped the master's meaning. It was undoubtedly regarding Xiao Wu's identity as a soul beast. Men are predominantly rational, while women tend to be more emotional. Both traits have their merits, thus creating the balance of yin and yang, each indispensable. Xiao Wu. Lu Erlong began to advocate for Xiao Wu, feeling the need to defend her daughter. However, she was abruptly interrupted by the master's unyielding tone. "Erlong, I understand your thoughts. Had Fujiang and Xiao Wu truly been in love? Even if Xiao Wu were a 100,000-year soul beast, I would never have intervened. However, at that time, Xiao Wu's heart was clearly not with Fujiang. Now that Fujiang has found someone he cherishes, Xiao Wu's sudden desire to reclaim him. Such feelings are unreliable, born merely from the fear of loss. Xiao Wu fears losing Fujiang's affection. Had Zhu Zhuqing not been present, Fujiang would not have sought any other girl, and she would not have turned back to pursue him. With malicious intent, the master articulated his thoughts. To outsiders, the relationship between Xiao Wu and Fujiang appeared as such, even causing the typically emotional Lu Erlong to waver. If Xiao Wu truly succeeded in winning Fujiang back, would that not harm Zhu Zhuqing? Witnessing Lu Erlong's uncertainty, the master seized the opportunity to press his advantage. Lu Erlong paused, then regarded the master earnestly. Xiao Gang, Zhu Zhuqing is from the star Luo Zhu family. If Fujiang and Zhu Zhuqing unite, wouldn't he that? She halted mid-sentence, hoping for Xiao Wu and Fujiang to be together, as Xiao Wu is now her daughter. Even if Xiao Wu's feelings stemmed from fear of losing Fujiang, she felt compelled to assist her. What is the star Luo Zhu family worth? A family without a title Douluo, and Zhu Zhuqing harbors deep resentment towards them. With Fujiang's talent, capability, and wisdom, he would receive the utmost respect and recognition from any major faction he chose to join. A future title Douluo is not someone to be eliminated. Rather, he is someone to be courted. The master spoke with a detached tone, uttering the most audacious words. The star Luo Zhu family is indeed a formidable presence within the star Luo Empire, not quite rivaling the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family, yet still considered a significant power due to their connection to the Dai family. Since taking on Fujiang and Tang San as disciples, the master's perspective had broadened considerably. In the past, he would have deemed a family with a sole elder as untouchable. Now, even his own Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family seemed somewhat beneath him. Chapter 91. The Redundant Soul Ability. Sunset Forest. Fujiang gazed at the 2,000-year-old phantom tiger, which was self-sacrificing, with not a flicker of emotion. Such a formidable soul beast posed no challenge for him. A mere illusion would suffice to subdue it. Followed by the direct application of the divine control technique for the sacrifice. The resistance of these creatures to illusions was exceedingly low, and Fujiang believed that with his current ability to manifest several avatars, he could easily command a 70,000-year-old soul beast for sacrifice. The process of soul beast sacrifice differs fundamentally from the absorption of soul rings. The former, being a voluntary act by the soul beast, occurs almost instantaneously, while the latter necessitates the soul master's own soul power to assimilate the energy contained within the soul ring. Should the soul master lack sufficient soul power or physical constitution, the overwhelming energy from the soul ring could potentially lead to catastrophic consequences, akin to attempting to force 2 liters of water into a 1-liter bucket. Conversely, a voluntary sacrifice by the soul beast transforms the excess energy into a more resilient form, perpetually enlarging the capacity of that proverbial bucket. What, then, is a soul skill? Fujiang inquired, observing as the 3 soul rings of yellow, and black gradually ascended from beneath Zhu Zhuqing's feet, her aura significantly elevated, imbued with a hint of ferocity. Upon hearing his words, the 3rd soul ring upon Zhu Zhuqing's body radiated a dark light, causing her to vanish instantaneously from her original position. Subsequently, she emerged from the 4 cardinal directions surrounding a large tree, creating a quartet of her presence. The 4 Zhu Zhuqings converged their palms above their heads, swiftly merging the claws atop their fingers into a blade measuring 3 feet in length, exuding an ethereal glow. They directed their collective strike towards the large tree, which was cleaved into several sections in an instant, the cut surfaces remarkably smooth, resembling a mirror. Witnessing this, Fujiang furrowed his brow slightly, perceiving the skill as rather trivial, for he could achieve the same feat through the technique of shadow duplication. At that moment, 3 of the Zhu Zhuqings dissipated, leaving the true form gazing at Fujiang with a hint of anticipation, yearning for some form of validation from him. However, she discerned not a glimmer of satisfaction in his eyes, but rather an expression of disdain. Triviality. Fujiang candidly expressed his dissatisfaction with the skill, deeming it utterly useless, akin to a mere trinket. Despite the ability to command 4 clones at will, he believed a single shadow clone or the technique of multiple shadow clones would suffice. Upon hearing this, Zhu Zhuqing's previously triumphant expression abruptly froze, as she stared blankly at Fujiang, whose persona was that of an unwaveringly forthright man. Initially, Zhu Zhuqing intended to voice her thoughts, but upon witnessing Fujiang's tightly shut eyes, a pang of sorrow struck her heart, leading her to choose silence and allow Fujiang's critique to stand unchallenged. Very well, when you reach level 40, I shall ask the teacher to help you select a soul beast, she finally said. Fujimi let out a sigh, then spoke before turning to gaze at the nearby forest. Kagura's keen senses detected a formidable soul beast lying in ambush there. Fujiko knelt on one knee, her finger tracing the earth beneath her, and she sensed it. It was a serpent adorned with emerald scales, a creature that had existed for no less than 30,000 years. Caution, Fujiang whispered softly, then rose to shield Zhu Qing as he prepared to depart. He had no intentions of falling into a trap, although the emerald-scaled serpent posed no threat to him. He was still responsible for Zhu Qing's safety. Moreover, he was aware that Dugu Bo lurked in the shadows, observing him. When Fujiang became aware of Dugu Bo, he had already commanded the Nether Tiger to offer a sacrifice for Zhu Qing. This indicated that Fujiang's celestial deity had been noticed by Dugu Bo. In truth, Fujiang had first sensed a surge of destiny before he detected Dugu Bo. Otherwise, he would have remained oblivious to the hidden title Douluo who concealed his presence. What is it? Zhu Qing asked anxiously, her gaze fixed on Fujiang as she remained vigilant of their surroundings. A 30,000-year-old emerald-scaled serpent. Let us withdraw slowly and avoid provoking it. Fujiang spoke, then slowly walked towards the defensive line he had just arrived at, with Zhu Qing trailing behind him, moving at a leisurely pace. Upon seeing Fujiang attempt to leave, the concealed Dugu Bo instantly became anxious. Today, Dugu Bo had just emerged from his lair, and as he stepped outside, he sensed a familiar aura. Fujiang, or rather, Uchiha Fujiang. In an instant, he was filled with energy. For Fujiang was a disciple of the little monster, and in the little monster's eyes, Fujiang was akin to a brother. Given his current relationship with Tang San, he could not remain indifferent to Fujiang's plight. After all, Fujiang was merely a soul sect member, no matter how formidable he might be. He was still just a soul sect member. Despite the protection of his senior companions, the Sunset Forest was teeming with powerful soul beasts. And while the so-called Golden Iron Triangle could fend for themselves, safeguarding Fujiang was another matter entirely. Moreover, he sensed no fluctuations of soul power from the Golden Iron Triangle. Out of both sentiment and reason, Dugu Bo felt compelled to investigate the situation. Upon his arrival, Dugu Bo witnessed Fujiang utilizing the divine illusion to offer the 2,000-year-old Nether Tiger as a sacrifice to Zhu Qing. Dugu Bo swore he was seeing it with his own eyes. A 2,000-year-old soul beast, sacrificed. Moreover, he perceived that Fujiang was the one orchestrating this offering. For the fleeting image in the soul beast's eyes mirrored the pattern in Fujiang's gaze. This ability could potentially dominate the entire continent. Enough to incite madness among all factions, even stirring the heart of a title Douluo. He felt an impulsive desire to betroth his granddaughter to Fujiang. However, it remained merely an impulse. Despite his frequent jesting about the peculiar appearance of the medicine master, he recognized his granddaughter's discerning taste. She was destined to become a powerful title Douluo, perhaps even a young and formidable one at that. Dugu Bo contemplated how to court Fujiang, envisioning a way for him to secure a 10,000-year fourth spirit ring for his granddaughter. Just as he pondered this, he sensed the presence of a green-scaled snake. He recognized it. Initially, he intended to use this serpent as his granddaughter's sixth spirit ring. However, it now seemed that the serpent was to be utilized prematurely. Dugu Bo understood one essential truth. For someone like Fujiang, who cherished emotional bonds, no amount of wealth or treasures could sway his heart. Only kindness and favors could compel him to serve. Thus, Dugu Bo resolved to enact a heroic rescue. He deliberately scattered a powder designed to attract the green-scaled snake, allowing it to waft in the breeze, capturing the serpent's attention. The green-scaled snake had already prepared its trap, waiting for Fujiang to walk into its clutches. But Fujiang chose to move in the opposite direction. The serpent grew anxious, yet Dugu Bo was even more urgent. Consequently, he unleashed a wave of soul power, obliterating the green-scaled snake's disguise and revealing its imposing yet captivating form. The green-scaled snake momentarily froze, then opened its gaping maw, displaying its greenish fangs, reeking of blood. As it lunged toward Fujiang. Chapter 92, a life-saving grace. Second soul skill, divine transformation. Third soul skill, celestial transformation. Fourth soul skill, thunder transformation. The black soul ring upon Fujiang's body illuminated, and this time he refrained from employing his innate illusionary charm. Now that his identity had been revealed, he saw no need for pretense. Moreover, given that Dugu Bo had yet to make a move against him, it seemed plausible that he sought to recruit him. Furthermore, the soul power that had just shattered the disguise of the green-scaled serpent was unmistakably vivid. The radiant hues of gold, red, and blue ignited around Fujiang, casting him as a deity bound. His once mid-length hair transformed into flames of gold, red, and blue, dancing gracefully in the wind. 1,000 birds, sharp as a spear. Fujin uttered a low growl, and the thunder within his palm surged violently, accompanied by the chorus of 1,000 birds, as it surged toward the azure-scaled serpent. Having existed for 30 millennia, the serpent was far from oblivious to the peril embedded in Fujin's attack. With an uncanny twist of its serpentine form, the azure-scaled serpent narrowly evaded the oncoming barrage of the 1,000-bird spear. Yet, despite its evasion, the lightning still grazed its body, leaving nearly half of it paralyzed by the electric force. A flicker of human-like fear momentarily flashed in the serpent's eyes, yet it was quickly overshadowed by an awakening ferocity. It was determined to consume the two wretched humans whole. Conceal yourself. Do not reveal your presence. Fujikawa, without a word, vanished from the spot in an instant. Be careful. Zhu Zhuqing's warning remained unfinished as Fujikawa's figure transformed into a streak of light. Zhu Zhuqing stood there, entranced by the fleeting silhouette, lost in thought. She found it exceedingly difficult to pinpoint any flaws in Fujikawa. Although he lacked the finesse to charm young ladies, Zhu Zhuqing interpreted this as unwavering devotion. Even when Shiau sought to rekindle their relationship, he remained steadfast, honoring the bond he had recently established with his girlfriend, refusing to acquiesce to Shiau's advances. Nevertheless, Zhu Zhuqing harbored a lingering distrust toward Shiau. While she held faith in Fujikawa's character, her confidence in Shiau was tenuous at best. In a flash of lightning, the azure-scaled serpent had already drawn blood, its crimson ichor staining the earth and emitting a harsh, corrosive sound. The azure-scaled serpent was uniquely endowed, apart from its gallbladder. Its entire being was laced with lethal poison. Even the resilient scales bore toxin. Fujiang deftly evaded the myriad assaults of the azure-scaled serpent with remarkable agility, occasionally employing lightning and wind techniques to counterattack. The spiral shuriken, infused with the transformative properties of wind and lightning, represented the pinnacle of his combat prowess at that moment. When the spiral shuriken struck the serpent's tail, it obliterated it utterly, rendering it as if it had never existed. With a furious roar, the azure-scaled serpent unleashed a torrent of dark green light from its maw, which spread forth with corrosive intent, decimating vast swathes of forest in its wake. This malevolent light radiated outward at nearly a 180-degree angle, forcing Fujiang to retreat. However, upon noticing Zhu Zhuqing positioned just behind him, he hesitated, ultimately choosing to confront the corrosive light head-on. Zhu Zhuqing stood momentarily stunned, comprehending Fujiang's decision to remain and face the azure-scaled serpent rather than flee. She aspired to be a self-reliant and strong-willed young woman, yet the sensation of being protected ignited within her a profound sense of happiness. Yet, this feeling was swiftly overshadowed by an overwhelming sense of peril. Earth release. Earth flow wall. Fujiang clasped her hands together in a series of intricate seals, then forcefully struck the ground. A colossal earthen wall surged upwards, yet it was evident that this barrier was insufficient to withstand the onslaught of the corrosive light. Nevertheless, Fujiang did not place all her hopes upon that earthen shield. Spirit summoning technique. Fivefold Rashomon. Fujin was not idle. After performing the earth flow wall technique, he bit into his thumb to invoke the summoning technique. Within him lay a realm of his own, where his summoned beasts, ninja tools, and various preparations for battle were concealed. 5 colossal demon-faced gates rose from the ground. The corrosive light obliterated the first, ravaged the second, yet halted before the third. The Rashomon. Observing this, the hidden Dugu Bo almost wrenched his waist in astonishment. Just moments ago, he had meticulously planned his entrance and how he would effortlessly slay the azure-scaled serpent, eagerly awaiting the moment when the serpent would drive Fujin to the brink. However, it was now evident that the azure-scaled serpent was the one cornered. Its tail had vanished entirely, even resorting to its final means, plunging into a state of utter weakness. Yet, Dugu Bo, in his current state, had little time for hesitation. He leapt forth, his body adorned with 9 radiant soul rings of yellow, purple, and black. With a mere lift of his hand, the ethereal image of the azure-scaled serpent behind him unleashed a beam of light even more formidable than the previous corrosive radiance. The 30,000-year-old azure-scaled serpent was instantly eroded, transforming into a puddle of dense liquid, though something seemed to linger within. Dugu Bo, Senior, thank you for your life-saving grace. Fujiang appeared taken aback by the unexpected arrival of Dugu Bo, exclaiming in surprise. However, he quickly composed himself, adding a respectful prefix before expressing his gratitude. In truth, he had no need for Dugu Bo's assistance. Yet, considering the latter's presence, It was only proper to extend him a courtesy, lest anyone be left in an awkward position. The capabilities of his current form were insufficient to vanquish Dugu Bo. As for Dugu Bo, he felt a rush of warmth to his cheeks, but swiftly regained his composure, turning away to conceal the fervor sparkling in his eyes. Your strength is formidable. All 4 of your soul rings are of the 10,000-year grade. How have you achieved this? Dugu Bo boldly broached the topic, deliberately avoiding the matter that had caused him considerable embarrassment. He approached the issue directly, his gaze brimming with barely contained brilliance. Not far behind Fu Jiang, Zhu Zhuqing suddenly grasped his arm, a gesture of concern for Fu Jiang and a declaration of her unwavering allegiance. Yet, Dugu Bo paid no heed to Zhu Zhuqing, fixated solely on Fu Jiang, contemplating that his granddaughter had already reached the 37th level and would soon break through to the 40th. The disparity between a 10,000-year soul ring and a 1,000-year soul ring was akin to the chasm between heaven and earth. The former signified a qualitative transformation. The difference between a 9,999-year soul ring and a 10,000-year soul ring was monumental, representing 2 entirely distinct realms of power, with the accompanying soul skills reflecting a gulf of 2 tiers. It was akin to the wealthiest beggar juxtaposed against the weakest emperor. I possess a unique ocular technique that enables the sacrificial offering of soul beasts. Fu Jiang let out a breath of murky air before choosing to speak candidly. Upon hearing this, Dugu Bo could no longer conceal the fervent light in his eyes. It was one thing for Fu Jiang to express it himself, and quite another for him to articulate it. Although he had already attained the title of conferred Douluo, he remained exceedingly cautious in dealing with such a prodigy. Young man, would you be willing to become my disciple? Dugu Bo extended his invitation directly, confident that, as a conferred Douluo, few would dare to refuse his offer, except for that little monster Tang San. Nevertheless, he felt a twinge of uncertainty, for the individual before him, known as Fu Jiang, was evidently an even more monstrous existence than Tang San. Meanwhile, Fu Jiang furrowed his brow slightly, sensing a peculiar confidence emanating from Dugu Bo. Chapter 93. Soulbones. Fu Jiang declined the invitation from Dugu Bo to become his disciple, feeling that there was little he could learn from him and doubting the sincerity of Dugu Bo's intentions to impart his knowledge. The elder's ability to compel soul beasts to sacrifice themselves was merely self-serving, and although Dugu Bo possessed considerable destiny, a mere avatar could easily manage the situation. Upon hearing Fu Jiang's refusal, Dugu Bo's expression darkened instantaneously, a trace of cold malice flickering in his heart, though he swiftly dismissed it. I am indebted to you for your life-saving grace, esteemed elder. I have no means to repay it, but should you have any commands, I shall face 1,000 deaths without hesitation. Fu Jiang made a promise, aware of Dugu Bo's intentions, and had no desire to clash with him at this moment, for his own strength was inferior to that of the titled Douluo. Upon hearing this, Dugu Bo's somewhat sullen expression softened slightly. Young man, you are quite astute. I shall be straightforward. If you can procure a 10,000-year soul ring for my granddaughter, I will agree to a matter that does not go against my principles. A promise from a titled Douluo is indeed a treasure on the entire Douluo continent. Of course, that is not a problem. When the time comes, you may come to Shrek Academy to find me. Fu Jiang acquiesced, and it would take Dugu Yen some time to reach level 40. During that interval, he could sufficiently recuperate his eyesight. Upon witnessing Fu Jiang's agreement, a flicker of joy finally graced Dugu Bo's eyes. Suddenly, Dugu Bo was taken aback, abruptly turning to gaze at the lifeless body of the emerald-scaled serpent he had just slain. A flicker of doubt crossed Fu Jiang's mind, quickly followed by the perception of a peculiar fluctuation. The emerald-scaled serpent harbors a soul bone within. With a swift leap, Dugu Bo arrived before the lifeless form of the serpent, effortlessly dispelling the dark, millennia-old soul ring. His gaze, intense and focused, fell upon the serpent's carcass as he excavated it, revealing a glistening soul bone emanating a verdant glow. Upon discovering it was a head soul bone, Dugu Bo felt a tinge of disappointment. He already possessed a head soul bone, but this one could be of use to his granddaughter. Suddenly, Dugu Bo turned his attention to Fu Jiang and Zhu Zhuqing. He noted that Fu Jiang's expression remained tranquil, as if witnessing this spectacle was an everyday occurrence. In contrast, Zhu Zhuqing's eyes sparkled with avarice. After all, it was a soul bone, and a millennia-old one at that. Fu Jiang held little interest in that soul bone for numerous reasons, the most significant being that it was, to him, akin to a mere trifle. The rarity of soul bones lies in their inherent skills. which can enhance one's soul power and physical attributes. However, Fujiang lacked neither skills nor physical prowess. As for soul power, it is merely an external force, and he would not rely on such a thing indefinitely. Should the day come when Fujiang's soul bone were to be stripped away, his soul power would inevitably diminish, leaving behind irreparable damage. It is akin to constructing a building. If the foundation were abruptly removed, the structure would falter. Dugu Bo gazed at the soul bone in his hand, then at Fujiang, realizing that this soul bone rightfully belonged to him. After all, he had just engaged in a rather dubious act of seizing a kill, and the azure-scaled serpent lay on the brink of death. Were he dealing with an ordinary soul master, Dugu Bo would not even spare a glance. He had no need to justify his actions to anyone. If that individual were to complain incessantly, he would not hesitate to send them on their way. Yet, he had taken Fujiang's kill, and he found himself in need of the young man's favor, plunging Dugu Bo into a quandary. How should he handle this soul bone? Should he keep it for himself or return it to Fujiang? This was a rare, 1,000-year-old soul bone. If he were to give it to his granddaughter, her power would undoubtedly surge. However, there was a chance that his granddaughter, who had a tendency to stray from familial loyalty, might present this precious relic to that insufferable apothecary doe. The last time he painstakingly crafted a potent poison, his granddaughter had taken it and promptly gifted it to apothecary doe right before his eyes. Clutching the head soul bone, Dugu Bo swiftly appeared before Fujiang, his expression fluctuating like the changing tides, as if engaged in an inner battle. Young man, this soul bone truly belongs to you. Please take it, Dugu Bo stated solemnly, his face betraying a hint of rigidity, his heart aching with every word. Upon hearing this, Fujiang was taken aback and turned his gaze towards the head soul bone in Dugu Bo's grasp. It was a deep green artifact, resembling a crown, albeit a rather rudimentary one, with coarse patterns and design. Senior, I cannot accept this soul bone. Fujiang directly refused, having discerned the pain reflected in Dugu Bo's eyes. He was indifferent to the soul bone, lacking both the desire to absorb it and the need for monetary gain. The skeletal remains could serve as his soul bone, and moreover, it was an exquisite soul bone armor crafted from the amalgamation of 6 soul bones, as described by the master. Witnessing this, a glimmer of astonishment flickered in Dugu Bo's gaze, for after all, this was a soul bone, and no soul master could possibly turn down such a treasure, especially one that was a millennium old. One could tell from Zhu Zhuqing's eyes, which were nearly green with envy, how much she coveted it. You may take it. I am not one to bully the weak, Dugu Bo declared, forcibly pressing the soul bone into Fujiang's hands before turning away, hands clasped behind his back, exuding the demeanor of a sage. At that moment, Dugu Bo had entirely forgotten the altercation he had with Fujiang over a month prior. His act of turning away stemmed from a desire to conceal the pain etched upon his face. Thank you, esteemed elder. I shall certainly do my utmost to fulfill your request. Fujian spoke, subsequently storing away the ancient soul bone. He had already begun contemplating how to utilize this ancient soul bone to harvest a wave of destiny. Zhu Zhuqing let out a sigh of relief. She did not believe that the soul bone would end up in her possession, yet having it in Fujian's hands was still a favorable outcome. After all, this was a soul bone. The Zhu family's collection did not exceed a handful, and most of their soul bones were merely fragmented inheritances. Their powers diminished from their former glory. Just take note. I shall escort you all out, Dugu Bo declared, gesturing with a wave of his hand. A surge of soul power emanated from him, startling the lurking soul beasts into retreat. Dugu Bo then led Fujian and Zhu Zhuqing out of the Sunset Forest, heading straight for Shrek Academy. Along the way, Dugu Bo frequently engaged in conversation with Fujian, attempting to foster a closer relationship between them. He believed he could still live for several more decades, perhaps even meeting his great-grandson or great-granddaughter. No, it must be his great-grandson or great-granddaughter. The first child of Yin must bear the surname Dugu. As Dugu Bo and the two departed, several hours passed before a gathering of dim-witted small soul beasts converged upon the corpse of the azure-scaled serpent. In a brief time, nothing remained of the serpent but stark white bones. Chapter 94, The Master's Embarrassment. Shrek Academy. Dugu Bo left with a jovial demeanor, even stating that should Shrek Academy encounter any troubles in the future, they could directly seek him out. He completely overlooked the fact that he was the one who had initially driven the Shrek group out of the Tiendo Royal Academy. Nevertheless, the master and the others exhibited no unusual emotions. Such was the world of Douluo continent, a realm where strength reigns supreme. Fu Jiang arrived at the master's office and began recounting his various experiences during his recent soul hunting expedition. He spoke of his encounter with the enigmatic Dugu Bo and how he had procured a 10,000-year soul beast for Zhu Zhuqing. When Fu Jiang mentioned that Dugu Bo had become aware of his abilities, the master abruptly rose from his seat, his gaze filled with trepidation as he regarded Fu Jiang. However, Fu Jiang reassured him that Dugu Bo merely wished for him to acquire a 10,000-year fourth ring for his granddaughter, which allowed the master to regain his composure. Nevertheless, the master still felt a lingering sense of unease, contemplating the idea of escorting Fu Jiang back to the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect, ensuring the safety of his disciple. Concurrently, he harbored a twinge of discomfort regarding Fu Jiang's procurement of the 10,000-year soul ring for Zhu Zhuqing. Yet, considering Zhu Zhuqing's influence on Fu Jiang, he chose to remain silent on the matter. In the master's eyes, Zhu Zhuqing served as a means for Fu Jiang to forget about Xiao Wu. Having been wounded by love in the past, he understood a fundamental truth. The best way to move on from a relationship is to embark on a new one. As someone who had traversed this path, he possessed a deeper understanding of such matters. Additionally, I discovered a fragment of a head spirit bone on the body of a 30,000-year-old blue-scale serpent. Fu Jian spoke, subsequently retrieving the head spirit bone from his storage soul guide, revealing the deep green bone before the master. The master suddenly stood, his eyes widening in astonishment. Resembling bronze bells, a fleeting glimmer of avarice flickered in his gaze, only to gradually dissipate. It is commendable that, after acquiring the spirit bone, you have heeded my counsel and refrained from immediately absorbing it. I find solace in this, the master articulated, his expression lucid, feeling unworthy of such a treasure. This spirit bone, originating from the ancient green-scaled serpent, likely possessed skills related to poison and would enhance mental prowess. This spirit bone is exceptionally suited for Tang San. You may reserve it for him, and I shall ensure that he pays attention to spirit bones that purely augment mental or soul power. The master did not regard himself as an outsider, yet he bore no inclination to show favoritism towards Tang San. Furthermore, spirit bones could very well serve as treasures for sect inheritance. Perhaps the Douluo of the Haoyan clan could seek out a spirit bone that Fu Jian required. The master held firm in his belief that the illustrious Douluo of Haoyan would not struggle to find a spirit bone that purely enhanced soul or mental power. Moreover, the current Douluo of Haoyan could operate independently. Upon hearing of potential spirit bone locations, he would seize the opportunity. If the Douluo of Haoyan were still the same as in the past, he might refrain from such actions, but the present Douluo of Haoyan was capable of anything. Then, master, please choose a suitable time to send it to Tang San. Fu Jiang placed the soul bone directly on the master's desk, uttered a few words, bid farewell, and then turned to leave. The master observed Fu Jiang's retreating figure and the precious soul bone he had left behind. A wave of comfort washed over him as he realized Fu Jiang trusted him enough to leave such a valuable item in his care, intending for him to deliver it to Tang San at an appropriate time. Knowing that Tang San was suited for this soul bone, there was no need to wait for his return. Dugu Bo was also aware of this soul bone, having personally entrusted it to Fu Jiang. After securing this bone, which could incite a war among soul masters, the master continued to contemplate Fu Jiang's future path. He had devised numerous plans, most of which he had dismissed. Simultaneously, he awaited the arrival of Zhu Zhuqing. Before long, Zhu Zhuqing entered the master's office. He regarded her with interest. She was a beautiful girl from a respectable background, and crucially, she harbored animosity towards the Zhu family. Initially, the master had envisioned a perfect daughter-in-law from his own Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan, a virtuous and exceptionally talented girl. However, he found none among them to be suitable in his eyes, due to their martial spirits. Most of those girls were already in relationships, while the younger ones lacked distinction. Moreover, he doubted his disciple would be drawn to girls of mediocre character and talent. Understanding his own family's affairs, the master recognized that there were no girls in the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan worthy of Fu Jiang. Greetings, master, Zhu Zhuqing spoke nervously. Although she had been involved with Fu Jiang for several months, the master seemed oblivious to their relationship and had never spoken to her privately. Indeed, I summoned you to discuss a matter. It would be prudent for you not to display your soul ring configuration in front of outsiders before the Elite Soul Master Tournament. The master tactfully initiated the conversation, knowing that addressing such a topic directly would be awkward for him. Zhu Zhuqing nodded solemnly, fully aware of the master's intentions. Understanding that it pertained to Fu Jiang's safety, she would never trivialize his well-being. The master then inquired about her third soul skill. Upon hearing her explanation, he frowned slightly. While it sounded powerful, had he not witnessed Fu Jiang's inherited soul skills, he might have been satisfied. However, having seen Fu Jiang's abilities, he found her skills somewhat inadequate. With the preliminary discussions concluded, the master finally broached the main topic. He had initially contemplated having Lu Erlong speak with Zhu Zhuqing, but given Lu Erlong's character and her decision to protect Xiao Wu, the master doubted she would comply. Fu Jiang is a good child, and I wish to shield him from any harm. I do not concern myself with your initial intentions in approaching him, but I hope you can now set aside ulterior motives and strive to understand Fu Jiang. To warm his frozen heart, the master's expression stiffened, feeling quite embarrassed to be discussing such matters as a man. Taken aback, Zhu Zhuqing nodded earnestly. In truth, when I first approached Fu Jiang, it was indeed for his abilities, but now, I can unequivocally say that I love him. Her resolve resonated with the master, reminding him of past events. He did not doubt her sincerity. He was acutely aware of his disciple's exceptional qualities, appearance, strength, and talent, ranking among the finest in the continent. Rivaled perhaps only by the Uchiha Itachi mentioned by Fu Jiang. That is good. There is one more matter. You must keep Fu Jiang at a distance from Xiao Wu. I will devise a training plan for you both, and you will train in a location not too far from Tiando City, where you will reside, the master said, feeling increasingly awkward but resolute in his directive. Zhu Zhuqing's face flushed crimson at his words, and she responded in a barely audible voice. Chapter 95. Why can Xiao Wu do it, but not me? Today marked a significant occasion, as the master had developed a training plan for Fu Jiang and Zhu Zhuqing, sending them to live on the outskirts of the Sunset Forest beyond Tiando City. He had even selected a house for Fu Jiang, with all necessary arrangements completed, making it a simple matter of packing up and leaving. This news left Xiao Wu and Ning Rongrong momentarily stunned. Xiao Wu erupted in anger. But knowing the master was aware of her identity as a 100,000-year spirit beast, she refrained from expressing her outrage. Meanwhile, Xiao Wu's mother, Lu Erlong, confronted the master. After a heated exchange, Lu Erlong ultimately conceded, unable to speak firmly against him. The so-called fierce argument consisted of her subtle attempts to persuade the master to allow Xiao Wu to accompany them, but he firmly rejected any possibility of negotiation. The master even contemplated secretly eliminating Xiao Wu, deeming it a waste to sacrifice a 100,000-year soul ring. However, Xiao Wu represented a barrier between Fu Jiang and Tang San, and she was, after all, a spirit beast. Regardless of whether his disciple absorbed Xiao Wu's soul ring, given the current dynamics between his two disciples and Xiao Wu, conflict was inevitable, possibly escalating to violence. Despite Tang San possessing dual martial spirits, including the formidable Haoyan hammer, he would be no match for Fu Jiang, who could vanquish the 30,000-year green scale serpent with ease. In a confrontation, it would undoubtedly be Tang San who perished. The master had never doubted this outcome. Hence, he sought to separate Xiao Wu from Fu Jiang. When Tang San returned, he would also have a conversation with him, advising him to distance himself from Xiao Wu. It might be prudent to find Tang San an attractive girl to further divert his attention from her. Childhood affections are pure, yet easily forgotten. The master had resolved to help Fu Jiang and Tang San forget the troublesome Xiao Wu. To this end, he had crafted a detailed and meticulous plan. Meanwhile, at the entrance of Shrek Academy, Xiao Wu observed Fu Jiang about to depart. She discerned the faint sadness and reluctance in his eyes, but more prominently, she sensed his inner turmoil. Xiao Wu recognized Fu Jiang's emotional nature and understood that she had missed her chance, yet she believed this bond could still be salvaged. Please take good care of Fu Jiang for me. Xiao Wu's words shattered Zhu Zhuqing's composure, who, under normal circumstances, would have unleashed her martial spirit to teach Xiao Wu a lesson with her 1,000-year third ring had Fu Jiang not been present. Taken aback, Fu Jiang stared at Xiao Wu, the tumult of emotions in his eyes vanishing in an instant. Suddenly, Xiao Wu swiftly approached Fu Jiang, her lips gently brushing against his like a dragonfly alighting on water. This action immediately provoked Zhu Zhuqing, who summoned her soul power and struck towards Xiao Wu with a fierce palm, only to have Xiao Wu nimbly evade her. Just as Zhu Zhuqing prepared to press her attack, she suddenly froze, halting her advance. She realized that Xiao Wu was deliberately trying to infuriate her, aiming to make her appear foolish in front of Fu Jiang. Although Zhu Zhuqing was currently Fu Jiang's nominal girlfriend, Their relationship lacked the intimacy typically found between partners. Having barely reached even 5% of such closeness, at most, Fu Jiang had held Zhu Juqing's hand. "Once it was you waiting for me. Now it is my turn to wait for you," Shiau said with a cheerful smile directed at Fu Jiang, her delicate face adorned with two charming dimples, making her look exceedingly endearing. Upon hearing this, Fu Jiang furrowed his brow slightly and took a step back, as if recalling something significant. Observing Fu Jiang's reaction, Ning, who stood behind Shiau, felt her previously serene expression stiffen. Possessing a keen insight into human emotions, honed through her experiences, she could discern that Fu Jiang seemed to be contemplating something that would negatively impact Shiau. As Shiau noted Fu Jiang's retreat, the light in her eyes dimmed momentarily. However, recalling her past actions, she chose not to regard Fu Jiang's withdrawal as significant. "You need not wait for him any longer. I will take good care of him. You shall have no opportunity," Zhu Juqing declared, positioning herself directly in front of Fu Jiang. Initially speaking coldly, she then skillfully utilized her soul power to transmit her final words directly into Shiau's ears. Yet, Shiau remained unfazed, continuing to smile softly, albeit puzzled as to why Fu Jiang had taken a step back and why he was not looking at her or speaking. "Let us depart, Fu Jiang," Zhu Juqing said, turning her gaze to him and speaking slowly. She then took hold of Fu Jiang and swiftly guided him into the carriage, promptly drawing the curtains to completely shield them from Shiau's sight. Faced with Zhu Juqing, Fu Jiang found himself at a loss for words. "Shiau is indeed very beautiful," Zhu Juqing stated flatly, yet her voice trembled slightly, betraying an undertone of distress. Upon hearing this, Fu Jiang closed his eyes, opting to meditate and strategically avoid the topic. Observing this, Zhu Juqing furrowed her brow once more, her sense of grievance intensifying. Suddenly, Zhu Juqing leaned forward, mimicking Shiau's earlier posture in an attempt to ambush Fu Jiang. However, this time, Fu Jiang seemed to be prepared, tilting his head just enough to thwart Zhu Juqing's surprise attack. Fu Jiang furrowed his brow slightly, sensing that he may have gone a bit too far. The burdens of destiny, intertwined with feelings of grievance and resentment, had descended upon him. Although they could be utilized, he found little joy in such a fate. "Juqing, what are you doing?" Fu Jin furrowed his brow and subsequently restrained Zhu Juqing, preventing her from moving about erratically, while continuing his stealthy assault. When Fu Jin turned to face Zhu Juqing, he beheld a delicate countenance, glistening with tears reminiscent of blooming pear blossoms. The pent-up grievances of many days surged forth. She felt as though she were merely a tool, just as before. Yet previously, she had been a means to spur Zhu Zhiyun, while now she was relegated to the role of prodding Shiau. Why must she endure this indignity? Why is it that Shiau can thrive while I cannot? Zhu Juqing cried out in her distress, though she did not completely lose her composure, for she was a composed girl. Upon hearing her words, Fu Jin felt a stir within his heart, and he promptly averted his gaze from Zhu Juqing's plaintive eyes. "Juqing, please remain calm and grant me a moment," he implored. "Having already promised our teacher to accompany you, I have resolved to sever ties with the past." Fu Jiang spoke slowly, sensing a delightful destiny descending upon him. He felt a certain helplessness. The emotions of these young girls were perpetually capricious. They could wallow in self-pity over a single gesture, yet find themselves inexplicably elated by merely a spoken word. Chapter 96. The Aggrieved Zhu Juqing. Fu Jiang awoke suddenly from his slumber, and upon opening his eyes, he beheld the exquisite visage of Zhu Juqing, along with a pair of eyes that glimmered with an eerie green light amidst the darkness. The moonlight cascaded over Zhu Juqing's profile, casting her as a goddess of the moon, yet the haunting glow of her eyes marred that divinity, evoking an impression of a soul-stealing feline specter. "Juqing?" Fu Jiang furrowed his brow as he began to grasp the purpose of Zhu Juqing's visit. However, he felt she was still too young, and he referred to her age. Zhu Juqing continued to fix her gaze upon Fu Jiang with her captivating emerald eyes, the glimmer within them causing him to frown slightly. He sensed that something was amiss with her demeanor. "Couples should rest together," Zhu Juqing stammered, revealing the immense courage it had taken for her to come here. Upon hearing her words, Fu Jiang's expression grew more troubled, and he let out a sigh. "You should return and rest," he advised. Fujikawa spoke with a solemn expression, her eyes shimmering with a faint light that momentarily startled Zhu Juqing, who subsequently revealed a peculiar smile. Observing the smile upon Zhu Juqing's face, accentuated by her cat-like eyes glimmering with an ethereal green hue, Fujikawa inexplicably felt a chill rising from her feet. "No, I shall sleep here," Zhu Juqing declared. Lying down beside Fujikawa, her back turned, leaving her clothes unremoved as she succumbed to a deep slumber. She had faltered, ultimately yielding to her apprehensions. According to her initial plan, she intended to arrive in a state of complete nudity, yet upon reaching the threshold of her room, she had sheepishly retreated to don her nightgown. She had initially wished to converse further with Fujikawa, but ultimately opted for rest instead. Should Fujikawa choose to act upon her in any manner, she would not resist. Witnessing Zhu Zhuqing's tense demeanor, her body taut with anxiety. A faint smile flickered in Fujikawa's heart as she realized how endearing this girl truly was. Fujin said little more, continuing to turn her back to Zhu Zhuqing, closing her eyes and drifting into a deep slumber. Hearing the steady rhythm of her breathing behind her, Zhu Zhuqing, once tense, found herself relaxing. Yet, despite this newfound calm, a twinge of melancholy stirred within her, prompting thoughts of what might have transpired had it been Shiau instead. How would Fujin have responded? The night passed in silence, and sleep eluded Zhu Zhuqing. As the radiant sunlight streamed through the window, she was the first to open her eyes. Having spent the night awake, waiting for Fujin, she found her companion had done nothing at all, behaving in a manner less than beastly. A mix of joy and disappointment washed over her. She was relieved that Fujin was not a man governed by base desires. Yet she couldn't help but question her own allure. Fujiang awoke and proceeded directly to the bathroom to freshen up. As Zhu Zhuqing listened to the sound of running water emanating from within, her expression gradually became peculiar. Subsequently, it seemed she made a momentous decision and walked straight towards the bathroom. She certainly was not going for any trivial purpose, nor to engage in anything inappropriate. She merely desired to indulge in a fleeting moment of voyeurism. At the edge of the sunset forest, Zhu Zhuqing covered her smooth forehead, which had turned a bright shade of red. She felt deeply aggrieved, plagued by serious doubts about her own allure for the second time. Have you mastered the spiral sphere? Fujiang had no intention of broaching such matters again. He felt somewhat exasperated by Zhu Zhuqing's childlike behavior. Upon hearing his words, Zhu Zhuqing nodded, feeling aggrieved. She had indeed mastered that formidable soul skill, which, in terms of destructive power, surpassed even the Millennium soul skills of the assault type, and could incorporate various attributes. Currently, Zhu Zhuqing required 2 seconds to condense her spiral pill, but if she aimed to create a wind attribute spiral pill with added sharpness and other characteristics, it would demand 5 seconds. At this moment, Zhu Zhuqing was confident in her ability to defeat a soul master. An ordinary soul master with optimal soul ring ratios, not a prodigy like Fujiang, who defied conventional understanding. Given this, unleash all your abilities and attack me with the determination to kill. Fujiang's gaze suddenly sharpened as he activated his martial soul, the Sharingan. 4 ebony soul rings gradually rose from beneath his feet. Upon hearing Fujiang's words, Zhu Zhuqing was momentarily taken aback, her expression swiftly shifting to one of solemnity. She no longer concealed the flush on her forehead, resembling the aloof demeanor she had displayed when first encountering Fujiang. The battle commences. With Fujiang's command, Zhu Zhuqing instantly vanished from her position, and 3 soul rings, yellow, and black, ascended from her feet. With the augmentation of her Millennium soul ring, Zhu Zhuqing had now attained level 30, dedicating these days to solidifying her somewhat unstable soul power. Spiraling sphere. A pure orb of light materialized in Zhu Zhuqing's hand. Though seemingly diminutive, it gradually expanded as it spun with increasing vigor. With a mere flick of her wrist, Fujiang seized Zhu Zhuqing's arm, channeling her soul power through her palm into Zhu Zhuqing's body. This action thoroughly disrupted the flow of soul power within Zhu Zhuqing, causing the spiral sphere in her hand to dissipate instantaneously. Although the spiral sphere is classified as an instantaneous skill, even a novice requires time to master the control of soul power transmission speed. The faster the speed, the swifter the condensation of the spiral sphere. Fujiang raised another hand, bringing his index and ring fingers together, and gently pressed them against Zhu Zhuqing's forehead. The previously sharp pain in her forehead was reignited by this delicate touch, almost prompting Zhu Zhuqing to shed tears. Given her resilient character, she would never typically display such vulnerability. Yet, before her stood Fujiang, her nominal boyfriend, the one who had shared a bed with her the previous night. Although nothing had transpired, Zhu Zhuqing had resolutely decided to be with Fujiang. It was merely a matter of time before they would cross that threshold. The spiral pill technique remained somewhat unrefined, and your entire being was rife with vulnerabilities. While you might be distinguished among the soul respect realm, your strength still fell short when confronted with those of the soul sect who were slightly stronger. Fujiang expressed her perspective and subsequently released Zhu Zhuqing. Just moments ago, Fujiang had declared her intent to attack him with the fervor of a killer, a sentiment that resonated with youthful zeal. However, the instant Zhu Zhuqing made her move, she was swiftly captured by Fujiang, a blow to her confidence that was nothing short of devastating. Upon hearing these words, the mist in Zhu Zhuqing's eyes thickened, as if tears were poised to fall at any moment. Can you not be a little kinder to me? Zhu Zhuqing said, her voice tinged with a sense of injustice, bordering on petulance. After all, they had merely been sparring, engaging in combat. In the realm of true battle, niceties hold no sway. There is only the struggle for survival. In a while, I shall take you for a stroll through the city. Fujimaru spoke directly, maintaining the persona of a steadfast and stoic man, which made Zhu Zhuqing feel as though Fujimaru regarded her as a mere child. Yet, despite being treated as such, Zhu Zhuqing did not mind. She perceived it as a significant progression. Today, Fujimaru could accompany her for a shopping spree to please her, and tomorrow, he might indulge her in other pursuits, allowing Zhu Zhuqing to experience the advantages of femininity for the first time. Chapter 97. Acknowledgement of Publication. This book has indeed been published. Initially, I merely experimented with writing, contemplating the possibility of securing a contract, and to my surprise, a contract was established when I reached 30,000 words. I continued to write, pondering the chance of publication. And now, the moment has arrived. I harbor thoughts within, yet struggle to articulate them. I aspire to become a full-time author, relying on this endeavor for sustenance. But I fear my writing may fall short, hence the creation of this book as a trial. I sincerely hope everyone can support the original work, as authors depend on this for their livelihood. I humbly request initial subscriptions. I assure you, this book will not be abandoned, nor will it conclude abruptly. Chapter 98. Bibi Dong laughed. Request for initial subscription. In the Spirit City, the Pope's Palace. Bibi Dong sat high above, adorned in an exquisite black robe with golden patterns, crowned with the 9 curves of purple gold, wielding a scepter approximately 2 meters long, encrusted with countless gemstones. Her fair skin and nearly flawless visage rendered her strikingly unique. Simply by sitting there, her innate nobility and sanctity radiated an aura that evoked feelings of reverence and admiration. Itachi, during your journey to the Star Luo Empire, did you acquire any gains? Bibi Dong inquired, gazing at the prodigious young talent beneath her, who elicited a sense of inadequacy within her. A fleeting thought of extinguishing him in his infancy crossed her mind, but it vanished almost instantly. After all, he was her disciple and could potentially become her greatest ally. Moreover, as a treasure of the Spirit Hall, if she ever had to choose between the title Duel and Uchiha Itachi, Bibi Dong would unhesitatingly select Uchiha Itachi. Though the title Douluo were formidable, they paled in comparison to Itachi's extraordinary ability to compel spirit beasts to sacrifice themselves. A considerable disparity indeed. This was also the reason Bibi Dong contemplated eliminating Uchiha Itachi, if given time, coupled with a divine position. Attaining godhood was merely a matter of time. Teacher, there were no issues. Nana and the others possessed sufficient strength to handle the so-called seed team from the Star Luo Empire, Itachi replied calmly, slightly bowing as he gazed at Bibi Dong, seated regally upon the Pope's throne, secretly astonished. He could feel an extraordinary presence emanating from Bibi Dong, a sinister power that sent chills down his spine. Based on the numerous materials he had perused in the Spirit Hall's library, this could very well be divine power, achieving godhood at the 100th level. Itachi harbored a keen interest in the notion of divinity and was curious as to why spirit masters must possess a divine position to breach the 100th level, rather than relying solely on their own strength to do so. I heard you encountered a spirit master team attempting to ambush you on your way back? Bibi Dong narrowed her eyes and spoke slowly. She had positioned Ghost Douluo and Zhu Douluo in the shadows to protect the Golden Generation. Thus she was well aware of the spirit master team dispatched by the Star Luo Empire. Perhaps the team was part of a scheme by the Heavendo Empire. Or perhaps some individuals from the Star Luo Empire acted independently. However, Bibi Dong was unconcerned with the truth. She only cared that this incident could provide her with leverage to demand an explanation from the Star Luo Empire. Only the Star Luo Empire would dare to undertake such an act, as the Spirit Hall had not infiltrated their territory. In fact, there were only a few cities within the Star Luo Empire that housed the Spirit Hall. Just a rabble, Itachi responded. He had indeed encountered a spirit master team, but he suffered no injuries and did not perceive them as particularly formidable. Upon hearing this, Bibi Dong's lips curled slightly. She was aware that among the rabble Itachi referred to, there was an 8-ringed soul Douluo, a powerful assault-type soul master with a white tiger martial spirit. Such an 8-ringed soul Douluo was merely subdued by Itachi's illusion and swiftly eliminated. While this could be attributed to the eight-ringed soul Douluo's overconfidence and low resistance to illusions, battles among spirit masters seldom adhered to absolute fairness. How remarkable that you have advanced to such heights in such a short time. With your presence, how could the spirit hall not thrive? Bibi Dong remarked. The spirit hall she referred to was her own, not that of the Qian family. She was aware that the elder from the worship hall had begun to approach Uchiha Itachi, yet she was not worried about Itachi being swayed by that elder. She could elevate Itachi to the position of pope, or even emperor, while that elder would merely seek to use Itachi as a tool for nurturing talents within the spirit hall. Teacher, you flatter me. Itachi understood the nuance well and did not feel pride or arrogance from Bibidong's words. He merely sensed a sense of destiny manifesting. This is no flattery. You are simply too humble. Bibidong smiled, her expression becoming increasingly warm. She cherished Itachi's demeanor, as he appeared indifferent before others, yet humble and cautious in her presence. Do you have any doubts regarding your training today? Bibidong inquired again, feeling her inadequacy as a teacher. The assistance she provided to Itachi was remarkably limited, primarily consisting of basic routes for cultivating soul power, aimed at minimizing his detours, alongside some resources and wealth. Itachi's extraordinary family soul skills made Bibidong feel as though she were the student in this dynamic. I have encountered some bottlenecks in my soul power cultivation, but I anticipate a breakthrough soon, Itachi responded, sensing an oddity in Bibidong's smile, which exuded an indescribable feeling that made him uncomfortable. In response, Bibidong gracefully descended from the elevated platform to stand before Itachi, extending her slender, delicate fingers to lightly tap his forehead. As her soul power coursed through, Bibidong felt a rush of astonishment. She had not anticipated that Itachi had already reached the continent's youngest title. Douluo was about to change. Bibidong smiled. Although Itachi still had a considerable distance to cover before achieving title Douluo, she had yet to encounter anyone of his age who had achieved such a level. She began to contemplate the theories of her master, ultimately concluding that Itachi had transcended the realm of ordinary individuals. Teacher, Itachi deeply disliked the sensation of having his forehead tapped, much like his aversion to being patted on the head. Seeing Itachi's slightly furrowed brow and somewhat aggrieved expression, Bibidong felt rejuvenated. In a mischievous manner, she tapped him again on the forehead. Itachi, unable to evade, could only look at her with a gaze tinged with subtle resentment. This is the affection your teacher bestows upon you. Do you know how many people in this world long for such treatment yet cannot attain it? Bibidong smiled as she spoke, then turned and ascended the high platform once more, gracefully taking her seat upon the papal throne. Upon hearing her words, Uchiha Itachi felt a chill. Indeed, the master could bestow such affection upon Nana, whose recent demeanor seemed rather disheartened. Uchiha Itachi remarked, a fleeting image of Hulaina's enchanting visage flashing through his mind. Bibidong's smile widened at Itachi's words, and her previously aloof and regal aura began to soften, becoming more approachable. It appears you hold a great fondness for Nana, she commented, subtly glancing towards the palace doors. Master, I shall take my leave now, Itachi stated directly, turning to depart without awaiting Bibidong's acknowledgement. Observing his somewhat vexed expression, Bibidong couldn't help but laugh. Who could have imagined that the seemingly aloof saint's son, revered by the younger generation of the spirit hall, would reveal such a side? And who would have thought that the noble and dignified pope would exhibit such warmth, gracing them with such a lovely smile? Bibidong understood that Itachi's cold demeanor was merely a facade, for in his earlier days, when he was gentle and approachable, many young girls would visit him with various gifts. Ultimately, Itachi had resorted to this aloofness as a means of self-protection. Chapter 99, The Golden Generation of the Spirit Hall. Upon exiting the Papal Hall, Uchiha Itachi encountered Hulaina, accompanied by the Golden Generation. The reactions of the Golden Generation varied upon seeing Itachi. Yin greeted him with a smile, expressing his intent to join him for a meal shortly. Shiau regarded Itachi and his sister with a teasing glint in his eyes, feeling none of the possessiveness one might expect, for Itachi's brilliance was simply too radiant. He was genuinely pleased that his sister had found such a companion. Lin Yu's gaze was gentle, as her aspiration had long been to become the future pope's wife. Thus she presented herself demurely before Fujiang. Yang Jin stood stiffly, bowing respectfully, appearing rather foolish as he remained rooted in place. Sun Chuanao also inclined his body in a bow, fully aware of the chasm that lay between himself and the saint's son. Acknowledging that his own third ring had been granted by Itachi, Hulaina, feeling a bit bashful, nonetheless looked at Itachi with grace. Itachi, we shall be dining soon. You must ensure there is ample food, Yin declared, a true glutton at heart. who adored Fu Zhang's culinary creations and often insisted on dragging Shiau and Hulaina along for meals. Very well, you are all welcome to join, Itachi replied. Fu Jiang spoke, her gaze sweeping across the golden generation of the Spirit Hall. Yang Jin and Sun Chuana wisely chose to abstain, for they understood that the so-called golden generation of the Spirit Hall consisted of merely 4 individuals. If one were to be more stringent, it could be said that there was only one true member. Neither of these 2 was included in that esteemed group. Lin Yu, however, opted to participate directly. Not out of ignorance, but from her desire to penetrate the inner circle of the golden generation, not merely a superficial acquaintance. Observing Lin Yu's eager acceptance, Hulaina's eyes turned cold. She sensed that Lin Yu was rather ungrateful. Shiau also regarded Lin Yu, aware that her intentions were simply to align herself with Uchiha Itachi. Had his sister not harbored feelings for Uchiha Itachi, Shiau might have been inclined to assist her. But now he pondered how best to aid his sister in confronting Lin Yu. Yin, on the other hand, remained unconcerned. He recognized Lin Yu's motives yet chose not to express any opinion, as he deemed it entirely normal for a powerful soul master to have multiple partners. After Uchiha Itachi departed, Hulaina and the others entered the papal hall. Bibi Dong donned her noble and aloof mask once more, casting a measured glance over the 6 individuals before her. You have all performed commendably this time, except for the seed team from the Douluo Empire. You managed to conclude your battles within 3 minutes. It appears your abilities have indeed seen significant improvement. Bibi Dong spoke with an air of cold elegance, a flicker of satisfaction glinting in her beautiful eyes. From a common perspective, these 6 could be regarded as geniuses, particularly Hulaina, Shiau, and Yin. Upon hearing the Pope's praise, the 6 were thrilled, especially Hulaina, who understood how rare it was to receive commendation from her teacher. What rewards do you desire? Bibi Dong inquired straightforwardly, not one to engage in convoluted dialogue. In her previous conversation with Uchiha Itachi, she had not mentioned any rewards, for the treasury of the Spirit Hall was fully accessible to him, provided he did not take too much at once and specified its intended use. Uchiha Itachi could directly procure treasures from the treasury, including soul bones. However, Uchiha Itachi had refrained from requesting any soul bones, which had led Bibi Dong to inquire about his preferences. He had simply stated that he had already found a suitable soul bone set, and she had ceased her inquiries. She had speculated that perhaps Uchiha Itachi had received a divine inheritance, yet she sensed no divine power emanating from him, indicating he had yet to initiate the divine exam. Upon hearing the term reward, they all declined, attributing their success solely to the son's merit. This was not entirely disingenuous, as Uchiha Itachi had bestowed upon them the late-stage soul rings, even granting Yin a soul bone. Such generosity was indeed remarkable. Observing their modesty, Bibi Dong nodded inwardly. You may leave for now. I will contemplate how best to reward you. Laina, remain, Bibi Dong instructed, dismissing the others. At these words, a shadow flitted across Lin Yu's eyes. She recognized her defeat, having lost to Hulaina, and felt a surge of anger at the Pope's favoritism. Why should all the world's beautiful things belong to Hulaina? Simply because of her alluring visage? Despite her jealousy, Lin Yu dared not show it, retreating with decorum. Only Bibi Dong and Hulaina remained in the papal hall, their gazes locking. A faint smile graced Bibi Dong's lips, albeit slight. It was indeed a smile. Laina, did you gain any insights from this journey to the Douluo Empire? The question remained the same, yet the subject had shifted from Uchiha Itachi to Hulaina. Hulaina paused, recalling Uchiha Itachi's gentle smile, her cheeks flushing. Teacher, my soul power has increased a bit, and my combat experience has gradually enriched. The soul fighting arena in the Douluo Empire harbors many strong contenders. Hulaina replied, noting that while these were minor achievements, she had sensed Uchiha Itachi's heart during this expedition. Indeed, but you must not grow complacent. As a saintess, you must surpass any of your peers. Bibi Dong nodded, not entirely satisfied with Hulaina's progress, for she believed that battle experience could be honed naturally over time in the grand soul fighting arena. She recalled a place from which she had emerged, acquiring. No, Hulaina was still too weak. And with less than 2 years until the elite competition among high-level soul master academies commenced, she could not allow Hulaina to venture there. Moreover, if she were to go, it must be under Uchiha Itachi's guidance. Even if Hulaina could not emerge independently, Uchiha Itachi's prowess would render it trivial. I understand, teacher. Hulaina contemplated Uchiha Itachi, wondering if she needed to surpass him. The thought seemed impossible, yet since her teacher had spoken, she was determined to comply. Ah, you seem rather anxious? Bibi Dong observed, having noticed something amiss with Hulaina, prompting her to inquire further. Ah? Hulaina gasped, her head snapping up in alarm as a deep crimson flooded her cheeks. Realizing the source of her fluster, Bibi Dong chuckled, her smile widening. Very well. I shall not intrude upon your lifelong matters. You may go. Bibi Dong's words turned Hulaina's face into a ripe apple, flushed to the point of seeming as if it might bleed. Chapter 100, Dining and Approachability in the Sun-S Hall. Uchiha Itachi donned a pristine white chef's hat and an apron, utterly shattering the image of the aloof and grandson. Observing Uchiha Itachi in this attire, Hulaina struggled to suppress her laughter, while Yin and Shiau averted their gazes, attempting to ignore his appearance. As for Linyu, she gazed at Uchiha Itachi with intense admiration. He was indeed the perfect candidate for a husband, possessing even culinary skills. Regrettably, Linyu cast a glance at the stifled laughter of Hulaina, a hint of malice flickering through her mind. At long last, Uchiha Itachi completed the preparation of a sumptuous feast. His culinary skills proved invaluable, having garnered him many fortunes in the past. Finally shedding the cumbersome chef's hat and apron, he appeared less comical, albeit losing some of the joviality of the moment. Uchiha, the sight of you in that apron is simply hilarious. Hulaina could no longer contain herself. Just moments before, she had felt little when Fujian donned those peculiar garments, but now, witnessing Uchiha Itachi's lofty demeanor akin to that of a saint, her mind drifted to the image of him wearing an apron. She couldn't help but burst into laughter. This sudden outburst caused Shiau and Yin to lower their heads, their trembling shoulders betraying their own struggle to stifle laughter. Unlike Hulaina, they were acutely aware of their place, for Uchiha Itachi was a saint, and despite his approachable nature, they believed it inappropriate to laugh. Since their early days, the instructors of the Spirit Hall had instilled in them the importance of social hierarchy. Linyu, however, chuckled softly, her eyes narrowing into crescent moons, exuding an adorable charm. Yet there was a hint of calculated youthfulness about her. Focusing intently on any task was challenging. Even while cultivating soul power, one could easily become distracted. Uchiha Itachi, in defense of himself, muttered something before resuming his meal, clearly wishing to avoid further discussion on the matter. Hulaina took a moment to steady her breath, finding it utterly inconceivable to associate the aloof Uchiha Itachi with the chef wearing a hat just moments ago. The stark contrast, especially when recalling Uchiha Itachi's stunning prowess in defeating the 8-ring soul Douluo, was almost endearing. Indeed, everything you say is correct, Hulaina remarked with a smile, choosing not to engage in a debate with Uchiha Itachi, especially since she knew she could not best him in a confrontation. Concentrating on a single endeavor is quite difficult. Even during soul cultivation, one can easily lose focus, Linyu added, her voice soft and delicate, evoking a sense of fragility. Hearing her somewhat affected tone, Shiau and Hulaina exchanged disapproving glances. In truth, Linyu's voice was not overly theatrical. She often spoke this way. But Shiau and Hulaina had always viewed her through a critical lens. They were not mistaken in their assessment. Linyu was indeed a cunning girl. Upon hearing Linyu's words, Uchiha Itachi offered her a friendly smile, which filled Linyu's heart with joy but sparked an impulse in Hulaina to lash out. All right. Let us eat. Yin can hardly wait, Uchiha Itachi announced with a smile, noticing Yin's eager gaze fixed on the fish soup at the center of the table. At his command, Yin swiftly picked up his chopsticks, deftly capturing a piece of crispy fish, swallowing it whole without a second thought, as the fish was devoid of bones. He relished the dishes prepared by Itachi, finding them far superior to those served in the Spirit Hall's establishments. By the way, what did the teacher say to you today? Hulaina inquired, savoring her favorite steamed fish. Curiosity piqued about what the Pope might have discussed with Itachi. Nothing of significance, merely some trivial remarks. Uchiha Itachi replied with a frown, seemingly recalling something unpleasant, his tone distracted. Just idle chatter. Then, a clear and cool female voice inquired, startling Uchiha Itachi, who quickly turned to see Bibi Dong standing behind him, her narrowed eyes reflecting her displeasure. Although her staff emitted no soul power, it exuded an indescribable aura of terror. Your Holiness! Shiau, Yin, and Linyu immediately rose to their feet and knelt on one knee, displaying utmost respect. Hulaina stood, bowing slightly, a privilege of the saintess. Uchiha Itachi's expression stiffened, and he lowered his head, seemingly unable to process the situation. Bibi Dong raised her hand gently, and everyone felt a wave of soul power lifting them, allowing her to take a seat without hesitation at the head of the table. She picked up Uchiha Itachi's chopsticks, selecting a beautifully presented piece of steamed fish, savoring it with delight, noting that it tasted even better than before. Bibi Dong silently evaluated her meal. In the past, When Uchiha Itachi had yet to earn her trust, he had often prepared various dishes to curry favor with her. After he ascended to the position of true saint, the frequency of his culinary offerings had increased from daily to every 3 days, and then to weekly. As both the Pope and the heir to the Rakshasa god, she possessed a certain level of self-restraint, but these gestures conveyed a profound respect for his mentors, a reflection of Uchiha Itachi's reverence toward his teachers. Yet, in truth, Bibi Dong simply craved indulgence. Once, she believed that aside from attaining godhood and elevating the spirit hall to an empire, nothing else mattered. Now, however, she realized that the pleasures of the palate also constituted a worthy pursuit. Having gone 4 months without tasting Uchiha Itachi's culinary creations, her visit today was, in a sense, a quest for sustenance, though one might articulate it more elegantly as a desire for connection. Delicious. Why was I not invited? Bibi Dong inquired. Her voice as calm as still water, yet the serenity only heightened the tension in the room. Only Yin, with his bold spirit, pondered whether the food before them would suffice for the Pope's appetite. Today is merely a small gathering for me and them. I assumed you would not attend. Uchiha Itachi quickly regained his composure, responding with his usual poise and courtesy. How could I know you wouldn't invite me? Bibi Dong retorted, raising an eyebrow as she picked up a piece of tempura. Observing her eat, the others hesitated to touch their chopsticks. Yin attempted to pick up his but was swiftly restrained by Shiau, who shot him a fierce glare. After a moment of hesitation, Yin relinquished his chopsticks. Don't just stare at me. You all should eat, Bibi Dong encouraged, her rare display of approachability urging them to relax. In response, Uchiha Itachi nodded to them, crossed his hands in a seal, and summoned a doppelganger, which donned a chef's hat and apron before heading into the kitchen. Being a titled Douluo, Bibi Dong's appetite could vary greatly, but it was evident that her current demeanor suggested a hearty appetite. Bibi Dong glanced at Uchiha Itachi and then set down her chopsticks. By the way, you still haven't answered me about those meaningless remarks from your teacher. Were they indeed idle chatter? She asked with a hint of malice. Uchiha Itachi felt as though his heartbeat was about to cease. The Pope was exceedingly petty and had an insatiable curiosity for eavesdropping. Chapter 101. A Solution to Awkwardness. Itachi had prepared 6 dishes, marking the conclusion of this exhilarating gathering. Hulaina and Linyu, who initially wished to linger, ultimately abandoned their intentions and bowed respectfully to Bibi Dong before departing. Subsequently, Itachi commenced the washing of dishes, refraining from utilizing any of his powers to maintain his persona. Bibi Dong observed Itachi's demeanor, which struck her as somewhat discordant, akin to a towering giant delicately wielding a needle for embroidery, though not as exaggerated. The sight of the spirit hall's son behaving in such a manner was enough to astonish onlookers for an entire year. A faint smile flickered in Bibi Dong's heart as she quietly watched Itachi, waiting for him to finish his tasks. Upon completing his chores, Itachi noticed that Bibi Dong showed no signs of leaving, causing a sense of unease to settle within him. Had she begun to harbor doubts about him? However, he reasoned that he had done nothing out of line, having merely dispatched the 8-ring Soul Douluo using an illusion. Just as Itachi's paranoia began to fester, Bibi Dong abruptly shattered the silence. You still have not answered my question. She clung to that inquiry, fully aware that her earlier questions in the Pope's hall were mere trivialities, yet she felt compelled to put Itachi in a difficult position to uphold her authority as Pope. Hearing this, Itachi exhaled in relief, suppressing the urge to employ his wooden clone for one last surge of destiny. Teacher, as Pope, why must you be so petty? Itachi remarked with a hint of exasperation, realizing that Bibi Dong held no suspicions about him. He then returned to a more relaxed posture. Bibi Dong was momentarily taken aback. Since ascending to the papacy, no one had ever deemed her petty, save for one individual. Is this your attitude towards your teacher? She inquired, recalling certain past events, which elicited a twinge of melancholy within her. Upon hearing this, Itachi regarded Bibi Dong with a peculiar expression. Teacher. I spoke out of turn. He understood the importance of promptly acknowledging his errors, knowing that it was futile to argue with a woman. A direct admission of fault would suffice, at least saving time. After making his apology, Itachi fixed his gaze upon Bibi Dong, who returned his stare, and the atmosphere between them gradually grew silent. Do you have any other matters to discuss, teacher? Itachi broke the silence, sensing the tension in the air. Compounded by the need to establish a connection between his clone and his true self, channeling some of the clone's power back to his original body. In response, Bibi Dong rose, her hand once again grasping the gemstone scepter that symbolized the Pope's power and glory. Follow me. Let me test your current capabilities, she declared, feeling the awkwardness herself and resorting to this method to ease the tension. Nodding, Itachi began to contemplate how much strength to wield against Bibi Dong. He understood her formidable prowess, estimating her to possess at least level 98. Moreover, as a dual soul wielder with the backing of divine power, even his most potent form might struggle to defeat her. In an instant, they arrived at the training grounds within the Sun's Hall, a privilege exclusive to the Sun. While ordinary members of the Golden Generation lacked such luxury, only the Holy Maiden's Hall boasted a training area. The rest had to utilize the public arena. The Soul Arena. Gazing at the regal and aloof BB Dong before him, Itachi's expression turned grave. 6 jet black soul rings rose slowly from beneath his feet. Although BB Dong had anticipated and even witnessed Itachi's soul ring configuration before, she was still struck with a profound sense of astonishment. A soul master without divine heritage possessing such a soul ring configuration seemed mythic in nature. 9 rings of varying hues emerged from BB Dong's feet, encircling her long legs. First soul skill, Transcendence. Second soul skill, Apotheosis. Third soul skill, Thunder Transformation. Itachi's 3 soul rings illuminated simultaneously, enveloping him in a resplendent mantle of gold, red, and blue. Observing Itachi's transformation, BB Dong furrowed her brow, aware that most of Itachi's soul skills served to enhance his attributes. Presently, even a simple punch from Itachi could harness the strength of a 7-ring assault soul sage. This was a conclusion reached through rigorous testing. BB Dong was astonished, for at her level as a soul emperor, she had never possessed such power. Fire Release. Great Fireball Technique. Itachi initiated with his signature technique. He had never expected the fireball to be lethal or even to strike his opponent. As the massive fireball approached, BB Dong's expression remained unchanged. She recognized that this soul skill was merely intended to distract her, as Itachi always commenced their sparring with a fireball. BB Dong raised her scepter, bringing it down forcefully upon the ground. An immense wave of soul power obliterated the fireball. Witnessing this, Itachi frowned slightly. Perceiving BB Dong's approach as brutishly excessive, akin to washing one's hands with an expensive wine, her ostentatious display of power aimed primarily to intimidate him, instilling the notion that the gulf between them was insurmountable. Additionally, it served to uphold the authority of the Pope. Shadow Clone Technique. Itachi performed the hand seal swiftly. BB Dong's gaze fixated on his hands, instantly recognizing the technique. A cloud of smoke enveloped them, and 4 clones of Itachi materialized beside his true form. Spotting the leftmost Itachi as the original, BB Dong pointed her staff once more, unleashing a significant wave of soul power. Without employing a soul skill, she merely